while others traverse the primordial chaos, either becoming the three pure ones or the golden crows. You have instead become one of the four spirits of heaven in the future of the primordial world, the fierce beast white tiger, destined to guard the extreme west. However, as soon as you arrive, you learn that your predecessor, the white tiger, succumbed to the erosion of the aura of slaughter and became a puppet of killing. With your past life's knowledge and an ancient unknown scroll, you can easily suppress the aura of slaughter. Yet, facing Hongjun at the start, you remain unperturbed, precisely because of the infusion of the slaughtering aura. With your current cultivation, the white tiger has become the sole ruler of the primordial chaos. At this moment, the primordial land, since the outbreak of the fierce beast calamity, has seen the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans lead many races of the primordial world, with the innate sacred beings as the head of the alliance, gaining the support of countless weaker races and dominating the primordial chaos. The dragon clan's ancestral dragon rules the endless seas, revered by all scaled beings. The phoenix clan's primordial phoenix dominates the south and the heavens, followed by all avian creatures. The Qilin clan's primordial Qilin leads the land, spreading from the Pango backbone, worshipped by all terrestrial beasts. However, after a long period, the friendship forged during the fierce beast calamity between the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans has turned into great disaster due to minor frictions, further exacerbated by hidden hands stirring up their enmity. Now, on the primordial land, the friendship among the three clans has dissipated, leaving only slaughter and hatred. Repeated frictions have ultimately led to great calamity, the aura of calamity tempting all beings, and the aura of slaughter filling the hearts of the myriad races, with a decisive battle among the three clans imminent. At this moment, in a mountain range filled with celestial spirits and the spread of bloodthirsty energy, an old man draped in a purple robe, holding a chaotic weapon of slaughter, standing on a dazzling golden 12-petal lotus platform, with a yin-yang bagua diagram above his head, gazed solemnly ahead. What he faced was a white tiger hundreds of feet tall, yet to reveal its true form, the aura of the white tiger instilled fear in all beings, its momentum shattering the surrounding spacetime. The storm created by the cracks in space only made the Taoist frown slightly. The white tiger's eyes were filled with slaughter, devoid of any intelligence. In an instant, the white tiger let out a furious roar, its tiger's howl echoing through heaven and earth, the aura of slaughter transforming into an attack, causing countless mountains around to suffer, and innumerable beings to perish. The old man in the purple robe furrowed his brow tightly, filled with apprehension. When the white tiger looked at the old man again, about to make a move, it suddenly stopped, its eyes filled with confusion. Turning its head to look around, the white tiger raised its paw, shocked, realizing that the only living being in front of it was making eye contact with the old man. Have I crossed over? Why have I become a tiger? Why is this place filled with blood color? Is this power within me that can tear everything apart due to crossing into a fairy tale world? Numerous doubts echoed in your mind. You are now the white tiger, with an ancient scroll in your mind that helps suppress the aura of slaughter. The purple-robed old man, who was about to resist the white tiger, was taken aback, realizing that the white tiger had gained intelligence, and immediately became interested. He was Hongjun, the ancestor of the immortal path during the calamity of fierce beasts, who presided over the laws of balance, and was a divine being during the chaos. Fierce beast white tiger, my friend, just as you were puzzled, you suddenly heard a call. You scanned the surroundings and replied, focusing on Hongjun and the items he held, your expression serious. This fierce beast, the white tiger, has actually given birth to intelligence, which is impossible. Hongjun found it hard to believe. After pondering, he used the creation jade tablet to calculate, closing his eyes in deep thought. Is it an anomaly? The great Tao has 50, and the heavenly transformation has 49. By removing one, a glimmer of life is born, allowing the four spirits of heaven to gain intelligence ahead of time. Understanding everything, Hongjun was troubled. If the white tiger, which had not yet received the purification of the killing aura from the heavenly Tao, gained intelligence ahead of time, would he be willing to guard the extreme west of the primordial world? The fierce beast, the white tiger, was supposed to wait for the heavenly Tao to take control of the primordial world, to eliminate the killing aura and grant intelligence. At that time, the white tiger would willingly guard a region. But now that the white tiger has gained intelligence ahead of time, the trajectory of fate is thrown into chaos, and things are out of control. Even the will of the heavenly Tao within the creation jade tablet finds it hard to believe, urging Hongjun to have the white tiger agree to the battle between Tao and demon, and become the white tiger saint lord guarding the west. The heavenly Tao had long arranged for the four spirits of heaven, all at the level of the mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal. Now, with the white tiger, which is in charge of killing, gaining intelligence ahead of time, its character is difficult to control, much like another abandoned spokesperson of the heavenly Tao, Luo Ho. Seeing that Hongjun was silent, the killing aura in your mind stirred, and the scroll could no longer be suppressed for long. You no longer hesitated and turned to leave. Hong Jun's brow furrowed sharply, sensing the white tiger leaving, and his figure instantly shifted, crossing space to block your path. White tiger, my friend, I am Hong Jun. Congratulations on your awakening of intelligence. This is the Heavenly Tao's grace. As he spoke, Hong Jun intentionally observed your reaction. When you heard him call himself Hong Jun, your mind felt like it was struck by thunder. I have crossed into the primordial world, but why is there no innate inheritance? Could it be because of this white tiger body, filled with killing aura, that I have not yet given birth to intelligence, and thus there is no talk of inheritance? But for some reason, there is a trace of information about the Tao field. Crossing into the primordial world may be a tragedy, with no innate inheritance, incomparable to other crossers. While secretly mocking, you raised your gaze and spoke calmly. Hong Jun, my friend, if you have something to say, please do. If not, I shall take my leave. Your words were full of dismissal. You are busy studying the scroll that suppresses the killing intent in your mind, leaving no time to chat with Hong Jun. The scroll vaguely hints that you cannot suppress the killing intent for long. In the past, the white tiger could not give birth to wisdom due to the killing intent, acting like an ordinary ferocious beast that kills indiscriminately. The recent killing was caused by the onset of the three clans' calamity, with calamity energy spreading, causing the killing intent to surge uncontrollably, which led to the white tiger leaving its lair and encountering Hong Jun. Now, you have no time to entangle with Hong Jun. You just want to go to the place in your memory, using the power of the scroll to suppress the killing intent. Otherwise, you will soon be dominated by the killing intent again. Seeing that you are willing to communicate, although his tone is rejecting, Hong Jun still wants to express himself. White tiger, do you know the Western demon ancestor Luo Ho? You frown slightly, the blood evil energy disturbing your mind, but you suppress it forcefully. Looking at Hong Jun, you growl. Hong Jun, if you have something to say, hurry up, I don't have time. The killing intent-laden tone causes a flash of fear in Hong Jun's eyes, but his face remains calm, while he can't help but mutter in his heart. Before the ferocious beast white tiger was born with intelligence, it only knew killing, absorbing the killing intent of heaven and earth to cultivate every move instilling fear in living beings. Even the dominating dragon, phoenix, and Qilin clans did not dare to provoke it easily. After experiencing the calamity of ferocious beasts, its cultivation had already reached the peak of Hunyuan Golden Immortal before the calamity of the three clans, and now it is at the pinnacle of Hunyuan Golden Immortal. Just a step away from Hunyuan de Luo, the killing intent from two calamities has caused its cultivation to surge, which is truly astonishing. Now that it has gained intelligence, it may be possible to win it over to assist me in attacking the demon ancestor. After thinking secretly, your gaze towards me becomes increasingly astonished. After a brief contemplation, Hong Jun opened his mouth to invite, White Tiger friend, the demon ancestor Luo, who is inherently cruel and merciless, slaughtering the beings of the Hong Huang, a crime that cannot be forgiven. I, Hong Jun, invite many innate deities to go to the western Shumi mountain to eliminate Luo Hu. This is a great act of merit. Your strength is extraordinary. Why not accompany me to the west and slay Luo Hu? Once the task is accomplished, I am willing to grant you the Hunyuan Dao fruit. After the battle of the three clans, the Heavenly Dao governs the Hong Huang, and I am the spokesperson for the Heavenly Dao. The Heavenly Dao requires 4 powerful beings to guard the Hong Huang, known as the 4 spirits of heaven, all of which are in the Hunyuan realm. I am willing to bestow this holy position upon you. Every word struck a chord. Upon hearing this, you were slightly taken aback. Seeing you lost in thought, Hong Jun felt a surge of joy, a smile in the corner of his eye. Suddenly, you laughed wildly, disdain evident in your gaze, blood mist spewing from the corner of your mouth. You were unwilling to rashly participate in the battle between Dao and demon, especially since the murderous aura tormented your mind, and until it was resolved, you feared losing your sanity. Your expression was cold, your voice deep. Hong Jun, whether the demon ancestor Luo Hu is truly cruel, I do not know the truth, but I am the fierce beast White Tiger who has cultivated to the Hunyuan Golden Immortal due to the murderous aura. Since the opening of the Hong Huang, countless beings have perished under the tiger's roar. Although I have just gained intelligence, I am not foolish. If Luo Hu is truly as you say, deserving of death 1,000 times, what does it have to do with me? As soon as these words were spoken, Hong Jun's smile instantly froze. He actually forgot that the other party was the ferocious beast Baihu, who was born from a killing nature. Even if it gained intelligence, it would be difficult to assist him. How could he be so fanciful? However, the position of the 4 spirit saint of the heavenly realm, at the level of the Hunyuan Daluo Golden Immortal, had already been promised to the other party. Hong Jun really couldn't understand why this was the realm that the beings of the Hong Huang dreamed of, and how could they not be moved by it? If it's just for this, leave quickly. Otherwise, Don't blame me for taking action to send you back to the west. A cold killing intent emanated from your tiger mouth, and the bloodthirsty aura became increasingly violent. If not dealt with in time, you really wanted to strike at Hongjun immediately. Although you didn't know your own strength, being able to make Hongjun worry meant that your cultivation was at least comparable, or even superior. Seeing that there was no hope of winning him over, Hongjun snorted coldly and turned to leave into the void. In a moment of confusion, he actually tried to recruit this Baihu, who had reached the peak of the Hunyuan Golden Immortal Realm due to the killing aura of the Calamity, to help him eliminate Luo Ho. This was truly the biggest mistake of his life. Just as Hongjun left, you were thinking of leaving as well, but suddenly you let out a series of tiger roars, and the killing aura around you transformed into terrifying blood claws, sweeping in all directions. In an instant, the already shattered tens of thousands of mountains turned to nothingness, leaving only a dead silence, with the killing aura spreading across the desolate land. This damned bloodthirsty killing aura. Wasn't it said that Baihu was the master of slaughter? How could it interfere with the mind and turn into a tool for killing? Amidst the roaring of tigers, the mountains turned desolate. You snapped back to reality from the haze of slaughter, as the ancient scroll once again suppressed the aura of killing, allowing you to regain control of your body. Leaving this place, you sought a safe and hidden location, with the lair of the white tiger being the most suitable. After whispering, you hurried towards the white tiger's cave, which was missing from your memory. The moment you set off, the heavens and earth stirred with a fierce wind, sweeping past your body. Under the tiger's claws, the wind accompanied you in an instant, with an extreme speed, heading straight for your destination, crossing thousands of miles in a single step. You couldn't help but exclaim, as the ancients said, clouds follow the dragon, winds follow the tiger. No wonder a fierce wind followed you the moment you moved. With this thought, you no longer hesitated, transforming into a bloodthirsty wind, sweeping through the surroundings and rushing towards the dojo recorded by the white tiger. What Ling Tian was not aware of was that the direction he was heading to was also the direction of the western continent. The years pass like running water, while no one asks about the present. Ever since Ling Tian rushed to the White Tiger Dojo, the places he passed by were feared by countless living beings, who were afraid that this powerful existence, covered in the aura of killing, would strike out to slaughter them. Some of the great Luo Golden Immortals from the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans saw Ling Tian recklessly crossing their battlefield, and just as they wanted to make a move, they were shocked by the terrifying intimidation of his body, and they retreated, fearful. Even Ling Tian found it inexplicable that he actually detected fear in the eyes of these beings. This was perhaps the influence of the killing aura cast. Nowadays, Ling Tian was already a bit tired of the killing chi that flowed invisibly into his body between heaven and earth, although it could help his cultivation to improve, but every time he had the possibility of losing his sanity. He rushed to the western land of the dojo. The time of that resting place has been tens of thousands of years, during which time he lost his sanity and was about to carry out the slaughter of living beings. That scroll will again carry out suppression. This was something that Ling Tian was very thankful for, but he was aware that if he did not return to the place where he lived quickly, he feared for the worst. Meanwhile, once again after thousands of years of traveling, Ling Tian finally looked over to where the predecessor White Tiger resided. This place was like a silent abyss, peaceful and quiet, and the blood-drenched earth filled the place, as if a great Luo Golden Immortal would feel intimidated if he landed here. Perhaps after staying for a long time, the mind might be dominated by the invisible killing aura in the air, and be reduced to a spiritless ferocious beast. This is the dojo of the predecessor. Bewilderment flooded Ling Tian's eyes and he could not help but shake his head and murmur. Where is this a dojo? This is clearly a bloody burial ground. Spitting is spitting, but it's just that this place exudes the aura of the White Tiger, and that level of perfection of the mixed golden immortal makes most of the mixed golden immortals in the floodplains not dare to set foot in this place. Although this place is the West, the land of the devil ancestor Luo Shuvu, he doesn't dare to easily step into the White Tiger's dojo. Simply because the existence of the level of the mixed golden immortal was very clear about one thing, and that was that the ferocious beast White Tiger did not have a spirit, and its strength was still at the first-rate level of the flood. If you stand in front of him, you can only beg that you can get away from the White Tiger's hunt. Therefore, most of the mixed golden immortals did not dare to come here. Nonetheless, this blood fiend's burial place was still the most suitable place for Ling Tian to settle down. Thinking of this, Ling Tian did not hesitate to burrow between the mountain ranges and begin his years-long seclusion. He wanted the scroll in his mind. The years have gone by and thousands of years have not been honed. Within the bright starfire-illuminated cave, a dozens of feet tall White Tiger was lying on the ground, snapping his eyes open, his mouth slightly shocked. It's only in a previous life, the scriptures that were bought by a godly man who was fooled into buying them, actually have this kind of power. Chaotic Infinite Killing Reincarnation Sutra. Is that the name of this one scroll? Absorb the chi of quantitative calamity and the chi of killing emanating from the flooded heavens and earth to enhance your cultivation. The comprehension of laws can be carried out in other as well, only the energy of the chi of energy robbery, what law does it correspond to? But the law of killing is also quite suitable for the white tiger, at least the white tiger is the main killer, and the secondary law can be chosen from the law of wind and the law of gold among the 5 elements. While murmuring under his breath, this scroll named Chaotic Infinite Killing Reincarnation Sutra, all of a sudden, a spiritual light flashed and was injected into Ling Tian's brow. In a matter of moments, Ling Tian knew how to cultivate and absorb the quantum revelation chi and the killing chi. But another message made him very upset, but there was nothing he could do about it. Ling Tian was now unable to transform into an innate Tao body simply because of the unruly killing chi in his body, which was beyond his control and did not belong to the Chaotic Infinite Killing Reincarnation Sutra that he had cultivated. Only when Ling Tian completely lost his mind, the cultivation cultivated by the killing chi all over his body would blossom into its true power. Unfortunately, Ling Tian, who possessed spiritual intelligence, would not feel pity for losing the strength of a perfection of the mixed golden immortal, just one step away from stepping into the mixed great Luo golden immortal. In the years to come, there will be the same quantitative robbery, and he will still be able to absorb the quantitative robbery chi and murderous chi emitted from the quantitative robbery to cultivate. If Ling Tian hadn't traveled into the body of the ferocious beast White Tiger, the end of the 3 tribes' quantum revelation might have been the time when White Tigers certified to the way of the mixed world with the great Tao of killing. But at that time, it might be because the heavenly Tao ruled over the flood and used the heavenly Tao origin to purify the killing chi of the ferocious beast, the White Tiger, and endowed it with spiritual wisdom, so that it would no longer be like a wild beast, killing indiscriminately. After all, if they didn't, the ferocious beast White Tiger at the level of the mixed great Luo golden immortal would cause a devastating force that could be imagined. Since 2 quantum kalpas would be enough to certify a mixed Yuan Dala golden immortal, what was wrong with dissipating the cultivation of a perfected mixed Yuan golden immortal and falling back into the status of a Dala? After all, when the ferocious beast White Tiger was born, it was a Dala golden immortal, but it was a pity that it was eroded by the spirit of killing. Fierce Beast Quantum Revelation, Dragon Han Quantum Revelation. Ling Tian murmured in his heart, while slowly making up his mind in his heart, he cultivated the Chaotic Infinite Killing Reincarnation Sutra, and would inevitably be able to kill and prove his way during the period of the quantum scarcity of sorcerers and demons, with the help of the scarcity of chi that was born from it. With that, Ling Tian began to operate this gong method and started to wash away the messy and uncontrollable killing chi in his body. The Chaotic Infinite Killing Reincarnation Sutra was unable to completely erase the killing aura in his body that did not belong to Ling Tian. It could only be completely erased by virtue of the transformation heavenly tribulation produced by the will of the flood world and heaven and earth, utilizing the supreme yang and righteousness power of the divine thunderbolt, while at the same time he, Ling Tian, would be smoothly transformed into an innate Tao body. Chapter 4 Western Continent, Great Tao Thunder Clouds. In the western land of the flood, there is a mountain range that is unknown to be far away from the Sumeru mountain, which is surrounded by devilish chi. The earth in this place presented a picture that made the bones of countless living beings creep out, and the earth was dyed a blood-red color. Invisible gradually formed a cyclone, constantly sweeping this place, and even transformed into a blood-white tiger, constantly hissing and roaring towards the flood around the tiger. The blood fury not only transformed into a white tiger, but even the dragon, phoenix and unicorn tribes, the appearance of billions of living beings have all been transformed. The majestic blood chi contained an endless killing aura, as if it was going straight up into the clouds the next moment, illuminating the illusion of a multitude of living beings. It was as if they existed in a wisp of consciousness, sensing the great crisis coming from the underworld and wanting to frantically escape from this place. Nonetheless, the many illusory bodies that had tried their best were ultimately trapped in this place, and with only a trace of consciousness left, they were unable to completely leave this place. All of these various living beings that were illuminated by the blood fiend Shi had died tragically under the tiger claws of the ferocious beast White Tiger Ling Tian's predecessor. But the unwillingness to turn into a trace of residual thoughts, integrated into the killing gas of the ferocious beast White Tiger, non-stop cursing to kill forever, never able to give birth to spiritual wisdom, and ultimately destroyed by the righteous. At the same time, in Mount Sumeru, the devil ancestor Luo Shuhu was sitting on top of the 12-pin black lotus of extinction, his brow slightly furrowed, his eyes flared with a wisp of devilish flame, and he raised his head to look through the endless years of space and time and landed on this great land. How does this demon ancestor feel? What bad premonition is it that Hong Jun has brought people to come and crush this demon ancestor? But this demon ancestor is only slowly provoking the disputes between the 3 clans in the dark, not exposed to the eyes of the world, so why is he just disturbed? Uneasy mind, the life and death crisis is actually related to the ferocious beast-like, spiritless ferocious beast White Tiger. This isn't quite right. Between the murmurs in his heart, the riot of blood-devouring chi in the mountain range where the ferocious beast white tiger is located made Luo doubtful, and at the same time, his heart found that the ferocious beast white tiger had some threat to himself in the future. This point, Luo Shujiu feel very ridiculous. He himself is the reincarnation of the chaos demon god. Now in the floodplains, there is no one with the same level of power can be with their own life and death. Even the yin and yang five elements Qian Ku and Yang Mei Hongjun and other devil gods who were once the same chaos devil gods can only join hands to fight against him Luo Shu, in order to achieve a ray of hope in the flood. But now, he, Luo Shu, would actually feel disturbed because of the murderous aura storming out of the ferocious beast, the white tiger, that naturally emanated out of thin air. The ferocious beast white tiger, its cultivation realm is at the perfection of the mixed golden immortal, but it has no spirit to speak of. It's a pity. When this demon ancestor returns to the realm of the mixed great Luo golden immortal, I will make sure that you are born spiritually intelligent. From a beast that only knows how to kill, transformed into the first protector under this demon ancestor's seat. Right at this moment, in Luo Shuji's Yuanshan spiritual platform, a divine spear suddenly rioted and flew out in a flash, wanting to cross space and go to the earth in Luo Shuji's eyes. This divine spear, with its body carved with black and red blood sickness patterns, had an endless killing aura echoing around it, and the Tao rhythm divine patterns of the laws of killing were attached to it. Seeing that his divine weapon was about to leave him, Luo did not hurry. His eyes flashed with a cold aura, one hand did not enter the void, and yanked this gun. However, the God-Slayer gun was trembling, trying to escape Luo's control. Even now, Luo Shuji has refined the innate prohibition in the deicide gun's spiritual treasure. The deicide gun's ambition to kill has never stopped. Luo Shuji in the long years, non-stop planning great things, so that the God-Slayer gun has become extremely impatient up, and now feel the Lord of Heaven's destiny, naturally want to follow its body. Luo naturally didn't understand this scene, and only thought that this was a rebellion that had occurred many times over countless years, and then coldly said, God-Slayer gun, is this demon ancestor not worthy of being the Lord of your spiritual treasure? It's hard to believe that you're still missing the fierce beast god rebel? This demon ancestor tells you that he has gone up in smoke, and now this demon ancestor is the only one who kills people in the flood. What is intended is not what you want with the God-Slayer gun. Following this demon ancestor in the future you will slaughter the mixed great Luo golden immortals. Why should you still be concerned about old feelings? The divine rebel has already fallen, why do you persist? Under the cold, stern voice of the Dao Dao, the God-slaying gun finally stopped struggling, quietly lying in the palm of Luo Shujiu. The great things Luo planned, the God-Slayer gun very much recognized, but the appearance of the Lord of Heaven's destiny made it hesitant. In the end, under Luo's words, it stayed for the time being, and in the future or if there is a chance, it will return to the Lord of Heavenly fate all the same. Just restored a trace of tranquility Luo Shuhu suddenly found the flooded western continent over the sky, filled with gusts of thick pressure filled with clouds, so that the flooded western beings are in this burst of pressure under the shivering. It's... Luo Shuji froze for a moment, as his Yuanshan swept through the thunderclouds, then with the cultivation of the mixed golden immortal, he took out the Pango Companion Supreme Treasure, the fragment of the jade disk of creation and began to project. After half a minute, Luo's eyes were flooded with doubt and incomprehension, and his mouth was even muttering to himself. Something's not right, wouldn't this ferocious beast white tiger be the target of a thundercloud? This is the transformation thunder tribulation. The ferocious beast white tiger is a ferocious beast that doesn't have the slightest bit of spirit. How can it take shape? But this transformation thunder tribulation was given by the great Tao. This is the last innate divine transformation thunder tribulation given by the great Tao before it retires. As he spoke, Luo sighed suddenly under his breath. It's a pity that the ferocious beast, the white tiger, was born with spiritual intelligence and actually wanted to transform into an innate Tao body with the cultivation of a perfection of the mixed golden immortal, who was about to step into the realm of the mixed Tao Lord. It's not going to be an easy thing to do. The thunderbolt bestowed by the great Tao will not take the lives of the innate saints, but the ferocious beast, the white tiger, kills mercilessly, and the murderous aura of the blood bolt pervades its body, making the thunderbolt's power rise greatly. The difficulty of this thunderbolt is full of unknowns. But if this white tiger really passes through the transformation tribulation, then this demon ancestor should consider thinking about pulling his strings. After saying that, Luo slowly got up. His body was filled with terrifying demonic laws, shaking the surrounding space trembling as if it was torn apart. When he stepped out, the space in front of him instantly tore out, and his figure left Mount Sumeru, heading to the land of blood fury where the ferocious beast, the white tiger, had transited. Luo Shujiu this purpose, only to pull together after the transformation of the white tiger, killing the ferocious beast of the white tiger, will be the flood innate sacred not allowed. At that time he Luo Shu in times of danger, save its life, the beast white tiger will owe karma, then he and Hongjuan's war, will also slightly add a little chance of victory. The might of the thunderclouds of the great Tao of the western continent of the flood had immediately startled the reincarnation of the chaos demon god, the three tribes of the dragon, phoenix, and unicorn, and the other innate holinesses. The dragon, phoenix and Shilin three tribes had opened a real duel to determine the position of the protagonist of heaven and earth, but now the fierce beast white tiger Ling Tian's transformation of the tribulation, so that the Yuan Feng Shi Qilin ancestral dragon froze together. After pondering for a long time, the many demon god reincarnations, the lords of the three ascended sacred races, rushed together in silence to the place of transformation where Ling Tian was. Chapter 5 The Great Tao bestows blessings, gods and demons gather together. Between the mountain ranges filled with the bloodthirsty killing aura, the divine thunder rolled and roared above the clouds, and the invisible aura between the sky and the earth gradually expanded, constantly heading towards a cave in the mountain range. The cave spread across a vast width, with countless rocky crags carved and molded in the depths of the dark and pitch-black cavern. It was in this peaceful silence that a pair of murderous eyes appeared at first, looking up at the rocks and piercing through the surface of the mountains to land above the thundering clouds. I have cultivated the chaotic infinite killing reincarnation sutra, and I can control the quantum killing chi that is invariably produced between the flooded heavens and earth when there is a lack of aura, and use it to cultivate. During the quantum rain, the killing chi generated by the billions of racial beings in the floodlands killing each other, I can just as easily utilize it for cultivation. The law of killing has been penetrated by 50%, and has stepped into the level of the late Dala Golden Immortal, only needing the three tribes' quantitative robberies to be completely over, I will be able to step into the peak of the Dala. It's just that the cultivation level is still at the peak of the mixed Golden Immortal now. The ferocious beast, the white tiger, which was Ling Tian, murmured under his breath, his eyes glowing with a hint of scorn through the rolling mountains. This communication between heaven and earth, and the wish to seek the great Tao to send down the calamity of transformation, is just enough to erase these killing auras that do not belong to itself, and leave only the power that I can control. If I don't do this, even if I utilize the gong method to wear out the killing chi's short-lived wildness, but in the future when the endless killing chi doesn't enter my body, I will just as likely turn back into the irrationally ferocious beast, the white tiger. These cultivation levels that have been forcibly raised up by the killing chi, just discard them, there's no need to force them. Ling Tian regretted that these killing chi could not be turned into his own. The chaotic infinite killing reincarnation sutra would only accept killing chi refined from the outside world, its own would not be accepted, nor would it be expelled. Nonetheless, Ling Tian wouldn't tolerate something that he couldn't control, mixed in with his own body. After all kinds of thoughts, the great Tao thunderclouds over the mountains of the bloodbath killing ground are getting thicker and thicker, and the might it emits makes all spirits fear, and the many ethnic races in the west are all moving away from this place. 9 thunderbolts, the 9 extreme numbers of the flood, 12 for the consummation. I am not a mixed Yuan Dala Golden Immortal, only the consummation of the mixed Yuan Golden Immortal, and I will only ferry this transformation thunderbolt. This is the great Tao's calamity, nothing other than the heavenly Tao's calamity, unlike the 9 heavenly calamities. The power of the first course possesses the perfection of the mixed Golden Immortal, the second course the late mixed Golden Immortal, the third course the mid-mixed Golden Immortal, and one by one weakening from there onward? Starting from the 6th course, all the subsequent courses are of the power of the late Dala Golden Immortal stage, and eventually the thunderbolt finishes falling, the great Tao bestows blessings, and the incarnation comes forth? The strength of the perfection level of the mixed Golden Immortal will also be weakened with the fall of the thunderbolt, and the uncontrolled killing aura in the body will be dispersed. As Ling Tian's eyes landed on the heavy thunderclouds above the dome of the sky, a wisp of information from the great Tao also failed to enter his mind, informing him of the special nature of this transformation thunder tribulation. Since Ling Tian was the last innate divine transformed existence during the period when the great Tao was in control of the flood, even if he learned that this body, the white tiger, was an aberration, he didn't care in the slightest. The great Tao viewed all things as equal, the great Tao was fair, and the transformation thunderbolt given to Ling Tian was naturally what he had in mind. It was always impossible that the great Tao thundercloud maintained its original power on the premise that the uncontrollable killing chi in Ling Tian's body was gradually dissipating and his cultivation was diminishing step by step. If this were true, this great Tao thunder tribulation would not be a blessing given by the great Tao to the innate saints of the flood, but rather an arduous tribulation. On the premise that his own life would not be in danger, the hundreds of feet tall body of the white tiger slowly got up, and his limbs fiercely stepped forward. Gusts of tiger whistles came out from Ling Tian's mouth, and went towards the place where the light was in front of him. At the same time, between the floodplains, almost all the innate saints and great aptitudes were all gathered together, and their eyes all landed on the White Tiger Mountain range where the blood fiend filled the area. Boom! Boom! Dao Dao through the sky and through the earth thunder sounded, purple thunder flashed the clouds, that was the strongest divine thunder under the flood's mixed Yuan Dala, the late stage of the heavenly Dao's reign of the purple heavenly thunder. Now in the hands of the great Tao, but a thought can shape the thunder of billions of roars. The ascended sacred ones who gathered together were all familiar people. Fellow Taoists, coming to this demon ancestor's western land, why don't you come to Mount Sumeru as guests? Then in that case, this demon ancestor can also entertain you all, unlike now, where you can only stand in the void. Luo Shu was sitting on top of the 12-pin black lotus of annihilation, his Yuanshan eyes swept over the figures converging around him, and he also looked at the crowd with a smiling face, but a trace of icy killing intent crossed the bottom of his eyes, which no one noticed. I, ancestral dragon, am not willing to go to your poor and destitute Mount Sumeru, which is full of demonic flames and light. Who would have thought that Luo's nemesis, Hongjun, had not yet opened his mouth, and the ancestral dragon, the lord of the dragon race, declared in a domineering manner. As he spoke, the ancestral dragon's eyes flared with provocation as he swept the bodies of the people in the surrounding void and warned. I observe that the ferocious beast White Tiger is about to take shape and come out. This beast has slaughtered 10 million of our dragon clan, and there are several mixed golden immortals, so it should be returned to our dragon clan for judgment. In the past, my ancestral dragon saw that it did not have a spirit and forgave its crimes, but now the ferocious beast, the White Tiger, should pay the price for its previous crime of slaughtering the dragon clan. When these words came out, Hongjuan's face was bland, Luo Shuji was disdainful, and the rest of the innate saints were all mocking, and bland numerous gazes landed on ancestral dragon. They were all clear that what bringing back to the dragon clan for trial was nothing more than trying to pull the fierce beast White Tiger back to the dragon clan so that it could join the dragon clan and become one of the outer clan elders. After all, the Shen Turtle clan is a case in point, as well as the Silver Whale clan, the Mermaid clan are all the same. Once the scaly type of beings break through the mixed golden immortal, their status in the dragon clan naturally serve as the outer clan elders. The many innate saints did not want to mock the ancestral dragon statement. They just quietly looked down at the ferocious beast White Tiger that had yet to appear below and waited for the other party to pass through the transformation thunder tribulation. Ancestral dragon, heir is but the head of the scaled clan, so what if the dragon's son is damaged by 10 million? Countless beasts of the Kirin clan under my first Kirin have died because of the ferocious beast, the White Tiger, and if we are to bring them back to the dragon clan for judgment as you say, then we should first go to the ancestral land of my Kirin clan for judgment. After all, the number of beasts that have died between the ferocious White Tiger tigers is countless, and it is no longer possible to thoroughly count them. This palace is Birds of Prey clan, although there were also clansmen who died tragically at the hands of the ferocious beast, the White Tiger. But on behalf of the Birds of Prey clan, this palace is willing to forgive it. As long as the other party joins my Phoenix clan and serves the Phoenix clan, all crimes will be forgiven. Ancestral dragon's former best friend from the fierce beast quantum revelation period, and now his mortal enemy, beginning Qilin Yuanfeng, would not sit idly by. Even Yuan opened her mouth without hiding it in the slightest. She just wanted to recruit the ferocious beast White Tiger that had already given birth to its spirit. Chapter 6, Reincarnation of the Demon God, White Tiger in the World. Bold. Yuan Fengsher Qilin, don't think that just because you and your two clans have joined forces, you can stand up to my dragon clan. If it wasn't for the ferocious beast, the White Tiger, being born with spiritual wisdom and having to undergo the heavenly tribulation of transformation, nowadays, your two clans would have long since been corpses and bloodied and turned into flying ashes. And we, the dragon race, have ascended to the position of protagonist of the flood world, and my ancestral dragon has gathered the endless fortune of the flood world to help me witness the realm of the mixed Yuan. Looked at mocking and belittling their own Yuan Fengsher Qilin, the ancestral dragon burst into a rage also. The tone of voice does not hide the killing intent of the heart, all the past years of cordial friendship. For the living beings who block the path of their own testimony, the innate holiness in the flood, the consistent style, are those who block my way, kill without pardon. Even the deep friendships formed by the lords of the three clans during the past period of the ferocious beast quantum revelation could not counteract the temptation of witnessing the path to the mixed world. Who wouldn't say big words? Ancestral dragon, don't fail miserably under my hands when the time comes. At that time maybe you beg for forgiveness. Looking at the friendship in the past, I, the first Kirin, spare your life. The Great War has not yet begun, so don't be too complacent, ancestral dragon. The ferocious beast White Tiger at least belongs to the range of the Walking Beast clan. Will it enter your Scaled Armor clan? After saying that, the lords of the three clans did not hesitate to argue, but their movements were surprisingly consistent, only exiting and not making a move. After all, so many innate sacred were here, it couldn't be said that they all came for the ferocious beast White Tiger, but most of them had the same purpose. Meanwhile, most of the reincarnated innate demon gods had already gathered beside Hong Jun. The four reincarnated demon gods of Qian Kuan Yang 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 Mei Shi Chen, their eyes revealed coldness as they looked at the lone Luo Shu. Luo Shujo eyes flooded with disdain. Even if once the strength of Yang Mei timed, then his Luo Shujo powerful, but now all reincarnated flood, the strength of the start are at a level. And Luo Shujo got the Pangu Supreme Treasure Creation Jade Butterfly, has long been ahead of the other side of a level, holding an 8-killing Supreme Treasure Deicide gun. Surrounding the Heavenly Dao Murderous Exotic Treasure Immortal Execution Sword Formation, the Lotus platform divided by the 36 Chaotic Green Lotus did not carry the slightest fear at all. Both of them looked at each other. Luo Shuji summoned the God Slayer gun, and his body was filled with the killing chi around him, evolving a gust of bloodthirsty scenery. This demon ancestor remembers the premise that you and the others were fellow Chaos members in the past, so quickly leave Hongjun beside that old Taoist. If not, the time of the Great War in the future will be the time when you reincarnated demon gods will die. Luo Shu's eyes revealed an arrogant gaze, constantly flowing with a cold aura as he scanned the 5 people in front of him, the God Slayer gun in his hand flickering with blood-colored light. Luo Shuju, air was but a small devil law demon god during the chaos period, how dare you run wild in front of me? I hold the great Tao of time, the devil's way, the district is just a small way, my time to lift the hand can be destroyed. How dare you be so arrogant, I am one of the 10 chaos gods during the chaos period. Yang eyebrow Chen Kuan in Yang hour without a single because Luo Shuhu's so arrogant tone of indignation, originally intended to observe some, in the end to help Hongjun in addition to Luo Shuhu's intention, but also fell down. Such an arrogant devil Dao Law's devil god, now is just a momentary tongue, dare to so clamor their top 10 reincarnated devil god, really do not know what to do with their lives. Perceiving the emotional fluctuations in the hearts of the 4, Hongjuan's originally bland face suddenly a wisp of laughter flowed out, and his mouth lightly said. Fellow Taoist Luo need not say much, the future battle, air will surely fall, this is destiny. Hearing this, Luo Shujo did not respond to this statement, instead, he laughed rampantly and then looked downwards between the mountains. Seeing this, noticing where Luo's eyes were, the 5 men followed closely behind and landed below. Just as Luo Shuji Hongjun and the others' gazes fell to the bottom, and the lords of the 3 clans were shouting at each other, many unknown innate great aptitudes waited silently for the scene of the ferocious beast, the white tiger, appearing to cross the threshold. Roar! In an instant, a tiger's roar pierced through the sky, penetrating through endless years of space and time, echoing above the gusty clouds. The sound of the tiger's whistle was like a sharp blade, incomparably ear-shattering, causing a slight trace of heaviness in the hearts of the mixed golden immortals' existences, and the Dala golden immortals were unable to look directly at the might of the tiger's whistle. Even if one was separated by billions and billions of miles, one would be frightened by this loud tiger's roar, causing one's hands and feet to be disorganized and one's yuanshin to tremble. Just see the mountain range stained with the blood and death aura, in an instant a hundreds of feet high white tiger emerged from it, but not its real body, just slightly smaller. The endless gales turned into his helpers, celebrating the arrival of the white tiger. The body was wrapped in endless killing chi, constantly spreading out in all directions. The great Luo golden immortals here would all be eroded by this bloodthirsty chi to erode their spiritual wisdom, and ultimately be reduced to a tool that only knows how to kill. When Ling Tian appeared in the world, the gazes of all the innate sacred, reincarnated demon gods present landed on him. Feeling the aura of killing terror on Ling Tian, none of them sucked in a breath of cool air, even Hongjun who had once pulled Ling Tian straight up. Hongjun couldn't help but be thankful in his heart that he hadn't made a move with Ling Tian in the first place. If not, even if he was holding several supreme treasures, he wouldn't dare to say that he had retreated in one piece. This beast white tiger, the image in the eyes of the crowd, completely crushed the beast god reversed when the mighty flood. Ling Tian's white tiger Yuanshin swept through the void and detected at least 24 mixed golden immortal level powerhouses hiding in the void, staring intently at him. So many mixed golden immortals, the great Tao thunderclouds of this transformation heavenly tribulation actually spread across the entirety of the clouds in the western part of the flood. No wonder, with this extremely terrifying might, it wouldn't be too much to absorb so many mixed golden immortals. It's just that if I succeed in my tribulation and transform into an innate Tao body, my strength is bound to decrease. The strength of a great Luo golden immortal is nothing more than an ant in front of a mixed golden immortal. This. Ling Tian's eyes were intertwined with worry and fear. He was afraid of so many mixed golden immortals. If the other party had murderous intentions and wanted to finish himself off, it would only be a matter of lifting his hand. Nowadays, he kind of regretted crossing the transformation heavenly tribulation during the quantitative tribulation of the 3 races. If he is at the end of the war of the Tao and the devil and then cross the threshold of the form, then in addition to the Hongjun this one mixed golden immortal level of power, there is no other. After all died tragically in the 3 tribes war and the war of the Tao and the devil. Right now, Ling Tian could be said to be riding a tiger. The great Tao thunderclouds had already descended, and he had to cross over to transform into a form. The great Tao doesn't care about your business, it only sends down blessing-giving thunderbolts, and to take them back is to slap your own face. Ling Tian, who was contemplating how to slip away under the noses of so many mixed golden immortal powerhouses, the scroll of ages in his mind suddenly passed out a message. By utilizing the chi of quantum karma in the heavens and earth, shielding one's own breath, tearing open space, and merging into nothingness, one can get out of this predicament? Between the murmurs in his heart, the scroll's information also made Ling Tian realize that in the midst of the quantum revelation, even the saint level was unable to figure out the whereabouts of another person. The self that had the chi of quantum of solace surrounded in his body wanted to leave, it was merely a thought. Thinking of this, Ling Tian no longer hesitated, and his eyes landed on the great Tao thunder clouds above the dome of the sky. Chapter 7 Divine Thunder Descends, Fusion of Remnant Souls. Blood-killing gas permeates the earth, the clouds above the divine thunder shrouded this place, billions and billions of miles in a radius of thunder flashes, the divine might is vast, all things are silenced. Roar! Ling Tian let out a low roar and raised his eyes to look at the great Tao thunder clouds above him, his four tiger paws leaping high into the air and violently stepping in mid-air, firmly gazing at the great Tao thunder clouds that were about to converge and take shape. Just standing in mid-air, the great Tao thunder cloud in the dome of the sky instantly gathered the most masculine and rigid divine thunder power between heaven and earth, flashing with purple lawns, just like a pillar of brilliant divine light shining here. In the next moment, a purple heavenly divine thunder of thousands of feet was violently swung out, its sound shaking the nine heavens, and its might made the many innate sacred that were hiding in the shadows and watching this scene gulp a breath. Chi had sighed, even if they were to endure this strike, with their spiritual treasures out and their means all out, they would still suffer a slight injury. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but gaze regretfully at Ling Tian, a ferocious beast white tiger without any spiritual treasures, cultivated to the perfection of the mixed golden immortal just by virtue of the killing chi that had condensed from the flooded heavens and earth. They wanted to see how the ferocious beast white tiger would resist this great Tao thundercloud, even if it was bestowed with blessings. In an instant, the violet heavenly divine thunder light pillar fell, Ling Tian's eyes were flooded with heaviness, but with a roar, the killing intent briefly eroded a trace of sanity while using his own cultivation technique to mobilize the uncontrollable killing chi. In an instant, Ling Tian's snow-white pattern fur shield was first flushed with a hint of blood color, which was a barrier made up of killing chi. Roar! The calamity of transformation must be crossed first. Ling Tian roared up to the sky as if he was provoking the great Tao's thunderclouds, but the great Tao had withdrawn its gaze since it had descended the thunderbolt, lurking somewhere in the chaos. And this roar from Ling Tian caused the many innate sacred to be shocked and poke and laugh. The ferocious beast white tiger would actually defy the great Tao, it really didn't know how to die. Some of the innate sacred who longed for Ling Tian to fall silently prayed in their hearts that the great Tao would be enraged and send down an immeasurable amount of divine might to exterminate this Fang. Ling Tian's roar of the entire western continent, countless fleeing races recluse speed rise, only because many living beings thought that the ferocious beast of the white tiger ferociousness, and to slaughter the living beings. When a purple heavenly divine thunder with an aura node comparable to the perfection of the mixed golden immortal heavily struck Ling Tian's circumference of pale light congealed by his bloodshed killing chi. The pale light dissipated in an instant, and Ling Tian that is, let out a desolate wail before he heavily smashed down onto the earth. The earth trembled, resounding for tens of millions of miles around, and violent and dense dust rose up. At this moment, the eyes of many innate saints converged, staring firmly at the smoke-filled location below. Amidst the dust, a trace of delight flashed through Ling Tian's heart, the uncontrollable killing aura in his body completely dissipated amidst this direct pinning divine thunder. However, without waiting for the joy in Ling Tian's heart to slow down, the great Tao thunder clouds above the clouds, as if there was a hint of spiritual intelligence, sensed Ling Tian's provocation from just now, and instantly, the thunder light rose in all directions. In the next moment, the purple heavenly thunder that should have come one after the other now actually came out in one shot. As the divine thunder resounded, the joy in Ling Tian's heart dissipated and was replaced by an incomparable heaviness. However, as he watched a purple heavenly divine thunder that was as thick as a dragon and whose divine might was vast enough to tear apart the world, Ling Tian could not help but gulp a breath. In the end, he still operated the cultivation method in his body and forced his way up. This time it was all the uncontrollable killing chi that converged into a barrier, resolutely blocking over the white tiger. Boom! Boom! The sound of thunder resounded through the western continent, and the power of the purple heavenly thunder blossomed out, making this bloodthirsty killing ground, the remaining consciousness of all spirits cringe, as if they had sensed their end. When the lightning fell and the barrier ruptured, the power of that one purple heavenly divine thunder still had the power of the early stage of the mixed golden immortal, and Ling Tian knew that even if he survived this calamity, he was bound to be seriously injured. It was a pity that even so, he was powerless to resist and could only let divine thunder take him. Bang! The purple heavenly divine thunder penetrated Ling Tian's body. The incomparably vast power of the thunderbolt washed away the killing aura left behind by the predecessor white tiger, and the mutilated soul completely merged with Ling Tian, the outsider. At this moment, many memory fragments flashed through Ling Tian's mind, and they were integrated into his memories. Even so, the memory of the ferocious beast white tiger is only a few years, countless years. The white tiger killing heart has never changed. Countless living beings died tragically in its body. Before Ling Tian had crossed over, at least one or two mixed golden immortals of the three clans had died tragically on top of the ferocious beast, the white tiger, and even the great Luo golden immortals were too numerous to count, not to mention the existence of the Tai golden immortals as well as those below. Just also why, the three tribal patriarchs before the mouth of the words, that is not in the mouth, are real cases. As the white tiger's residual soul memories merged with Ling Tian's true spirit, that one mixed golden immortal level purple heavenly divine thunder also completely penetrated through the body, and purple arcs of electricity kept presenting themselves in the white tiger's fur. Eventually, the powerful purple heavenly divine thunder dispersed, and the ferocious beast white tiger's body, with its feet in the void, only stood briefly for a few moments before collapsing straight into the earth. And this mountain range that originally belonged to the white tiger bloodbath killing chi formation, after the baptism of the great Tao lightning, it had now been turned into ashes, forming a bottomless abyss. Seeing Ling Tian's breath failing and collapsing heavily into the earth, in the void, the ancestral dragon's eyes flared with contempt and condescension. The ferocious beast white tiger was first born with spiritual intelligence, not knowing the majesty of the great Tao. How dare he provoke the great Tao, and could not cross the thundercloud of the great Tao's blessing. It is really the first person to open up the heavens and the earth. But this is good. My dragon clan is a scaled clan. The ferocious beast white tiger is a walking beast. Not much possibility to join my dragon clan. It's just a pity that an existence that was about to be certified as a mixed Yuan Dala golden immortal regretfully fell. After saying that, the ancestral dragon looked at the beginning Qilin Yuanfeng with a regretful expression, wanting very much to see the other party's exasperated appearance. As expected of the ancestral dragon, the beginning Kirin looked incredulous. Why can't this ferocious beast white tiger cross the great Tao blessing thunder tribulation, which is a great Tao thundercloud that every innate saint possesses full certainty of crossing? At this time the collapse has not been able to describe the beginning of the Qilin's heart. This great Tao blessed the transformation of the thunderbolt, even if lying in the ground by the great Tao thundercloud split, but also will not fall of the power. But what exactly was the situation of the ferocious beast white tiger? He, the beginning Kirin, really didn't know. Fellow Taoist Qilin, there's no need to be sad. Even if the fierce beast white tiger succeeds in his tribulation, whether or not he's willing to join us is still one thing. The ferocious beast white tiger that has succeeded in its tribulation possesses the strength of a perfection of the mixed golden immortal, crushing everyone present. In years past, with the white tiger's character of killing everything, he wouldn't join us easily. Even if they want to join, the fierce beast white tiger returns to the western white tiger clan. Don't forget, this ferocious beast, the white tiger, is the first white tiger to open up the heavens and the earth, so it can be said that he is the old ancestor of the white tiger clan. Yuan Feng, who was at the side, saw that her ally's mind was already in turmoil, and she opened her mouth slightly to speak. Upon hearing these words, the beginning Qilin, whose heart had crumbled, immediately sank down, and after searching for a moment, he very much felt that Yuan Feng's words were very reasonable. The ferocious beast white tiger was, after all, a mixed golden immortal perfection powerhouse, and could not easily join the Qilin clan, and the killing-obsessed white tiger was not easy to take in. What's more, the West's present-day white tiger clan is a clear example of this. But the fall of the ferocious beast white tiger Ling Tian, the three tribal patriarchs did not directly leave this place, but instead looked down to the place where Ling Tian fell. Simply because the body of a perfection of the mixed golden immortal powerhouse was a good resource in their eyes, and ordinary innate spirit objects were not comparable. But discovering the surrounding void, countless innate holiness are bubbling up with longing gaze. They stop their pace for a while, quietly alert to the surrounding. Who dares to be the first one to strike? They will be together with a total of felling of it. Chapter 8 White Tigers Fall? The Gods Snatch. He, the ferocious beast white tiger, tried to provoke the majesty of the great Tao and died tragically under the divine might of the great Tao. It deserved to die. However, since it is a living being of this demon ancestor's west, this corpse is naturally collected by this demon ancestor himself for the white tiger. Luo Shu's tone was filled with sincerity as he looked towards the place where Ling Tian had fallen, his eyes all flickering with coldness. The bones of the white tiger, a ferocious beast at the level of the perfection of the golden immortal of the mixed elements, and its body filled with the manic killing and bloodshed aura, are used to sacrifice the heavenly Tao's ferocious and exotic immortal execution sword formation in the hands of this demon ancestor, which is not a qualified destination. What's more, once the body of the ferocious beast white tiger is utilized to sacrifice the immortal execution sword formation, this demon ancestor's immortal execution formation will surely be able to condense the white tiger's true intent to kill. At that time, even if all the ascended sacred ones and reincarnated demon gods of the floodplains come together, this demon ancestor has nothing to fear. The heart couldn't help but murmur, while the 12 pints of world-destroying black lotus underneath his feet accompanied Luo Shujo's thoughts, slightly heading towards the place where Ling Tian had fallen. Sensing Luo Shuo's intentions, Hongjun and other reincarnated devil gods immediately flashed in front of Luo Shuo, blocking his path. Hongjun, one of the candidates for the spokesman of the Heavenly Tao, the enemy of his Luo's obstruction, his face instantly darkened. Instantly lifted the regicide gun-killing intent-filled tone one by one to name. Hongjun. Yang Mei. Ours. Qian Kuan. Yin and Yang. Are you all blocking me now because you want to fight this demon ancestor to the death? Don't forget that the great war between the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans has not yet begun, and once we display strength beyond their own, we will surely be attacked by all three clans with our clans. Luo Shu's eyes glowed with a cold aura, and the killing aura emanating from the Godslayer gun in his hand grew denser and denser, and the dark red lines grew brighter and brighter. The Godslayer lance was craving for the blood of the reincarnated demon god. Luo Shu was not afraid to tear his face off and fight to the death with the 5 reincarnated demon gods of Hongjun Yang Mei here. After all, for Luo Shujo, when the big war can be, but unfortunately in Hongjun and other reincarnation of the devil god, this time to do is indeed a big taboo. These reincarnated demon gods of theirs, who had been unarmed for hundreds of yuan hui, were already unfathomably strong. Surface strength in the flooded heavens and earth, they were only mixed golden immortals, but their real strength was no different from the patriarchs of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Unicorn clans, and even quite a bit more powerful than them. If they do it now, they should consider how to escape the pursuit of the current heaven and earth protagonist. The Dragon, Phoenix and Unicorn tribes, each of them occupies 1/3 of the heaven and earth protagonist position, and their fortune also accounts for a large portion. Although they were not afraid of a single pursuit, the combined efforts of the 3 clans would put them in a life and death situation. The ancestor Dragon Yuan Fengshi Qilin of the 3 clans of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Unicorn is not a little cute. When they see that Hongjun and other reincarnated demon gods are far stronger than themselves, then they, who are vying for the position of the protagonist of heaven and earth, will put aside their hatred and make a concerted effort to hunt down and kill the reincarnated demon gods. This was simply because no one could have several powerful existences with strength comparable to their own, or even surpassing their own, in the back when they were fighting in a firefight. Who knows what kind of mind these powerful people hold, the treacherous people who hide their strength. The 3 clans will never tolerate them. Listening to Luo Shu's cold words full of killing intent, Hongjun and other reincarnation of the devil god just slightly stunned, but still blocked in front of it, blocking Luo Shu to the place where the beast white tiger fell. The ferocious beast white tiger's extremely killing body, once it fell into Luo's hands, then their reincarnated demon god could declare the end of the great war. When the time comes, you can only go back to the chaos and dive into the boring long chaos. After experiencing the splendor of the flood, they were not like they once were, able to continue to accept the dullness and lack of inhibitions of chaos, which was nothing short of torture. Nowadays, many Hongjun and other reincarnated devil gods finally realized why Pangu insisted on splitting open the chaos and remaking the heaven and earth. What, Hongjun, do you insist on going to war? As Luo said, the ferocious demonic flames rose up to the sky, constantly intimidating the places in front of him. But who would have thought that Hongjun and the other reincarnated demon gods, led by Hongjun, slightly stepped forward and opened their mouths in a slightly flat manner. Fellow Taoist Luo, we are not trying to start a war, it's just that the body of the ferocious beast, the white tiger, can't be taken away by fellow Taoist. The Phoenix clan and the Kirin clan are slightly weaker than the Dragon clan, and the body of the ferocious beast, the white tiger, should belong to them. Fellow Taoist doesn't want the Dragon clan to easily eliminate the Phoenix clan and the Qilin clan, and ultimately achieve the position of protagonist of the eternal heaven and earth in the flood. The Lord of the Dragon race, Ancestral Dragon, will also be certified as a mixed great Luo Golden Immortal and become the Lord of the Flood due to his great fortune and great merits. Hongjun looked so righteous that Luo poked and laughed. What the dragons crushed the other 2 tribes, he Luo Shu was 1,000 calculations, the 3 tribes are defeated, he Luo Shu appeared to reap the benefits, so that the mixed golden immortals, Dalatai all fell into the immortal execution sword formation of the feeder. However, these words were just a thought in his mind, but Luo did not give up on the fight for the body of the ferocious beast white tiger. But just as Luo was considering how to cross over Hongjun and the others and smoothly get the white tiger body, 3 angry and stern shouts suddenly came from beside his ears. Bold, how dare you compete for my dragon clan's belongings? How dare you? A mere early-stage mixed golden immortal, how dare you make a move to snatch the white tiger's body? Daring, in front of this palace, also without to plunder. The Yuan Fengshe Qilin ancestral dragon trio let out an angry roar and instantly slapped one hand at that mixed golden immortal who was presuming to go to the place where Ling Tian had fallen. The three of them slapped out a strike, the unicorn claw, the dragon claw and phoenix claw evolved one after another, and the three attacks converged and took shape, directly penetrating the Yuanshan of that mixed golden immortal, crushing its true spirit, and causing it to completely dissipate in the world. However, the sudden strike of this early mixed golden immortal attracted the attention of all the innate saints present, and they all made a move to snatch the white tiger's corpse bones. Seeing that things were getting more and more uncontrollable, the attack of the three ancestral dragons landed around these people with only a slight wobble, only because they had each offered up defensive spirit treasures. Murderer of the white tiger corpse bone, this great opportunity, how can I miss it? Get the hell out of my way. Ridiculous, I'm holding a top-grade innate spiritual treasure and my cultivation is at the early stage of the mixed golden immortal, this great chance should belong to me. I hold great powers, and this opportunity is destined for me. In the void, numerous innate sacred figures were continuously presented, all of them heading towards the direction where Ling Tian had fallen without exception. His mouth was even chanting to himself, and at the same time, he swung several attacks at the surrounding innate sacred that were competing together. Seeing that the several innate saints were getting closer and closer to the place where the white tiger fell, the three ancestral dragons did not hesitate to move, stepping out of the void, manifesting their own bodies, and killing towards the bottom. The eyes of Luo Shuji Hongjun and the other reincarnated demon gods that were lurking in the void froze slightly. But it is so, Hongjun and others froze when Luo Shujo, a cold snort, turned into a wisp of demonic flame through their defenses, straight to the place where the white tiger fell. Reacting to this, Hongjun, Yang Mei and the others hurriedly chased after them. The five of them have their own agenda, of which I don't know how many want to get the bones of the white tiger, but the only one who really wants to stop Luo Shuji from getting the bones of the white tiger is Hongjun. Chapter 9 Great Tao Opportunity, Three Ancestors Join Forces to Defend the Enemy? As the many innate demon gods were scrambling, the ferocious beast they thought had been struck by the great Tao blessing thunderbolt and fallen, white tiger Ling Tian. He was currently standing under the hundreds of thousands of feet of abyss created by the violet heavenly divine thunder, quietly closing his eyes and deeply feeling the opportunity bestowed by the great Tao. The great Tao bestowed blessings, allowing Ling Tian to feel a wave of unknown and confusing things in heaven and earth that could be easily grasped, but were difficult to converge. This unknown contraption was clear to Ling Tian, and in his perception, it was the power of Qi that all beings in the flood desert longed for. Nowadays, the ferocious beast white tiger was born with spiritual wisdom and was also known as Ling Tian. As the first white tiger to be born since Pangu opened up the heavens and the earth, it carries the power of the white tiger clan's Qi. The reason why no luck existed before was just because the white tiger hadn't given birth to a spirit, and now Ling Tian had replaced it to become the first white tiger to open up the sky and the earth, and the luck naturally fell on Ling Tian's head at the time of the incarnation and emergence of the world. This was not a blessing bestowed by the great Tao. The blessing bestowed by the great Tao was that Ling Tian could act as an innate divine who was in charge of the laws of killing in the floodlands, and the degree of comprehension of the laws of killing could increase by leaps and bounds. The future cultivation achievement, the minimum for the mixed Yuan Dala Golden Immortal, which is also the successive generations of the flood heavenly Tao chose to open the heavens and earth. The first out of the first white tiger is the four spirits of the sky reason. The white tiger's original cultivation potential belongs to the mixed Yuan Dala Golden Immortal. The position of the four spirits of heaven's sacred honor is only the icing on the cake. My Ling Tian can already transform into an innate Tao body. The hundreds of feet of white tigers lying under the abyss, their bodies had been healed from the injuries caused by the great Tao thunder cloud earlier. Feeling the abundant and controllable killing Qi within his body, Ling Tian was elated in his heart, but then his eyes wrinkled. This previously uncontrollable killing aura, why hasn't it completely dissipated? Murmuring in his mind, he dropped his eyes to the scrolls of the Yuanshan spiritual platform, and his thoughts inquired. Since learning that this copy of the scroll could help him, Ling Tian didn't have so much to worry about, and the way the quantum summation Qi concealed his shape was what the scroll said. In the dark, Ling Tian had a sense that this copy of the scroll would not harm him at all. After all, this scroll was something that he had carried in his previous life. Buzz off! The scroll faintly emitted an unknown clearing sound, informing the cause of this residual killing aura. Aha! Very good, very good. Let me see who dares to make a move against me when I step out of this tens of thousands of feet deep abyss later. Ling Tian's eyes were flooded with joy, simply because the words from the scroll's mouth informed him of a message. That is, this residual killing chi is the controllable killing chi deliberately left behind by the predecessor White Tiger residual soul purple heavenly divine thunder true spirit when it was fused. It was just that once it was sacrificed, it could unleash a single attack of a perfected mixed golden immortal, but with it, it would also disappear into the world. In other words, this was one of Ling Tian's current cards. After a moment of elation, Ling Tian then looked up towards the source of the tens of thousands of feet deep abyss and slowly got up and leapt up, flying towards the place where the light shone. Closer and closer to the earth, his eyes grew more and more intense as he cupped the strike made up of killing chi in his hands. Ling Tian had already sensed that many powerful auras converged at the exit of the abyss where the violet heavenly divine thunder had cleaved out. But to think that he had a perfect strike from a mixed golden immortal in his hand, why should he be so worried? Even after using this strike and wiping out those comers who presumed to finish themselves off, he himself, without any cards, would be able to utilize the chi of the quantum revelation to conceal his whereabouts and quickly vanish into the void, escaping from this place. All sorts of thoughts made Ling Tian feel as free as if he had been enlightened, and then he did not transform into an innate Tao body, but remained in the appearance of the ferocious beast, the white tiger, as he continued to fly towards the top. At the same time, a number of innate holiness has come to the entrance of the abyss, looking down at the place where the ferocious beast white tiger fell. They fought hard to escape downward. But without waiting for them to burrow into the abyss, the nine-clawed golden dragon, which was thousands of feet huge, violently crashed down here and slashed through with one claw. Its power caused the many innate divine Yuanshan to tremble and their eyes to beat wildly. The surrounding space was crushed to smithereens by the light of this dragon claw, and a spatial storm swept across the earth. It was a pity that the existences with the lowest cultivation levels here were all mixed golden immortals, and they didn't care about the damage caused by the tearing of space. Instead, in an instant, countless innate sacred were forced to abandon the urgent thoughts in their own hearts and mobilize their own innate spiritual treasures to block this strike. After all this, just want to take the opportunity to disappear into the abyss to find the white tiger bones of the crowd, suddenly found that the entrance to the abyss does not know when there is a barrier, that is the Phoenix clan's nirvana fire. Although this fire has the meaning of creation and can help living beings to achieve nirvana and rebirth, it is fully lethal and lurks with full killing power. It's just that creation and killing are only at the holder's whim. A moment later, the Yuan Phone, whose entire body was ablaze with the blazing fire of nirvana, illuminated the bodies of the many innate saints and slowly landed on the earth, its lofty head raised, its eyes glowing with defiance as it gazed at this group of people. The beginning Kirin followed closely behind, only he was flat and unimpressive, not reacting with any power at all, but standing here, he was able to give a great threat to the hearts of the crowd. Seeing that the entrance to the white tiger's fallen land close at hand could not be stepped into, the many innate sacred were anxious, and this could be comparable to the chances of an extreme innate spiritual treasure. You are nothing more than mole crickets, why don't you quickly leave from the eyes of my ancestral dragon? If not, after this matter, my dragon clan will settle the score one by one. The ancestral dragon's overbearing voice of proclamation caused the many innate sacred present to fall into a state of confused hesitation. Leave quickly, the white tiger corpse bone chance is not something that you can pry into. This palace warns you, if you strike again, this palace doesn't mind if the current three clan heads renew their friendship from the time of the ferocious beasts and work together against the enemy to exterminate you. After Yuan Fong said that, she looked at the beginning Kirin to the side, only to see it speak with determination. Sister Yuan Fong is right, if you don't know what to do, the three clans can certainly join forces again to defend the enemy for the sake of the white tiger's corpse. Ancestral dragon, am I right? Hearing this, the ancestral dragon also did not refute and said arrogantly. I couldn't agree more with this point, if you don't leave, you'll be waiting for the joint liquidation of the three clans. Seeing this scene, the many innate saints were all crying out, this was too outrageous, this was impossible, the three clans would actually put aside the hatred that had been accumulated over the years and join hands to defend the enemy once again because of a single incident. However, when they looked at the serious gaze of the ancestral dragon Yuanfeng beginning Qilin, a hint of fear flooded their hearts. They wouldn't dare offend all three clans at the same time, and one clan was acceptable, after all, the other two clans were beginning to accept them. But if all three are offended, then there is really no place for them in the flooded heavens and earth. Just as their hearts were retreating and they wanted to get away, above the sky dome, 6 shadows violently emerged and came in their direction. Chapter 10, The White Tiger is Not Dead, the Gods Fear Escape. This demon ancestor won't be afraid of any of the three clans, quickly get out of the way of the mana barrier. If not, don't blame this demon ancestor for being merciless with his spear. Heavy demonic sounds echoed in this place, and the huge demonic flame had another shocking wave, attached to the sky, and the dark purple radiant light illuminated the land. It was a wisp of demonic chi, the demonic chi born from Mount Sumeru in the west. The devil ancestor Luo's feet stepped on the 12 pieces of world-destroying Black Lotus and slowly landed on this place. But without waiting for the ancestral Dragon 3 to open their mouths and drink back Luo's Shua, another majestic and vicissitudes tone came from beneath the sky. Ancestral Dragon, Yuan Feng, beginning Kirin, the three fellow Taoists, poor Dao Hongjun with 4 late-stage mixed golden immortal powerhouses, would like to assist you in destroying this devilish ancestor Luo Shuhu, who has spoken so much nonsense. As the words fell, the 5 Hongjuns, the reincarnation of the demon god, accompanied by a stream of light, presented themselves in front of the crowd. "It's you guys." The 3 ancestors were slightly shocked in their hearts, and their eyes flared with vigilance. Immortal ancestor Hongjun, demon ancestor Luo Shuo, Yin Yang Dao Master, Space Dao Master, Time Dao Master, and Qian Kuan Dao Master. This is the fierce beast period, the flood wasteland, hundreds of millions of races to their name. The 3 ancestors at first is also very happy with their friendship. However, their sudden appearance would only be perceived by the 3 ancestors as yet another comer who had come to snatch the white tiger's chance and was stronger than that group of mole crickets. Poor Dao Hongjun, meet the 3 fellow Taoists. Hongjun waved his duster slightly and spoke leisurely. There's no need to be hypocritical here, Hongjun, this demon ancestor knows your character very well. Luo laughed coldly while looking at the scene below the abyss and froze. This ferocious beast white tiger didn't die? In an instant, a high cry of horror presented itself from Luo's mouth. As soon as these words came out, almost all of the innate sacred, reincarnated demon gods Yuanshan probed under the abyss, and a moment later all of them were not scared to death. Even those existences that were only at the early stage of the mixed golden immortal and the middle stage of the mixed golden immortal didn't even think much about it, and cursed, and then pulled their legs out without looking back and left this place. Alone, he left behind Hongjun, Luo Shuju and other reincarnated demon gods, the 3 ancestors of the dragon, phoenix and unicorn, who were still messing up in the wind. Hongjun, we should leave this place immediately. The ferocious beast white tiger didn't die, crossed the transformation heavenly tribulation, his strength has been blessed by the great Tao, and he must be about to step into the realm of the mixed great Luo golden immortal, so he must leave immediately. Not bad, what Qiankuan said is true, the ferocious beast white tiger is murderous, once it comes up, if we don't leave, I'm afraid we'll be in deep trouble. Yang Mei and the others were in a hurry and just wanted to leave this place, who expected Hongjun to open his mouth blandly. For fellow Taoists, the poor Taoist was the first to be clear about the birth of spiritual wisdom in the ferocious beast white tiger. His character is not like the kind of person who was addicted to killing, and it is not impossible for us to congratulate him here on his incarnation and emergence. This statement, the 3 ancestors, Luo Shuwu, Yang Mei and other people's eyes immediately fell on the face of the Hongjun, see his appearance of a sure victory, they are also settled. After all, the strength of the ferocious beast white tiger did not take shape, are in the mixed golden immortal consummation, now through the shape of the heavenly tribulation, transformed into the innate Taoist body, closer to the Tao. It was not possible to say that the moment the ferocious beast white tiger transformed into its form, the degree of comprehension of the laws deepened further and it directly stepped into the realm of the half-step mixed great Luo golden immortal. At that time, the people present would only have no life to go back alive. Half-step this concept is when the ferocious beast period appeared, the beast emperor god against the gathering of ferocious beasts of luck, forcibly broke through the Dala bottleneck, stepped into the half-step mixed golden immortal, the strength of the crushing of all kinds of reincarnation of the devil god, the innate sacred. In the end, God Rebel was unable to withstand the crowd's siege after all, and regrettably lost. At the same time, Ling Tian, who was about to redescend to the earth, suddenly noticed that the aura of the many mixed golden immortals above him was gradually leaving, and his eyes were flooded with doubts. Strange, why are so many people suddenly running? Can't it be that it's because the aura released from my hand holding the perfect strike of the mixed golden immortal has scared them? The killing chi that Ling Tian held in his hand was emitting the aura of a perfected mixed golden immortal all the time, which was why Luo Shuji was alarmed after probing the situation under the abyss. Never mind, what's the point of my thinking so much? Go out now, and then consider what those few remaining mixed golden immortals have planned. It seems like one of the breaths is quite familiar, is it that guy Hongjun? Murmuring in his heart, his body no longer floated upwards as if he were floating, but directly transformed into a stream of light, vanishing towards the top at great speed. After half a ring, the blood fiend streaming light that Ling Tian had transformed into suddenly penetrated through the barrier that Yuan Foam had cast down and landed on top of the earth. Chapter 11 Many Pulls and Threats, I Don't Make a Choice. Hundreds of thousands of feet below the abyss, a blood-colored stream of light disappeared, violently smashed into the earth, transformed into a figure with snow-white lines all over the body. Hundreds of feet of the body had already disappeared, leaving only the 10 feet tall white tiger, eyes flashing cold ons looking around, dead staring at the surrounding innate sacred. dragons, phoenixes, unicorns. There's also Hongjun, and next to him, with his feet on the 12-pin Black Lotus of Extinction is presumably the devil ancestor Luo Shuwu, and as for the 4 people standing side by side with Hongjun, who is this? Ling Tian was thinking a lot inside, his eyes kept sizing them up while the consummate strike of the mixed golden immortal cupped in his hand. If one of them dared to make a move and lash out at him, don't blame yourself for sending him to the Western Paradise. At the same time, looking at the ferocious beast white tiger that appeared in front of him, the 3 ancestors and Hongjun and the others, none of them were sizing up his cultivation. After just a brief Yuanshan scan, the worry in his pupils instantly turned into disbelief. Why did the ferocious beast white tiger with a perfection of the mixed golden immortal cultivation, after crossing the Great Tao's calamity, his cultivation was actually not even mixed golden immortal anymore, only barely in the late stage of the Great Luo. However, since it was at the late Luo stage, there was no need for them to worry about this white tiger that was once strong enough to threaten them, but was now a mole cricket for them to pin down. But on the contrary, let them pinch the ant's white tiger, but the heart is set off a hidden uneasiness. The underworld, if they dare to move against this white tiger, will certainly fall a person. As a little bit of time passed, Ling Tian looked at this group of people and said nothing, turning around and wanting to step into the void and leave. Just as he turned around, a voice of retention suddenly came to his ears. Fellow Taoist white tiger, wait, poor Dao Hongjun, I still hope that you will stay. After saying that, Ling Tian's figure that was just about to step into the void froze violently. It was only because he realized that the surrounding void was actually shielded for no reason at all, and combined with what Hongjun had said earlier, he knew that this group of people would not let themselves leave easily. Only, if one were to make use of the bottom card, the shielding of that space, naturally, would be undone, and at that time, in just an instant, one would be able to pin it down. But an undercard was an undercard after all, and the group didn't make a move on him, so he could try not to use it. Fellow Taoist Hongjun, we have met before, it was when I was first born spiritually, and you stood in front of me. What do you want now? I want to leave, how dare you stop me? Thinking of this, Ling Tian slowly turned around, his eyes revealing coldness as he spoke in a flat tone. It's... Fellow Taoist white tiger, the poor Taoist has no ill intentions, but is just curious as to why your cultivation level would drop to the late Dala golden immortal stage directly after the great Tao thundercloud. Hongjun said, quietly unlocking the mana that sealed the space, but Ling Tian did find out that the space was not only sealed by Hongjun, but also by all the people present. I am in the perfect cultivation of the mixed golden immortal, why have I descended? That's because I shouldn't have existed spiritually, but I happened to be born by chance. The great Tao thunderclouds obliterated those cultivations born from sideways paths, the cultivations naturally disappeared, what's there to wonder about? With regards to Hongjun's question, Ling Tian did not want to hide it. After all, with the current scene, the crowd would not believe whatever reason he said. Right now, Ling Tian wrestled these people to make a move, and when he did, he would use a perfection of the mixed golden immortal strike, which was enough to kill and heavily injure one of them in seconds, while breaking through the void restrictions at the same time. Not making a move would be even better. This card could be kept until one broke through to the mixed metaphysical Great Luo Golden Immortal. As expected, the atmosphere in the room became extraordinarily unusual after this return to the exit. Fierce Beast White Tiger, I am the beginning Kirin, patriarch of the flood-walking beast clan. In the past, he slaughtered thousands of my Kirin, but if you join my Kirin clan, I can let it go. The beginning Qilin's gaze flickered with a ray of persecution and murderous intent, and his heavy voice rang out leisurely. Into my dragon tribe, had slaughtered the dragon tribe of the crime, my ancestral dragon may not forget, if not, White Tiger you will die on the spot. Join my bird of prey clan, and this palace can protect you from harm. The moment Yuan Feng opened his mouth with these words, it instantly caused the ancestral dragon, the beginning Qilin to freeze. They all threatened Ling Tian to join their forces, but they didn't expect Yuan Feng to do the opposite. It didn't matter if he didn't join, if he did, he would protect his life from their hands. This comparison completely throws them off. After all, two forces that forced you to join them would not be kind. Fierce Beast White Tiger, join my demon clan, this demon ancestor will establish you as the first general under this demon ancestor, to be worshipped by 10,000 devils, and to enjoy my demon clan's fortune. Don't forget, you are the first White Tiger to open up the heavens and the earth. Nowadays the White Tiger clan's territory is in the west of this demon ancestor, wouldn't it be a pleasure to join my demon clan? Luo Shuji picked up the Godslayer gun with one hand, and took out a divine gun with blood-devouring chi hovering around it from the mustard seed space, and stood in the void, opening his mouth in a leisurely and compelling manner. Join my demon clan, and this top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the immortal killing lance, will be yours. Without waiting for Ling Tian to reply, the beginning Qilin at the side said with great fury. Bold Luo, daring to compel my walking beast clansman, it's simply audacious. Don't shut up yet, do you not want my Qilin clan to step on your Sumero mountain? In response, Luo smiled faintly, his eyes staring at Ling Tian with a smirk. Fellow Daoist, you must not enter the demon clan, demon ancestor. Hongjun, who had just wanted to advise the devil ancestor that he was ferocious and cruel, suddenly froze, remembering the words Ling Tian had spilled out to him back then, and he was at a loss as to what to do. Don't look at the fact that Ling Tian was currently at the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, but the crowd thought of the fact that his cultivation level before was the perfection of the mixed Golden Immortal. Even if his cultivation level has dropped now, it won't be long before he can easily break through the Great Luo and advance to the mixed Golden Immortal. The speed of the breakthrough was at least faster than the unusual late Dala stage, and at that time a mixed Golden Immortal's battle power was at hand. Many Great Luo Golden Immortals have not been able to break through in their entire lives, and the ferocious beast White Tiger that is shown to be able to break through, everyone knows who is important to choose. The threat of the beginning Qilin clan's ancestral dragon, Yuanfeng's solicitation, and Luo Shuju's compulsion, the three choices were placed in front of Ling Tian. By choosing any one of them, he would be safe and sound, and even going for Hongjuan station, he could pray for the other party to bless him. It was a pity that Ling Tian wouldn't make any choices, his eyes constantly crossing over with bashfulness. I will not join any power, if you want to force me, then let's fight. Even now my cultivation is only at the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, I have no fear. Big deal, before you die, pull up a mat, don't think that you can't be threatened because your cultivation is gone. The voice filled with killing intent resounded through the sky, while the killing aura left behind in this place rose up and surrounded Ling Tian's body. The chi transformed into a huge white tiger with fierce eyes, standing tens of thousands of feet in the air, though not as much as in the past. But it also made the beginning Qilin ancestral dragon who had threatened Ling Tian just now turn pale. Yuanfeng was fearless, and Luo Shuhu was even more bland. Chapter 12, The White Tiger of the Future, the Demon God's Determination. Along with Ling Tian's threatening words exiting, at the same time, the tiger's paw had been holding the aura of a consummate strike of a mixed golden immortal instantly blossoming out. The strong killing aura caused everyone's faces to change drastically, especially the ancestral dragon and the beginning Kirin who stared at Ling Tian with taut expressions. They didn't expect that the cultivation of the ferocious beast White Tiger at the late Dala stage would actually hold the killing aura of a consummate strike of a mixed golden immortal in its hands. But on second thought, it didn't make sense. Ben knew that the commotion of his tribulation would disturb the entire floodplain. On the premise that the cultivation level would weaken after the successful transition, there was no reason not to make some life-preserving cards. Seeing that the ancestral dragon beginning Kirin's heart was retreating, a trace of happiness crossed Ling Tian's heart. However, the complexion is still feigned calm, the killing intent of the eyes does not diminish, and the sound of the voice sinks and echoes resonating through the clouds. If you don't dare, then don't talk nonsense. After saying that, Ling Tian's eyes coldly swept a glance at the few people who threatened to recruit him, turned around and flung his tiger's tail as he stepped away. Due to the spatial blockade, it was impossible to continue to perform a super long-distance recluse technique, just step by step away from this place, and once the range of the spatial blockade had passed, Ling Tian would transform into a blood-colored stream of light and instantly leave their sight. Looking at the ferocious beast White Tiger that was constantly moving away, the ancestral dragon beginning Qilin was furious. If it wasn't for the fact that it might have suffered a hint of serious injuries from taking this blow, the two ancestors wouldn't have been able to hesitate at all. If once seriously injured at this time, Yuanfeng will definitely take advantage of the situation, and then the winner of the battle of the three clans will definitely belong to the Phoenix clan. Even if the beginning Qilin and Yuanfeng cooperated and fought against the ancestral dragon together, it was because the ancestral dragon was so powerful that it had to ally with it to fight the dragon race together. If the Qilin clan was strong and the dragon and Phoenix were weak, they would all be so united against the stronger side. At the same time, standing beside Hongjun, Timothy's voice was cold as his Yuanshan transmitted his voice. For fellow demon god Taoists, aren't you curious as to why the ferocious beast White Tiger can absorb the killing chi produced in the flooded heaven and earth and use it to enhance its cultivation? Regardless of where the ferocious beast White Tiger is, his cultivation can be raised through the killing chi, and in just 2 periods of time, his cultivation has come to the perfection of the mixed golden immortal. If we finish him off, we will divide his corpse and study it. In the future, it is not possible for us to say that we will also be able to raise our cultivation level through the killing chi, and then let the floodplain set off countless strife and war. Wouldn't it be great for us, the reincarnation of the demon god, to sit back and enjoy our success? Timothy's words made the Yang Mei and Yang Qian, who had originally allowed the ferocious beast White Tiger to leave, hesitate. Only Hongjun's heart instantly froze. He seemed to remember that the ferocious beast, the white tiger, was the four spirits of heaven appointed by the heavenly Tao, and if he really killed the white tiger, it was unlikely that he would attract the wrath of the heavenly Tao. Even if the Avenue is still in charge of the flood nowadays, the heavenly Tao has already appeared in the world, and its strength has not yet reached the expectation of the Avenue, which is why it has not retreated to the chaos. Fellow Taoist timer, this is not true. The ferocious beast white tiger is holding in its hands an undercard from its own mixed golden immortal level period. If we strike to finish it off, we are guaranteed to be seriously injured. What's more, there's still Luo Shuo and the ancestral dragon beside them, so we mustn't act rashly. Hongjun heartfelt advice, but Yang Mei and Yang Qian Kuan brow slightly wrinkled, obviously hesitating. The method of killing qi to enhance cultivation was obvious, but the benefits were also proportional. In case the three ancestors and Luo Shuji made a move to snatch it, all the effort would be in vain then. However, when Timothy looked at the ferocious beast white tiger that was about to step out of the spatial restriction range, he became anxious and fiercely rebuked angrily. We reincarnated demon gods, our cultivation in our previous lives was beyond the world, and no one in the flood can match it. Even if the cultivation level is greatly reduced nowadays, and there isn't even a mixed metamorphosis great Luo golden immortal, but so what? Aren't you guys sure you can block a strike from that ferocious beast white tiger at its peak? If not, this demon god will personally stand in front of me. I don't believe that a cultivation of the late stage of the mixed golden immortal is interspersed with an innate spiritual treasure. It still can't block a full force strike that is unsupported by any spiritual treasures and whose cultivation is only boosted by sideways ways. When this statement was made, none of the people were surprised by it, and they wondered why the hour was so abnormal. Fellow Taoist timer, is the method of utilizing the killing qi to raise one's cultivation so? It's actually possible for you to risk your life, there's no need, we just need time to get back to where we were. Yang Mei and the four of them advised, they didn't quite understand why Timothy was so insistent. Timothy's eyes revealed helplessness as he had just utilized the laws of time to look through the future and saw with his own eyes the ferocious beast white tiger, which was covered in the aura of killing, standing above the river of time. The aura of the ferocious beast white tiger was even more powerful than that of the time when Pangu opened the sky, and in the end, that ferocious beast white tiger just looked at himself, and a soft sigh made him roll back to reality in time. The realm where even Pangu had not certified the great Tao was actually certified by the present-day late-stage great Luo golden immortal ferocious beast, the white tiger. That method of absorbing the killing qi to enhance one's cultivation was indeed feasible. The desire for the great Tao realm echoed in his mind, and Timothy eventually couldn't help but open his mouth and spit out the truth. I used the bottom card left behind by my previous life's demon god body to gaze at the future of the ferocious beast white tiger through the long river of time. The realm of this white tiger transcends the world, overriding heaven and earth, and Pangu is no match for a wisp of its aura. So you know why I am so obsessed with the corpse of the ferocious beast, the white tiger, and have researched the method of absorbing the killing qi. If we obtain this method, we reincarnated demon gods will cultivate the flood forces in the shadows, and at the ultimate time, we will let them kill each other, and then the dense killing qi in the sky will be transformed into our cultivation. In the end, we can rely on the great battles we have fought over and over again, and the aura of killing over and over again, and in the end, we can definitely prove the great Tao realm that we longed for during the chaotic demon god's time in our previous life. Timothy spoke shockingly, immediately let Hongjun Yang Mei Qian Kuanin Yang heart set off shock, did not expect the ferocious beast white tiger method is so strong. It was no wonder that one could come to the perfection of the mixed golden immortal with only one ferocious beast period and 0.5% of the three races period. If the war between the three clans had ended, the ferocious beast white tiger of the perfection of the mixed golden immortal would have been afraid of directly achieving the realm of the mixed golden immortal Dala. The countless great battles in the future could also help the fierce beast white tiger to enhance its cultivation, and step by step, the situation would eventually become the great Tao. Thinking of this, Yang Mei also nodded slightly, fellow Taoist timeless has a point, even if we can't obtain the white tiger's corpse, we still have to get his cultivation method. Qian Kuan and Yan all agreed, their gazes flickering with greed as they looked at the ever-distant Ling Tian. Even the Hongjun are eager for it, bear the wrath of heaven so what, the white tiger are dead, the big deal is to find another living soul to replace the white tiger achievement of the four spirits of heaven. I. In that case, then fellow Taoist white tiger should show us the way forward, for our path. Hongjun sighed leisurely, as if he was sad and compassionate. Seeing this, Timothy and the others on the side nodded slightly, good, in that case, let's do it. Chapter 13, The Demon God's Request, Mixed Enlightenment. Before Ling Tian was about to step out of the space-blocking prohibition, his brows furrowed violently as if something unpleasant was about to be born, but thinking that he would be able to leave this place in a few moments, he didn't think much about it. But the speed of the tiger claw footsteps has been accelerated, a step out, that is, 10 million miles. Soon I'll be out of here and no one will be able to find me next. When the three tribes fall, the reincarnation of the demon god dissipates, and the demon ancestor falls, I, Ling Tian, will be able to appear again. That which demon quantum revelation, where there are no mixed golden immortal level powerhouses, is my period. Ling Tian's eyes were filled with killing Tao rhythms, and as far as his eyes could see, a spatial restriction barrier forged by the mana of the mixed golden immortal presented itself from the front. It would only take him a moment or three to penetrate the nebulous barrier. Immediately disappeared into the void, by virtue of the special nature of their own cultivation techniques, the use of the invisible birth of the Dragon Han quantum robbery period of the quantum robbery of the chi shielding their own bodies, can be in an instant, completely dispersed in the world, no one can be found. But just as he was about to step out of this place, a tripod with an ancient aura around it and Qianquan's inverted Tao rhythm filling the four directions suddenly landed in front of Ling Tian, instantly transforming into a solid and unbreakable light curtain. Seeing this scene, Ling Tian's heart tightened and his eyes flared with disbelief as a line of text suddenly flashed in his mind. The innate treasure Qianquan tripod, the treasure used by Manhwa when she mended the sky, and the treasure held by old man Qianquan during the battle of Tao and Demon. The reincarnation of the demon god wants to strike at me, why? Ling Tian had a lot of doubts in his heart. He was only at the late stage of the great Luo golden immortal stage. In the eyes of the mixed golden immortal powerhouse, he was just an ant. The respect that Feng had given himself was undoubtedly due to the fact that under the premise that he had his own mixed golden immortal perfection attack in hand, the crowd didn't dare to easily fish with themselves, which was why they allowed themselves to leave. But what kind of reasoning is it nowadays? He no longer lives up to the body of mixed perfection, his body is no longer attractive, and he doesn't have any spiritual treasures on his body, he is penniless. Why in the world would this suddenly do something to himself? Ling Tian also detected Hongjuan's aura from the Qianquan tripod. To be clear, in the established future he, Ling Tian, was the four Horus of heaven, the white tiger saint, guarding the land of the extreme west. In the heart of the heavenly Tao, the status is also one of the most important. Hongjun will now actually do it to himself, and the reincarnation of the devil god of the hour Yang Mei and others to join forces, presumptuous attempt to encircle their own, not afraid of the heavenly Tao's wrath? Fellow Taoist white tiger, please stay, we have something important to ask for. While pondering inwardly, 5 silhouettes slowly emerged from the void, their eyes glowing with longing as they scanned Ling Tian's massive body, and one of them spoke quietly. Ling Tian clearly detected the greed within Hongjun and the others, and there was also a slight hint of killing intent. Vigilantly scanning the 5 people blocking in front of him, Ling Tian was silent for a moment, then a low voice spat out from his mouth. What are the 5 Taoist friends calling for? Although I was once a ferocious beast without spiritual intelligence wantonly killing flood beings, the white tiger. But now that I, Ling Tian, have been born with spiritual wisdom, I will not let innocent people die tragically in my body. Could it be that the 5 fellow Taoists, wanting to carry great justice here, will crush me here? As he spoke, Ling Tian's eyes kept flickering, wanting to detect a way to get far away, but in the end, there was only one way that penetrated his heart. That was his own attack during the perfection of the mixed golden immortal period, and once it was offered, the aftermath of the battle caused could completely unlock this blocked space. Ling Tian had already discovered that the only thing that was left in today's spatial blockade of prohibitions was only 4 people. His killing blow possessed absolute certainty of breaking through. No, I am Timothy, and I ask for one thing today. The 5 eyes of the reincarnated demon god looked at each other, then Timothy stepped forward and spoke slowly under his breath. Just say what it is called. Why are you blocking my way? Don't you want to withstand my peak strike? Ling Tian's eyes flashed with gusts of anger, and his threatening words echoed for billions of miles around. Discovered that Hongjun and others blocked the ferocious beast white tiger Luo Shujiu, the ancestral dragon Yuanfeng star Qilin slowed down, also came toward this place. They stood aside and didn't get involved. Luo wanted to see what Hongju and several nemesis wanted to do to the ferocious white tiger. As for the ancestral dragon Yuanfeng beginning Qilin, 2 of the ancestors also wanted to join in. After all, the fierce beast white tiger had slaughtered so many lives of their community, it was hard to eliminate their hatred without dying. However, due to the fact that the white tiger held a perfection strike of the mixed golden immortal in his hand, it made the 2 of them not dare to act rashly. But right now, the seed of Hongjun and the others trying to make a move against the ferocious beast white tiger caused a strand of killing intent to lift up in the hearts of the 2, and since no one was willing to join in, they might as well fall. As long as the white tiger's bottom card disappeared, the second ancestor could strike without hesitation. Fellow Taoist Ling Tian is joking, what we are asking for is nothing more than the technique that you cultivate. Feeling the very threatening sense of oppression, Timothy remained nonchalant, talking and laughing about the purpose of the 5 of them. This statement immediately caused Ling Tian's face to change drastically. The technique he practiced could absorb the chi of heaven and earth's quantitative robberies and the chi of killing. How could it be handed over so easily? No way. My innate inheritance technique, how can I hand it over to others? In an instant, Ling Tian's voice roared on the occasion. At the same time the peak period of the residual attack stood on the headland. Who dares to do it to himself, then the fish will die in the net. It just so happened that the collision of mana Dao rhythms could break the prohibition of spatial restriction, and taking advantage of this opportunity, he was also able to vanish into the void and dissipate in front of everyone's eyes. Alas, why should you be so stubborn? We are willing to take out our cultivation senses from our previous lives and deliver them into your hands. Fellow Daoists, cultivation of the perfection of the mixed golden immortal has weakened, and has now fallen to the great Luo. But if you want to witness the Tao of the great Luo golden immortal of the mixed element, how can it be an easy task? Our cultivation insights from that period are enough for you to understand the road ahead and witness the Tao with ease. In this matter, wouldn't it be great for us to take what we want from each of you, fellow Taoists? Timothy's eyes flashed with coldness, but there was still a smirk on top of his face as he murmured sarcastically in his heart. Timothy had enough certainty to make the white tiger agree to his request. After all, the cultivation insights of the mixed Yuan Dala golden immortal, the average person was begging for it. As for whether he had it or not, that was another matter. In his previous life, his cultivation was far beyond that of a mixed Yuan Dala golden immortal, and when he came out of the world, he was in the realm of the heavenly Tao, and the cultivation sense of a mixed Yuan Dala golden immortal could be said to be non-existent. But on the contrary, would an existence with a realm beyond the mixed Yuan Dala golden immortal not have the cultivation senses of that realm? No one in the flood would believe that an existence far beyond this realm couldn't take out the cultivation insights of this realm. Hongjun and the others on the side raised their eyes to look at the hour, and did not say much, but were just a little impatient. Wouldn't it be faster for them to directly take action, snatch the technique and corpse of the ferocious beast, the white tiger, and study a way to absorb the killing chi to enhance their cultivation? As for the matter of taking a blow from a perfection of the mixed golden immortal, it didn't have anything to do with Yang Mei, Hongjun and the 4 of them, and it wasn't like they were carrying it anyway. Chapter 14 Negotiation Breakdown, Devil Ancestors Help, Timeless Fear. The cultivation senses of a mixed Yuan Dala golden immortal are laughable to the extreme. Something that doesn't matter to you demon gods is actually used to try to trade for my technique. It's too shameless. Go talk to other flood spirits about this kind of thing, who would be willing to use a piece of gongfu that is vital to yourself in exchange for other people's dispensable cultivation senses. What's more, I cultivate the avenue of killing and you cultivate the avenue of time, so your avenue cultivation sense is like chicken ribs to me. Timothy's self-deluding words caused Ling Tian to let out some sarcasm. At the same time, he kept a close eye on Timothy's reaction, and as soon as he made a move, he himself would offer up a killing strike to give him a taste of his consummate attack during his peak. Unbridled. Timothy let out a stern cry, and his originally smiling and awe-inspiring eyes suddenly turned into a blaze of anger. He is the reincarnation of the time demon god, Chaos 10 Heavenly Father, willing to give up the humble dignity to let your ferocious beast white tiger talk, has been your great fortune. How dare you reject yourself, when really don't know what to say. In his ears came the anger of Timothy. Ling Tian's eyes wiped a trace of disdain. Since he had rejected the other party and had already been offended, it would be better to be offended to death. Anyway, the reincarnation of the devil god of the Tao Devil battle left only Hongjun as the winner. This so-called time demon god reincarnation hour is estimated to have already fallen in the immortal execution sword formation. Thinking of this, Ling Tian's eyes flared with contempt as he spoke quietly. Wanton? Ridiculous to the extreme. A reincarnation of a demon god dares to threaten me. Even if the 5 of you come together, so what? You and others are already deep in the quantum revelation, your bodies hovering in the quantum revelation chi-born in the flooded heaven and earth. If you can't get through this calamity, you're bound to die in life and die in the Tao. This statement did not let the time and other people into panic. They are all the reincarnation of the devil god, not sure to cross the quantitative robbery. So what? It is nothing more than to return to the embrace of the great way, in the infinite quantitative robbery in the new life. But now, the contemptuous words of the ferocious beast, the white tiger, had already caused their anger to be exchanged, their eyes slightly locked, and between their Yuanshan transmissions, the decision to go out and capture Ling Tian was negotiated. Do it! Capture the ferocious beast white tiger, get his technique, and then study the way to absorb the killing chi to raise your cultivation. The 5 people of Timothy murmured silently in their hearts, and the mana in their bodies converged. In the next moment, Timothy violently took out his own broken spiritual treasure from the chaos period, the Wheel of Time, due to the fact that it was shattered during the time of Pangu's opening of the heavens. The grade nowadays was only a very high grade innate spiritual treasure. Yang Mei did not take out any spiritual treasures, but only surrounded his body with spatial Dao rhyme divine patterns, covering this area of heaven and earth, making it difficult for Ling Tian to escape. The Qiankuan ancestor retrieved the Qiankuan tripod, and a wisp of chaotic chi spewed out from the tripod, filled with the power of overturning the Qiankuan kingdom, transforming into an incomparably ferocious attack that swept toward the front. Yin and Yang and Hongjun were only slightly flat, each taking out a top-grade innate spiritual treasure and not going all out. Already 3 colleagues have made full efforts, the 2 can save their efforts to save their efforts, it is already established, why go through all the trouble? The 3 ancestors who were still watching the battle from the sidelines, the ancestral dragon beginning Kirin realized that Hongjun and the others had made a move and hurriedly took out their own spiritual treasures and killed Ling Tian together. As for the devil ancestor Luo, his eyes flashed with a very puzzling meaning, striking out against the ferocious beast white tiger just to get his technique? This aspect, so that Luo Shujiu did not bother to go out to snatch, innate inheritance of the gong method has been a very good fit, why bother to take other people's gong method to cultivate? Attributes that don't match and forced cultivation will only cause the great Tao to be blocked. This demon ancestor does not care to be in the company of the likes of you. Luo Shuji stood on the side and said with great righteousness, but the killing aura of the Godslayer gun filled the air, and the killing Dao rhyme divine pattern carved the body of the gun, which was the picture presented by Luo Shuji injected into it. To strike at a great Luo golden immortal is simply a disgrace to the demon god. This demon ancestor prefers to protect that ferocious beast white tiger, Hongjun your business, this demon ancestor prefers not to let you have what you want. Ah, Godslayer gun, kill. In an instant, Luo Shujiu stepped out, the demonic shadow flashed at great speed, and poked a gun at Hongjun. At the same time, the killing chi blossoming out of the Godslayer gun transformed into a solid barrier, blocking in front of the Qiankuan 5 elements. He, Luo, blocked the 3 alone, and the demonic flames were monstrous as well. When Yang Mei saw this scene, he only sighed slightly, and in the midst of the deliberation, he concentrated on blocking the space and preventing the ferocious beast white tiger from escaping from this place. As for the matter of striking, it has nothing to do with him, Yang Mei, he is only responsible for blocking the space. Wanting my cultivation method is really delusional, today is the burial place of your Tokiwa. Ling Tian, who had noticed the sudden strike of the 5, did not hesitate to offer the bottom card in his hand. In an instant, Ling Tian's aura around his body instantly climbed, reapproaching the realm of the perfection of the mixed golden immortal, and a sneer escaped from the corner of his mouth as he looked at Timothy, who was coming straight at him. Go to hell! Roar! Between the bursts of tiger whistles, Ling Tian's body violently appeared around the killing aura, and the invisible breath between heaven and earth converged between the tiger's claws. Ling Tian's eyes were gradually filled with scarlet killing intent, the tiger hairs on his body exploded, and his body manifested the shadow of a bloodshed demon tiger that was millions of feet tall. The blood fiend demon tiger figure stared at the hour and then swung out a strike, accompanied by an endless killing aura that swept across the earth, with an aura that pushed towards the mixed Yuan Daelo Jinxian. This attack was filled with the endless grudges of the flood beings and the killing aura of the white tiger itself, making Timothy chilled. Obviously there was no spiritual treasure whatsoever, why could it make him fear? Impossible, I am the reincarnation of the time demon god, the Taoist of the clock, and I am armed with a supreme innate spiritual treasure, and my strength is comparable to the perfection of the mixed golden immortal. Why would you feel intimidated in the face of a ferocious beast, the white tiger, which is the perfect strike of the mixed golden immortal, not to mention the fact that this demon god is accompanied by the 3 of them, Hongjun, Qiankuan, Yin and Yang, who are also assisting him. It occurred to Timothy that he had the help of his fellow demon god and it was impossible for him not to be able to receive the white tiger's strike, but suddenly, the sarcastic sound of the demon voice bursting forth came violently beside his ears. Hongjun, just by virtue of you being worthy of competing with this demon ancestor for that position, it's simply ridiculous. Qiankuan, Yin and Yang, you and others to help Hongjun, when the time comes is bound to be the soul under the gun of this devil ancestor, now do not quickly wake up, wait for a better time. Only to see Luo continuously waving out the god-slaying spear, each swing was a full-force strike of the late stage of the mixed golden immortal, making the 3 Hongjun people suffer. As the victor of the battle of Dao and Demon, Hongjun naturally could not easily use his bottom card. Qiankuan Yin Yang wanted to do it, but has been worried about being hit by Luo Shuji's regicide gun, then the injury is not easy to heal, the innate killing treasure is not a joke. Seeing that he was left alone to face the full force of the ferocious beast, the white tiger, there were 10,000 grass mud horses racing in his heart, but suddenly seeing the ancestral dragon beginning Qilin striking out together to deal with the white tiger, the worry in his heart was suddenly reduced by 1 point. Put up a fight, isn't it the full force of the ferocious beast white tiger? It's ironic that this demon god is able to look directly at the oppressive feeling of Pangu's opening of the heavens, so why can't he look directly at the white tiger, who hasn't even reached the realm of the blended Tao Lords? After saying that, Timeless lifted the wheel of time and operated his body's mana, swinging a strong strike and fiercely killing in front of him. Chapter 15, The Devil God Miscalculates, White Tiger Escapes. Anyone who dares to pry into my feats will surely die without a burial place. Ling Tian's eyes at first burst of fierce light, his mouth spat out a killing intent filled with the sound of the tiger whistling, at the same time swung out a filled with blood-killing gas and the power of the resentment of all living beings. A blood shadow white tiger, violently swung forward to the tiger's claw. In just an instant, the aura of this divine power made the living beings of the entire western continent tremble, and even if there was no stoppage, the aftermath had already made them tremble with fear. After doing this, Ling Tian's original aura of a perfected mixed golden immortal decayed in an instant, returning to the realm of the Dala. However, it has secretly run up the cultivation technique, mobilizing the heaven and earth of the quantum of Qi to cover themselves. When the space blockade is completely broken, they will disappear into the void, disappearing without a trace. Timothy stood the wheel of time in front of him, his eyes filled with the runic Tao rhythm of the laws of time, and his body was permeated with the aura of time. This moment of time was long, the years had changed, even if it was only in the blink of an eye, the time in this place was as if endless years had been scratched through, it was impossible to estimate. Only to hear Timeless roar, his entire body's mana converging on top of the time wheel. The river of time. Present. As the words fell, the flowing water filled the wildly surging river emerged above this firmament, slowly descending a barrier in front of Timothy. The ancestral dragon and the beginning Qilin on the side originally wanted to attack with Timothy, but they didn't expect that the other party would actually choose to defend rather than collide with their attacks. The two of them couldn't help but feel some dissatisfaction in their hearts, but looking at the power of the peak strike of the fierce beast white tiger, it instantly made them come to their senses, and they hurriedly injected their own Tao rhythms between the barriers, to help them withstand the strike. Timothy was naturally aware of the two men's disdainful gazes, and although he didn't exit to despise himself, Timothy was only slightly sarcastic. Foolish thing, he only has one attack to unleash the mixed golden immortal perfection attack, he only needs us to block this move. The ferocious beast white tiger Dala realm, to be able to run away under the noses of our mixed golden immortals, it's completely non-existent. The two of you are stupid enough to try to fight this blow, what reckless people, no wonder you can't dominate the flood world. In an instant, the ancestral dragon beginning Kirin's heart was ablaze with anger, but now that they were united, they could only wait until the time of the white tiger's death, when it was time to liquidate the karma of the hour. This is the river of time. Ling Tian was slightly shocked, but he quickly reacted. This was nothing more than a trace of a shadow of the long river of time, but also sighed in his heart, worthy of being the reincarnation of the time demon god, to be able to conjure up the long river of time with the body of a mixed golden immortal. Ling Tian could already tell that this attack of his was at most enough to crush the defenses of the three, but it could only injure the three for a fraction of a second, and the other party would be able to recover in a moment with a little bit of conditioning. But so what, Ling Tian has already covered himself with the chi of the quantum revelation, and now no one can figure out his follower's origin and cultivation as well as his whereabouts. Between thoughts, the attack released by Ling Tian suddenly blasted on top of the time barrier formed by the three of them and Timeless. In an instant the endless Tao rhyme bloomed brightly and opened, the powerful violent aftershocks directly let the surrounding space ripples, and even some have been broken, the chaos of the gas instantly erosion of the earth, a prosperous aura of the gorgeous mountain range suddenly became a piece of dead silence. Ah! In an instant, the shattering of the time barrier caused a trace of blood to flow from the corner of Timothy's mouth, and along with it, the ancestral dragon beginning Kirin's mana was damaged. Timothy's eyes flared with panic as he looked at the killing strike that followed towards him, gradually realizing that its power wasn't as strong as before as he lifted up the time wheel and flung out a move of time immeasurable. The power of the law of time loss directly caused the attacks released by Ling Tian to turn into nothingness. Awesome, awesome. It's just a pity that this time wheel is also damaged, and I'm afraid that the power of the extreme innate spiritual treasure will have to drop again. Ling Tian looked at his attack being resisted, and did not have a hint of panic. Instead, he stood in place with the corner of his mouth raised in a yin and yang tone as he leisurely spoke. At these words, Timothy hastily panicked and surveyed the wheel of time, and after a few moments, he really found that a corner of the wheel was dented and down, and it was indeed damaged. Nothing. Just need to capture this damned ferocious beast, the white tiger, and all the losses can be made up for. Timothy reassured himself in his heart that he hadn't crumbled much when the time wheel of the extreme chaos spiritual treasure was reduced to an extreme innate spiritual treasure, so what was this little bit worth? All that was needed was to find the many fragments of the wheel of time in the years to come and polymerize them, and then the power of the spiritual treasure could be recreated. Today is the day of your death, you ferocious beast white tiger, pay for the lives of the hundreds of millions of our Dragon Clan members. Hundreds of millions of people of my Qilin clan died because of your ferocious beast, the white tiger, so today I'll take your soul back and sacrifice it to the clan. The ancestral dragon beginning Qilin roared loudly and angrily while his aura pressed down on Ling Tian, trying to make him kneel down. However, it was only a pressure at the level of a mixed golden immortal, and there was no sense of oppression at all for the addition of holding the chi of killing with the chi of heaven and earth's quantum revelation. This word, the time is also back to God. The heart of the matter of the wheel of time fell to the side, eyes flooded with greed, looking at the two slightly flat openings. Two fellow Taoists, make your move. Together, we will take down the ferocious beast white tiger and rid the flood of this great evil, and we will share his techniques and body. Very good, very good. The two returned in unison. In the next moment, the three of them struck out one after another, and the infinite divine light transformed into gigantic hands in the heavens, filled with the laws and Tao rhythms that they themselves had penetrated, and attacked towards Ling Tian. Just by pinching the ferocious beast white tiger, they were sure to completely suppress it in the palm of their hands. After all, in front of a mixed golden immortal, a Tao Lord was like an ant. In front of a great Luo golden immortal or a heavenly Tao saint, a paramount saint or a golden immortal is also like an ant. Looking at the giant hand of Tao rhythm coming towards him, Ling Tian's eyes narrowed slightly. In an instant, the tiger's claw that flowed with the killing chi immediately tore apart the void in front of his body, and his body transformed into a blood-colored stream of light and vanished into it. Seeing this scene, the three of them were calm and used their yuanshan to deduce the void orientation of the ferocious beast, the white tiger, but after a few moments, all three of their faces froze. It was only because they were actually unable to deduce Ling Tian's information from the void, and in order to find him out, at the very least, they would need to break the endless and boundless void to reveal his true form. However, this was not at all something that they could break with their mixed golden immortals, and required a mixed great Luo golden immortal to do so. At the same time, a mocking word slowly came from the sky. Thank you, fellow Taoists, for letting me see your shameless faces. A mixed golden immortal level existence would actually pull off the face of a great Luo golden immortal for the sake of a cultivation technique inherited from someone else. My ferocious beast, white tiger Ling Tian, hereby records your kindness, and in the years to come, I will surely repay you deeply. Even if in the years to come all of you fall in this quantitative calamity, your race will still be cared for by me, don't worry. Chapter 16 The Devil God's Shame, Order to Hunt Down and Kill. The voice echoed between heaven and earth, causing the three of them, Timothy, to gnash their teeth and anger flared up in their hearts. Ah! Damned ferocious beast white tiger, this demon god has never been so humiliated. An existence at the level of a great Luo golden immortal can actually escape from my hands. With the sound of a roar, Timothy only felt a loss of face, and his yuanshan's deduction of the heavenly chi was hazy, unable to calculate Ling Tian's position at all. However, whenever his bearings were deduced, as long as the other party was still in the western continent, it would be impossible to escape his control. It was a pity that nowadays, the chi of quantitative calamity covered everything, and no one could deduce the location of the ferocious beast white tiger. Unbridled, my ancestral dragon, when I return to the endless seas, I will definitely issue a hunting order. Order all the scaled clan to hunt down the ferocious beast white tiger immediately, but whoever offers his head, my dragon clan will reward 10 pieces of innate spiritual treasures, and abundant innate spiritual objects as a bounty. The ancestral dragon roared the heavens and the earth, its face red with impotent fury as it roared. The beginning Qilin on the side did the same, and with their two clans working together, they didn't believe that they wouldn't be able to find a great Luo golden immortal level white tiger. Originally, the ferocious beast white tiger fled on the escape. The ancestral dragon began Qilin will not be because of this to give the order to hunt down and kill, after all, is not a life and death enemy. But now there was an existence at the level of a great Luo golden immortal who was going to fight them tooth and nail in the flood, and it was impossible to deduce his location. This means they are in the light and the white tiger is in the dark. In the event that the pride of their clan traveled through the floodplains and was tragically killed by the white tiger, they would not be able to exterminate the white tiger and would have to let him slaughter them at will. This was unacceptable to the two ancestors, and they could only pray that the reward they gave would allow the flood beings to hunt the white tiger. Fellow Taoist beginning Kirin, it's time for us to leave and discuss our grand plan to unite. Yuan Feng's eyes flowed with surprise. She actually could not project the location of the white tiger either. How is it not an ability for a Dala Golden Immortal to be able to cover up the heavenly chances and slip under the eyes of the mixed Golden Immortals? The incident of the ferocious beast white tiger was over, and she had to discuss with the beginning Kirin how to deal with the ancestral dragon, a powerful fellow. Between the three clans, only the Dragon clan was strong, and only the Phoenix clan and the Kirin clan were united in order to fight against them. With Yuan Feng's Yuanshin transmission echoing in his ears, the beginning Qilin's eyes trembled slightly and his lips quirked. In the next moment, the two of them locked eyes and simultaneously tore through the void, disappearing into this place. Reincarnation of the demon god, Tao Father of the Hours. I see that it's nothing more than that, actually can't even stop a single Dala Golden Immortal. It's really the shame of the mixed Golden Immortals. I thought you could stop the white tiger. I didn't realize that such a waste was worthy of being called a Tao Father? Ancestral Dragon saw this scene, did not hurry to leave, the corner of his mouth wiped over a trace of disdain, sweeping the hourly tone demeaning said. The words that Timothy had insulted his ancestral dragon earlier were still engraved in his heart. Unbridled. When Timothy heard this, he let out a roar and just wanted to strike at the ancestral dragon, but he suddenly sensed something and stared with angry eyes and did not strike. My Dragon clan will defeat the Phoenix clan and the Kirin clan, and achieve the position of flood hegemony. At that time, you our must come to the ancestral dragon court to bow down and worship, or there will be no place for you in the flood. My ancestral dragon is true to his word, the reincarnation of the demon god, a mere disgrace. Seeing that Timothy was fearful of his ancestral dragon, he became even more pleased and spoke condescendingly. Then, under the light of Timothy's anger-filled eyes, the ancestral dragon turned around and flew in the direction of the endless sea. Insolent and arrogant people. If it were not for the quantum revenge approaching, once I make a move with you, I will surely drag my hour into the depths of the quantum revenge, making it difficult to get out. Or else I'll let your life return to heaven and earth right now, so that you'll know that the demon god is majestic. Timothy's eyes flared with anger, and he spoke with a single word through clenched teeth at the corners of his mouth. Then, he thought of something and suddenly turned to look at Yang Mei behind him. Witnessing the other party's leisurely and bland appearance, Timothy's heart was filled with anger, and he questioned in a stern voice. Yang Mei, why was the spatial blockade broken? You're a space demon god, blocking a side of heaven and earth in the district can actually be broken by an easy blow from a perfection of the mixed golden immortal. Could it be that you secretly let the water out? Originally still watching the show, Yang Mei, hearing this, his eyebrows suddenly plummeted, and his tone remained flat back. Fellow Taoist timer, that divine strike by the fierce beast white tiger just now was a gathering of the invisible killing chi and the power of all living beings' grudges in the heavens and earth, so it was only right that it broke the spatial blockade. How dare you presume to say that I am letting go of the water, and are you not seeking a reason for your dereliction of duty? Flat tone, slightly threatening intent, Yang Mei is a smiling tiger among the devil gods, unless it touches his bottom line, it will not be easy to go out and use full strength. After all, when Pangu opened up the sky, the power of that move to open up heaven and earth made Yang Mei look like he was facing a situation where the great Tao of life and death collapsed. At that time, Yang Mei understood that life was precious, and it was only right to cultivate in a meticulous manner. As for nowadays, Timothy coveted the merit of the ferocious beast white tiger. Yang Mei is also slightly involved in the practice of absorbing the killing gas to enhance the cultivation of the merit. See the chaos of countless years of the space demon god will not believe. It is not allowed to say that the image that Timothy saw, or the backhand left by Pangu, made them demon gods grudge against the ferocious beast white tiger. Yang Mei but with the Hongjun deep friendship, for the future of the four spirits of heaven slightly heard, the white tiger alone one of them. Once they were completely offended, they would have to face a pursuit at the level of the mixed metaphysical Great Luo Golden Immortals in the future. Even if they were to return to the realm of the mixed Great Luo Golden Immortals, fighting the white tiger of the four spirits of heaven wouldn't be an easy task. The other party could mobilize the power of the flooded heavens and earth. Wouldn't it be easy to suppress their demon god? So to say, completely offended, Yang Mei couldn't do it. Timothy's words were not going to be refuted by Yang Mei. He did let go of the water, but the premise that no one knew about it was that he was using his full strength. Yang Mei, you. Timothy was slightly stunned and was about to angrily rebuke Yang Mei, but when he thought of the other party's behavior during the chaos period, he stopped his words. After all, when the two had tried to unite time and space during the chaos period, evolving into the laws of space and time, but none of them had ended in failure. But a deep friendship was also formed. Both sides of the person of the time is also clear. Yang Mei obviously used his full strength. It is he lost his mind. Luo Shuji and Hongjun, who are still killing each other, sense that the beast white tiger has already left, exchanged the last blow, suddenly stopped, the body retreated tens of thousands of miles. Ha! This demon ancestor's plan has succeeded, and your scheme to covet the fierce beast white tiger's feats has been shattered. A group of mixed golden immortal level existences actually let the white tiger of the great Luo golden immortal slip out from under their noses. It's truly a strange shame. Luo put away the god-slaying gun, issued a burst of ridicule, and then did not wait for the other party to retort, immediately turned around and stepped into the void to return to Mount Sumeru. He was afraid that if he stayed any longer, the words of greeting from Hongjun and the others would fall. Simply because even Luo has secretly projected the whereabouts of the ferocious beast white tiger, but all to no avail. He was using the jade butterfly of creation to project, but he didn't even project it. It can be imagined that no one in the vast floodplains can know the whereabouts of the present-day ferocious beast, the white tiger. They could only learn about it when the other side appeared between the floods. Chapter 17, Perfunctory Hours, the method of decapitating 3 corpses, the position of the Holy Spirit. Luo Shu mocking moment turned away, the ferocious beast of the white tiger's recluse into the void breath is all gone, the ancestral dragon's shouting words, so that the time in the eyes of the anger of the fire, the corner of the mouth clenched teeth. However, facing the force surrounding Hongjun and the others who were also reincarnated as demon gods, Timothy could only force down the anger in his heart and spoke in a deep voice. Fellow Taoist Hongjun, fellow Taoist Qian Kuan Yang 3 fellow Taoists. You guys can explain why you 3 late mixed golden immortals can be blocked by Luo for such a long time. Just a single innate killing and destroying supreme treasure, the deicide lance, along with the 12 pieces of world-destroying Black Lotus can be an even match with the 3 of you? Timothy couldn't figure out, the battle power of the reincarnation of the demon god should belong to the 1-to-1 battle power according to reason, if there is no accident under the premise of basically 2 defeats, seldom presenting the crushing trend. Nowadays, the scene of Luo Shuji alone and Hongjun's 3 men being evenly matched, to put it in another picture, is that Luo Shuji alone can crush a reincarnation of a demon god. Right now, Hongjun 3 people heard the questioning of the time by the ear, none of them are not inner embarrassment, but the face above the still calm. No will admit that they did not go all out, after all, they are all treacherous people of countless years, it is only right to leave some cards. To use full strength for a feat, it is not worth it, the time can see the future of the great Tao realm existence, they do not believe that before was only briefly confused, fight or awakened. The words of the hour are not to be trusted. Overall, in this battle of plundering the merit law, only the time demon god reincarnation Timothy used his full strength, and the remaining 4 demon god reincarnations were all touch-and-go situations. Fellow Taoist timer, the innate killing supreme treasure deicide lance was, after all, the spirit treasure of the beast emperor divine reversal back then, and countless people thought that the might therein was just a flash in the pan. But every strike of Fengkai Luo Shuhu was a great threat to Poverty Road as well as Yin Yang Qian Koan to have, and once hit by it, he will surely be seriously injured. But in the way of Timothy's face, Hongjun slowly stepped forward and explained. On the side of the Yin and Yang Qian Koan pondered the answer, did not think that Hongjun was the first to open his mouth, and both of them agreed with Hongjun's point of view in succession. Just casually passed the hours, anyway, the ferocious beast white tiger's so-called merit method of absorbing the killing chi of heaven and earth to enhance it was a bit too ridiculous, it was completely impossible. It is also because of the time to use the long river of time to witness the ferocious beast white tiger future realm, but others have the realm of the great Tao, why should you be witnessed? Moreover, after witnessing it with his own eyes, his own injured breath had not changed, so he thought that Timothy only wanted to fool them into doing it. Just for the sake of this barren and drifting rumor, to want them to use their full strength, is it not laughable? The perfunctory words made Timothy angry. What every strike is life-threatening, do you not have defensive spiritual treasures, fight with Luo with your bare hands? Seeing that this matter was already over, Timothy could not pursue it too much, and could only open his mouth in a cold voice. Since I can't get the fierce beast white tiger's technique, forget it. But Luo Shuhu hinders us, we must pay the price, when the war between the 3 tribes is over, that's when he, Luo Shuhu, will fall. Spit out gusts of coldness in his mouth, killing intent pervades the surrounding area, obviously the time has already been regarded as a mortal enemy of Luo Shuhu, blocking the avenue to kill without amnesty. Hearing this, Hongjun and the others also raised their smiles and faintly returned. Good, the end of the war between the 3 clans will be the time when Luo Shuhu falls. Said, the time to take the lead to leave, Yang Mei Qian Kuanin Yang followed, leaving Hongjun standing in place, eyes flooded with a gaze that sees through everything, looking into a void, a ghostly opening. Fierce beast white tiger fellow Taoist, please come out to meet me, poor Dao Hongjun has no ill will. As you can see, when I fought with Luo Shu before, I didn't even use a single spiritual treasure. After a half a dozen times, Hongjun's heart could not help but feel some dark doubts. Strange, the heavenly Tao clearly informed the poor Tao, the ferocious beast white tiger did not leave, directly in the void watching this place, can it be a fake? Meanwhile, in the endless void, Ling Tian's expression froze when he heard this. His eyes were flooded with disbelief, but he had used the power of the quantum revelation to shield his own breath. Even if Ling Tian changed into a golden immortal level 5 clawed golden dragon and stood in front of Hongjun, it would still be a golden immortal level golden dragon, not a ferocious beast, a white tiger. But why could Hongjun tell straight away that he had not left, but was standing in the void watching them? Between all the thoughts, Ling Tian came up with the only explanation, and that was that the sprout of the heavenly Tao that had not ruled the flood had informed Hongjun of his location. It was only due to the quantum of solace that his location could only be vaguely detected. Above the flooded earth, Hongjun continuously scanned the endless void, intent on finding Ling Tian's aura, and finally sighed leisurely. It's just. What the heavenly Tao asks for, the poor Tao will consider in the future. Fellow Taoist White Tiger, the poor Taoist is going. In the void, listening to Hongjun's mutterings, Ling Tian secretly said in his heart, it is true, the heavenly Tao has given Hongjun his own position, but it is hazy and unknown. Seeing that Hongjun was about to leave, Ling Tian Yuanshan did not notice any danger, and even used the scroll in his Yuanshan spiritual platform, and in the surrounding void, the reincarnation of the demon god had long since left and was not lurking. Old Taoist Hongjun, what is there to ask for? Seeing this scene, Ling Tian let out a high cry as his body left the void in just an instant and landed on the flooded earth. Looking at the ferocious white tiger that emerged from the void, Hongjun had a long-lost smile on his face, contemplating what the heavenly Tao had asked for, and spoke leisurely. Fellow Taoist Ling Tian, the poor Taoist is the future spokesperson for the heavenly Tao. After the great Tao retires, the poor Taoist will take the place of the heavenly Tao to reign over the flood. When the heavenly Tao first took charge of the flood, it needed 4 divine beasts to guard the 4 poles of heaven, and they were titled the 4 great saints. And fellow Taoist Ling Tian is one of the heavenly Tao's hand-picked candidates. As Hongjun spoke, Ling Tian's brows furrowed. Wasn't this the same as what Hongjun had said back when he crossed over? Noticing this, Ling Tian was just about to open his mouth to reject Hongjun, who would have expected the other party to take out a scroll Dharma door as if he had foreseen his prediction, and opened his mouth in a deep voice. This method is the method of witnessing the Tao mixed when the poor Taoist penetrated the laws, and it is called the 3 corpses witnessing the Tao method. He can split into 3 bilocations, 4 good thoughts, evil thoughts, and self-thoughts. When the 3 corpses are united, you can be certified as a mixed Yuan Dalit Golden Immortal. The poor Taoist has taken out this method only to allow you, Taoist friend, to comprehend this method and comprehend a similar method of splitting, so that you can obtain the position of the 4 spirits of heaven's holy honors. Once the position of the Holy Father is ascended, you, Taoist friend, can obtain infinite merit and virtue, and in the future, you will be sheltered by the heavenly Tao, and no saints will be able to move it. Hongjun will not believe, he cannot pinpoint the beast white tiger, this evidence of the mixed method are taken out. The great thing of allowing Ling Tian to detach a detachment to assume the position of Saint Sovereign and obtaining immeasurable merit was as simple to take as if a pie fell from the sky. The heavenly Tao merit, the position of the Holy Father, and the method of proving the mixed Dharma are 3-pronged. He Hongjun still cannot take a fierce beast white tiger? Chapter 18 The complete method of decapitating 3 corpses, transforming into human form. How about it, fellow Taoist Ling Tian, all the words spoken by the poor Taoist are true words. If you don't believe me, the poor Taoist is willing to make an oath of the great Tao. Hongjun said confidently, at the same time in his heart for the last of the 4 spirits of heaven to return to the matter, has become. It was only that this ferocious beast, the white tiger, was a bit of an embarrassment to Hongjun in terms of his position as a holy father. After all, the first 3 talked for a few moments and learned that they could obtain the merits of the heavenly Tao and shelter their own race from extinction in the flood. The realm of one's own cultivation can also reach the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal of the mixed world, the position of the Holy Father, why not? However, the ferocious beast white tiger was obsessed, but now Hongjun had secured the victory. Fellow Taoist Hongjun, are you serious? This is your method of proof, and you're just going to hand it over to me so easily? Just for the sake of, my dividing and subdividing my body to assume the position of the Holy Father. Ling Tian's eyes glowed with disbelief, and his mouth was even more vocal. Ling Tian could hardly imagine how far Hongjun could go for the 4 spirits of heaven, and now he was clear. Even the future method of decapitating the 3 corpses was taken out, and the great Tao oath could be opened, and just now Ling Tian secretly used his Yuanshan to sweep the scroll in Hongjun's hand, and the entire Tao text of the method of decapitating the 3 corpses was engraved in the center. The law of the good corpse chopping nemesis. The method of chopping up evil corpses. The method of chopping away at the self. The law of the 3 corpses. Ling Tian was shocked that Hong Jun was actually willing to come up with the complete method of unification of the three corpses, the future of the Purple Heaven Palace. 3 speeches, countless years, every person who practiced the three corpses to prove the way, none of them are difficult to three corpses unification. Ling Tian could not help but have some suspicions that Hong Jun had taken out the law of the three corpses at that time, which was not complete, and had purposely gone to restrict the development of the flood. But now that the entire set of the decapitation of the three corpses to prove the Tao was in front of him, Ling Tian had to believe it as well. For that day of the 4 spirits of the saintly title, the intention was to refuse, but due to the sincerity of Hong Jun, plus the scroll in his mind may be able to analyze the decapitation of the three corpses to prove the law, from which he came up with a similar dharma. This so-called position of Saint Exalt, the position of infinitely obtaining heavenly Tao merits, he, Ling Tian, took it. Ever since he discovered that the ancient scroll in his mind possessed various functions, Ling Tian was clear that it was bound to be his golden finger for traveling through the flood. It was not clear where the limit was, but it was definitely not limited to the mixed metaphysical great Luo golden immortals. Of course, fellow Taoist Ling Tian, if you really achieve the realm of the mixed great Luo golden immortal with the Poverty Road's Tao-proof Dharma, then the poor Taoist still needs to thank you, Taoist friend, for helping my realm to the next level. After all, using someone else's proof of the Tao requires one's own chi to be supplied to the person who started the Tao. Hong Jun stroked his beard and spoke in a kind tone. With that, Hong Jun slowly handed the scroll and printed with the method of decapitating the three corpses to Ling Tian. Fellow Taoist Ling Tian, since you're willing to take up the position of Sacred Father, this item will be yours. When the war between the three clans ends and the battle between the poor Taoist and Luo Shuhu is terminated, the three holy beings, the green dragon, the Xuanwu, and the vermilion bird, will appear between the floods. I still hope that when the time comes, fellow Taoist will keep his promise and manifest an alter ego to take up the position of Saint Sovereign. This is a good thing to gain the shelter of the heavenly Tao of infinite merit. Listening to Hong Jun's words, Ling Tian took the scroll and threw it into the Yuanshan spiritual platform, his eyes filled with the moral of acceptance as he spoke with alacrity. Since you, Taoist Hong Jun, are willing to hand over the method of proof, how can I avoid it? Please also rest assured that when the duel between the Taoist friends and Luo Shuhu is terminated, the green dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, Xuanwu, and the 4 directions of the Holy Spirit will appear in the world, and I will assume the position of the Holy Spirit in the extreme western part of the West. At these words, Hong Jun nodded slightly and smiled, good. Seeing this, the body of Ling Tian's ferocious beast, the white tiger, transformed into an innate Tao body, with immeasurable mana flowing from its body. In just a moment, it transformed into a gold and white brocade robe carved with the sight of a red gold and white tiger, a pair of short boots that look like the paws of a white tiger, and a silver white tiara on his head with long silver white hair. The eyes revealed a pervasive desire for battle to kill, but the subconscious mind was wide awake. Hong Jun, who witnessed Ling Tian transform into human form, was secretly shocked in his heart. The might of the ferocious beast white tiger is indeed not to be underestimated, and it is no wonder that the heavenly Tao would choose him as the Western Holy Father. The white tiger is the main killer, the future needs the other side to block the chaos demon god left over from the time of Pangdu's opening of the heavens, and the chaos beast stepped into the floodplains, and he needs to be strong to do so. I am Ling Tian, the first white tiger to open up the heavens and earth, carrying the white tiger clan's fortune. Ling Tian slowly opened his eyes, and as his words fell, a thunderstorm violently flashed above the firmament, a response recognized by the great Tao. At the same time, in the white tiger ancestral land in the western continent, the contemporary patriarch slowly opened his eyes, his body's aura filled with the might of the peak of the great Luo, and his tone was shocked as he opened his mouth. How could there be an old ancestor in my clan? It's impossible. Is it that ferocious beast, the white tiger, that is devoid of any spirit and full of the aura of killing? That's totally impossible. It's... After a half a minute, he glumly looked downwards and commanded. The killing aura between heaven and earth is becoming more and more pervasive. You must not go out of the ancestral land easily, there are innate formations here to shelter our clan. A great war between the 3 clans, sooner or later they will eat their own fruits. As for our hearts, that first white tiger who opened up the heavens, or that ferocious beast white tiger, nowadays the sky is hazy, it may be false news, there is no need to seek too much proof. The many white tiger elders below also nodded slightly, and then closed their eyes. Congratulations to fellow Taoist for taking shape and coming out of the world. This Tao body is the form closest to the Tao, a manifestation of when the great god Pangu opened the heavens. Seeing this scene, Hong Jun revealed a smile from the corner of his eyes, telling of the various benefits of the human form. There's no need for that, I'm just taking what I want from you, Taoist. But the method of chopping off the 3 corpses of fellow Taoist, I will be able to comprehend it in a few short days and chop off the split body. Ling Tian nodded slightly and said back blandly, then his eyes narrowed slightly, sensing the embodiment of the law of killing in heaven and earth, and it was just as Hong Jun had said, it was really the closest to the form of the law. Since the matter has been settled and the position of the Holy Father has been decided, the poor Taoist will leave first. Seeing that the matter of the heavenly Tao was over, Hong Jun slightly showed his intention to leave and leisurely spoke. Hearing this, Ling Tian did not say anything to retain him, but only nodded his head slightly. Seeing this scene, Hong Jun turned around and stepped into the void, dissipating in this place. After half a sound, Yuan Shen swept through billions and billions of miles of mountain ranges in the void, have not found Hong Jun departed traces, cannot help but sigh. Worthy of being a mixed golden immortal powerhouse, his strength is not something that a Deluo golden immortal like me can pry into. When I left, I didn't leave a trace, it's just a pity that in the future, the realm of the mixed golden immortal will cease to exist. Between long sighs, Ling Tian also turned around and stepped into the void, heading towards an unknown place. There, since Ling Tian had taken shape and emerged, his Yuanshan had faintly sensed it, as if there was some kind of opportunity descending on his head, attracting him all the time. Now that the matter was settled, it was time for him to head to the land of opportunity. Chapter 19, The Desolate North Underworld, Hazy Unknown Chance. The years are long, and tens of thousands of years are worthless in the midst of the flood. A snow-white, blood-drenched figure kept echoing in the flooded earth. Ling Tian had obtained the method of decapitating the 3 corpses since, and did not rush to observe the contents of it. Instead, he went all the way north, leaving from the western continent and heading towards the once desolate land of northern underworld. The North Underworld was the base camp of the ferocious beasts in the past, and once, at the beginning of the opening of heaven and earth, the spirit was filled with spirit, immortal mist, and there were many innate blessed places. But because of the beasts wherever they pass, the heavenly paradise ashes, they do not cultivate the aura, only absorbing the fury of the world and become 3,000 demonic gods left behind in the floodplains of heaven and earth between the grievances gradually become stronger. The Beast Emperor Divine Reversal, who was formed from the grievances of the demon god, led the fierce beast clan and fought with the many innate powers at the beginning of the opening of the heavens in the northern land. The intense destruction they caused had left the northern continent barren, and the innate aura, the innate spiritual veins had long since dissipated into the world after the destruction of the fierce beast clan. Nowadays, the barren land of the North Underworld is known to all, even the Chilan clan that has its feet on the floodplains has only sent a few unfavored Chilan clans to be stationed here. The North Sea, also known as the Sea of the North Underworld, the latter-day demon master Kunping's incarnation of the place, the ancestral dragon similarly sent a few unconcerned, dispensable dragons to this town to guard the North Sea. The Phoenix clan, on the other hand, was disdainful this poor land of aura was not worthy of their encroachment. At this time, after tens of thousands of years of rushing, Ling Tian stood above the clouds and looked at the desert-filled earth, the endless and boundless earth, with only a handful of mountain ranges remaining. Although the northern underworld land had long since recovered a lot of its innate spiritual veins after countless years of deduction and change, it was ultimately no match for the other 3 continents. Perhaps the only other time is when the devil ancestor Luo Shuhu, during the battle of the Taoist devil, detonated all the western spiritual veins and plunged the west into long years of barren and poor resources of spiritual qi. At that time, perhaps the land of the north was much better than the western lands. The land of opportunity was getting closer and closer, but Ling Tian was a bit puzzled that his opportunity would exist in the desert poverty-stricken northern underworld. If it wasn't for the pursuit of the Dragon clan and the Kirin clan, he would have preferred to head to the Buzhou mountain, where the chants of the 36 pieces of the green lotus of creation and the innate gourd vine and the banana tree were all located on top of the Buzhou mountain. Or travel to the waters of the East China Sea, where existed the 3 immortal islands known in later times as Panglai Abading Zhou. During the period of the witch demon quantum revelation, the Duke of the East King was able to pull up numerous Downlord Paragon saints with just one of the islands, so one could imagine the abundance of resources in it. It was only a pity that the Dragon clan and the Chilan clan's undying pursuit annoyed Ling Tian to no end. Even if he possessed the divine ability to mobilize the power of heaven and earth's quantitative calamity to shield himself, he would still be chased impatiently. Ling Tian was especially helpless when he was being wildly hunted down by the wild mixed golden immortal powerhouses, who wanted to exchange their heads for the reward offered by the 2 clans. Is it possible that tens of thousands of years have passed, and the beings of the flood still don't know the truth that he will dissipate into the world if he disappears into the void? The lure of the innate spiritual treasure, even if they knew that Ling Tian possessed exceptional divine abilities, they still wanted to try it. After all, it wouldn't be a loss to try. Dragon clan, Kirin clan, you really deserve to die. Thinking of this, Ling Tian inadvertently clenched his teeth. During the tens of thousands of years, he wanted to travel the scenery of the floodplains, but he was discovered by a mixed golden immortal powerhouse and could only frantically flee like a street rat. Although there was no lack of great Luo golden immortals running over to hunt him down together and being wiped out by Ling Tian's several divine aptitudes of the incoming ones, but nevertheless, the number was huge, and one would get impatient after a long time. However, on the occasion of finishing off many Dao Lords, there would actually be invisible merits in heaven and earth that would fall into Ling Tian's body. It was only because a portion of the Dao Lords had thick karma intertwined in their bodies, and were in fact sinners of heaven and earth, and taking out one of them would result in heavenly merit. Right now, although the Great Tao is still in charge of the flood, but part of the authority has fallen into the hands of the Heavenly Tao, about the distribution of merit, naturally promulgated by the Heavenly Tao. Looking at the endless land of the Northern Underworld, and the sea of Northern Underworld that echoed with it, Ling Tian fell into deep thought. His Yuanshan kept trembling, guiding him that his own chance was in this place, but Ling Tian had been searching for thousands of years in the desolate earth, but just couldn't find this chance. However, it was biased that with each passing hundreds of years, the trembling in the Genesis got closer and closer, as if the chance was about to appear. At the same time, the invisible aura of quantitative calamity and killing aura between heaven and earth became more and more pervasive, and with each rising layer, the chances jumped deeper and deeper. This broken chance is in the end in what, the chi of the quantitative calamity between heaven and earth is about to break through the critical point, and the minds of the three races will be like wild beasts. At that time, the entire flood will be plunged into war, and the matter of chance, how can I talk about looking for it? Why don't we find a place and start absorbing the chi of quantum revelation and the chi of killing from heaven and earth, and try to break through to the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal before the quantum revelation is over? Incidentally, using the scroll to analyze the method of chopping three corpses and comprehending the method of alternative split bodies, when the time comes to occupy the position of the Holy Spirit, the future merits will be added, heaven and earth will be favored, and the saints will not be able to move me easily. Between all the murmuring, Ling Tian wanted to run to the top of the North Sea Islands, open up a short-lived dojo, and start drawing on the heaven and earth's quantitative calamity chi. Ling Tian's reason for occupying the position of Saint Sovereign was simple: there were hardly any mixed Yuan Dala golden immortals surviving in the flood in the future. Taking the lead, then Hongjun witnessed the Yang Mei de Xian, after some exchanges, can only regret away from the flood world. After all, the Heavenly Tao wouldn't let a mixed Yuan Dao Luo Jingxian that wasn't under control go unchecked. It is as if everyone in the latter days wanted the establishment. The position of the Sage of the Heavenly Tao and the position of the four spiritual saints of heaven are in the establishment. The 3 emperors and 5 emperors of the human race, the 10 temples of Yama of the 6 paths of reincarnation, and the ghost emperors of the 5 directions, and so on, all of these were in the establishment. Thinking about whether to continue to seek the place where the opportunity is located, or to open a cave to absorb the chi of the quantitative robbery to enhance the cultivation level. After half a minute, Ling Tian let out a slight sigh. It's just. Continue to search for the place of opportunity, and when the quantum killing erupts, I will then run my gong method to absorb the quantum killing chi, and it won't be too late then. As the words fell, Ling Tian instantly wandered towards the endless and boundless northern underworld in a vain attempt to find the place where the chance was located. In the northern underworld, the people were sparsely populated, and the cultivation of the living beings was weak to the extreme, but Ling Tian had personally seen hundreds of ferocious beasts surrounded by killing aura, who fought with the original races of the northern underworld. If Ling Tian did not have nothing in his possession nowadays, not even a single spiritual treasure, why would he be obsessed with heaven-defined chances? He is no longer a spiritless beast white tiger, only know to kill with the flesh. The avatar Tao is also a little bit of understanding. Just as Ling Tian was wandering aimlessly in the northern underworld, the quantum revelation chi between the heavens and earth began to wander, expanding more and more, and even vaguely injecting itself into the bodies of the flood spirits. Chapter 20, Twilight of the Gods, the Devil's Ancestors Plot. When the quantitative robbery between heaven and earth is filled, the killing opportunity in the hearts of the 3 tribes is becoming more and more obvious. In order to be the only protagonist of heaven and earth, the 3 tribes have gathered forces from all sides, and will be located in the central earth of the floodplains to open the final showdown soon. This was also a point that the 3 clans' senior management had defaulted to, and at the same time, before starting the war, they had also gone to exterminate the scattered cultivators' mixed golden immortals that were lurking in the cave heavenly blessed land. It was only because the 3 clans were worried that they would reap the benefits of the situation and strike first to eliminate them. If they don't take sides at the time of the decisive battle, then the only thing that will greet them is death. Ling Tian had traveled for tens of thousands of years, and most of the scattered cultivator mixed golden immortals that scenarios had struck out against him had been rounded up and annihilated to death by the 3 clans. As for the pursuit order of the ferocious beast white tiger, the dragon Kirin clan thought that they could not eliminate him, and could only let him roam the land of the northern underworld. Right now, most of the mixed golden immortals have already perished, and the only survivors are Hongjun Yang Mei and the others, who are reincarnated as demon gods, and Luo Shuhu, the devil ancestor of the West. Because these people were the reincarnation of demon gods, the three clans didn't have much certainty of finishing them off and could only let them sit on the well. During this period, countless mixed golden immortals fell, comparable to the twilight of the gods during the fierce beast period. This is why, at the beginning of the witch demon period, a party of Tai golden immortal is a party hegemony, and the Dala golden immortal is even the strongest. All because, fearing that the three clans were afraid of the many scattered cultivators of the mixed golden immortals sitting on their hands, they preferred to strike first to eliminate them, rather than betting that they wouldn't make a move at the critical moment. There was a little resistance, but the end of the matter. No mixed golden immortal could block the full force of the three clans' siege, except for the ferocious beast white tiger that possessed the chi of the quantum revelation to shield itself from the heavenly chances, and the reincarnation of the demon god that possessed a powerful undercurrent. A place surrounded by immortal mist where spiritual energy gathered, with immortal spirits and beasts everywhere, a mountain range rich in vitality. This is named Baiyujing, also known as Yujing Mountain, for Hongjuan's dojo. Between the mountainside, emanating from the purple light shining mountainside flashes vaguely, the source of the light, which is a large palace surrounded by aura, the plaque above the engraving of the purple heavenly palace 3 Taoist text. Inside the palace, Hongjun Yang Mei our Qianku and Yin Yan 5 people were sitting in a circle, facing each other. Fellow Taoists, the three tribes are besieging the many mixed golden immortals of the flood. What is the difference between this move and the Beast Emperor's divine rebellion at the time? Chen Kuan face red, angry. If it is not their own identity of the devil god let the three tribes scruples, I am afraid that it is not the end with the flood and the mixed golden immortals did not have any difference. Fellow Daoist Chen Kuan doesn't have to be so angry, we are the reincarnation of the demon god, the three tribes don't dare to move it easily, there is still some difference with the beast emperor god rebel. After all, the three clans only want to exterminate some inactive mixed golden immortals, while the fierce beast god rebel is different. But he wants to destroy the entire flood, and bring heaven and earth back to chaos. Yin and Yang's face looked indifferent to the feathers of Qiankuan, they are the reincarnation of the devil god, why should they care about the flood spirits? Hearing this, Qiankuan only sighed slightly, expressing regret for those mixed golden immortals who had died tragically at the hands of the three races. Among them, there was no lack of innate sacred ones who possessed the qualifications of the great Luo of the mixed Yuan, but it was a pity that all of them had fallen. The three tribes are not allowed to do this in heaven and earth, but it's a pity that the power lies with them now, and we can't do it easily. But Hongjun, the reincarnation of the united demon god, spoke and paused briefly for a moment. On the side, the four Yang Meisher Chen looked at Hongjun in unison. Although one of them does not care about the life and death of the living beings in the floodplains, but who can be clear that at that time, once the three tribes' war is divided into winners, one of them will advance to the mixed great Luo golden immortal, and will inevitably clear out them, the reincarnation of these demon gods. Nowadays, the best form is to make the three tribes lose both of them and completely lose the qualification to compete for the protagonist of the flood wild heaven and earth. Feeling the four people's gaze, Hongjun smiled faintly, stroking his beard and spoke leisurely in a deep tone. The poor Taoist observes that Luo has already set up a formation at the battlefield agreed upon by the dragon, phoenix, and unicorn tribes. This formation is a supreme formation created by the heavenly Tao's ferocious and exotic immortal execution 4 swords in conjunction with the immortal execution formation diagram, and it cannot be broken without 4 of the same rank. The three tribes killed to the end, Luoshu will certainly go out to reap the benefits, the heavy injury of the lord of the three tribes, just Luoshu's hands of fish meat. When the time comes, we will step in and hinder Luo Shuhu from sacrificing the living beings of the three tribes, hindering him from strengthening the power of the immortal execution formation. Save the ancestral dragon Yuanfeng beginning Kirin, force them to make a heavenly oath, suppress the immortal volcano, the eye of the East Sea, and the central earth, and they may not come out of it except for an infinite amount of culpas. At that time, the entire flood would be left with us and the 6 reincarnations of the demon god, and we would only need to exterminate Luo Shuhu, who is not of the same path as us. When this is over, we will be favored by heaven and earth and certified to be the great Luo golden immortals of the mixed world. Listening to all the words of Hongjun, Timothy and the others fell into a short period of contemplation. After half a minute, the 4 Timothy Yang Mei nodded their heads in agreement with Hongjun's scheme. Forcing the 3 ancestors to suppress all places and not to come out unless there is an infinite number of culpas. He eliminated the wolfish Luo Shuhu, gained the merits of heaven and earth, was blessed by heaven and earth, and was certified to be the great Luo golden immortal of the mixed world. At that time, the flood's chi was left to their own devices. Among the corners of the eyes of the hour, greed flowed out, until he had done all these things, certified to the mixed metamorphosis great Luo golden immortal, the ferocious beast of the white tiger's gong method, would not it be as if it was like a bag of gold, at his mercy? Meanwhile, on the western continent, Mount Sumeru. Looking down below the devil flame monstrous devil powerhouse, Luo Shujo excited, eyes looked aside to the 7 feelings and 6 desires, the devil Zunkidu, the devil Luo lawless inquired. The battle of the 3 clans is about to begin. This demon ancestor sends you to the place of the great battle to set up the 10,000 devil sacrifice formation. When the 3 tribes are defeated, this demon ancestor will set up the immortal execution sword formation, and you will open the 10,000 devils sacrifice formation to draw the blood of the 3 tribes' living beings to help the power of the sword formation skyrocket. At that time, the 3 clans will be playthings in the hands of this demon ancestor. After the matter is over, my demon ancestor will receive heaven and earth's fortune, and this demon ancestor will be certified as a mixed great Luo golden immortal, and the entire flood will belong to my demon race. 7 sentiments and 6 desires, Kidu Wutian, evacuate immediately on the occasion of setting up the formation, and let the rest of you preside over the formation. Ergo, do you hear me? The words fell, the 7 feelings and 6 desires and other people agreed in unison, and then accompanied by Luo Shujo's one hand waved down, they have ahead of the central place of the flood, secretly laid down the formation. Looking at the departure of the demons, Luo Shuji finally spit out his heart freely. Ha 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 ha. This demon ancestor's great cause of proof will finally be accomplished, 10,000 demons sacrifice formation. As a demon race created by me, it is an honor for you to dedicate your cultivation to the old ancestor. This demon ancestor will return to the realm of the mixed great Luo golden immortal, and at that time, Panga's opening of the flood will belong to this demon ancestor. A burst of demonic sounds echoed through the empty Sumeru mountain. With that, Luo himself stepped into the void and headed toward the central earth of the flood, waiting for the great battle of the 3 tribes. Chapter 21 3 Races War Rises, Land of the Fall of the Divine Rebel. The flooded heavens and earth do not remember years, and millions of years flow by. At this time the central earth of the flood gathered hundreds of millions of people, countless birds and beasts scales and armor converge here, the dragon tribe, the phoenix tribe, the unicorn tribe, the 3 tribes of the war is about to start. In the void, the 6 reincarnations of the demon god hidden in the void stared intently at this scene of impending war. Moments later, when everything was ready and the top management of each race descended to the center of the battlefield, the invisible chi of the quantum revelation in the sky and earth surged in surprise, and the aura of killing permeated the sky and earth, causing the 3 races and their subordinate races to gradually lose their sanity. However, this was not noticed by the 3 ancestors who were the lords of the 3 clans, who were now mesmerized by the enormous power of chi in the heavens and earth. As the strands of chi were integrated into his own body, the cultivation of the 3 ancestors climbed to the extreme, and the comprehension of the laws was about to step into the next realm, to the realm of the perfection of the golden immortal of the mixed elements. But right at this critical moment, the bottleneck silently appeared, preventing them from breaking through to the mixed Yuan Dala golden immortal no matter what. In an instant, the 3 ancestors violently opened their eyes to look at each other, looking at each other's body above the wandering heaven and earth fortune, if they can seize it, will certainly certify the road to the great Luo golden immortal, the protagonist position of the flood world also belongs to them. Thinking of all these things, the 3 ancestors could no longer hold back their desire for the realm of the great Luo golden immortal of the mixed element, and immediately exuded their own pressure, covering the entire battlefield, and said in unison under their breath. Kill, and win this final duel for our Dragon Clan Qilin Clan Phoenix Clan by capturing the Chi-Luck of heaven and earth. Between the words, the 3 ancestors instantly made their moves, mobilizing their own strong innate spiritual treasures, and the ancestral dragon killed directly towards the other 2 ancestors. Seeing this scene, the other Dragon Clan powerhouses flocked to the Kirin Clan and Phoenix Clan beings, opening up their battle to determine the protagonist of heaven and earth. In the past years, the siege of the 3 clans against the many mixed golden immortals had given countless 3 clans great powers a blast, with countless resources of innate spiritual objects. Although the encirclement is for the mixed golden immortals, in fact, the great Luo golden immortals who are unwilling to stand in line will also be involved in it, and will be encircled and killed by the 3 clans. Right now, the desire for the protagonist of heaven and earth had already exceeded the extreme, and without the slightest hesitation, the orders of their own ancestors were met with a killing spree. When the 3 races as well as the billions of races were born at the moment of the great melee, the flood heavens were hazy, completely shielded by the chi of quantitative catastrophe, and the chi of bloodshed hovered around them. At the initial encounter, some beings without the Downlord realm instantly lost their minds and struck out to kill without dying. In the void, the demon race under Luo Shua, watching this scene, their eyes flooded with pleasure, they also wanted to be so slaughtered. Hongjun, 5 people hidden on the side. The heart immediately set off a burst of shock. This scene is comparable to the original, not even beyond the original 10,000 tribes crusade ferocious beasts of the scene. In just an instant, corpses were strewn everywhere, rivers of blood littered the land, and a rich aroma of blood rose from heaven and earth. It's time. Hongjun sighed slightly in his heart, and then his eyes froze, as if he was transmitting a wisp of information. In the waters of the East China Sea, on an unnamed island, a Taoist slowly opened his eyes and spoke leisurely to himself under his breath. The message from my father has arrived. It's time for my Hong Tian to act. In the next moment, he disappeared into the endless deep sea and headed towards the ancestral dragon court. The immortal volcano and the unconventional mountain both had a Taoist who traveled to the ancestral lands of the 3 tribes. The land of the North Underworld. On top of a barren land, with thousands of mountain ranges standing around it, a figure landed at the entrance of the mountain range, quietly looking deep into the depths, the scene of 10,000 beasts roaring in anger, falling into a brief moment of contemplation for a while. This figure was none other than the ferocious beast, White Tiger Ling Tian, that roamed the northern underworld. The quantum-killing aura in the heavens and earth has skyrocketed several times. Are the 3 races at war? Ling Tian leisurely raised his eyebrows to look in the direction of the central earth of the flood, speaking in a tone of contempt. He, Ling Tian, had endured many years of wandering the northern underworld, and as the heaven and earth's quantitative calamity chi climbed, the matter of chance in his heart presented itself more and more. Now, along with the complete outbreak of the 3 clans' war, Ling Tian also sensed the place where the opportunity was located. Looking ahead at the gathering of ferocious beasts, Ling Tian's face was bland as his own bloodline throbbed, wanting him to transform into his own body and slaughter the ferocious beast beings of this mountain range. It was a pity that Ling Tian, as a clear-conscious Ling Tian, would not be tempted to make a move because of some bloodline throbbing. After years of wandering the northern helllands, Ling Tian had also understood just where the mountain range in front of him was. This place is the former Fierce Beast Dynasty, the place where the Beast Emperor God Reverse fell, and the place where the alliance of 10,000 races jointly attacked. His chance of Ling Tian will be another? There was no mistaking the sense of the underworld, but Ling Tian just felt a pang of amusement. He was just named the Fierce Beast White Tiger, not a fierce beast transformed by killing fury. Crowned as a ferocious beast by the many innate holinesses of the flood, it was not a ferocious beast born out of the resentment of the 3,000 demon gods. If it wasn't for the lack of opportunistic spiritual treasures, Ling Tian would have turned around and left the moment he arrived here. That's just it. Since I'm here, I'll go in and take a look. What kind of chance is it that can make my mind restless? Ling Tian looked at the ferocious beast mountain range that was close at hand, but between tens of steps, he slowly stepped out. Only seconds later, Ling Tian's figure completely disappeared into the ferocious beast mountain range. Just after stepping into it, the land as far as the eye could see was infested with ferocious beasts. Good lord, there are not a few ferocious beasts at the level of this great Luo Golden Immortal. Even the number of ferocious beasts at the Tai Golden Immortal level is countless. No wonder the beings of the flood world and heaven and earth are unwilling to completely exterminate these races that only know how to destroy. A ferocious beast clan without a mixed Golden Immortal at its helm is nothing more than scattered sand. Scanning the circle, shock filled his eyes. He had thought that the great Luo Jingxian level ferocious beasts he had encountered when he had traveled through the northern underworld were just 1 or 2. But right now, there were hundreds of Daolord fierce beasts standing in front of him. Even Ling Tian vaguely felt that there were more Daolord fierce beasts lurking in the depths. Thinking of this, Ling Tian's mind was slightly curious as to why they were unwilling to step out of the ferocious beast mountain range, and what was it that was hindering these Daolord ferocious beasts. Between all the doubts, Ling Tian stepped deeper, and when he took a step, hundreds of gazes landed on his body, causing his heart to tighten. These Daolord fierce beasts won't make a move against me, right? His brow furrowed slightly as he found that their desire to make a move was becoming more and more obvious, and in an instant Ling Tian spat out a cold snort. In an instant, those great Luo Golden Immortal level ferocious beasts were all bowing down in worship, as if they were greeting a new king of ferocious beasts. Seeing this, Ling Tian's heart immediately set off doubts, but did not think much about it. After all, the killing aura on his own body was almost the same as the aura on these ferocious beasts. That, and in a sense he was also a ferocious beast, but nay possessing spiritual intelligence, he was not a being born from the demon god's fury, but rather a white tiger born and raised by heaven and earth. Chapter 22 Beast Emperor's Palace, Beast Emperor God Rebel not dead. These ferocious beasts, could it be that they think of me as the chaotic 4 fierce beasts? Ling Tian's eyes flared with disbelief as he pondered inwardly. The 4 fowls of chaos. Tao Tai. Poverty. Chaos. Blockhead. The four are the kings of the Fierce Beast clan, and the Fierce Beast God Rebel is the Beast Emperor. Get up! Ling Tian said in a leisurely and tentative manner under his breath. As the words fell, the many Dowlord fierce beasts that were originally bowing down in worship rose up, their eyes filled with fervor that was enough to dedicate their own lives to the fierce beast white tiger in front of them. In this situation, Ling Tian had already fallen into a daze, and while his heart stout surged, he tried to open his mouth again. Get out of the way! As the words fell, the many Dowlord fierce beasts blocking the direction dispersed, making way for a heavenly avenue that led straight into the depths of the Fierce Beast mountain range. Sure enough, you really think of me as the king of ferocious beasts, but unfortunately I'm not. After half a ring, Ling Tian spat out an unimpeded feeling from his mouth. At least he would be able to arrive at the land of opportunity without making a move to fight these Dowlords ferociously. Looking at the land of opportunity that was close at hand and seemed like it was thousands of miles away, Ling Tian headed towards the depths of the Fierce Beast mountain range. As they passed by, the numerous Dowlord fierce beasts all lowered their heads, showing their submissive intentions. Seeing this scene, Ling Tian somewhat wanted to bring these Dowlord fierce beasts out of the Fierce Beast mountain range. After all, after the three clans' quantum revelations, Dowlord Golden Immortals were the strongest of the age. With such a large number of Dowlord fierce beasts, wouldn't it be easy to plunder heaven and earth's chi? But suddenly Ling Tian thought, and a flash of light appeared in his mind. The technique that he practiced was to absorb the quantitative robbery and the killing chi to enhance his cultivation. It is also clearly documented in the Kung Fu that one must be in a place not far from where the quantum war was set off in order to achieve the best results. The only thing that separates a continent by distance is the 50% effect. If you bring these beasts down to the floodplains, the Dala beasts that have no spirit and only know how to destroy, although they follow their own orders, once he lacks control, they will inevitably kill and destroy the floodplains. At that time, he himself was the new generation of Beast Emperor Divine Inverse, and the scene of facing the union of witch and demon together sent shivers down Ling Tian's spine. Even if Ling Tian fought against the two clans on his own, and eventually broke through to the mixed Great Luo Golden Immortal in the midst of the quantum revelation, due to the karma caused by himself, he may be forced by Hongjun, who will merge with the Tao in his body in the future, to take him to the land of the extreme west and honestly be his four spirits of heaven, the White Tiger Holy Spirit. Between all the thoughts, if this is done, the power of one person to face the Emperor Jun Tai and the 12 ancestral witches, the quantum of karma will evolve into, witch and demon to fight the beast. This one contingent event instantly wiped out the idea in Ling Tian's mind of bringing these Dowlord fierce beasts out of the Fierce Beast mountain range. However, there was a hint of an unknown thought lurking in his heart that the extent of the great battle also represented the intensity of the chi of the quantitative calamity. If it was possible, in the future, Ling Tian would like to try and order these ferocious beasts to intervene at the time of the Sorcerer-Demon War. At that time, would the intensity of the chi of the quantum of solace be even higher? However, between thoughts, Ling Tian had already disappeared in front of the many ferocious beasts, completely stepping into the depths of the ferocious beast mountain range. Just stepping into the depths of the mountain range, the surrounding breath was completely absent, as if it had fallen into the silence of nothingness. Ling Tian's divine sense swept through the surroundings and did not detect the presence of any ferocious beasts. It was completely different from the scene outside. As the Yuanshan gradually swept through the depths of the mountain range, Ling Tian discovered a large hall standing in the center, in which the blood-devouring aura that permeated the surroundings vaguely touched Ling Tian's heart. Seeing this scene, the pace of Ling Tian's legs and feet quickened, and in less than a moment, he slowly landed in front of the Grand Hall. The Beast Emperor's palace? Ling Tian raised his eyes to look at the words carved on top of the plaque, which had a strong taste of blood flowing from it, even though it was already dry and set. However, Ling Tian still felt from it that the grudges of countless races of the Flood Wasteland had gathered here, and it was obvious that the words carved on this plaque were forged from the flesh and blood of the Flood Wasteland's living beings. This is the residence of the once ferocious beast god rebel? Ling Tian's eyes revealed disbelief, and there was a slight crumbling in his heart. It was hard for him to come to the land of opportunity. I hadn't thought that it was actually the former residence of the ferocious beast god rebel. Can it be that this so-called chance thing is to let his ferocious beast White Tiger Ling Tian inherit the Beast Emperor's destiny and lead the ferocious beast clan to sweep the flood plains again? If that was the case, Ling Tian would rather give up this life-threatening opportunity. To fight against the entire flood with his own strength, he was not stupid. However, the matter of opportunity was close at hand, so Ling Tian did not mind stepping into it to see what exactly had been attracting him. The destiny of the Beast Emperor, I do not believe that I will inherit it by stepping into this palace. With this in mind, Ling Tian did not hesitate to push open the large hall and step into it with one foot. The moment Ling Tian stepped into the Beast Emperor's hall, a weak and frail voice that seemed like it had once been the voice of a monarch over the world suddenly came from beside his ears. "Long time no see, fierce beast white tiger." Having just stepped into the Beast Emperor hall, these words came from the middle of his ears, causing his heart to tighten. Who is the one who can calculate his heavenly plan and open his mouth, i.e., the name of his own being? The Beast Emperor God Reverend passed away long ago, dying tragically under the siege of many innate sacred, so who was the person who spoke out of this great hall? Thoughts flashed through his mind as Ling Tian raised his eyes to look ahead. One could only see the many corpses forming a huge throne, exuding an aura that chilled the living beings of the floodplains. It was a boundless killing aura interwoven into it, and any living being would feel intimidated by it. But Ling Tian was not like that. He was born in the killing, countless flood living beings died tragically in his hands. The cultivation of the gong method also absorbed this kind of thing to enhance the cultivation. This kind of thing, for Ling Tian, was nothing but a great tonic. As Ling Tian's eyes looked towards the source of the sound, the only thing he saw was a person covered in wounds sitting on top of the throne. His aura was incomparably weak, as if he was going to fall soon. "Who are you? Why do you know my true form?" As he spoke, Ling Tian even used his Yuan Shin to scan his body. The cultivation of the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, but the aura is weak. The real strength may also be in the early stage of the Great Luo, and even must not be easily handled, otherwise, it will lead to great trouble. Hearing this, the man spoke with a melancholy voice. "I am the Emperor of the Fierce Beast Clan, Beast Emperor God Rebel." As the words fell, Ling Tian's pupils shook, filled with disbelief. Beast Emperor God Rebel, what is this person talking about? The Beast Emperor God Rebel was dead, and everyone in the flood knew it. However, since he was sitting on top of the corpse-wrecked throne, Ling Tian vaguely believed the words coming out of his mouth. After all, would the fierce beast divine rebel that was transformed by the grievances of the 3,000 chaos demon gods die so easily under a siege? Without some life-preserving cards, how could one become a ferocious beast transformed by the demon god's resentment? Looking at Ling Tian's face full of refusal to believe, God Rebel smiled faintly. "Where are the four great fierce beast kings?" In the next moment, along with God Rebel's words, four huge figures landed around God Rebel, and they were also the four chaotic ferocious beasts that had once died tragically during the period of the ferocious beast quantum revelation. God Rebel's eyes glowed with celebration as he looked at Ling Tian's figure in front of him with some heaviness, an indescribable emotion surging through his heart. Chapter 23 Two-Way Spiritual Treasure, White Tiger God Reversing the Past, Reincarnation. The four chaotic ferocious beasts, at the beginning of the opening of the heavens, the right-hand men of the Beast Emperor God Inverse. The only 5 ferocious beasts that possess spiritual intelligence are actually still alive. Just their cultivation? Shock flashed across Ling Tian's eyes as he secretly whispered inwardly. It was slightly shocking that the identity of the person in front of him was the Beast Emperor Divine Reverence. Granted, the news that the 4 great beasts of chaos were still alive was even more shocking. The Beast Emperor God reversed 3,000 demonic gods' grievances were transformed, and it was not enough to have a life-preserving card. But the Chaos 4 fierce ones that were once obliterated into dust during the Fierce Beast period were actually still alive. Then was the information he had inquired about during his travels through the northern underworld true or not? The eyes swept over the bodies of the Chaos 4 ferocious beasts, and it was estimated that the records for them in the previous life were all in line with them, which indicated that they were indeed the 4 ferocious beasts of chaos. There was one thing that Ling Tian wasn't clear about, whether the matter of the Beast Emperor Divine Reverence's own words that he hadn't seen him for a long time was true. Thinking of this, Ling Tian spoke in a leisurely, slightly tentative tone. "Have I ever met with you? My consciousness has been in a fuzzy position for the past years, to the point where I can even say that it is not there. How could we have seen it?" Having said that, Ling Tian looked like he was blandly victorious. He was certain that the predecessor Fierce Beast White Tiger had not seen the Beast Emperor Divine Reversal. The tattered memories did not show that the White Tiger had any interactions with the Divine Rebel. What's more, as soon as Ling Tian stepped into the Beast Emperor Hall, the sense of opportunity in the underworld disappeared, as if it was close at hand, but there was no way to know. This point made Ling Tian very anxious, even measuring his gaze at every corner of the Beast Emperor Hall, between those endless corpses, or the existence of innate treasures. As for why he had seen Beast Emperor God Reverend and the 4 chaotic ferocious beasts not backing down, God Reverend's breath was decaying, and the 4 chaotic ferocious beasts' cultivation was all at the early stage of the Great Luo, no different from the many spiritless Great Luo ferocious beasts in the outside world. His Ling Tian's cultivation had reached the late Dala stage, and he only needed to cultivate for 100 years, drawing on the heaven and earth's quantitative robbery and the killing chi. He could break through the peak of the Dala Golden Immortal, and was on the verge of the realm of the mixed Golden Immortal. Upon hearing these words, Divine Reversal first sighed more than once, then his eyes lightened as he pulled out a bead that took on the color of chaos from his mustard space and held it in his palm. Seeing this scene, Ling Tian's Yuanshan suddenly trembled, and between flashes of spiritual light, he dropped his eyes into it. The object of opportunity, how could it be in the hands of the divine rebel, Trouble? But the way this bead looked, how did it seem to be one of the 4 Chaos Supreme Treasures, the Chaos Bead? No, the Chaos Pearl obscures the heavenly chances and possesses the ability to endlessly transcend everything, which can open up the heaven and earth and the small chaos within it and help the Lord of Spiritual Treasures to witness the great Luo Golden Immortal of the mixed world. Would a spiritual treasure of this level not be in the hands of the divine rebel, and would it not be the object of my chance? Between all the thoughts, the emotions in Ling Tian's eyes fell into the eyes of the divine rebel, who also leisurely opened his mouth to tell the origin of this bead. This treasure, which can gather the fatal chi of heaven and earth, the killing chi of heaven and earth, is of the grade of an innate supreme treasure. When this treasure is sacrificed, the wounds inflicted by those who are struck will be stained by the fury and killing aura, and the pain will be excruciating. But these are only secondary. The main function of this treasure is to absorb the killing chi and the murderous chi. With these words, Ling Tian became more and more eager for this spiritual treasure. The treasure of chance was really good, the spiritual treasure that attracted him was this one. But why it was in the hands of the Beast Emperor God Rebel, that was unknown. The eyes flashed a few implies of striking out. The spiritual treasure has come, why not strike out to plunder it? The divine adversary is already at the end of his strength, and the Chaos 4 fierce beasts are not strong, so he can crush them alone. However, since this was the Beast Emperor Hall of the Fierce Beast clan, he was worried that many Downlord fierce beasts from the outside world would rush here, follow their orders, and besiege himself. Although he himself was similarly respected by the ferocious beasts in the outside world, the Chaos 4 fierce beasts were the kings of the ferocious beast clan, and the divine rebel was even more of a ferocious beast clan emperor, and under the command, Ling Tian was bound to be no match for the latter. Beast Emperor Divine Reversal, this treasure is as powerful as you say. But there is no substantial relationship with our acquaintance, so why take out this treasure? As the divine rebel listened to Ling Tian's words, a sense of contemplation flowed from the depths of his eyes. Was the spirit of this ferocious beast, the white tiger, completely erased by the killing aura? The spirit that is born today is a newborn who lives up to his old self. Between the thoughts, God reversed the realization that today's white tiger has long since ceased to be, and the newborn does not recognize himself as normal. That being the case, there was no need for him to be polite, and the scheme in his mind came out of his mouth. I, Beast Emperor Divine Inverse, was once acquainted with you, White Tiger, and fought for this spiritual treasure. I was transformed by the grievances of the demon god, and my cultivation path is related to the ferocious and deadly chi in the flooded heavens and earth, and the path to witnessing the way is concise and clear. All it takes is for the flooded heavens and earth to fall into a never-ending killing spree, and between the constant killing spree, it will eventually break. Between the chaos of heaven and earth caused endless ferocious gas, this treasure can absorb the flood of heaven and earth at all times emitted ferocious gas convergence therein, I take it, the cultivation can be ascending also. At that time, when the ferocious aura is sufficient, I, God Reverse, will be able to certify to the mixed great Luo Golden Immortal, dissolve the grudges of the demon god, and remake the flood with the power of the mixed great Luo. As he spoke, God Reverend's eyes narrowed slightly, and with a hint of a strange flavor, he looked at Ling Tian and opened his mouth. You ferocious beast, the white tiger, is no different. Sucking the killing chi of heaven and earth to take shape, born in killing, but blinded by killing, reduced to a puppet of killing. I will not blind myself to the furies, only because I am the demon god's grudge incarnate, and you are born of the flooded heavens and earth. In the beginning, because of this spiritual treasure, you and I fought for it, but the winner was my god rebel. In the end, you were unable to control the absorption of your own killing chi and were reduced to a killing puppet. This spiritual treasure of chance, you fierce beast white tiger have a destiny, and so do I, Beast Emperor Divine Inverse. Listening to the words of the divine rebel, Ling Tian's eyes were filled with a mixture of complex colors. If it was really as God's Reverse had said, the spiritual treasure was really the common spiritual treasure of the two of them, and both of them had a destiny with it. However, the predecessor White Tiger failed to contend with the divine reversal and could only have his spirit eroded by the killing spirit. But now, with the control of absorbing the quantum of karma and killing chi, used to enhance their own cultivation method fell into the hands of Ling Tian, do not need this spiritual treasure control of the killing chi, can still be born spirit wisdom. It was just that this spiritual treasure could be considered vital to Ling Tian himself. What God Rebel had said earlier, this spiritual treasure could draw on the killing chi and ferocious chi born from the flooded heaven and earth, storing them in the bead space for the user to absorb. And as Ling Tian himself did not possess the means to store the killing chi, he could only absorb it while raising his cultivation level, which was not a good thing. Once in the battle, absorbing too much killing gas, breakthrough in the battle, cannot stabilize the foundation, can only be forced to continue to kill, until the victory over the enemy, before stopping to stabilize the foundation. Which, at this point, is not a good thing for the strip. Right now, the arrival of the treasure of opportunity was exactly what Ling Tian was worried about. However, Ling Tian could already tell that this beast Emperor God Reverend had something to ask for and was unwilling to fight with himself, perhaps saying that this spiritual treasure was in God Reverend's mustard seed space. The reason for not stopping to attract the arrival of himself, the man of opportunity, was to abandon the divine reversal. After all, both were destined to be together. And now that the divine reversal Great Tao was damaged, its breath was weak and incomparable, and its strength could not be furthered, this treasure would choose the strongest of them as its own spiritual treasure lord. What is it that you ask for after all this talk? Speak out, and if I can, I will certainly undertake it. But this spiritual treasure shall belong to me in the future. Between the fall of his words, Ling Tian's eyes stared at Divine Rebel's eyes. As long as Divine Rebel opened his mouth and refused, then he, Ling Tian, would have to implement other actions. Although the matter of making a move was a bit difficult or was surrounded by ferocious beasts, the importance of this spiritual treasure had already been engraved into his heart. The chance of a spiritual treasure, without this treasure, Ling Tian vowed not to rest. Hearing these words, the thoughts hanging in God Rebel's heart finally fell away, and what he was asking for was not what was known as a difficult task for anyone in the years to come. Seeing this scene, a fastidious meaning flashed across the eyes of the Divine Rebel. Standing up and with a slight wave of his left hand, this innate supreme treasure level bead floated down directly in front of Ling Tian. Ling Tian grabbed forward violently and threw it directly into the mustard space, his eyes flowing with surprise. You, Divine Rebel, are not afraid that I, Ling Tian, will not keep my word, and hastily hand over the spiritual treasure to me before I have opened my mouth to say what I am asking for. Hearing Ling Tian's slightly shocked words, the Divine Rebel had a bland smile on his face, as if he was eating Ling Tian up. What I, Beast Emperor God Reverend, seek is nothing more than reincarnation. To reincarnate and explore the path ahead of the Great Tao again, this matter is just a matter of lifting one's hand for you, Taoist. Also by the way, the owner of this spiritual treasure is my Divine Rebel, or it can be you White Tiger. When he opened his mouth, it directly caused Ling Tian's eyes to tremble, and the light in his eyes that looked towards divine reversal was filled with disbelief. Reincarnation, this is the latter days of the witch and demon quantum of the period, Pangu essence blood of the line out of one of the 12 ancestral witches, the earth of the ancestral witch Queen Earth, to Pangu tainted blood of the sea of blood is the foundation, the body of reincarnation. In the later generations, the Empress of the Earth is honored as the Queen of the Flat Heart, who reigns over the 6 paths of reincarnation. Reincarnation, how did I not know? Countless how many living beings have fallen in the flooded heavens and earth, all of which will feed back the aura of heaven and earth. Existences in the realm of the Great Luo and beyond are eternal and indestructible, but their lives return to the land of the ruins, only to wait for the coming of the infinite measurement calamity to revisit the flood. What is this talk of reincarnation? Although Ling Tian was clear about the 6 paths of reincarnation, he had to pretend to be confused after all. After all, he also wanted to be clear about how the Beast Emperor Divine Reversal had learned about the afterlife reincarnation that would allow him to be reincarnated and remodeled. Chapter 24, Bearing the Fierce Beast Emperor, Numbering Billions of Fierce Beasts. Ha ha ha. When I, God Reverse, achieved the first half-step mixed golden immortal of the flood, I had forgotten to penetrate the long river of time. I have learned that a Pangu authentic innate deity transformed reincarnation with his body, shaping the 6 paths of reincarnation to help the lonely souls of the dead under the Dala to reincarnate. This is the reason why my God Reverse knows about reincarnation and reincarnation. Facing Ling Tian's question straight on, the Divine Rebel was not displeased. Instead, the corners of his mouth smiled as he smiled back freely. Between the flashes of his eyes, God Rebel's heart became more and more eager for the idea of recultivating the Great Tao in the future. A body made from the grudge of a demonic god had both good and bad effects for him. But the harm outweighed the good. Requesting Ling Tian to help him reincarnate and recultivate the Great Tao was nothing more than a show of hands. It's... Ling Tian was slightly surprised inwardly, but his eyes flushed with equanimity, symbolized by a moment of contemplation, and replied in a languid tone. May. In the years to come, reincarnation, at the time of the present world, I, Ling Tian, will help you, Beast Emperor Divine Reversal, reincarnate and recultivate. As soon as these words came out, Beast Emperor Divine Reverence's eyes flashed with the gaze of a completed scheme as he swept his eyes over Ling Tian. The two men looked at each other, their heads dropping down at the same point in unison. The matter of opportunity has gone, the Beast Emperor God reverse requested Ling Tian to take. Things have been, Ling Tian should leave the Beast Emperor Hall, looking for a quiet temporary dojo, draw the quantum of killing gas between heaven and earth, and climb his cultivation to the peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. Then he used the scroll to penetrate the method of chopping 3 corpses to prove the way given by Hongjun, and used the scroll to create a similar method of the Yuanshan split, and assumed the position of the 4 saints of heaven, the White Tiger Sage. Between thoughts, Ling Tian turned slightly and stepped towards the exit of the Beast Emperor Hall. As he had just turned around, Beast Emperor Divine Reverence's words echoed within the palace. Fellow Taoist White Tiger, there's no need to leave in a hurry, I have a request here, and I hope that you will fulfill it. As the words fell, Ling Tian's pace of turning around stopped and he turned his eyes to look, his tone puzzled. What else is there to do, fellow Taoist God Rebel? The only thing that connects me to you is the matter of reincarnation. When God Rebel heard this, his eyes flashed a trace of silence, his eyes were intertwined with complexity and entanglement, but in the end, he let out a long sigh and leisurely opened his mouth. My minions, the 4 kings of the ferocious beasts. Taodai, chaos, poverty, legend. Once, on the occasion of my god's reverse conquest of the flood, they were annihilated by the sacred of the stars, but their undying nature brought them back to life. It's just a pity that the strength is weakened, not living up to its former peak. Nowadays they only want to guard me, the Beast Emperor, and do not covet the view of the flood. As he spoke, Ling Tian sensed God Rebel's reluctance from it. If fellow Taoist White Tiger is willing to take them in as the underpinnings of your battle force in the floodlands, I, God Rebel, am willing to give up my old love and let them follow you. Let the 4 great fierce beast kings honor you as the new fierce Beast Emperor. The Beast Emperor's chi of my God Rebel is willing to be ceded to fellow Taoist White Tiger. As the words fell, without waiting for Ling Tian to open his mouth, the 4 behemoths on the side directly opened their mouths to politely decline. I, Chaos, have followed His Majesty the Beast Emperor since the beginning of the flood. How can I abandon His Majesty just because he is now weakened? I am unwilling. I can guard the Beast Emperor Hall for countless years and always accompany His Majesty. I, Taotai, since the beginning of the birth of the flood, from among the hundreds of millions of ferocious beasts, have uniquely gained spiritual wisdom to follow His Majesty, the Beast Emperor, so I can't easily go to it and go. I, Blockhead, do the same, and would like to always accompany His Majesty the Beast Emperor. I, Poverty, would like to always accompany His Majesty the Beast Emperor and never leave him. Between all the words, it made God Rebel very reluctant to give up, but it was a pity that his days were now numbered. If they were to fall into a coma, the Dowlord beasts of the Fierce Beast Mountain Range, those spiritless fierce beasts, would rise up in a riot, slaughtering the flood world and setting off a great war between the fierce beasts and the living beings of the flood world once again. The only way was for the White Tiger in front of him to serve as the new Beast Emperor of the Fierce Beast clan. Fierce Beast Kings couldn't control Daolo-level Fierce Beasts, except when they broke through to the mixed Golden Immortals. These Dowlord Fierce Beasts that controlled the roaming between the mountain ranges were only roaming between the mountain ranges because he, the Beast Emperor God Reverend, was ordered not to set foot in the floodlands. Now, letting the Beast Emperor's chief fortune to Ling Tian had been the way that the Divine Rebel had thought of for the Ferocious Beast clan to not be extinguished. He was in charge of the chi of the Ferocious Beast clan, and he could order them as an emperor, regardless of their cultivation level. Fellow Taoist White Tiger, would you like to take on the Beast Emperor's fortune and be the new Beast Emperor, in charge of the infinite fierce beasts? The Divine Rebel did not bother to answer the words of the 4 great fierce beast kings, but only looked at Ling Tian, expecting him to give a reply. This image caused the 4 ferocious beasts to become anxious. They were unwilling to recognize the White Tiger as the new Beast Emperor, but they didn't want to disobey God Reverend's order. If the White Tiger really bore the Beast Emperor's fortune, they would only be recognizing the emergence of this new generation of Beast Emperor. Thoughts flickered continuously in his eyes as Ling Tian hesitated. He could utilize the spiritual treasure he had previously obtained to absorb the killing chi of the heavens and earth in the future, but the quantum revelation chi had to be located in the midst of the quantum revelation battle. For the future road ahead, in the period of the quantum robbery of witches and demons, sucking the chi of the quantum robbery and the chi of killing, and proving the path to the great Luo Golden Immortal of the mixed world, it is necessary to control some of the underlying war power. The witch race was not within Ling Tian's consideration, reckless people who did not cultivate the Yuanshan and regarded billions of flying birds and beasts as food. That only the demon race in charge of the sky can be selected, has a lot of underlying war power. Ling Tian, cultivation strength is good under the premise, is bound to be the goal of Emperor Jun Taiyi to pull together. For example, if you want to attract Fuxing Yuhua, you can promise Ling Tian the position of Demon Emperor. In the midst of the quantum revelation war, he, Ling Tian, could just fish in troubled waters and didn't have to really display his killing prowess. After all, what the heavenly Tao needed was a balance of witches and demons, not the crushing of one side's battle power. When the demon race overpowers the witch race, Hong Jun will help the witch to fight against the demon race, and the opposite is true for all of them. My white tiger Ling Tian, bearing the destiny of the Beast Emperor, following the destiny of the Fierce Beast clan, as the new generation of Fierce Beast Emperor, the great Tao appreciates it. Ling Tian's eyes locked with divine inversions, and his mouth slowly spat out what divine inversion was hoping for in his heart. Seeing this scene, divine reversal also opened his mouth to declare. My ferocious Beast Emperor God reversed, now the Beast Emperor fate, ferocious beast of family fortune passed on to the white tiger, it is the new Beast Emperor, the great way to identify it. Between the fall of the two words, a violent thunderstorm suddenly flashed in the sky above the land of the northern underworld, carrying the momentum of justice and responding to what the two had said. The sound of divine thunder echoed in every corner of the land of the northern underworld, causing billions of flood spirits to wonder who was swearing to make the great Tao respond. Originally, this matter should be concerned by countless great powers in the floodplain, but it is a pity that all of these great powers have already fallen, leaving only the reincarnation of the devil god, Hong Jun and the others. The three tribes stand in the line of the mixed golden immortals. Everyone knows this oath under the clarity of the sky. It is a pity that nowadays, the chi of quantitative calamity is permeating the floodplains, and the heaven is hazy, so no one knows that the new generation of Beast Emperors has already come out. Inside the Beast Emperor's hall, the four great ferocious beasts of chaos watched as the chi of the ferocious beast clan converged on Ling Tian, and the awe in their hearts surged more and more. They knew that the white tiger in front of them, that is, inherited the throne of the Beast Emperor and became their new Beast Emperor. Originally they were unwilling to kneel to worship the new generation of Beast Emperor's emergence, but on the side of the Beast Emperor God's reverse's eyes had already swept, the meaning had already come out, they could only comply. Seeing this scene, the fierce beast Chaos slowly knelt down, words of respect coming out of his mouth. I, the fierce beast King Chaos, meet the new generation of Beast Emperor. The Taotai Porchi blockheads on the side were like Chaos, worshipping. I, Taotai, King of the Fierce Beasts, meet the new generation of Beast Emperors. I, the Fierce Beast King, the Poor Key, meet the new generation of Beast Emperors. My Fierce Beast King Legend, meet the new generation of Beast Emperor. For voices of respect echoed through the Beast Emperor Hall as a wisp of chi from the four ferocious Beast Kings converged on top of Ling Tian's body. At the same time, Ling Tian, who carried the Beast Emperor's destiny and chi, suddenly had the connection of the many ferocious beasts of the flood echoing in his eyes. After Ling Tian pondered for a moment, his voice was long, and although it was tiny, it was able to be transmitted to the minds of each and every ferocious beast. I am the new Beast Emperor, White Tiger Ling Tian, and I am ordering the ferocious beasts roaming the northern underworld to return to the ferocious beast mountain range immediately. Those who are not allowed to give the order may not step out of the fierce beast mountain range without authorization. As the words fell, the ferocious beasts that were originally still in the northern underworld to allow the flood spirits to fight, turned around and ran to the ferocious beast mountain range. This scene left the flood spirits still in the middle of the battle confused, and there was a blank look in their eyes. They were wondering why the spiritless ferocious beasts could actually rush back to the ferocious beast mountain range together. Could it be that a new generation of Beast Emperor was born? Between thoughts, a chill surged through their hearts, and they rushed back to the clan to tell the elder patriarch about it. In the end, it was only under the reprimand of most of the clan elders that the matter of the ferocious beasts returning to the mountain range was left unsettled. This is the power of Qi? Ling Tian murmured inwardly. The power of Qi actually allowed him to break through to the peak of the great Luo Golden Immortal without absorbing the Qi of quantum revelation, the Qi of killing. I have to say, the power of luck can be really no wonder nowadays the three tribes, in order to flood heaven and earth protagonists' luck, tearing their faces, abandoning the friendship of the past, just for the position of the protagonist of heaven and earth. Chapter 25 10,000 Tao Rhythms, 10,000 Tao Scrolls, Quantum Breakdown. Congratulations, fellow Taoist, for carrying the throne of the Beast Emperor and enjoying the destiny of our ferocious beast clan. On top of the corpse-wrecked throne, the divine rebel did not feel lost due to the loss of the boost of chi, but instead waited respectfully for Ling Tian to inherit the throne of the fierce beast. At this point, just as God Rebel wished, he would fall asleep in the next few days, waiting for the 6 paths of reincarnation to come out in the coming years, and then calling out to the 4 great fierce beasts of chaos, so that they could bring themselves back to reincarnation. As for the helper, it was naturally the fierce beast White Tiger Ling Tian, who had now inherited the throne of the fierce beasts. In God Rebel's mind, the White Tiger was indeed a reliable candidate, and no one was more suitable for the fierce beast throne than him. I will do what Tao has asked. But I see that the four kings are unwilling to leave with me and want to stay here for a while, is that right? Ling Tian did not have much joy for the words of congratulations from the divine reversal. After all, a downtrodden tribe might not be able to rise in the future either, similar to the dragon, phoenix, and Kirin tribes. However, Ling Tian observed the emotions within the four great fierce beast kings and just looked bland, as if he didn't care, as he inquired slyly. Yes, my emperor, we would like to stay in the Beast Emperor Hall for a while to accompany the former Beast Emperor. However, if His Majesty the Beast Emperor needs our power, just send someone to issue a decree. At that time, we will bring thousands of ferocious beasts to help His Majesty the Beast Emperor dominate the flood. When the four great fierce beast kings heard this, their expressions were intertwined with complexity and respect, and their mouths returned in unison. They did want to stay here to accompany the Beast Emperor divine in verse. After all, it was the Beast Emperor of countless years. Even if he was sleeping, he still needed their four ferocious beast kings to guard him. Ling Tian's righteous words caused the four great ferocious beasts to have respect that was spontaneous from the bottom of their hearts. At this moment, the four ferocious beasts completely recognized Ling Tian as the new ferocious Beast Emperor from the bottom of their hearts. Chaos, you guys! God Rebel froze. His Beast Emperor Hall possessed innate formations that ordinary De Luo golden immortals couldn't even break into it, plus the many spiritless De Luo fierce beasts in the Fierce Beast Mountain range. In the flood, this place is a forbidden area. Ling Tian did understand the feelings of the four ferocious beasts towards the divine reversal, that being the case, it was not good for him to force them to follow him out. Since that's the case, fellow Taoist God Rebel, I will leave first. On the occasion of the future reincarnation and reincarnation out, I will come to fulfill the promise. After saying that, Ling Tian's eyes exchanged a deep glance with divine reversal, then he turned around and stepped out of the door of the Beast Emperor Hall. Greetings, my emperor. Wait in silence for the decree of our emperor. The four great fierce beast kings could not help but lower their heads as words of respect came out of their mouths. The moment he stepped out of the Beast Emperor's hall, Ling Tian looked towards the many ferocious beasts that had converged not far ahead, who were also kneeling on both knees, with bursts of low roars echoing from their mouths. Seeing this scene, Ling Tian knew that they were worshipping the new Beast Emperor, but it was a pity that he did not care to ask about the spiritless beasts. With just a faint glance, he vanished into the void and left the place. The years rush by, and the floods do not remember the years. After countless years of treading the northern underworld land of opportunity, Ling Tian had long since found a suitable cultivation dojo. This is a boundless sea, the place of the North Sea. The waves rolled up the seawater is black, not living up to the azure of the East China Sea, which maybe the depth of the water is black. In a cave on top of the island, Ling Tian sat in it as he leisurely took out the chopping three corpses to prove the way method given by Hong Jun earlier and gradually pondered over it. Chop off the good thoughts of the ego and the three corpses with an innate spiritual treasure. When the peak of the great Luo golden immortal beheads a corpse, his cultivation will be able to cater to the heavenly Tao, and his cultivation will break through to the early stage of the paragon. Chopping out two corpses and breaking through to the middle stage of quasi-saint cultivation. Chop out the three corpses and break through to the late associate saint stage of cultivation. All three corpses have been cultivated to quasi-saint perfection, and when the three corpses are united they can achieve the mixed great Luo golden immortal. Ling Tian looked at the cultivation method of decapitating the three corpses. A hint of a longing thought flashed through his mind, but it was quickly erased by him. What am I thinking? This thing needs the Hongming purple chi to break through to the heavenly Tao saints. It should not be practiced lightly. Once the method of witnessing by others is cultivated, one's own chi will inevitably be lacking and divided among those who started it. This may be the reason why Hongjuan's future cultivation will far exceed that of the six saints of the heavenly Tao. Drawing on a sliver of the chi of almost all of the innate holiness, those who cultivate this method in the future will also need to dedicate a sliver of their chi to Hongjun to help him grow in his cultivation. This, worthy of Hongjun, is treacherous enough. However, for the method of unifying these three corpses, the corpses must be beheaded with an innate spiritual treasure of the same root and origin, with matching attributes. As Ling Tian spoke, the more he felt that Hongjuan's future machinations were grand. When the sermon was preached, it was only said that the three corpses were chopped off, but not that the three corpses were united. Is this not misleading the many innate saints of the flood, that by chopping off the three corpses would be united, and that they would be certified to be saints of heavenly ways? However, this method Ling Tian would only refer to it and would never cultivate it. His own chi should not be lost. Since the time when the Qiluk of the Fierce Beast clan fell into his body, Ling Tian also noticed the benefits of Qiluk. No wonder the three ancestors, Hongjun, Luo Shuwu, the future Emperor Juntai, and the six saints of the heavens path all wanted to have Qiluk. Increase the speed of cultivation, the degree of law perception, not all difficult. Unknown scroll, this thing has granted me the chaotic infinite killing reincarnation sutra. Let's see if this method of cutting 3 corpses can be analyzed to create a new method. As the words fell, a scroll appeared in Ling Tian's hand. The body of the scroll was no longer ancient in vicissitudes, instead, it was hovering with thousands of Tao rhythms, as if it was a scroll of 10,000 Tao, unfathomable. Is this a change? That's just it, observe your thousands of Tao rhythms gathered in one lifetime. From now on, let's call it the scroll of 10,000 ways. Ling Tian was slightly stunned and did not care, then he threw the scroll of the method of cutting 3 corpses into the 10,000 paths scroll. In a flash, the 10,000 paths scroll manifested a gust of budding little white tigers that climbed onto the method of chopping 3 corpses and gradually observed it. This scene caused Ling Tian to be dumbfounded. He sensed that this sudden white tiger was actually from the same root as himself, as if it was his Yuanshan bilocation. This point caused Ling Tian to fall into a brief moment of contemplation, and he suddenly realized that the killing chi of the heavens and earth along with the chi of quantitative calamity had already climbed to the extreme. In the face of this sudden situation, he no longer thought about it and operated the kung fu he had practiced in his body, absorbing the invisible and weak quantitative robbery and killing chi of the flood world. At the same time, he sacrificed the bead that divine reversal had handed over to him, drawing in the killing chi and ferocious chi of heaven and earth. A chaotic colored and a blood-devouring aura continuously surged between Ling Tian's eyebrows. As he gradually absorbed it, Ling Tian also sank into the euphoria of the majestic killing chi and the quantitative chi boosting his cultivation. However, he realized that the killing chi he could absorb and the quantitative chi was pitifully weak. With the killing quantum of aura that erupted from the center, if one were to be in it, one would surely break through to the early stages of the mixed golden immortal, or even the middle stages, within tens of thousands of years. But it was only a pity that the land of the northern underworld, with its thin 2 cyclones, was too big to be used. Even Ling Tian was not sure to what realm he could break through to, but since he had already drawn, there was no need to stop. Stopping and having nothing to do, and the time it took for the Wan Dao scrolls to analyze the method of decapitating the 3 corpses would take some time, so he didn't have to wait quietly. Chapter 26 3 Races Fall, Peak de Lo has become unexpected present. The heavens and the earth are long, and the flood is 10,000 years old. The first outburst of the quantitative robbery chi was that the 3 ancestors of the dragon, phoenix and unicorn were completely mesmerized by the robbery chi, disregarding the lives of their clansmen when they struck, and completely blossomed into the formidable strength of the mixed golden immortal. The heavens and earth changed color, the space-time of the heavens was disorganized, the floodland trembled, the mountains crumbled, and the infinite space-time in the square was worn out by the aftermath of their battle. The Tao lords of the 3 races who were still fighting each other were directly obliterated into ashes by this powerful battle. The central continent presented a scene of hell on earth, with corpses everywhere and rivers of blood rolling like oceans. Alas, the quantum leap is complete. In the void, Hong Jun looked like a sad and compassionate person and spoke in a lamenting tone. There's no need to care, Luo is going to strike. Fellow Taoists, prepare to stop him. A gust of the intent of the laws of time bubbled out of Timothy's eyes, and his mouth couldn't help but spit out the future that he had learned from peering into the long river of time. Hearing this, Hong Jun and the others on the side hurriedly slowed down from the shock of this scene's magnificence, pulling out their own spiritual treasures one after another. 10,000 Demon Sacrifice Formation, activate! In the midst of the great Luo battlefield of the dragon, phoenix, and Kirin races as well as hundreds of millions of races, hundreds of millions of demonic shadows emerged from the void, holding formation flags and roaring with frenzied fury filling their eyes. In an instant, demonic flames ignited from the void as they took a step forward, attacking the spirits of the 3 races who had been heavily injured long ago after 10,000 years of battle. In the middle of the 3 ancestors' battlefield, this was the battlefield of the many flood races of the 3 races mixed golden immortals. In a flash, 4 killing divine swords emerged from the void, just wanting to insert on top of the avenue, but in the void, 5 divine lights were violently struck out to beat them away, breaking the intent of the divine swords in advance. In the void, 5 figures violently sprang out. They are exactly Hong Jun, Yang Mei and others, of which Hong Jun even shouted loudly. Fellow Taoists, why don't you wake up? In an instant, the ancestral dragon, Yuan Feng, and beginning Qilin, who had originally been compelled by the calamity chi, woke up and looked at the scene around them, falling into deep contemplation. However, Hong Jun's calling voice did not wake up those mixed golden immortals who were in the midst of killing each other. It was only because the 3 ancestors' cultivation was so profound that they were able to maintain their lucidity for a short period of time even when they were in the middle of the quantum revelation. However, the great powers whose cultivation was only in the early mid-stage of the mixed golden immortal were unable to get rid of the temptation of the robbing gas, and they struck out one after another, and some of them even blew themselves up just to drag one person to the returning ruins together. Seeing this scene, the three ancestors were unable to stop it. Damn it, Hongjun, how dare you spoil this demon ancestor's good deed? As the words ended, a demonic shadow broke through the void and stood above the firmament, locking eyes with Hongjun and the others. Ha! Luo, your plot is broken, next is your doom. Today is the battle of the great Tao. Hongjun smiled faintly, stroking his beard, killing intent in his eyes and provocation in his mouth. He wanted to keep Luo Shua here and completely open up the battle between himself and Luo Shua as the spokesman of the heavenly Tao. But who would have thought that Luo's face was blue, but did not lose his mind, just jia a smile. The power of the immortal execution four swords without the sacrifice of a mixed golden immortal powerhouse is only slightly less powerful. With the sacrifices of many great Luo golden immortal Tai golden immortal beings, this demon ancestor's immortal exorcism four swords have already reached their peak, and they are just icing on the cake. Hongjun, this demon ancestor is waiting for you at Mount Sumeru in the west. As the words fell, Luo surged into the void and completely disappeared. Not far away, the power of the 10,000 Devils sacrifice formation completely erupted, and in just a split second, most of the Dalatai powerhouses of the Devil race, the Dragon race, the Kirin race, the Phoenix race, and the billions of racial beings in the Floodlands were instantly reduced to ashes. Underneath the ashes were brightly colored awnings of blood fury, which kept disappearing into the void and heading towards the west. No! This can't be right. My Dragon Clan! At the time of the demise of billions of living beings and the tragic deaths of many mixed golden immortals, the eyes of the three ancestors were flooded with endless remorse, and the heavens and the earth suddenly descended with boundless karma all over the remaining living beings of the three races. Dragon Han initial robbery completely ended, the three tribes without a winner, resulting in a great reduction in the strength of the living beings in the flood, back to the beginning of the opening of the sky. The three ancestors, as the culprits, have karma that is even longer than tens of millions of feet of black clouds. Between the flooded heavens and earth, lightning flashed, wanting to put to death these people with deep karma. A ray of thunder was painless to the three ancestors, but the great Luo golden immortals were in agony. They couldn't withstand the baptism of the violet heavenly thunder. The surviving great Luo golden immortals of the three races continued to fall in the midst of this thunderbolt. Looking at this scene, the three ancestors were anxious, but there was nothing they could do. But at that moment, a voice transmission didn't enter their minds, informing them of the way to save them. After a long time, tears of remorse flowed from the eyes of the ancestral dragon, and his body transformed into 100 million feet of nine-clawed golden dragon, and a burst of dragon roar resounded through heaven and earth. The lord of my dragon tribe, ancestral dragon, for the sake of contending for the flood, causing the land of billions of living beings, thousands of karma added to the body, I wish my body to town the eye of the East China Sea, non-incredible quantitative hijacking does not come out. May the great way be discerning. As the words fell, the sound of a deep great Tao came from the chaos, taking on the words of the ancestral dragon. Immediately afterward, countless meritorious meridian clouds fell down, eliminating some of the dragon race's karma, but it was still overwhelming. The Yuanfeng beginning Qilin on the side saw this scene and followed suit. A moment later, the three avenue oath both out, the three ancestors each rushed to the oath place, leaving Hongjun and others standing above the dome of the sky. Not bad, the three ancestors have made their vows, now it's time to send Luo on his way. Hongjun smiled in relief, his scheme was getting closer, the path of the great Tao had appeared. Luo is alone, and he, Hongjun, who has gained many paths, will surely achieve the position of spokesman of the heavenly Tao. Just like the fierce beast god rebel at the time, wanting to single-handedly take on the entire innate holiness of the flooded heavens and earth, a lone person would not dare to do so. Luo's current situation is just like the original divine rebellion, in the eyes of Hongjun is undoubtedly self-destruction. Good. Rush to the west and send Luo's life back to heaven and earth. Timothy Yang Mei and the others all nodded their heads in agreement, and they were just about to get up and rush to the west when Hongjun suddenly stopped. Between the flooded heavens and the earth, astonishingly, there were sounds that shook the heavens and moved the earth. These words caused strands of black lines to rise from Hongjun's forehead, and his heart was heavy. At the same time, Ling Tian, who was in the northern underworld, on top of the island in the North Sea, suddenly opened his eyes. He had barely broken through to the peak of the great Luo golden immortal by drawing on the thin quantitative and killing chi of heaven and earth. The 10,000 Paths scroll, on the other hand, had resolved the method of decapitating the three corpses, and even gave an alternative method of dividing the Yuanshan. After this operation, Ling Tian thoroughly knew that this 10,000 Paths scroll could analyze the law of divine principle, the law of proof, improve it, and even return it to himself as its owner. Spilling out the method of Yuanshan splitting, Ling Tian was now able to cut out the ferocious beast white tiger similar to his own body with a single thought. The doppelganger would only have the interests of the main body as its primary concern, and there would be no thought of replacing it at all. The peak of the Great Luo Golden Immortal chopped out the doppelganger, and the doppelganger's cultivation was even higher than the main body, at the early stage of the mixed Golden Immortal. When Ling Tian was just about to utilize this method, a burst of oath words echoing through the flooded heavens and earth came from between heaven and earth. These words left Ling Tian at a loss for words, and even a bit blindsided. However, after slowing down, Ling Tian's face darkened to the extreme and his eyes flared with killing intent. Chapter 27, The Four Spirits Return to Their Positions, Ling Tian scolds Han Jun. I am the Green Dragon of the Dragon Clan, and I have a feeling that the four poles of heaven and earth are missing. No one is guarding them, the flooded heavens and earth are unstable, the rules are weak, and the void is easy to break. Today, I, the Green Dragon, would like to be the Holy Spirit of Heaven, guarding the land of the Far East, and taking charge of the right to revive all things and bring back life. The great Tao is above, and the heavenly Tao is discerning. Above the waters of the East China Sea, a hundreds of millions of feet high divine dragon violently broke open the waters, soaring between heaven and earth. He shouted proclaiming the hundreds of millions of living beings, the endless and boundless flooded heavens and earth. Its voice resounded through the endless starry sky, echoing between the floodplains, passing to the ears of every living being, and people suddenly had an extra god in their hearts who was in charge of the recovery of all things. Just as the flood beings were shocked, two more heavy echoes resounded through the flood. I am the vermilion bird of the Phoenix clan, and today I feel that the four poles of heaven and earth are crippled and unguarded, the flooded heavens and earth are unstable, the rules are weak, and the void is easy to break. Today, I, the vermilion bird, would like to be transformed into the Holy Spirit of Heaven, guarding the land of the extreme south, ruling over all the fires of heaven and earth, dispelling the severe cold, and the power of bright hope. The great Tao is above, and the heavenly Tao is discerning. The words fell, the southern undead volcano violently flew out hundreds of millions of feet of the huge flying bird, all high and proud, burning bursts of fire. She flew to the extreme south of the land. The identity of this flying bird is also reflected in the minds of the flood creatures. I am Xuanwu, today I have a feeling that heaven and earth are crippled, there is no one to guard them, and the great wars in the flooded heaven and earth are successive, and they are unstable in heaven and earth. Today, I, Xuanwu, would like to transform into the Holy Spirit of Heaven and suppress the land in the extreme north. The great Tao is above, and the heavenly Tao is discerning. In the northern underworld, in the island where Ling Tian was, a huge body stood in the void and proclaimed in a loud voice. He resembles a snake but not a snake, and resembles a turtle but not a turtle, this is the flood Fei, Xuanwu. As the words fell, he, like the former, turned into a stream of light and headed to the extreme north. The four spirits of heaven had been returned to three of them, and in the underworld, the heavenly Tao consciousness came to Ling Tian's mind, urging him to swear an oath to the heavenly Tao and achieve the position of saint. Nima. The self-nurturing that Ling Tian had gained from practicing for countless years was now being messed with by the other three holy spirits of the heavens, causing numbness and gloom to rise in his eyes. Wasn't it agreed that the battle between the Tao and the devil would end and the four spirits of heaven would return to their positions? Han Jun, that old guy, what in the world, play me. Ling Tian Yuanshan kept sensing the urging of the heavenly Tao, and even vaguely sensed that the heavenly Tao was trying to forcefully manipulate his consciousness to swear to the flooded heavens and earth. It was a pity that due to the 10,000 Paths scroll, the heavenly Tao could only jump back and forth anxiously, frantically urging Ling Tian. Even during the urging, the heavenly Tao consciousness told Ling Tian that he only needed to become the four spirits of heaven, and his cultivation would be enhanced by the flooding heaven and earth consciousness. Then one can directly achieve the position of perfection of the mixed Golden Immortal, and after 12 more Yuanhui years, one can break through to the mixed Great Luo Golden Immortal. Regardless of what realm the cultivation is in, it can break through to the mixed Yuan Dala Golden Immortal, the first time the foundation is not stable, and it takes a long time to stabilize the foundation, and the cultivation. Even if you give up the position of the four spirits of heaven, you will not lose your cultivation, and you will still be a mixed Yuan Dala Golden Immortal. The heavenly Tao consciousness kept talking, causing Ling Tian to be a bit moved, but it was only a pity for him who was destined to chop out his split to achieve the position of Saint Exalt. Achieving the four spirits of heaven with his own body was completely undesirable, and the heavenly Tao realized the sincerity that pervaded the words, as there was a hint of cajoling. The lie of forever guarding the land of the four poles, perhaps countless years, the four spirits of the four major are consolidating the cultivation of the foundation, have no time to care about the affairs of the flood. Gossip will say that the four spirits must forever guard the four poles. All right. Don't rush it, Tendo. I will now make a heavenly oath to fulfill the position of the four spirits of the extreme west. As the words fell, the heavenly Tao consciousness, which was still in a hurry, came to a violent halt and sat quietly waiting for Ling Tian to open his mouth to swear. The urging in his mind dispersed, Ling Tian could not help but look towards the central continent of the flood, those battlefields of the three races. With his understanding of Hong Jun and the others, he thought that nowadays, they must also be in the middle of the battlefield. Hong Jun, just wait. How dare you cajole me? What with the end of the battle between the Tao and the devil, only then will the four spirits of heaven appear one by one. I will show you the price of counting on me. Ling Tian, who was looking in the direction of the central continent from a distance with the land of northern darkness, snorted coldly. If he hadn't already penetrated the alternative method of decapitation, I'm afraid that he would have been entangled by the heavenly Tao, and might have even forcefully utilized his origin to allow himself to assume the position of the Holy Father. Judging from the party's urging, the heavenly Tao would definitely do so. Ling Tian's eyes slowly closed as the killing Tao rhythm on his body slowly surrounded already. A moment passed slowly, and he was surprised when he snapped his eyes open and snapped his voice. Heaven, earth, and man are 3 flowers, and the flowers bloom in 12 pints, and the heavenly flowers appear. Ling Tian sat down within the futon cave, his voice gave a roar, and a smallpox emerged above his forehead, permeated with the aura of killing, representing the ferocious beast, the white tiger, that had wantonly killed the living creatures of the floodplains in the past. The method of chopping the 3 flowers, the heavenly flowers chop away. As the words fell, the mana from Ling Tian's body manifested an invisible guillotine blade that cut through the smallpox that floated in the illusion of nothingness. A knife passed, the smallpox fell to the ground, and in an instant, a white tiger was visualized, a bland and unimpressive appearance, no different from the ordinary white tiger clan. However, as the main body, Ling Tian knew that this doppelganger of his, like himself, was a smiling tiger, who was kind to people and vicious with his hands. Han. The white tiger opened its eyes, a walking beast with an aura that was far more covered than Ling Tian's body, an early-stage mixed golden immortal. Good. Seeing this scene, Ling Tian did not say much, but only nodded slightly. Afterward, the white tiger transformed into a stream of light and landed on top of the North Sea, his face presenting a desireless appearance as if all paths were empty as he spoke in a loud voice. I, white tiger, have a feeling that heaven and earth are broken, the rules are weak, and the flooded heavens and earth are killing each other. The white tiger is now the god of killing and destruction, guarding the land of the extreme west and transforming into the Holy Spirit of heaven. The great Tao is above, and the heavenly Tao is discerning. As soon as the words fell, Ling Tian's white tiger split instantly expanded to hundreds of millions of feet, just like the first 3. He let out a roar that echoed across the floodplains, and the invisible killing chi converged in his body, proclaiming to the flood beings that he was the god of killing who was in charge of killing. Immediately afterward, he transformed into a golden haze and headed towards the extreme west in the west at an extremely fast speed. When the 4 spirits of heaven returned to their positions, the heavenly Tao of the flood suddenly rained down an infinite amount of merits and virtues, which landed within the 4 spirits of heaven who had just made the heavenly Tao oath. The white tiger saint, the merit of the god of slaughter who ruled over killing, vanished into the void and floated down to Ling Tian's body. Seeing this scene, Ling Tian did not directly absorb it, instead, he put it into the mustard space and stored it. Merit descended, and then a violent tremor occurred in the flooded heavens and earth. After the tremor, countless living beings in the floodplains, only to find that the invisible rules between heaven and earth increased the suppression, and the difficulty of breaking open the space to walk greatly increased. In the past, Tai could break through space and stand in the endless void, but nowadays only Daluo can. The same is true for the Great Battle, its power is greatly weakened, the moment of the Great Battle of the Great Luo, can wipe out millions of mountain ranges, but now I'm afraid that I can't do this. The influence of the long river of time was even more profound. The Tao Lords were originally transcended from time and wandered in the long river, but now the only people who could step into it were the mixed golden immortals. This was the impact caused by the 4 spirits of heaven returning to their positions, and in the future, when Hong Jun merged with the Tao in his body, the extent to which the 6 saints returned to their positions would also be further enhanced. Chapter 28, Hong Jun takes the blame, plans for future chi fortune. The 4 spirits of the flood heaven returned to their positions, the rules of space were stabilized, and the extent to which the great war harmed the flood was reduced. In the central continent of the flood, at the center of the battlefield of the 3 clans, 5 reincarnations of the demon god stood in the midst of it, and they quietly listened to the voice from within the heavens and earth. That was the heavenly oath of the 4 spirits of the flooded heavens returning to their place. Poor. Hong Jun has been angry, eyes red, and even surrounded by fury, and angry and out of the scene. He plotted for countless years and years and gave the holy seed of heaven to the green dragon, the vermilion bird, the xuanwu, and the white tiger. And now, it was agreed that they would wait until he, Hong Jun, had finished the battle of the Tao and the devil with Luo Shuhu before they appeared, made the heavenly oath, and achieved the position of the 4 spirits of the flood. But now, what is this about breaking a promise and not honoring the original agreement? After this operation, Hong Jun sobbed uncontrollably, and even someone wanted to run and question the four spirits of the four heavens. Why did they not keep their promise? Moreover, what was said at the beginning was that, having sensed the defects of heaven and earth, and having been enlightened by Hong Jun, he should achieve the position of the Holy Father of heaven and earth, and guard the land of the four poles. However, nowadays, it has actually become that they themselves have a sense of heaven and earth and voluntarily guard the town. How could this not make Hong Jun furious? His scheming shattered, and the heavenly Tao merits of the four spirits of heaven were not shared with him at all. Hong Jun was angry that the four spirits broke their promise, but unbeknownst to him, it was only the green dragon and vermilion bird that broke their promise. The two view of their own race karma is deep, and even the power of the extinction of the clan. Not to worry about Hong Jun's promise, the ancestral dragon Yuanfeng heavenly oath out after the two discussed, would like to advance the position of the four spirits of the sky. As for the addition of Hong Jun to mention this sentence, they just forgot. After all, the situation is urgent, cannot allow the two to think more. The subsequent Xuanwu just saw the green dragon and vermilion bird make their vows and followed closely behind. Ling Tian had no choice but to ignore the words he had spoken with Hong Jun because of the heavenly Tao's urging, and similarly made the heavenly Tao oath and followed along. This is what led to the fact that the name of Hong Jun did not exist in the oath, and there was no merit to be distributed to Hong Jun. Even now, Hong Jun had already carried Ling Tian's anger, and he himself was still blissfully unaware of it. If known, Hong Jun will certainly scream bitterly. He only honors the order of the heavenly Tao to find the four spirits of heaven of the destiny trajectory. This matter is completely negotiated. Who would have guessed that anomalies were frequent, and the emergence of the four spirits of heaven came at the end of the Great War of the Three Clans? This made Ling Tian wonder if Hong Jun was counting on him, and Hong Jun would surely suffer his Ling Tian's revenge in the future. Fellow Taoist Hong Jun, what's wrong with you? On the side of the hour Yang eyebrows slightly wrinkled, but it is the four spirits of the sky out of the world. Why is this Hong Jun so angry? They do not understand the mood of Hong Jun at this time, the failure of the scheme, the loss of merit, the back of the white tiger's anger, three-pronged attack. He does not collapse. Who collapsed? However, in the face of the four people's inquiries, Hong Jun forced himself to be calm and spoke with a bland face. No matter, we will rush to the west at once. Destroy Luo Shuwu, gain heaven and earth's fortune, and be certified as a great Luo golden immortal of the mixed world. As the words fell, all four of them nodded their heads in agreement, and Hong Jun sighed languidly and transformed into a footstep rainbow light toward the west. Yang Meitime and other people also followed, but the heart slightly doubt. This four spirits of the sky of the world actually let Hong Jun anger, cannot help but some curiosity up. At this time, Hong Jun did not care about what Yang Mei and the others had in mind. He only wanted to rush to the west in a hurry to destroy Luo Shuo and win the position of spokesman of the heavenly Tao. Hong Jun was afraid of setting off another anomaly. The matter of the four great saints had already exceeded the unexpected, and he would not allow the matter of witnessing to get rid of his hand. But vaguely Hong Jun's eyebrows were raised, as if foreshadowing some bad things to happen in the future. The bad luck of heaven and earth will also converge on him, Hong Jun. As soon as this thought came out, it was instantly erased by Hong Jun. He, Hong Jun, is a person of great merit, great perseverance, and great fortune in the flooded heavens and earth, so how can he be stained by bad luck? This, at this point, is a joke. Between thoughts, his speed increased more and more, wanting to descend to the western Mount Sumeru and annihilate Luo Shuji. Meanwhile, Ling Tian, who was in the northern underworld land, had his eyes closed tightly as his Yuanshan intermingled with the heavenly flower split in the extreme western land. The heavenly Tao honestly does not deceive me. My white tiger's doppelganger, occupying a sliver of my Yuanshan, already possessed the cultivation of the early stage of the mixed golden immortal when it was chopped out. And now, strolling through the flooded heavens and earth and falling into the extreme west, his cultivation has actually reached the consummation of the mixed golden immortal. It's just a pity that this cultivation is not stable, and even as lazy as a fine rain. It takes countless years to completely stabilize the foundation and then step into the realm of the mixed great Luo golden immortal. After half a ring, Ling Tian leisurely opened his eyes, his tone revealing a bit of surprise and helplessness. He had wanted to take the cultivation of the white tiger's doppelganger and take a shot at Hong Jun to ask him what he really meant. How is it that the four spirits of heaven returned to their place after the promised battle between the Tao and the devil, after the great war of the three races? It was hard not to let Ling Tian suspect that this Hong Jun was counting on him. Only now, the white tiger split was unable to do anything, so that Ling Tian could only give up helplessly. Nonetheless, Ling Tian's suspicion that Hong Jun was counting on him was far from being put down. What's more, it was hard for Ling Tian to give up after tasting the power of qi. Since this was the case, Ling Tian slowly gathered his mana and condensed a scroll that was engraved with the entirety of the 10,000 Paths scroll analysis to create the method of cutting the 3 flowers. As he looked at the contents of the scroll, Ling Tian became more and more marveled, and a coldness flooded his eyes. Hongjun, regardless of whether you have counted me or not, this future power of Qi of the many innate gods of the flood shall have my share. Chop the 3 flowers to prove the way. Chop the 3 flowers of heaven, earth, and man, chop off the heavenly flower, and you'll get the early stage of the mixed golden immortal split. Chop off the earth flower, and you can get a mid-mixed golden immortal detachment. Chop off the human flower, and you can get a late-stage split of the mixed golden immortal. Thoroughly penetrating this method, the 3 flowers of heaven, earth, and man will be united, and one will be certified as the great Luo golden immortal of the mixed world. 9 is the extreme number, 12 is perfection, and the 3 flowers are united as the 36th product before transcendence. Ling Tian recited to himself, his tone was all depressed about this dharma that was similar to the method of decapitating the 3 corpses, and did not follow the same pattern as Hongjuan's dharma. To cultivate this method, one needs to open all the 3 flowers of heaven, earth, and man to the 12-point perfection when arriving at the realm of the great Luo golden immortal. When the 3 flowers of heaven, earth, and humankind are united, only then can one break through to the mixed metamorphosis Dala golden immortal. Flower blossoms of the 6th character don't work, flower blossoms of the 9th character don't work, only flower blossoms of the 12th character can cultivate this method. The 9th grade heaven, earth, and human 3 flowers cultivated this method and could not break through to the mixed metaphysical great Luo golden immortal, but they could have 3 strong and powerful bilocations. One could imagine how difficult it was to cultivate the dharma that the 10,000 Paths scroll had given Ling Tian. Nevertheless, the 12 products of the 3 flowers of heaven, earth, and man are almost most of the red dust visitors in the purple heaven palace. After all, those people, all of them were the top innate sacred of the flood, the realm of the 12 perfections, easily also. Perhaps it is also the case that the burning lamp, a category of holiness that took shape in the form of a coffin board and came into the world, did not reach the 12th grade. Chapter 29, All 3, Traveling the Floodlands, Reaping Unpleasant Harvests. For the scroll of all roads according to the chopping 3 corpses to prove the law analysis given out of the 3 flowers to prove the law, thinking about the future in the premise of not offending Hongjun shot, to give its transmission to the floodplains. Plundering the world's Qi fortune from the floodplains helped Ling Tian's cultivation speed to go even further. The Qi of killing, the Qi of quantum revelation, and the power of Qi fortune, the 3 kinds of breath were constantly inhaled into the body. Ling Tian had absolute certainty that he would be certified as a mixed Yuan Dala golden immortal at the quantum revelation of the sorcerer and demon. At least at that time, it will not be pressed on the head by the 6 saints of the heavenly Tao, without the realm of the great Luo golden immortal of the mixed world, and the 6 saints across the witch and demon quantitative hijacking, without the great luck of fortune, unable to counteract it, and can only be reckoned with, unable to do anything about it. Holding great Qi, the heavenly Tao saints did not dare to personally take action against those with great Qi. After all, the pain of Qi backlash is not something to talk about. It was not possible to say that under the backlash of great Qi, the possibility of the holy position becoming unstable and falling to the realm of saints would also appear. The 4 spirits of the sky, the limitations of the Western Holy Father's White Tiger detachment are quite large, taking many years and years to stabilize the realm of the perfection of the mixed golden immortal, and stepping into the realm of the mixed great Luo golden immortal, and I don't know how long it will take. It would be clear to see if there was any news of the 4 spirits of heaven in the future flood. In order to expand the extent of the quantum revelation during the period of the witch demon quantum revelation and harvest the huge quantum revelation Qi, the killing Qi along with the power of Qi fortune, Ling Tian had taken great pains. Considering the premise of the 3-flower proof method, Ling Tian also added the Fierce Beast clan to the list, and if that didn't work, then he would help the sorcerer demon duo to have a few more mixed Yuan Dao Luo Jingshians. After all, the mixed Yuan Dala golden immortal was equivalent to a heavenly Dao sage, and when the quantum war was fought, the degree of the robbing Qi would rise, and it would be completely different from the original degree. After thinking for a long time, Ling Tian finally knew what he needed. The power of Qi, he needed. Quantum war to the extent that he needed to. The killing aura that permeated the flooded heavens and earth was something he needed as well. As the time demon god reincarnated in the previous time said in his mouth, if they manipulate the strength of the flood beings, so that they reach the peak one by one, and then set off the quantitative robbery, the endless killing Qi is not at their disposal to take it? Nowadays, Ling Tian was also thinking in the same way, expanding the extent of the quantum revelation. If the killing karmic energy of the witch demon quantum karmic energy is not enough, then the heavenly Tao saints will be involved. There is no egg under a quantum leap. The devil ancestor, Luo Shu, needs the lives of the three tribes as sacrifices, and when he slaughters the three tribes, his own chi is likewise converged in Luo Shu's body. This is also the reason why Hong Jun and the others wanted to rush to Mount Sumeru in the west so quickly to exterminate Luo Shu. They're worried that by holding most of the three tribes' luck for dominating the flood, Luo Shuhu will be able to certify to the mixed great Luo Golden Immortal in a short period of time. Then the future is demon ancestor Luo's flooded world. Ling Tian lowered his head and murmured and thought about the matter of Luo Shua, feeling more and more that there was something to it. It would be better to involve Luo in the witch demon cataclysm as well, so that the power of the quantitative catastrophe would not be allowed to flourish. If Hong Jun were to learn of this one old ancestor's thoughts, he would be afraid to jump in fear. During the God-sealing measurement rebellion, the Shangqing Tongtian sage attempted to reenact the flood, and between a few sword chi, he left the flood in pieces. This Ling Tian was actually thinking of letting a few mixed great Luo Golden Immortals fight with all their might at the witch demon quantum summation. If they really fought, the entire floodplain would tremble. That's just it, why do I think so much? Ling Tian leisurely shook his head. The only thing he had at the moment was an innate spiritual treasure, poor as the future Hierophants Huanglong Jinren, the three worthless Taoist. One could only go to the Dragon Clan's treasure trove to beat the rapids, or go above the waters of the East China Sea to find the location of the three immortal islands of Penglai. Penglai Abadingzhou, together known as the chaos of the three immortal islands, the beginning of the opening of the heavens. There is a fragment of chaos fell in the East China Sea, evolution of infinite islands. The island contained many spiritual treasures, many innate spiritual objects, enough for a great power to rise. Thinking about this, Ling Tian stepped on a blood-colored rainbow light and headed in the direction of the East Sea waters. The flood does not remember the years are long, and the sky and the earth are pale. During the tens of thousands of years, Ling Tian had stepped all over the floodplains, seeking the spiritual treasures and the treasuries of the three clans, but what made him tense up was this. The underlying treasure trove of the three tribes is simply unguarded, and 1 foot in, not a single innate spiritual treasure has been found, and the only thing left is some rare innate things of the flood. During the tens of thousands of years, Ling Tian had traveled to and from the earthbound mountain ranges of the three tribes' territories, and was deeply worried about the strength of the flood now after the quantum revelation. Only because Ling Tian has not seen a Dala Golden Immortal, and even Tai Golden Immortal is a rarity. Traveling thousands of years in the floodplains, Dala has not been seen, and Tai is only a number of 2 hands. On the waters of the Eastern Sea, Ling Tian leisurely lay on top of the clouds, idly looking down at the islands on the surface of the Eastern Sea. Chaos 3 Immortal Islands, can't find a bit of it at all. Could it be that the Three Immortals Island possesses innate formations that are with the ability to instantly move around? If it were not so, how could the future Penglai Immortal Island not be found by the Lord of the East? Ling Tian's expression was depressed, from the excitement of seeking opportunities to the present-day pendulum of resignation was not because of this. Although looking for many innate spiritual treasures, but undoubtedly are inferior, simply cannot play a role in his level of power, is simply tasteless to eat, discarded. Eating it was tasteless, taking it out to wrestle was of no use to him at all, and as for discarding it, it was better to lose it than not to have it at all. The beads. As the words ended, Ling Tian picked up the killing fiend bead that had already refined more than 20 innate prohibitions. The name also surfaced in Ling Tian's mind since the moment he refined the spiritual treasures prohibition. Absorbing the ferocious and murderous chi between heaven and earth, the killing fury pearl lived up to its name. This killing fury bead absorbs the killing chi, which I absorbed completely in the northern underworld. But now that Hong Jun is fighting with Luo Shuhu, the battle between the Tao and the devil, shouldn't the killing chi in heaven and earth be intermittently inhaled by you, in terms of reason? Why, not even a trace of killing aura exists? Ling Tian held the slaying bead in his hand and inquired in a puzzled manner. He knows that this bead exists in a trace of consciousness, the innate spiritual treasure this category have this ability, the master into a dangerous situation, the spiritual treasure automatically protect the master is also controlled by this consciousness. Buzz off! The killing fiend bead trembled in a gust, and Ling Tian's eyes were flooded with disbelief. There isn't any aura of killing and ferocity, it shouldn't be. Between a long sigh, Ling Tian looked to the west, the tragic place that kept erupting into pillars of sky-high light, where an aura of killing should permeate. Thinking about this, Ling Tian snapped to a realization and put away the killing bead. The killing chi that was born from the Western Tao Devil battle was all absorbed by the immortal execution sword formation, no wonder the killing fury bead couldn't absorb a bit of it. Even I have not sensed any killing aura. Ling Tian's face was bland as he sensed that there had not been a trace of killing aura for the sake of it, but his eyes were flooded with the desire to head to the Western Front battlefield. However, it was quickly erased in an instant, simply because the matter of Western Luo Shua self-detonation was something that Ling Tian had kept in mind. Since this was the case, then Ling Tian had no choice but to turn and travel to the central continent of the Flood Desert, to a certain mountain range near the Buzhou Mountain, to create a dojo. After all, after coming to the Flood for so long now, there is not a place to settle down. What kind of behavior? Chapter 30 Occupy the Mountain, Devil God dies tragically, no comparison. The 1,000 years of the Flood had passed by in a flash, and Ling Tian had already landed in a mountain range, using the greatness of the great Luo Golden Immortal to change the sky and the earth. The strong strength directly made the entire mountain range new, and the races that were originally still fighting for territory because all three races had fallen stopped. Because the cultivation of those who landed in this mountain range is far superior to that of the Golden Immortals like them, if they want to resist, it's just like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, and they don't care about their own strength. After just a few years of cultivation, the name of this mountain range was already known to Ling Tian, the 9 Pale Mountains, hundreds of millions of miles vast. This name is only because the 9 mountain ranges are continuous, like a Milky Way falling generally, between the mountain ranges often appear between the darkness. Hundreds of millions of miles seem vast, of which in the eyes of the great Luo Golden Immortals, this length is no different from nothing. The great Luo Golden Immortals can cross the 9 Secrets mountain range hundreds of times in a load of years. However, Ling Tian did not have any requirements for the power itself, and only needed the offerings from the flying beasts of the Jiuyue mountain range, and he did not ask about the matter of the flying beasts in it competing for the spiritual objects. This is why these birds and beasts have succumbed in just a few years. With the backing of a great Luo Golden Immortal, they are not worried about outside invasion, they only need to make offerings of spiritual objects, and then they will be able to obtain shelter. Wouldn't it be great? Alright, you guys, back off. Within the Jiuyue mountain range, within a palace, Ling Tian was seated on top of his throne, quietly looking down at the powerful members of the races who had come to worship and make offerings. Venerable God, is there any dissatisfaction with the tribute we have offered? Most of the many flying birds and beasts below had fear on their faces. They were the patriarchs of the various races, and when they were subdued, Ling Tian had subdued them with even strong means. A slap on the face, asked to serve or not, do not serve to hold, the big deal is to support another ethnic group of living beings on the throne. In the face of this form, they are not convinced. A small portion of them were afraid of Ling Tian's formidable strength and longed for Ling Tian's shelter, and they came to join him. No, get out of my honor's sight at once. Ling Tian rose up in anger and shouted in a cold voice. Upon hearing this, the many clan leaders saluted and bowed, turning to leave. Wait, the White Fox clan's tribute stays. As the words ended, the patriarch of the White Fox clan's body paused and turned around to worship. Thank you, your holiness, I'll call them in. The many clan leaders on the side also stopped their bodies and looked enviously at the White Fox clan leader. Upon hearing this, Ling Tian's face darkened as unspeakable emotions surged through his heart and he said angrily. Get out of here and don't embarrass yourself in front of my father. As the words left his mouth, the Dala breath surged above the bodies of the many patriarchs, and for a time, the bodies of all the people present trembled without exception. There were even those whose bodies manifested their own bodies and fell on their knees above the great hall. Seeing this scene, Ling Tian's eyes flared with speechlessness as he put away the might of the great Luo and waved his hand for them to leave as soon as possible. Immediately afterward, those numerous clan leaders who had bored Ling Tian had exited the grand hall. Convinced. Where did these guys hear that my father loves beauty? I am a white tiger, not a dragon, and my nature is not lustful. Between spits, Ling Tian was even more reluctant to face this group of flying birds and beasts that came to contribute tribute every 9 years straight away. Simply because a future demon race, with a diamond horn on top of its head, colorful hair sprouting up beside its ears, and even a tail full of unsightly hair behind it, a great demonic appearance was presented before its eyes. Demon-like and non-demon, human-like and non-human, even the innate Tao body would not be able to be illuminated, with a face of beast fangs, like a savage beast, standing in front of Ling Tian. This was simply torture. The reason why the party left behind the White Fox clan's tribute was simply because the other party had taken on a human form, and the human form retained the appearance of the beast form, all of which were in Ling Tian's aesthetic. As for choosing one of them for dual cultivation, Ling Tian, was not such a casual person. The potential was not even known to be able to arrive at the Great Luo, and also worthy of dual cultivation with him. Leaving them behind, no doubt, is just coming to feed their eyes. Between thoughts, dozens of foxes from the White Fox clan stepped into the grand hall, bowing and worshipping Ling Tian who was seated above. Honorable God, I still hope to have mercy on my concubine. When these words came out, black lines rose up in Ling Tian's eyes. He was not a random tiger, but a fox was a random fox. Strongly suppressing the anger in his heart, Ling Tian spoke in a slightly bland tone. Alright, don't take your demonic and charming technique over to compel my father, find a place to stay, from now on you'll be the watchdog foxes. Go pack up the sacrifices offered by the other races and take them to enhance your cultivation, this father doesn't need those things. Exalted God, this. Obviously, this group of foxes were baffled by Ling Tian's words, their charming techniques were innate, raising their hands was the art of seduction, talk about taking the initiative to seduce. However, because the other party was the lord of the Nine Spectres mountain range, they could only remain silent, bowing their hands and looking for a few side halls to stay in. The foxes were also a little happy in their hearts, with so many cultivation resources, their cultivation shall not climb to the golden immortal realm. Nowadays, the strongest among the flying beast races in the Nine Peepers mountain range were at the level of the patriarch, and almost all of them were golden immortals. And these of them, as clansmen among the clans, had cultivation levels of true immortal Shinxian immortal, and how could they not be excited about the prospect of a golden immortal? As he watched the tributes from this year's Joyu mountain range leave, Ling Tian's eyes slowly closed, and his Yuanshan intermingled with the White Tiger doppelganger. White Tiger, how is the situation of the Great Western War? Not bad, right now Ling Tian had been following the course of the Dao Demon battle all these years through the Heavenly Flower White Tiger split. Simply because the moment Luo took out the Godslayer gun in the first place, Ling Tian's heart felt as if he was the innate owner of this gun. However, due to Luo's strength, Ling Tian did not have the intention to snatch it. However, when the Dao Devil War ended, Luo Shuji transformed into an extraterrestrial heavenly devil, and the 12 pieces of world-destroying Black Lotus of the God-slaying lance vanished into the void and disappeared. Ling Tian was forced to plot. Judging from the fact that the God-slaying gun was constantly attracting Ling Tian's Yuanshan, it would be easy for him to find the God-slaying gun. But with his hand held in the palm of Luo's hand, Ling Tian could only wait. My father, Luo Shuji and Hongjun and others have been fighting for tens of thousands of years, and they are evenly matched. It's just that the moment the immortal execution sword formation was broken, the hours, the Qiankuan, the yin and the yang were all gone, and only Yang Mei, the reincarnation of the space demon god, survived, and he directly used the laws of space to break through the void of space and disappeared into the flooded heavens and earth. Nowadays, when Luo and Hongjun fight alone, I'm afraid I don't know how long it will take to separate the winners from the losers. The Heavenly Flower White Tiger bilocation reported on the real-time battle situation of the Western Dao Demon battle today, causing Ling Tian to fall into deep thought. After half a ring, he took out the Killing Fury bead and sensed the Killing Chi in it, and sure enough, hundreds of strands of Killing Chi existed, but for today's Ling Tian, it was not worth mentioning at all. It's hard to tell the winner from the loser, just wait for the end of the great battle, this father will immediately rush to the west to find the trace of the God-slaying gun. It's just that the Unchained Mountain. The distance between the Nine Hells mountain range and the Buzhou mountain isn't too far, it will take several years to arrive, and using the great power of catching the road, it will take less than a year. Ling Tian had been observing the situation of the Buzhou mountain during this period of time, and the figure of the witch race had not appeared. However, vaguely, when the battle between the Dao and the devil ended, all the innate holinesses that were known to the world in the later generations would come out of the world. Nowadays, or fear of the Western Taoist devil battle bloomed out of the gusts of the aftermath of the war, do not dare to act rashly just. Ling Tian was slightly worried that after he left and the sorcerer race came out, coupled with the fact that there was no one of his own to suppress the Nine Secrets mountain range, would this group of races be stupid enough to make a move? Chapter 31 The Daughter of the White Fox, the Taoist devil will end, rushing to the west. What is my father rambling on about? How can these races rebel so easily? It's better to worry about the witch race. The ancestral witches who came out of the world in the form of the essence blood of this Panga god, and then the witches who came out of the form of the essence blood of the ancestral witches, are undoubtedly all those who don't cultivate their Yuanshan, and are flesh and blood eaters. Ling Tian looked through the billions of mountain ranges and landed on the Buzhou mountain, which was shrouded in Panga's might, and his eyes glowed with entanglement. He left and rushed to the west in search of the Kingslayer lance. The races of the 9 Netherworld mountains wouldn't easily rebel, after all, the strength of a Dao Lord Gold Immortal was there, almost no one would easily rebel. However, the situation of the outside invasion was beyond Ling Tian's control. During this period of time, the racial offerings of the 9 Spectres mountain range, the clan's chi fortune converged in Ling Tian's body, although it was extremely rare, and had nothing to compare with the massive chi force of the Fierce Beast clan. However, a hint of chi luck could also slightly increase Ling Tian's cultivation speed. Without the killing chi of heaven and earth and the chi of heaven and earth's quantitative calamity, the only thing he, Ling Tian, could do was to take the innate spiritual chi that permeated heaven and earth and cultivate his body. However, the speed of cultivation was extremely slow. After all, the technique given by the scroll of the 10,000 paths was to absorb the chi of killing and quantitative calamity, and it had nothing to do with innate spiritual chi. The addition of the power of chi fortune allowed the degree of cultivation to climb further, even the innate aura. It's just. When all the earth veins in the west are destroyed and a barren landscape is presented, this father can rush to the west to look for that one treasure of opportunity. As the words fell faintly, Ling Tian's eyes closed slightly, his yuanshin intermingled with the smallpox white tiger doppelganger, and in a single thought, the great battle between Hongjun and Luo Shuji was reflected in his eyes. The strength of these two goods is almost equal, it's hard to decide a winner. An infinite amount of divine light bloomed in front of his eyes, and strong aftershocks spread all over the western continent, as the immortal Dao's divine aura and the devil Dao's divine aura each surged out, attacking the two without stopping. Western continent, the land of emptiness collapsed, space inch by inch collapse, the law does not exist, Luo Shujun Hongjuan's strength is already about to step into the realm of the mixed Yuan Dala golden immortal, vaguely has the future of the heavenly saint's power. If not, no one could easily wear out the spatial suppression rules after the four spirits of heaven returned to their positions. Demon Ancestor Luo Shua, Dao Ancestor Hongjun. As Ling Tian eyed the scene of the battle between the two parties, his brow was only slightly furrowed. It wasn't that he felt that the two were so powerful. When he hadn't crossed over, the ferocious beast white tiger's killing chi was rampant across the floodplains, and he was able to do the same. It is a pity that at the moment, the cultivation alone is at the peak of the Dala Golden Immortal, and if you want to break through to the mixed Golden Immortal, you will need a large amount of killing chi in heaven and earth quantitative robbery chi, or a great chance to come. Oh, Hongjun won. Ling Tian smiled blandly in the white tiger's perspective, and then the two separated. It was time for him to prepare to head to the west to receive Luo Shuju's legacy. Oh no, perhaps it was the thing of chance that originally belonged to him, the innate killing supreme treasure Godslayer lance. And now, Ling Tian had a high probability of suspecting that both this Godslayer lance was a treasure of the Beast Emperor's divine reversal, and the same was true of the killing bead. Then since the killing fury bead was destined to be with him, then the Godslayer gun was also destined to be with him, Ling Tian. If not, it would not have looked good. At the scene of the Dao Devil battle, when Ling Tian witnessed Hongjun's three corpses incarnate in the world, he understood that Luo Shuju was bound to lose. Hongjun Luo Shua, who was a perfected mixed golden immortal, was at odds between the engagements. But by joining three late-stage mixed golden immortal existences, Luo's defeat was assured. Come on man. No, come on fox. Thinking about the end of the matter, Ling Tian spoke out in a faint voice, his voice echoing throughout the hall. He needed to order things. If he left straight away, these races would come to make offerings of innate spirits 9 years later, fearing that they would make a scene. The dependents left without a word, and the Nine Spectres mountain range was about to be plunged into another battle between the major races. As the words ended, a white fox woman clad in 6 tails suddenly emerged from the middle of the side hall. She stepped forward and slowly knelt under the hall, her head slightly lowered as she opened her mouth. Exalted God, any orders? Ling Tian's eyes surveyed the white fox below who was kneeling on both knees as he leisurely spoke. What's your name? Xian Xian cultivation, not bad, not bad. Between praises, Ling Tian had already made up his mind that this Xian immortal cultivation 6-tailed white fox, when he left the Joyue mountain range, he would let it take charge of this place. After all, right now, the quantitative robbery of the 3 tribes has just passed. There is no single Dala golden immortal, and there are very few Tai golden immortals, so a golden immortal can dominate a party, and a Xian immortal can be the hegemon of several mountain ranges. Little Fox is the daughter of the White Fox clan chief of the 9 Spectres mountain range, White Moon. When these words came out, Baiyu was filled with hazy entanglement. She did not know what this venerable god that the Joyue mountain range admired meant. Daughter of the White Fox matriarch, White Moon. When Ling Tian heard this, his eyes flashed with a wisp of speechlessness. This White Fox clan had even offered up the daughter of the clan leader for the position of the race leader of the 9 Pale Mountains. It was really rare. No wonder, when they were told to rush to the side hall, it was Baiyu who took the lead. The daughter of the matriarch, her status must be higher than that of other white foxes. Exalted God, may I have an order? While thinking, Baiyu raised her head and asked respectfully under her breath. In the future, you are the person in charge of the 9 Sepulchre Divine Hall, and other than this father, you are the greatest. This father is about to go into closed-door cultivation, and you will be responsible for the matter of tribute every 9 years from now on. Between the fall of his words, Ling Tian was just about to leave when he suddenly thought of something. Stopping slightly, the Yuanshin kept wandering in the mustard seed space and took out a hairpin, tossing it in front of Baiyu. This treasure is a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure called the Falling Moon Hairpin, a spiritual treasure evolved from the power of innate extreme cold, take it and refine it. Without this father's suppression, you can also overwhelm the powerhouses of the races in the Nine Spectres mountain range. If there can be any difference in the matter of tribute, just take out this treasure to suppress it. At these words, Shirayuki snapped back to her senses, elated. She had the resources to cultivate to the golden immortal realm, and she was also able to obtain this kind of precious innate spiritual treasure. The heavenly Tao favored her as well. Right now, Baiyu didn't feel that being in Ling Tian's place was troublesome, instead, she felt grateful. Alright, take it. Ling Tian's eyes were bland, and he did not feel the slightest bit of heartache due to the fact that the grade of this spiritual treasure was a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. He was an innate divine, male body, and fighting with this kind of spiritual treasure disgraced his own face. During his travels through the Floodlands, collecting this type of spiritual treasure made Ling Tian feel ashamed. Many thanks to the honorable god. Baiyu put it into her mustard space and returned with respectful and worshipful thanks. Alright, during this father's seclusion, you will take care of all the affairs of the Nine Spectres mountain range. When the words ended, without waiting for Baiyu to return to her senses, Ling Tian's figure disappeared above the throne and rushed to the west. As for worrying about whether or not White Moon would be able to suppress the many flying birds and beasts in the Nine Sepulchre mountain range, Ling Tian was not worried in the slightest. Only because of the three races war, a race possessing a lower grade innate spiritual treasure was already the clan's bottom card. Jodyue mountain range, since Ling Tianrua in this place to occupy the mountain for the time of respect, has not seen Jodyue mountain range in any of the birds and beasts of a clan, out of the lower grade innate spiritual treasure and even the middle grade. This was also why, when Ling Tian took out the mid-grade innate spiritual treasure Falling Moon hairpin, Baiyu was filled with a look of joy. With the White Moon, who possessed a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, and with the aid of the White Fox clan, suppressing the turmoil that perhaps arose from the Nine Spectres mountain range would simply be a breeze. Chapter 32, The Great Tao Retreats, Heavenly Restrictions, No Pain, No Gain. The flood does not count the years, and the years pass in the blink of an eye. 5,000 years had passed since Ling Tian left the Nine Sepulchre mountain range. At this moment, above the firmament, Ling Tian was lying amongst the clouds, only needing to move forward slightly to step into the western continent. But he was afraid to step into it from time to time, only because as early as 2,000 years ago, he stood here, and his Yuanshan kept probing through the veins of the earth of the western continent in front of him. After hundreds of years and repeated probing, he finally discovered the strands of demonic chi in the underground spiritual vein, and Ling Tian knew that this was the means by which the devil ancestor Luo Shuhu had communicated with the earth's veins to self-detonate. Although he wanted to erase it and save this spirit vein, but unfortunately, a means at the level of a mixed golden immortal could not be erased by him, a Pique de Luo golden immortal. If he could, Ling Tian would leave no stone unturned to help the West save the spirit veins. After all, this matter is a great merit, the western spiritual veins destroyed, only a few remaining spiritual veins, that save the spiritual veins of the person, will be favored by the heavenly Tao merit. Right now, facing the situation where the battle of the Tao demons had not yet ended, Ling Tian did not want to risk stepping into the western continent. After all, the power of Luo Shua's self-detonation was unimaginable. Can only be in the western continent of the edge of the land, and smallpox white tiger split consciousness fusion, constantly watching the Luo Shu and Hongjun big battle. Obviously Hongjun has already 3 corpses all out, clearly is the crushing trend, but the favor Luo Shu also make a similar means. With the method of cutting down the 7 emotions and 6 desires, the 2 detachments came out with the same cultivation level of the late stage of the mixed world. The 7 passions, the 6 desires correspond to the devil's ancestor. Good thoughts, bad thoughts, and self-correspondence to the Taoist ancestors. It was worthy of being a candidate for the same heavenly Tao advocate, even the Dharma of evidence was similar. In the case of 3 to 4, Hongjun still presents a slightly crushing trend, but the flood is a long time, and the mana of the level of the mixed golden immortal is not something that can be worn out in a short period of time. Ling Tian could only sit quietly and wait for the end of the Tao Demon War before searching for the spirit treasure that Luo Shua had left behind. However, above the floodland, hundreds of millions of races in the west have rushed to the eastern continent, only because of the great battle between Luo Shuji and Hongjun, has already made countless living beings fearful. And as, for example, the western continent, afraid that there is no race residing here, the empty west, leaving alone the battle of the Tao and the devil. The battle between the Tao and the devil has ended, the Tao ancestor has won and the devil ancestor has lost, what is destined is not subject to change. Ling Tian spoke in a leisurely tone, his eyes looking towards the battlefield of Mount Sumeru in the west. The flood does not remember the years, and Ling Tian has been standing in the firmament for 1,000 years. During this period of time, Ling Tian had attempted to draw on the innate aura to raise his cultivation level, only for the process to be slow. The speed of the innate aura to enhance the cultivation level, compared to the quantum of solace, the killing aura, was like an adult and a child. The difference was too obvious, and Ling Tian gradually gave up on the innate aura's method of raising his cultivation in his heart. Innate spiritual qi to enhance cultivation, something that countless flood masters had recognized, was undoubtedly just chicken ribs in Ling Tian's eyes. It wasn't hard to blame Ling Tian for this, simply because the flood years were worthless, and the flood powers who possess long periods of time honed their cultivation through the years and weren't in a hurry. It's just. The Honorable. Just as Ling Tian was sighing, the Yuanshan trembled violently, and his brow throbbed furiously. In the next moment, a message came from the White Tiger's detachment in the extreme west. Luo Shu had self-destructed. Only to see the west since Mount Sumeru as the center, Luo Shuji's self-detonation as the origin. In an instant, a divine light flashes, shining the entire flood of white light in the sky resolutely appeared. The white light passed away, the fire spread out in the sky, and a mushroom cloud, billions of feet high, rose up. At that instant, the western underground spiritual vein was completely shattered, and there were a series of explosions. Countless mountain ranges were extinguished, the earth was torn apart, the rules of space were extinguished, and countless chaotic gases poured into the spatial cracks, instantly corroding the western continent. For a time, the entire west was shattered and presented a barren land. The innate aura was all gone, just like a scene of the end of the world. The words of Luo Shuji's oath of the great Tao echoed among his ears, transforming the extraterrestrial heavenly devils with his body. The Tao is long and the devil is weak, the devil is long and the Tao is extinct, the Tao is high, the devil is high. Since then, Luo has lived with the devil and with the Tao, immortalized. The fire passed away, the western continent of the dome of the sky, because of the explosion of the earth veins, countless karma fell on Hongjun, the mixed Yuan avenue was blocked, cannot be certified at the same time mixed Yuan Dala golden immortal and heavenly saint's fruit position. Law. What a good tactic, falling down and also leaving so much trouble for the poor Taoist, worthy of being a demon ancestor. But Tendo, it's time for you to come out. Hongjuan's face is flat, his body is messy and disorganized, but the more he is angry in his heart. With a glance at the aura-less, barren western land, Hongjun turned away and rushed to the eastern dojo to prepare for the witnessing of the Tao. Meanwhile, Ling Tian, who witnessed the entire process, could not help but sigh in his heart. The great Tao retreats, and the heavenly Tao reigns over the flood. The words ended, above the flood dome, a wisp of terrified heavenly might descended on the top of the heads of countless living beings. The heavenly might flashed by, and people all knew that the heavenly Tao ruled the flood, and the great Tao retreated. However, Ling Tian was the only one who stood above the clouds and did not rush to step into the western continent. And now, his eyes were full of dissatisfaction. Simply because, Ling Tian actually sensed that the time it took to break through to the realm of the mixed golden immortal by absorbing the innate spiritual qi in 10,000 years was now 10 times as long. This made Ling Tian realize that with the heavenly Tao reigning over the flood, it was an extremely difficult task for beings like him, who cultivated the laws of the great Tao, to go further. If one cultivates the laws of the heavenly Tao, the speed of realm advancement remains the same, but the strength is vastly different from that of a great Tao cultivator. It was a pity that Ling Tian wasn't just choosing the innate aura, he was the master of killing and mass destruction. Restrictions were irrelevant, what really made Ling Tian dissatisfied was that the laws of the great Tao were hazy, and the laws of the heavenly Tao were all over the flood. If it is said that it is normal for the great Tao to rule the flood, the difficulty of attaining immortality is normal, but if it is said that the great Tao rules the flood, the difficulty of attaining immortality is 3 times as great. Between all the thoughts, Ling Tian more and more longed for the avenue to rule the flood. The kind of leader who doesn't care about things, is a good leader. It's just that, anyway, I believe that the killing chi born from the witch demon quantum revelation and the chi of the heaven and earth quantum revelation are enough to allow me to step into the mixed great Luo golden immortal with the law of killing. If that doesn't work, my father has another way here, only it's unspeakable. Between murmurs, Ling Tian looked up at the sky, the treacherous thoughts within him could not dare to spit them out easily. This method was not something he would easily use as a last resort. After all, that was a law against the heavens, and once it was utilized, the flood would surely be plunged into chaos. Meanwhile, somewhere in the cracked abyss in the west, the Godslayer Lance kept attracting his heaven's mandate lord. Ling Tian, who was countless distances away, had already sensed this and completely stepped into the western land. Without the danger of the earth veins exploding themselves, the western continent was at Ling Tian's disposal. Chapter 33 The two saints come out of the world, stepping into the land of opportunity. Since stepping into the Western land, Ling Tian became more and more keenly aware of the sense of opportunity in the Yuanshan that attracted him to go somewhere and obtain a spiritual treasure. In Sumeru? Ling Tian's eyes narrowed slightly as he pondered inwardly, his eyes constantly scanning the Western lands. Since stepping into the Western land, all the places as far as the eye can see are the places where the spiritual chi is missing and the chaotic chi is eroding, presenting a scene of the future end of the law. Inadvertently making Ling Tian sigh, this devil ancestor Luo Shua is really not doing anything, not worthy of being a devil. It's just a pity that this Western land, once the prosperity of the underlying spirituality is not comparable to the Eastern land. Nowadays, there are no living beings left in the Western lands, and all the races with some brains have migrated to the Eastern lands. Between thoughts, Ling Tian had already stepped into the West since 1,000 years. Now, his body in the dome of the sky above, looking down at the bottom of the former Sumeru mountain, this mountain is broken, no one's 10,000 demons worship prosperity. Where's the Kingslayer? Ling Tian's eyes scanned below, constantly utilizing his divine sense to penetrate through the earth, seeking a certain place where an abyss had been formed by the spontaneous explosion of an earth vein. The Kingslayer attraction presented a picture of a dark place, devoid of color. At a glance, it was the abyss formed by the self-explosion. Elder brother, we west. Senior, we. Just between Ling Tian's sweeping eyes, the emptiness of Mount Sumeru violently cracked open, emerging two silhouettes, who looked towards the barren western land, devoid of spiritual veins and aura, where a trace of races had not been present, and stared at each other in disbelief. Suddenly, falling to his knees and crying. This action attracted the attention of Ling Tian, who was above the celestial dome. Who are they? Ling Tian's brow was slightly wrinkled. The western land had barely survived any of the living beings, all of them had migrated to the east, but why were they still surviving? Doubts echoed in their minds, but after the two cried out, they looked up into the clouds and swore aloud. I, Junti, have come forth in the form of the Bodhi tree for the West, and will revive the land of the West, recreating the scene of prosperity, and sucking hundreds of millions of living beings back to the West, and the heavenly Tao will judge it. I take over for the Western innate Gangjin gas form out of the world, will revitalize the Western land, re-emerge the prosperity of the scene, the Tao of heaven to judge. As the words fell, a thunderbolt flashed violently above the firmament, responding to these two people's oath. At the same time, the original Western Earth's power of chi that had long been shattered converged on the two men's bodies in an invisible force. At this moment, they carry the destiny of the revival of the West, and likewise bear the huge karma owed to the West by Hongjun. Immortal mist, spiritual mist everywhere, many birds and beasts of the Yujing mountain, this place for Hongjun Dojo. Now, he is trying to prove the position of heavenly saint, and all of a sudden he notices that he has a karmic relationship with the two surviving beings in the West, and the enormity of his karma makes Hongjun's face sink. But in the end, he let out a slight sigh, condensed the way of mixed elements, and continued to carry out the method of unification of the three corpses, with the jade butterfly of creation on top of his head, and a Hongmeng purple chi floating around his body. Meanwhile, Ling Tian, who was perched atop the celestial dome watching this scene, listened to the oaths of the two and reacted instantly. These two goods are the future in the land of the East, leaving behind their cheeks, everywhere plundering the Eastern living beings to go to the West to cultivate. Ling Tian was slightly impressed in his heart for the oath that the two had made. If he were to look at his birthplace and see it so bleak, he would certainly choose to give it up and find another place. I had never thought that Junti Jain actually didn't mind his family's poverty and preferred to spend endless years to enrich the West. Once this oath was made, it was enough to prove that the two possessed a great perseverance that most innate saints did not have in the flood. The chi of the Western lands also converged on them, and great chi and great perseverance were equally possessed. Two of the three alone can be considered a winner in life. It's just a pity that life is a little bitter. Even after achieving the position of saint, he was suppressed by Sanqing Yuhua. With all the thoughts flashing through his mind, Ling Tian no longer bothered to pay attention to the movements of the two, instead continuing to scan the western lands. And at this time, the guiding Junti, looking at the wrecked scene of Mount Sumeru, they sighed slightly. Immediately Tongtian magic power, in an instant, let the Sumeru mountain around the generation of an unknown name of the formation, sheltering the Sumeru mountain to prevent it from being eroded by the surrounding sky chaotic gas. The two of them looked at each other eye to eye, and then rushed to the eastern continent together in a vain attempt to find a few pieces of chance to come here to repair the earth veins of the western land. By the time the Junti Jain duo stepped on the rainbow light towards the bustling east, Ling Tian had already found the location of that one spiritual treasure of chance. Is this it? Ling Tian's eyes looked away as far as his gaze could see. One could only see the dense killing aura intertwined with the abyss created by the earth vein's self-explosion, and there were also countless branding carved by the sword around it. At a glance, this place looks like the scene of the battle between Hongjun and Luo Shuhu in the beginning. Killing breath for the innate killing supreme treasure regicide gun. The sword branding for the immortal execution sword formation's immeasurable divine might. As the thought fell, Ling Tian slowly transformed into a blood-colored stream of light and disappeared into the abyss. Since Ling Tian fell and his body crossed the land, the invisible killing aura was gradually sucked into the void and went nowhere. Time is long and the years rush by. It had been several years since Ling Tian had stepped into the land of the abyss, and he had finally arrived at his deepest destination. Looking in front of him, he only saw a divine spear stuck on top of the earth, surrounded by killing cyclones, constantly blooming with ferocious might. There was also a 12-pin lotus platform with a shimmering black aura on one side. The Godslayer lance and the 12 pieces of world-destroying black lotus? Ling Tian only found that the Godslayer gun had a destiny with him, and what was the meaning of this 12 pieces of world-destroying black lotus? But even though there is no destiny, but standing here, it is impossible to say that there is still some destiny with him Ling Tian. However, first get the regicide gun to get the hand before, this 12 products of the extinction of the black lotus if there has not been the fate of the law, will disappear into the void, disappeared in front of his eyes. Godslayer gun, come. Ling Tian raised his hand slightly and called out softly under his breath. Just as the words fell, the Godslayer gun instantly rose up from the ground, its body rotating and arriving just as it wanted to land in Ling Tian's hands. The 12 pieces of world-destroying black lotus, violently rotated and bloomed with a black aura, forming a light curtain barrier that blocked the path of the god-slaying lance. At the same time a jia laughter echoed under the abyss. Fellow fierce beast white tiger, long time no see. Upon hearing this, Ling Tian's eyes flared with surprise and he could not help but look towards the source of the voice. It's you, Law, you're still alive? Between the words, Ling Tian and the smallpox white tiger bilocation's consciousness melded. If Luo Shu dared to make a move, Ling Tian would still not be afraid. Simply because the white tiger detachment is the western extreme west of the white tiger Holy Father, similar to the saint's general aptitude, saints can descend to every corner of the flood at the drop of a hat. And the holy white tiger, also, but slightly limited, cannot descend to the flood with a thought, but the district of the western land, or no problem. With the cultivation of the sacred white tiger's bilocation, even though it was imaginary at the moment, it was not something that Luo Shuji after the end of the Tao Devil War could touch. P.S. Last chapter later today, 7 p.m. Chapter 34 Devil Ancestor's Original Spirit, plotting what he wants. In the 12 pieces of world-destroying Black Lotus, a trace of Luo Shuji's Yuanshan remains here. He had projected a future in which the demonic lawlessness of his own men would be resurrected within a sect called Buddhism at the time of the revival of the West. He had left the 12 pieces of world-destroying Black Lotus here precisely to attract the arrival of the future demon lawless. Simply because the other party revitalizes the devil's way, he, Luo Shu, can descend to the flood once again. Although transformed into an extraterrestrial heavenly devil, the body is in the realm of heavenly devils, but observing the flood he Luo Shu can still do. But let Luo cannot think of is, why the ferocious beast white tiger can find this place, he is the use of the origin of the heavenly demon realm of the place to shield all the heavenly opportunities. Even Hongjun, who will be united with the heavenly Tao in the future, may not be able to find this place, so what does this ferocious beast, the white tiger, have the right to do? However, between Luo's thoughts, he realized that the Godslayer lance kept colliding with the light screen barrier constructed by the 12 pins of world-destroying Black Lotus, in a vain attempt to fall into the hands of the ferocious beast, the white tiger. For a moment, an incredulous thought echoed through the mind. Day and night to prevent the family thief is difficult to prevent, prevented the heavenly way, prevented Hongjun, prevented the future saints, but did not expect to be in this place of the regicide gun to attract the beast of the white tiger to come here. At this moment, Luo thought of the time when he was in Mount Sumeru, the Godslayer gun had wanted to go to the owner of his predecessor, the Beast Emperor God Reverse. But now, perhaps he had thought wrongly in the first place, and this Godslayer gun was simply trying to go after the ferocious beast white tiger. Ka! In the midst of Luo Shu and Ling Tian's inner sophistication, the barrier formed by the Black Lotus of extinction suddenly shattered. In just an instant, the deicide gun fell into Ling Tian's hands. The crisp sound brought both of them back to their senses at the same time. Above the 12 pieces of world-destroying Black Lotus, a wisp of black aura blossomed and transformed into Luo Shu's body. His eyes flickered with wisps of demonic light as he looked towards Ling Tian. Ling Tian did the same, staring at Luo Shu's illusory body with slight surprise. The strength is not at the level of a mixed golden immortal at all. It seems that this is a wisp of Yuanshan that Luo Shuji left in the Black Lotus of extinction. What a fuss, it's just a wisp of Yuanshan, why would my father need to use the white tiger split? Ling Tian pondered inwardly while speaking in a deep tone. It seems that demon ancestor Luo is still alive, but looking at your aura, why is it so obscenely weak? With such a lustful and weak appearance, the winner of the battle of the Tao and the devil will be that Hongjun. However, this honored one would like to thank you for helping me block the 3 mixed golden immortals in the first place. When the words ended, Luo Shu was instantly annoyed and shouted angrily. This devil ancestor didn't lose, that guy Hongjun is unscrupulous, harming the reincarnation of many chaos demon gods, sinister to the extreme. If this demon ancestor hadn't been careless for a moment, would he have lost to Hongjun? I thought the white tiger could have some nice things to say, but I didn't expect to be killed in every sentence. Ha! You Taoist didn't lose, and Hongjun didn't win, it's just a matter of both losing. Ling Tian stretched his body and didn't want to argue verbally with Luo Shua. The treasure of his chance, the Godslayer gun, had already arrived. There was no need to waste time. It was better to rush back to the 9 Spectres mountain range as soon as possible to break through to the realm of the mixed golden immortal. The killing chi that the Godslayer gun had drawn from the battle of Tao and Demon had already converged in the killing fiend bead. And now, the appearance of the Godslayer gun, with its blood-red bloodbane patterns, was no longer like the general party, constantly setting off the aura of killing, but instead, it had fallen into tranquility, and landed peacefully in Ling Tian's hands. However, the reason for the serenity was simply because Ling Tian was the Lord of Killing identified by the Godslayer gun, and if any other living being dared to try to hold the Godslayer gun, they would be subjected to its killing backlash. In addition to the demon ancestor Luo Shuhu, the devil flame monstrous plus monstrous cultivation, can be subdued, killing monstrous regicide gun. Eye to eye with Luo Shua, the 2 old foxes plotted against each other, but Ling Tian didn't have the time to meet his eyes. Just glancing at them, he was ready to turn around and leave. Seeing this scene, Luo Shu immediately became anxious and snapped. Fellow Daoist White Tiger, you've taken this demon ancestor's deicide gun and you just want to walk away? With those words, the Black Lotus of Extinction carrying the illusory body of Luo Shuhu immediately blocked in front of Ling Tian. The eyes were incomparably sharp as they firmly stared at Ling Tian, and an aura of annihilation blossomed in his hands. What does fellow Daoist Luo mean? Ling Tian was flooded with dissatisfaction, while the killing aura of the Godslayer gun materialized into substance and trembled non-stop. If Ling Tian were to take off his hand at the time, the Godslayer gun might stab away and penetrate Luo Shua's body, clearing away all obstacles for the determination. Looking at his own refining most of the innate forbidden regicide gun full of killing intent aura, Luo Shu angry straight shiver. This ferocious beast White Tiger has not even refined the innate forbidden system, and you, the Godslayer gun, dare to go against the master, really bold. However, Luo also cannot help but sigh, when the collection of regicide gun hardship, who knows? If he hadn't learned of the complete fall of God Rebel, it's not possible to say that this Godslayer gun wouldn't have fallen into his Luo's hands. Now, the Godslayer gun is against the Lord, Luo Shua thinks, or because the ferocious beast White Tiger is similar to its former master beast Emperor God against the Lord, which identifies the ferocious beast White Tiger as the Lord of the spiritual treasure. The killing spirit treasure is not a joke when it is meddlesome. Fellow Daoist White Tiger, this deicide gun is this demon ancestor's spiritual treasure. If you take it away this time, you are not afraid of creating karma with this demon ancestor. Without fear of being liquidated in the years to come, this demon ancestor is now incarnated as an extraterrestrial heavenly demon, and his realm is about to break through the mixed great Luo Golden Immortal. Luo's words are all threats. Seeing this scene, Ling Tian softly taunted. Fellow Daoist Luo, why bother threatening my father? The battle of Tao and Devil has already been lost. In the future, if you dare to take half a step into the flood, I believe that Hongjun will be the first to take action against you. After all, Tao and Devil do not stand on opposite sides. Threatening this honored one here, fellow Taoist has already lost. When these words came out, Luo Shu's expression froze. He didn't expect the ferocious beast White Tiger to actually not eat this set. However, he still did not have the slightest intention to back down. Seeing this, Ling Tian's eyes immediately flashed with murderous intent, slightly lifting up his Godslayer gun as he spoke in a threatening tone. If you don't let me get out of the way again, don't blame this father for not remembering that you helped me in the first place. Fellow Daoist also knows that this honored one is a ferocious beast, the White Tiger, and I'm still capable of doing anything that's heartless and unrighteous. What's more, you are now the culprit for causing all the destruction of the Western Earth veins and the barren land. Your karma has long since spread all over your body. If this honored one destroys this trace of your Yuanshan, I can't help but gain heavenly Tao merit. Wouldn't that be great? Facing Ling Tian's monstrous and ferocious might directly, Luo Shua's eyes kept flickering and eventually sighed leisurely. This demon ancestor's Godslayer gun can be handed over to you, or you can be allowed to leave. It's just that this 12 pieces of world-destroying Black Lotus can also be given to you, it's just that this demon ancestor needs you to do one thing. I don't know if you're willing to do it. If you don't want to, that's fine, after all, you each want something. Hearing this, Ling Tian was slightly stunned. How did this Luo Shujo open his mouth with the Beast Emperor Divine Reversal in general, all of which had some plans? Let yourself help them accomplish one thing, the Killing Fury Bead for reincarnation, and this 12 Pillars of World-Destroying Black Lotus for one thing. If he had a spiritual treasure and was not short of 1 or 2 spiritual treasures, Ling Tian would not have said much to Luo Shujo. However, the only thing that could be used right now was the Killing Fury Bead and the God-Slaying Gun, both of which were spiritual treasures of the nature of killing and destroying. From the looks of it, he, Ling Tian, indeed lacked an innate spirit treasure with incomparable defense. In that case, he should also stay and listen to what this Luo Shu's request is intended to be. Chapter 35 The Black Lotus enters the hand, the hall with a completely different face. It seems that you, Taoist friend, are willing to stay and listen to this demon ancestor's request. Luo said with a sigh of relief. May, say it. Ling Tian nodded slightly, his eyes signaling Luo to spit out what he was asking for. Seeing this, Luo Shuji's eyes flooded with the lustful flavor of scheming, and leisurely opened his mouth. I have calculated that in the future, in the western Mount Sumeru, there will be a sect rising, called Buddhism. This devil ancestor's subordinate, Devil Lawless, will be revived in the future to command the West for 33 years, how about you help him to completely restate the Devil Dao's lineage? No, future matters, cannot plan who, if in the future the Devil Luo Lawless wants to be an enemy of the entire flood, this father also want to help him arm? That's impossible, this honored one told you a message. In the years to come, a great power is going to be reincarnated with the help of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Do you need it as well? Ling Tian smiled coldly in his heart when he heard this, but refused with a bland expression on his face. At the same time, the mouth spat out things about the divine rebellion, but did not name them. After all, that was his Ling Tian's deal with the divine rebel, and it was not to be spoken of lightly. The term 6 paths of reincarnation appeared in the world, instantly causing Luo Shua to fall into deep contemplation. Ling Tian knew that this was him deducing the future scene with the heavenly demon realm's main body, so he did not speak out to stop it. After a long time, Luo's eyes were flooded with incredulity. How, your main body is in the heavenly demon realm, unable to set foot in the land of the flood. But this wisp of your Yuanshin, on the contrary, can be put into the opportunity of reincarnation and reincarnation in the afterlife, so that you can reappear in the flood. This is this honored for the good deed of your demon ancestor Luo Shuhu in helping this honored one to hold back the 3 reincarnations of the demon god in the first place. As the words fell, Luo nodded slightly in agreement. In that case, the 12 pieces of world-destroying Black Lotus will belong to my father. The matter had been finalized. Ling Tian was no longer polite, and under the entanglement of cause and effect, he helped Luo Shuji's Yuan deity reincarnate as the cause, and obtained the 12 pieces of world-destroying Black Lotus as the effect. But this time, as in the case of the Divine Reversal 1, the effect comes before the cause. After the words were spoken, Luo Shu's body disappeared into the 12 pieces of world-destroying Black Lotus and slowly floated into Ling Tian's palm. Looking at the extremely high-grade innate spiritual treasure 12 pieces of world-destroying Black Lotus that was in his pocket, Ling Tian could not help but feel a longing in his heart. But when he thought that Luo's Yuanshin was also inside, dissatisfaction ensued. Fellow Taoist Luo, this treasure has been returned to my father, you shouldn't be in it. Amidst the soft cold voice, the blood-colored killing chi cyclone surged into the 12-pin Black Lotus of extinction, instantly causing a wisp of Luo Shuji's Yuanshin to tumble out and emerge. It's just. Fellow Taoist is so heartless, this demon ancestor's friendship of helping you in the past is also easily erased, worthy of being called a ferocious beast born in the midst of killing, the white tiger. Even this demon ancestor is ashamed to be inferior. In that case, this demon ancestor will stay here and quietly wait for the present of the 6 paths of reincarnation to appear in the flood once more. Between the words, Luo's figure merged into the surrounding cliffs and disappeared without a trace. Fellow Taoist Luo, karma has already been born, why do you need to go to the flood with my father? That guy Hongjun has already won you over, the way of the mixed Yuan Dala, he's bound to step into it. If I knew that a wisp of your original spirit existed in the flood, I would not let you go. After he said that, a burst of demonic laughter came from the surrounding void, and Ling Tian knew that it was Luo Shua's self-deprecating laughter. Luo has lived for countless years, why did he not anticipate this? It is really not a little sad and pathetic. In the void, Luo Shua's eyes flashed with regret, but did not speak out. He was originally a wisp of Yuanshin, and was here to plan for the future. By helping the devil Luo Wuqian to revive the devil's way, he, Luo Shu, will be able to reappear in the flood. But now for the sake of the 6 paths of reincarnation, it would be better to let him, Luo Shuji, do it himself. Wouldn't it be beautiful? The hands of the man are not as good as the hands of the honored one in the end. Fellow Daoist, depart. An expulsion from Luo Shujio came from the void, and hearing this, Ling Tian put away the 12 pieces of world-destroying Black Lotus and the god-slaying lance in his palm, turned around and flew upwards with his feet on the rainbow light, leaving the land of this abyss. Witnessing the ferocious beast White Tiger completely leave, Luo Shujio is a wisp of Yuanshan, but his strength is still there. He then looked towards this abyss and utilized his supreme demonic divine ability, enveloping this place in an instant. Flood time does not remember the year, the sky and the earth are pale, and the years are in a hurry. Thousands of years passed by in a flash, and Ling Tian had already rejoined the 9 Spectres mountain range from the western lands. Standing in the sky above the 9 Sepulchre mountain range, Ling Tian's eyes flared with bemusement as his Yuanshan swept below, serene and tranquil as normal. This scene was like the scene when he had traveled to the west. It seemed that the White Fox clan's patriarch's daughter, Baiyu, was managing quite well. With this thought in mind, Ling Tian transformed into a strand of blood-colored streaming light and crashed into the palace of the 9 Sepulchre mountain range. He had spent more than 2,000 years of his life rejoining the 9 Spectres mountain range, not stopping for a moment along the way. Now, back at his destination, Ling Tian naturally had to close the door, taking out the 12-pin Black Lotus of Extinction and the god-slaying lance to begin refining the innate prohibitions in them, allowing them to truly be reduced to their own spiritual treasures. As the streams of light did not enter the palace, the major clan heads of the 9 Spectres mountain range sensed Ling Tian's exit or the end of his outing. Thinking of the humiliation they had suffered over the years, they were enraged and instructed the juniors in their clans to immediately prepare tribute and head to the 9 Sepulchral Divine Hall to report to the Divine Sovereign the humiliation they had suffered over the years. Baiyu, the daughter of the White Fox matriarch, used her power for personal gain and should be heavily punished. Just after returning to the Grand Hall, Ling Tian's eyes were flooded with bewilderment. How did his 9 Spectre bloodbath like Grand Hall change to look like this? The environment of the hall should be in line with the nature of his ferocious beast White Tiger, but now it is like a place covered by moonlight, the endless starry sky and the Taiyin star, all the time to shine moonlight in this place. The light of the Taiyin moonlight that shone down gradually transformed into a wisp of chilly mist that floated in the Great Hall. Ha! The moon, the planet Taiyin, can't go back. Ling Tian laughed softly to himself, then sat on top of the main seat and spoke in a leisurely tone. Where is White Moon? Come out quickly. After a long time, the coldness filled its body, and the White Moon with a gorgeous appearance, just like a fairy in the sky, slowly stepped into the hall. According to the unit of measurement in his previous life, at this time, Baiyu already had a height difference of 1 meter 6. Baiyu had just stepped into the main hall and landed on both knees, her head slightly lowered without saying a word. Ling Tian looked at this scene, his eyes flashing with bewilderment. He didn't seem to say anything about how it felt like a wave of guilt echoed around Shirayuki. However, scanning Baiyu's body, the aura of the golden immortal realm, this strength was like an ant in Ling Tian's eyes, but it sent him into a trace of shock. The Yuanshan slightly deduced the heavenly chance and instantly learned the reason for Baiyu's guilt. On the day of Baiyu's breakthrough, the Taiyin star and the endless starry sky descended the power of Moonflower to wash Baiyu's entire body, helping him break through the 9-tailed white fox quality and break through the golden immortal realm at the same time. Is it because of that falling moon hairpin? Chapter 36 Complaining against White Moon, Taiyin branding, crowd collapse. In the Great Hall, the reason for the falling moon hairpin triggering the resonance of the Taiyin star, which in turn rained down the power of the Taiyin Moonflower, caused Ling Tian to be slightly puzzled. The light in his eyes that looked toward Baiyu became deeper and deeper, and he kept calculating in his heart. This falling moon hairpin is made from the power of the innate extreme cold, forged into an innate spiritual treasure, and has nothing to do with the star above the starry sky, the Taiyin star. Was it because of the word in the moon hairpin that set off a karmic dispute? Between the thoughts, the atmosphere of the Great Hall became heavier and heavier, and Baiyu, who was kneeling on both knees, was even more worried inwardly. She wouldn't cause the honorable god to be furious. Who knew that his own breakthrough to Golden Immortal would be able to induce the sensation of the Taiyin star transformed by Pangu's eyes, thus descending the power of the Taiyin Moonflower to stain this place? Both sides were silent until Ling Tian realized that all 9 of this White Moon's tails had exploded, so he leisurely opened his mouth. Get up! This honored one does not blame you for the sake of the Great Hall. As the words fell, Baiyu let out a sigh of relief and slowly got up, standing in place to wait for Ling Tian's subsequent words. Although my father's killing Dao Rime is only stained with a trace of the material of the Divine Temple, it can actually be improved by the Taiyin star that is far away in the endless starry sky. I have to say that the Taiyin star that is transformed by one of Pangu's eyes is not ordinary. Between his inner sighs, Ling Tian was just about to open his mouth to ask Baiyu about the various things that had happened in the Nine Sepulchre mountain range during this period of time. Unexpectedly, outside the Nine Underworlds Taiyin Divine Hall, a burst of noisy words came violently. With the addition of the power of the Taiyin Lunar Flower to the Nine Spectres Divine Hall, it appeared that the name needed to be changed as well. Exalted God, my concubine will take care of it. The various words outside the palace begging Ling Tian to show up were transmitted within the Great Hall, instantly causing the face of Baiyu, who was standing honestly, to chill, and she couldn't help but open her mouth to plead and speak. Not having come to the time of the offering, the intentions of these races to come were conceivable. Thinking about what she had done over the years, Baiyu could not help but feel fearful. She was afraid that Ling Tian would be enraged and take his anger out on her and even the White Fox clan. There's no need, let them come in. It just so happens that my father has not seen them for about 10,000 years. This statement, in an instant, Baiyu's heart was like ashes, but he could only resign himself to his fate, stepping out of the hall one step at a time, just like a death sentence on the road. This scene, looking at Ling Tian, he was confused. It's not just meeting the patriarchs of the major races. Do you Baiyu need to be like this? Ling Tian had previously urged the heavenly chants and just deduced the cause of the changes concerning the Grand Hall, not bothering to pay attention to what had happened in the Nine Sepulchre mountain range over these years of time. He was a great power who was about to step into the mixed golden immortal. What was he doing running off to pay attention to the trivial matters of the chickens of the Nine Peepers mountain range? Even the Tai Golden Immortal had not possessed the Nine Secrets mountain range, so it would be better to go and deduce the heavenly chants to see when the many innate sacred ones that the flood was known for appeared. Half a dozen times later, Baiyu led the many clan leaders to step into the Grand Hall. Looking at the patriarchs below, Ling Tian asked lazily with a bland expression. What is so important as to make a fuss? Between the words, a gust of coldness hovered, accompanied by the Taiyin Moonflower immortal mist within the Great Hall, causing the crowd to shiver. However, upon hearing the words of Ling Tian, an exalted god, the many clan leaders fell to their knees and spoke in unison with tears streaming down their faces for a moment. Exalted God, while you were in seclusion, this fox, White Moon, used her power for personal gain and appointed a spiritual treasure to suppress us. Venerable God, on the occasion of White Moon's first tribute offering from the various clans during your seclusion, she had said that this treasure was a spiritual treasure used to subdue tributes. But now, she used it to suppress us and help the White Fox clan become the #1 race in the Nine Spectres mountain range, using power for personal gain, an unforgivable crime. Venerable God, now that the White Fox clan is full of evil, recklessly bewitching the juniors in the clan, so that those who are weak in strength in our clan are all bewitched away by it, serving as slaves and maidservants for the White Fox clan. Sentences of crying, echoing within the divine temple, sitting on top of the throne, Ling Tian's eyes flared with coldness as he looked toward Baiyu and snapped. Come here. Between the fall of the words, the voice was filled with an endless coldness, causing White Moon's trembling body, the 9 tails behind her to explode as she walked towards Ling Tian with her head lowered. Seeing this scene, the hearts of the many patriarchs were thrilled, and they all felt that Baiyu was bound to die. Even some patriarchs, tears of excitement flowed from the corners of their eyes staring at Baiyu's trembling body, calling out very well. It wasn't until Baiyu came in front of Ling Tian and murmured with her head bowed in fear, Honorable God, my concubine was wrong. Below, looking at the fox trying to perform a charming technique, the many clan leaders had sternly rebuked. Bold White Moon, how dare you charm the Honorable God, you don't know how to die. For a while, the many clan leaders who thought they had Ling Tian's backing had vented their past anger, and all sorts of obscene and abusive words fell on Baiyu. Enough! Shut up! Ling Tian let out a furious rebuke, and in an instant, the Great Hall fell into silence, hovering in the hearts of the crowd. The brand of Taiyin star is actually on this little ninny's head. Ling Tian's eyes flared with suspicion as he stared straight at Baiyu's forehead. One could only see a round of crescent marks that resembled a bright moon, carved in the center of Baiyu's brow. This was the branding of the Taiyin star. In Ling Tian's fragmented memories of the white tiger in his previous life, during the ancient times, the branding carved on the brow of the Taiyin star lord, Wang Shu, was also the same as this one on Baiyu's forehead today. It was only during the time of the ferocious beasts that Wang Shu had hurriedly returned to the Taiyin planet after exterminating the divine rebellion, which was an image seen in the innate forbidden system of Ling Tian's refining of the killing fiend bead. The killing fiend bead followed God Reverend for countless years, naturally recording. From the time God Reverend obtained it, any images were recorded, even up until God Reverend's fall. The crescent moon brand on Baiyu's brow was exactly the crescent moon mark of Taiyin star Lord Wang Shu in the beginning. During the period of the quantum revelation of the 3 tribes, Wang Shu also never appeared in the world, and it is estimated that he did not fall. Exalted God! Bayu's face was puzzled as she met Ling Tian's eyes, and was not very intimidated as she was before. Dang! Boing! Ling Tian tapped one of his fingers into the center of Bayu's brow, causing her to let out a slight fox sound. Come on, you go back to the side hall, your own residence, and cultivate well. After you break through the Tai Golden Immortal, come back to my father. When these words came out, everyone present was at a loss. But Shirayuki snapped back to her senses and replied in a low whisper, then turned away. Seeing this scene, the many patriarchs were furious and opened their mouths to ask why they didn't severely punish this fox who used his power for personal gain. There were even those who spoke out that Ling Tian, this exalted god, was clearly tempted by this fox, and that the White Fox clan must be exterminated. Enough, my father has already disciplined White Moon, why are you guys pestering each other? Ling Tian stood up, his killing aura blossomed, and the might of the Tao Lord enveloped the bottom, instantly rendering the many patriarchs speechless. Your finger tapped Shirayuki's brow, that is, disciplined, so who will do us justice? Ling Tian did not care about the thoughts of the many patriarchs who were crumbling inside. Ever since learning that the Taiyin Star Crescent brand had landed in Bayu's brow, Ling Tian wouldn't easily punish her for something trivial. Simply because the spokesperson of the Crescent Moon brand, the brand above the eyebrow of the Taiyin Star Lord once could be simple? In the future, Bayu might possibly serve as the Taiyin Star Lord after the Witch Demon Quantum Revelation, or she might inherit the mantle of the ancient Taiyin Star Lord Wang Shu. The strength of its strength, at least the White Moon is strong enough to become a helping hand in his Ling Tian's hands in the future. It is not the same as these useless races of the Nine Sepulchre Mountains. The billions of races in the flood are all over the place, and for the next witch and demon quantum robbery, Ling Tian only needs people with strong strength. As for the guys who could be destroyed with the lift of a hand, Ling Tian did not need them, they would at most provide a strand of chi luck. Chapter 37, The Divine Emerges, the beginning of the flood's noise. Alright, stand down, all of you. As Ling Tian's words came out, the eyes of the many patriarchs flooded with unwillingness, but in the end, they were unable to undo Ling Tian's meaning. After all, the meaning of a great Luo Golden Immortal was not something that beings like them, who had not even reached Tai Golden Immortal, could refute. Each saluted and retired hastily. Since Ling Tian, the exalted god, was unable to make a decision, they could only use their own methods to solve the problem. All of them united against the White Fox clan, and with all the grievances, they didn't believe that Ling Tian wouldn't come down to deal with it. The big deal was that they plundered the innate resources from the other mountain range races outside the Nine Spectres mountain range and stayed out of the Nine Spectres business. All of them took the Nine Sepulchre Mountains as their umbrella, and those tributes were all used as capital to shelter them. Seeing that the Great Hall was empty, Ling Tian's figure gradually dissipated and disappeared into the depths of the palace to begin a long period of seclusion. The battle between the Tao and the Devil was over, and soon afterward, the innate sanctity of the innate nurturing of the flood was about to appear, and the protagonist of the future Witch Demon Quantum of War would also appear with it. Hongjun preached that the age of the quasi-saints descended, and many opportunities have appeared, and he crossed the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal first, and he must enjoy his matter of opportunity. The time is long and the years are long. A Yuanhui passed by in a flash, and nearly 130,000 years passed by in a flash. In the flooded heavens and earth, it has long been glowing with life, and billions of birds and beasts are spread all over the flooded land. Kunlun Mountain famous flood Pango 3 Qing has been born, Fengqi Mountain Nuwa Fushi with the creation of the way of deduction spread throughout the flood, the good old red cloud Jin Yuanzi traveled the flood. The 12 ancestral witches who came out in the form of Pango's essence blood used their own ancestor witch essence blood as the source to cast the witch race, which mainly cultivates the physical body, to dominate the floodplains. On this day, the flood Fei White Zephyr carries K Menging to recruit Qing Yuan Shangyang, as well as tens of millions of birds and beasts, and goes to the tribe of the Wu tribe, in a vain attempt to avenge the tragic death of the race. It was a pity that it ended in a crushing defeat under the combined efforts of the three ancestral witches, who kept fleeing. At the same time, Ling Tian, who had been in seclusion for a Yuanhui long time, slowly opened his eyes. Its body blossomed with a rich killing aura that evolved into substance, and the sound of a gust of tiger whistles was born from the void, but it reverberated in the place of the retreat, unable to break through the formation restrictions of this place and spread into the Nine Spectres mountain range. The rich bloodline power within Ling Tian's body contained gusts of killing Tao rhythmic divine patterns that fused together with his body, and when he raised his hand, it was all the aura of the laws of killing. The strong aura caused the surrounding void to crumble by inches, but within a moment, it was restored as before. The immeasurable killing divine light shone from Ling Tian's body and then gradually receded. Early stage of the mixed golden immortal has already penetrated the way of killing, and his strength has already surpassed the present-day flood. The only one whose strength is the victory of the Tao and the devil over Hongjun is the one who can steadily overwhelm my father. Between murmurs, Ling Tian leisurely took out the deicide lance and the 12 pieces of world-destroying Black Lotus. The 2 innate prohibitions have already been refined by my father for more than 30, leaving more than 10 prohibitions that require further cultivation before they can be completely refined. After saying that, Ling Tian rose slightly and stepped out of the place of seclusion, and with a single step, he landed in the main seat of the divine hall. Looking at the great hall that was still shrouded in the same Taiyin moonflower coldness as before, even the walls of the palace were the color of ice and cold, crystal clear. After a moment of inner contemplation, he spoke languidly, "Where is White Moon? Come out to see this honored one at once." "Exalted God, Your Highness White Moon, she is in the White Fox clan at this time and has yet to return." The words ended, and after half a second, only a white fox stepped in and spoke respectfully. "Since White Moon isn't here, tell me how the situation in the Floodlands is today. After all, this honored one has been closed for a Yuanhui's years, and now he wants to understand the affairs of the flood." Upon hearing this, Ling Tian frowned slightly sadly and looked downwards at the white fox Yogo inquiring. "Ah. I don't know about the matter of the flood. For long years, my concubine has been in the divine hall to help Your Highness White Moon deal with the matter of the 9 Spectres mountain range." The white fox woman looked puzzled, and bowed down and muttered in a low voice. Although the voice was small, Ling Tian was able to hear it clearly and glanced at the white fox woman below and waved his hand for her to leave. Seeing this scene, White Fox hurriedly turned around and left, fearing that he would fall into the crime of not understanding the affairs of the flood. After half a second, Ling Tian's mouth slightly whispered, and then his voice seemed to travel 10,000 miles away, landing in Baiyu's mind. In an instant, Baiyu, who was originally still catching up with the elders of the clan, suddenly turned around and left, quickly rushing to the middle of the divine hall that Ling Tian had called out to. The words had but just traveled out, and with the fastest speed in her life, Baiyu arrived in front of Ling Tian and slowly knelt down. Scanning the Baiyu below, observing that her breath had already arrived at the realm of Tai Golden Immortal, Ling Tian couldn't help but sigh in his heart. A fox that had a relationship with Wang Shu couldn't be simple. Tai has arrived, Dala is undoubtedly there, and the future of mixed yuan can be expected. Between thoughts, Ling Tian leisurely opened his mouth to inquire about the main matter. "What has happened to the flood during this time? White Moon, speak up, this honored one has been in seclusion for too long." Hearing this, Baiyu slightly froze with a strange expression on her face, but she finally opened her mouth and said, "Concubine only knows about the demon clan, I don't know about the honorable god." Baiyu paused in her tone, but when she saw Ling Tian nodding, she continued to pour out. "Venerable god, there is a witch clan coming out from within the Buzhou mountain, and its tribe possesses 12 ancestral witches, each with the strength of a great Luo Golden Immortal. Moreover, these people of the witch clan all eat flesh and blood, and look down on the walking beast clan like concubines. But in recent news, the White Zephyr Great God carried numerous demon races Downlord Immortals to battle the sorcerer race, and the results didn't come out. That's all I know, I don't know anything else." Between the words, Ling Tian already knew that all the innate saints that the flood wasteland was known for had come out. Just slightly sweeping a glance at the kneeling Baiyu, he softly said, "Get up, there's no need to perform the ritual of kneeling in the future." Upon hearing this, Baiyu's eyes flashed blankly, but her body stood up and stared blankly at Ling Tian. Not paying attention to Baiyu's actions, Ling Tian's eyes were slightly closed as he used his cultivation of a mixed golden immortal to directly deduce the heavenly chance. 1 day, 2 days, until 10 days later, Ling Tian's eyes opened. He already knows many things about the flood. The Kuanping in the northern underworld of the flood one day created a text, called the demon text. Learn this text, can call themselves the demon race in the back, the clan in the front. The Pango 3 pristine ones had already traveled through many floodlands and had broken into countless prestigious names. Many names have been heard in the flood, and all the 6 saints of the flood have come forth in later generations. It just made Ling Tian wonder why Hongjun had not yet sainted, notified the flood, and opened the Purple Heaven Palace for 3 lectures. Thinking leisurely inwardly, his eyes suddenly looked at Baiyu, his tone bland. "Come here, this father will take a look at your crescent branding." "Ha?" Baiyu's face instantly turned red. Her inner emotions were mixed in a million directions, and she didn't know what she was thinking. Seeing this scene, Ling Tian instantly raised his hand without any good reason and yanked it in front of him as he touched his finger to Baiyu's brow. Chapter 38 The White Moon Charms, the scheme of killing with a borrowed knife. The Star-Lord brand of the Taiyin star is getting thicker and thicker. This little ninny won't really inherit Wang Shu's bit, will she? Isn't that the Star-Lord position that gave birth to the 2 goddesses in Taiyin star during the Witch Demon era? Ling Tian pressed Baiyu's brow and kept pondering inwardly, not noticing that Baiyu's face was translucent red at this moment. Until a slightly seductive murmuring sound rang out, directly breaking Ling Tian's meditation. Demon God Temple, Concubine. As she exited, the white moon directly pounced onto Ling Tian, her 9 tails falling beside her, wanting to wrap around the two of them. Is this it? Ling Tian was slightly stunned. Foxes still had this kind of hobby? However, looking at Baiyu becoming more and more reckless, Ling Tian just slightly pressed on her forehead, and wisps of mighty pressure fell on Baiyu, instantly pressuring her into trembling. Wake up! Baiyu, who had come back to her senses, saw that she was clinging to Ling Tian and suddenly panicked, hastily backing away and lowering her head speechlessly. Your White Fox clan, you still have this hobby? Ling Tian's face was puzzled, but he didn't show much seriousness. He just stared at Baiyu with an awe-inspiring smile. He was quite curious as to whether this was the reason that led to the many races of the 9 Sepulchre mountain range to come and accuse Baiyu of using her power for personal gain in the first place. That wisp of seductive appearance made Ling Tian a bit unable to resist, and inwardly, he could not help but sigh, worthy of being a White Fox clan. In later times, once someone compels people, they will be called a vixen. There are 4 major fox forces in the floodplains, namely the Qingqiu Fox clan, the Tushan Fox clan, the Pure Fox clan, and the Orissa Fox clan. The fox demon Sudaji during the period of the feudal measurement of the gods, i.e., the foxes of the Orissa Fox clan. This white fox of the 9 Secrets mountain range, which classification of bloodline of the 4 great fox clans it was, Ling Tian did not ask about it, but now a strand of interest had arisen. Baiyu, who had returned to her senses, only slightly opened her mouth. Concubine cultivates the Taiyin stars method. The power of Taiyin is too thick, and as a white fox, concubine needs the power of the supreme yang to feed her body. In the past years, my concubine has been absorbing the essence of the sun that shines from the sun star to harmonize yin and yang. It's just that the power of the supreme yang under the demon god's palace is too thick, which caused my concubine to lose her mind. After saying that, Baiyu looked at Ling Tian with an aggrieved face. She already knew that Ling Tian wouldn't easily punish himself, and that she only needed to be slightly pampered and cute, and the general things could be skipped over. Alright, don't put on this appearance, it makes this honored one look upset. By the way, why do you call this father the demon god? Ling Tian's eyes were flooded with doubts as he quietly looked at Baiyu, waiting for her to answer. He seemed to remember, although the demon race has come out, but the demon language is not as the choice of hundreds of millions of birds and beasts, their words of communication, is still the words of their respective races. When Baiming Kuanping set up the demon text, he was the master of all demons, but this demon text was only used for the birds and beasts under his command, and did not take it to spread throughout the floodplains. The real emergence of the demon race was when Emperor Jun Taiyi established the heavenly court, and at the same time proclaimed the flood of heaven and earth, the name of the demon allegory. Nowadays, the demon race is not recognized by the flying birds and beasts, they are still the walking beasts clan, the flying birds clan, and the scaly armor clan. The name established in the past when the 3 clans of dragon, phoenix and unicorn proclaimed the flood. Under the demon god's palace, my concubine's White Fox clan, and even the flying birds and beasts of the entire 9 Spectres mountain range, all find the text created by the Kuanping of the North Sea easy to understand. It's more understandable than the words in the inherited memories, so basically, they learned the words of the kunai. But the races of the 9 Spectres mountain range continue to call themselves by the name of their own race, with the demon race coming after them. Ling Tian was instantly helpless. He finally realized why Baiyu called himself the demon god. A group of flying birds and beasts had learned the words of the Kuanping, and the name of the demon race naturally existed. As the commander of a group of demon clans, he was naturally a demon god. What's more, Kuanping's words were easy to understand, and it was only a matter of time before they spread across the flood. It's just. This is the innate divine white tiger, participating in the center of the great war and drawing the required power, will certainly bear the name of a demon, but again, it is the innate divine, so why should I care about the name of a demon god? Murmuring secretly in his heart, he then waved his hand slightly, letting Baiyu leave. He had to ponder over it and see if the ferocious demonic chi in this killing fury bead could be utilized to make use of it. After all, there was no use in keeping it, say, messing with a murderous treasure. Meanwhile, Bai Zhe and a series of other great demons were being chased by the 3 ancestral witches along with many great witches and wizards, running all the way. Taoist brother Bai Zhe, what do we do now? Yes, this witch clan is so ferocious and so strong that we, carrying 10 million birds and beasts, have already lost most of them. Dao brother Bai Zhe, we've been chased by the witch clan for a long time now, what should we do? K Meng Xiang Yang and the others were talking, and there was a helpless look in their eyes. They had only made a surprise attack on the witch tribe, causing several great witches to fall, and had caused 3 ancestral witches to strike at the same time, chasing after them non-stop. Baizé was also quite helpless. He didn't expect that the ancestral witches would keep chasing them for the sake of a few great witches. Dao brothers, hold on a little longer. The poor Taoist had predicted that 2 powerful members of the Flying Bird clan who came from the endless stars would come to help us out of our predicament. Once Baizé said this, the crowd's discussion did not stop, and they were even annoyed beyond measure. They had been hunted by the ancestral witches for hundreds of years, and no strong person from the Flying Clan or the Walking Beast clan had come to save them. And now, with a single word, Baizé uttered that there were powerful men from the endless stars who had landed on the flooded earth and had come to stop the ancestral witches. If this is true, how long it will take, no one knows. Taoist brother Baizé, it's not that I, K-Meng, don't believe in your deduction, but right now it's the danger of falling, so we must find a reliable way. What brother K-Meng said is very true. The star gods of the endless starry sky that I, Qin Yuan, have seen before are all a group of people who are all arrogant and keep to themselves for 3/4 of an inch. The act of running and discussing at the same time caused the ancestral witches who were then chasing them to instantly become enraged, and a monstrous divine ability blasted out. But again, because White Zephyr used his innate spiritual treasure, he barely blocked it, and then ran away with even more effort. The reason why the ancestral witches were chasing them was not only for the revenge of the great witches, but also the fact that White Zephyr and the others were carrying millions of flying birds and beasts in their mustard space. That was a necessity for their witch clan. How could they let it go so easily? Dao brother Baizé, you have the deepest schemes here, think of something. Qin Yuan and the others spoke in a hurried manner. The attack of the ancestral witch just now had already threatened their lives, and already regretted a little why they had to carry the ancestral witch hard. They might as well kill a few great witches and leave. In the present scene, there is no way to retreat, no way to advance, but only to flee in a sorry state. White Zephyr's face was heavy as he finally sighed. The poor Taoist has a solution here that may offend. We have fled to the dojo of the major innate saints, allowing the ancestral witches to fight and enrage the many saints, which will surely lead to conflict. This is killing with a borrowed knife, but we will also be in danger. After all, the source that attracted the ancestral witches was us. Chapter 39, The Wastes Lead to the East, The Lion Suffers, followed by the 9 Hells. After Baizé's remarks, Qin Yuan, Shan Yang and the others were silent. How could the 4 people not know the power of this scheme, which is nothing more than hurting the enemy 1,000 times and damaging themselves 800 times? Angering the ascended sacred and allowing them to strike against the savage ancestral witches. Despite the matter, how could they, as the culprits, get rid of each other's anger? Dao brothers, decide quickly, or we can only wait for those 2 in the deduction to come to our aid. White Zephyr looked at the 4 people who were all speechless to open their mouths and proceeded to inquire. Either they could offend the innate holiness, or wait for the Star Lord derived from fate to descend on the flood and help them out of their perilous situation. At these words, the 4 people's faces varied, but they eventually nodded slightly. One of them, Shinhara, spoke languidly. Not far ahead, belonging to a dojo named Nine-Headed Lion, with the strength of an early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Even though it's the same as us, he's bound to reduce the pressure if he steps in to help us. Beyond that, there is a mountain range with 9 rings connected to each other, called the 9 Sayings. There. I don't know. Qin Yuan paused for a moment, and the eyes of Baizé on the side flickered, thinking of the rumors of the 9 specters, and then spoke. That is also the territory of a great Luo Golden Immortal, but I don't know what race his essence is. But his strength is definitely far beyond the current stage of the flood. Up to the time of the fall of the 3 ancient tribes, he had already dominated the 9 hells, and he can certainly help us defend against the ancestral witches. If that doesn't work, then run to the Kunlun Mountains. Aren't the 3 pristine ones known as the Pango Zonzong? We'll see if the ancestral witch is the Pango Masamune or the 3 Qing. As soon as the words came out, the 4 Qin Yuan people all nodded their heads in agreement, and then they exerted all their strength to keep stepping over the space, running towards their destination. Time rushes on and the years pass. Decades passed by, but in the flood, it was but the blink of an eye, and the ancestral witches who had been chasing and killing for hundreds of years would not stop because of that. On this day, the flooded heavens and earth echoed with a roar of anger suffused with killing intent. Bold ancestral witch, how dare you trespass my dojo? Why don't you quickly retreat? Joke, 9 lion-headed beasts suffer death. After a few moments passed, White Zephyr and the rest of the group, with one more great Luo Golden Immortal, kept fleeing in unison with their footsteps. Among them, the mocking voice of the ancestral witches made them furious, but it was a pity that if they couldn't fight or run, they were waiting to die. Even the 9-headed lion, who had been pulled down by Baizé and the others, did not take his anger out on Baizé and the others. It was only because he knew that in the future, when these sorcerer clans expanded their territories, they would inevitably pass through his dojo territory, and conflict would be inevitable. He had disdained it in the beginning, believing that he had been hanged single-handedly against the 12 ancestral witches. But now, the cruel strength made him recognize the reality, and he could only desperately follow Bai Zhe and the others to escape. As for that piece of hard-earned territory, it wasn't a problem to give it up to the witch race. Why did the nine-headed lion know that the territory was being encroached upon? Simply because behind the ancestral witches, followed by the 10 million witches, once the great avatar of a mountain range was expelled, that territory would belong to the witches. Ancestral witches are not stupid, although they are reckless, but they are slightly scheming. The space ancestor witches had been at the back, only needing to use their spatial aptitude, but they were unwilling to do so. Just because I want to see, White Z and others can pull how many animals under the water, 3 ancestral witches followed by space and the rest of the ancestral witches, step by step to recover the floodland. After all, they are the Pan Gu Zheng Zone, shall rule the earth, these beasts have no qualifications. Daoist brother Bai Zhe, should we not go to the Nine Spectres Mountain and go directly to the Kunlun Mountains? The nine-headed lion persuaded with a ray of awe in his eyes. Brother Lion, why? Bai Zhe asked blandly with a frown on his face. Several Dao brothers, the great Luo golden immortals of the Nine Spectres mountain range are unfathomable, it's not something we can easily offend. Woe to that being, this will make him furious. Hearing this, the nine-headed lion spat out his heart. He had survived the 3 races war and landed near the Zhouyue mountain range, so naturally, he had seen with his own eyes Ling Tian's formidable strength in subduing the many races in the first place. Undoubtedly, it must be a great Luo golden immortal, even if he himself breaks through the great Luo golden immortal now, and even the ancestral sorcerer who hanged him just now, it is not as strong as Ling Tian's aura from countless years ago. The nine-headed lion would rather offend the 3 Qing than that white tiger in the Nine Spectres mountain range. The claim about Ling Tian's original body being a white tiger was something that the nine-headed lion had personally inquired about back then. And now, the Western sacred beast White Tiger is the main killer, that cannot be doubted, the White Tiger clan's strong combat power. That being, Brother Lion, you've seen the great Luo golden immortal of the Nine Sepulchre mountain range? K-Mang inquired from the side with a puzzled face. Recognize, he is a white tiger that belongs to the category of Western sacred beasts, and is in charge of war killing. In the beginning, when he raised his hand, he suppressed the entire Nine Spectres mountain range, the strength of his strength cannot be questioned. If we trespass without authorization, we will be in great trouble. The nine-headed lion painfully exhorted, but the Ing Zhuo on the side opened his mouth with a cold voice. Why does Brother Lion need to care? If that white tiger is really powerful, then our crisis can be solved as well. As for the trouble, we only need to make a small compensation and then we can thank you. As for the ancestral witches, with their arrogant character, they look down on any birds and beasts in the flood, and the white tiger is just like us. At these words, the nine-headed lion, who was still persuading, suddenly froze. Right, they are great Luo golden immortals of the same beast-walking clan, and it is not an undying hatred, so if they are offended, they can just make amends. Being so, he ceased to counsel and approved of the crowd's woe is me plan. Immediately afterward, the 6 of them jointly rushed to the Zhouyue mountain range to carry out the plan of woe, and the words of reparation had already been thought of. As for whether or not the gift could be obtained, it still depended on whether or not the rumored white tiger in the Nine Hells mountain range had the strength to repel the ancestral witch. Meanwhile, the patriarchs of the various clans that were in the Nine Netherworld mountain range had been paying attention to the situation of the uncharted mountain battle. Upon learning that the direction Bai Zhe and the other great Luo golden immortals had fled in was their Zhouyue mountain range, panicked thoughts surged through his mind. They had communicated with the living beings of the witch clan, and regarded them, the flying birds and beasts, as flesh and blood, and once Bai Zhe and the others ran to this place, they were bound to be in trouble. Panic reverberated through their hearts, and after some thought, they carried numerous innate spirits to the mountain headed by the Nine Spectres, which was the place where they relied on the mountain to reside. Over the past countless years, countless innate spirits have been offered in exchange for tranquility and stability. And now, it was time to beg the exalted god to step in and save them from the fire. It's not like they didn't have news about the land plundering of the witch clan. Once the ancestral witches stepped into the Nine Spectres mountain range, their ancestral lands would definitely be plundered and their clansmen would die horribly. Ling Tian, who was still in the divine hall, pondering over the hundreds of years of the fatal qi, had not yet known that the future top 10 demon saints, White Zephyr, and the ancestral witches would be coming to this place. With the use of the fierce qi, Ling Tian wanted to return to the fierce beast mountain range and ask the divine rebel. After all, divine reversal was an existence that cultivated the heaven and earth's faithful qi, and he cultivated the chi of killing and the chi of quantum destruction, and was not proficient in this path. Chapter 40, Conflict Will Arise, Demon God White Tiger. It seems pretty good to mix this baneful chi with innate materials and refine it into a treasure of postnatal baneful chi. Ling Tian's eyes glowed in thought as the killing chi born from heaven and earth surfaced in his palm, wanting to incorporate it. The aura of ferocity and the aura of killing complement each other. The heavenly Dao Fierce Fury exotic treasure, the immortal execution sword formation of that guy Luo Shuji, was birthed from the heaven and earth's fierce fury, together with the countless corpses and skeletons of ferocious beasts, it was forged. Another ferocious treasure, the six-soul streamer was forged from the corpse of the chaos demon god, and there were rumors in later times that the meteorite sacred Dan in the hands of Hongjun was also forged from the corpse of the demon god. With the ferocious aura set off by that quantitative calamity, is it possible for my father to refine a strong spiritual treasure as well? Between mutterings under his breath, the door of the palace slammed open, and Baiyu hurriedly stepped into it, instantly stopping Ling Tian's fanciful actions. The move to try to merge the fury and the killing aura into one. His eyes flashed with a cold aura as he put away the killing fury bead between his palms and looked at Baiyu blandly. What kind of important matter, what kind of behavior is this recklessness? Baiyu, you didn't even pay attention to what this father had said about accepting you as a disciple. And now you're crashing into the great hall in a hurry, with no sense of propriety. Under the cold rebuke, Baiyu did not take it to heart and only opened her mouth in slight aggravation. Demon God Hall, a threat has permeated our 9 Spectres mountain range, I still hope that Demon God Hall will take action. When these words came out, Ling Tian froze, he hadn't purposely offended others, and hadn't tainted his karma with others, so what was the crisis? Between his eye gazes, Ling Tian slowly closed his eyes as his Yuanshan deduced the heavenly chants. When he opened his eyes, there was a piece of slightly angry eyes, but the light in his eyes that looked at Baiyu remained calm, without a trace of anger falling on his body. This honored one knows and will take care of it. White Moon, go inform the spirits of the 9 Spectres mountain range that there's no need to worry, they won't set foot in this mountain range. As the words ended, Baiyu nodded slightly, then arched his hand and retreated. When Baiyu left, Ling Tian finally sighed leisurely. Ever since my father chose the 9 Pale Mountains as his territory, not far from the Buzhou Mountain, the conflict with the witch race was born sooner or later. It's just a pity that this honored one didn't expect that it was actually caused by this kind of reason, the world is unpredictable. With those words, Ling Tian vanished into the void and disappeared. At the same time, White Zephyr and the others looked toward the 9 Spectres mountain not far ahead, their eyes flashing with excitement. They finally arrived at this place, and in their hearts they hoped that the white tiger in the mouth of the 9-headed lion would be able to beat the 3 great ancestral witches. The ancestral witches that followed closely behind, the corners of their mouths even lifted up in a teasing manner. Cool, when we ancestral witches take over the flooded earth, we still don't have to offend the many innate sacred ones and incur the wrath of the public. This White Zephyr and the others, they are deep in the hearts of our ancestral witches, leave them with full corpses. The 3 ancestral witches that chased Bai Zhe and the others were gone, the ancestral witch of water, Zhu Rong, the ancestral witch of fire, and Chang Liang, the ancestral witch of thunder. Which mountain range is ahead? Chang Liang asked leisurely. This is the 9 Spectres mountain range, the strength of even the great Luo golden immortals have not existed in the power, we ancestral witches to take over this place, is not it easy? Zhu Rong's tone was rampant, and the fire dragon on his feet kept hissing. It's better to be cautious, second brother just sent a message that this mountain range is not simple. Chang Liang's face was heavy. Although he didn't know what Candle Join's transmission actually signified, but after some scanning, the Zhouyue mountain range was indeed not simple, and even made the strong Liang who was in charge of the laws of thunder feel the slightest breath of death. Why do you care so much? We ancestral witches are the rightful ancestors of Pangu, and the flooded earth is the body of the Father God, and it is the duty of our ancestral witches to rule the earth. Gong Gong's words were arrogant to the extreme, as if he did not put heaven and earth in his eyes. To honor only Pangu and disrespect the way of heaven is the heavenly principle of the ancestral witches. At the same time, Bai Zhe and the others, who were looking at the 9 sepulchral realms that they were about to step into, suddenly crashed their bodies into the void, and a wisp of transparent barrier blocked their way. You dare to lead the scourge to the east, your crime is punishable. In the void, Ling Tian slowly stepped out, his eyes gazing at Bai Zhe and the others. The aura emanating from his body instantly caused the surrounding heaven and earth to change color, the rich color of blood, shrouding the heavens and earth, and the pressure of the early stage of the mixed golden immortal fell on top of Bai Zhe and the others' bodies. The strong aura of oppression made the 6 White Zephyr people's faces change greatly, wisps of the power of the bodies fall echoed in their minds, and the Yuanshan kept signaling them to leave quickly. Seeing the heaven and earth shrouded by the killing bloodbath aura, White Zephyr, Shang Yang and the others, how could they not know that this was the white tiger that the nine-headed lion was talking about? However, the breath is far beyond the ordinary Great Luo Golden Immortal. If it once shot, a move can suppress themselves and others. Want to escape from this place, but cannot do it. Look at the attitude of the other side. The woe is them. No, this time do not come up with a statement. They are bound to take off a layer of skin, and even fall here. Against the strong pressure, Bai Zhe stiffly stepped forward and opened his mouth full of apologies. Your Highness, White Tiger Demon God, we are only fleeing. If we have offended you, please forgive us. We are willing to take out numerous innate treasures and hope that the Honorable God will forgive us for our blasphemy. As the words fell, the strong pressure leisurely retracted, and Ling Tian did not give Bai Zhe and the others a chance to speak back, but only raised his eyes slightly, looking towards the three great ancestral witches that were about to arrive not far away. Shu Rong, Gong Gong, Chang Liang. Cultivation are all in the middle stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. White Zephyr and the others are also in the middle stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal and were chased and fled in a mess. The ancestral witches that came out of the world in the form of Pangu's essence blood, their battle power is really different from the ordinary Great Luo Golden Immortals. In the midst of Ling Tian's inner murmuring, White Zephyr saw the pressure on his body recede and spoke once again. Under the Hall of White Tiger Demon Gods, they are ancestral witches that took shape out of Pangu's essence blood, who do not cultivate the Yuanshin and who eat flesh and blood. Moreover, they despise all flying birds and beasts, and we were hunted down by them because we slaughtered several great wizards from the other tribe. This nine-headed lion's territory has already been occupied by the sorcerer clan, and they are now chasing us here, fearing that they are not going to follow up by plundering the territory of the Nine Pale Mountains, which... Bai Zhe's wonderful words had already given the reason why they were being pursued by the ancestral witches, and combined with the plundering of the nine-headed lion's territory, the people present knew of the ancestral witches' brutal actions. The nine-headed lion on the side also slightly stepped forward and began to cry. He pleaded with Ling Tian, a powerful being of the beast-walking clan, to make a decision for him. He was even willing to take out heavy treasures just to plead with Ling Tian to help him out. Ling Tian's eyes faintly swept a glance at Bai Zhe and the others, and did not say much, but just quietly sat and waited for the arrival of the ancestral witches. His territory is established to this point, sooner or later to ancestral witch conflict. After all, to the Panga clan's pride, the conflict is inevitable. The two have their own requirements. Flying birds and beasts, seeking a way to survive, the witch tribe needs to eat. It must not be possible to coexist peacefully. Among the three Qing of Pangu's Yuanshin incarnation, Jade Qing Primitive also despises the generation of hair and scales, not to mention the reckless ancestor witches. Chapter 41, Ancestral Witch Ranting, White-Haired Animal. A few flying beasts, why don't they run away? To think that finding a few more similar Great Luo Golden Immortals will be able to fight against us ancestral witches, is it not in the realm of whimsy? The words came from the distant sky, and the bodies of the three great ancestral witches also landed here, with their rich blood aura breaking through the sky. Within 10,000 meters away, the eyes of the three great ancestral witches and White Zephyr and the others locked, and there was disdain in their eyes. Do not be reckless, although we are not enemy to you and other ancestral witches, but in the flood, billions of birds and beasts of life will always stand out one or two powerful existences, and your witch tribe to fight, for the birds and beasts of life for the way of life. As the future head of the 10 demon saints, Bai Zhe is the first intelligent demon military commander under Emperor Jun Tai, and his eloquence is first class. In the words, are the contempt of the three great ancestral witches, although they are not as good as you, but is looking forward to the future of a strong person to step in the flood world, for the flood spirits against the witch tribe. On the side of the Shangyang Yingzhuo and other people are evil words, and now they have a slight premonition. Looking at the white tiger demon god standing in front of the Nine Spectres mountain range, the strength is superb, not the General Dala Golden Immortal can be rivaled. With this thought, they didn't need to run away again, but instead sat quietly as the ancestral witches angered this white tiger demon god and made the three ancestral witches pay the price. Powerful people, no matter how powerful, in the eyes of our ancestral witches, are undoubtedly just a bunch of animals. Animal disciples, how can they overturn the sky? Our ancestral witches are the Panga clan, when the whole floodland, the east, the center, the west, the north underworld, the south, all for our ancestral witches' territory. You are but temporarily occupying it. Sooner or later, we ancestral witches will reclaim the land given to my witch race by Father God. Fiery flames grew horizontally, burning the sky. Gusts of fire dragons surrounded his body. Zhu Rong fiercely stepped forward and shouted sternly. A trace of disbelief flashed in the eyes of Bai Zhe and the others. No one knew at first that this ancestral witch's ambition was so vast. If you think about the beginning, the three tribes also wanted to unify the flooded heavens and earth, but they all ended up in a fall. The great war of the three clans swept through the entire flood world. causing all the existences above the great Luo golden immortals in the flood world to fall. This ancestral witch was mediocre in strength, so how could he dare to speak so wildly? Ling Tian on the side of the first time witnessed the arrogance of the ancestral witch. It seems that the beginning of its birth, it is determined to subdue the floodland, to help Pangu domination of the flood. Even Ling Tian didn't dare to easily speak out wildly, to unify the flood wilderness, this kind of thing, unless the strength to crush all beings, crush the heavenly Tao, can unify the flood wilderness. This ancestor has no demands. You leave the 9 Spectres mountain range. This ancestor has no intention of fighting with your ancestor witches. Ling Tian, who stood at the entrance of the 9 Sepulchre mountain range, leisurely opened his mouth and said. It was true that he had no intention of fighting the ancestral witches, and the need for a great battle in the future was mainly due to the need to be at the center of the quantum revelation and draw on the revelation chi. As for the killing chi, the killing fiend bead could absorb it while the hijacking chi couldn't. It had to be something he, Ling Tian, did personally. Under the White Tiger Demon God Temple, have you not heard the ravings of the knowing ancestral witches, who want to dominate the entire flooded earth, and how can your 9 Spectres mountain be spared from that? White Zephyr stepped forward slightly, holding the feathered fan in the palm of his hand and leaning in. Ling Tian glanced at Bai Zhe, and a strand of strong killing opportunity surrounded his body, instantly causing Bai Zhe to fall deep between the sea of blood. His pupils flashed with repeated fear, and he violently retreated backwards. Deep in the midst of the kill, Bai Zhe couldn't return to his senses for a long time, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. This honored one's decision can't be changed by you scourges. If it weren't for the fact that you're both beasts, you'd already be dead when you came to the 9 Spectres mountain range. A cold word came out, instantly causing Bai Zhe to return to his senses, his trembling body full of fear. In an instant, the scene of corpses all over the place, let the White Zephyr back to the moment of God, instantly shut his mouth, and even the body is unsteady, one-handed support in the shoulders of the Yinzhuang. The 12 ancestral witches that took shape from Pangu's essence blood, depart. My father has no intention of being your enemy. As for your grandiose words of wanting to dominate the flooded earth, this honored one has seen 3 races similarly mouth such words, but they have ultimately come to an end. Ling Tian's brows furrowed slightly as a wisp of displeasure surged through his heart. Just see the corners of the eyes of the ancestral witches still disdain. They do not care what the White Tiger Demon God and so on, their ancestral witch over the land, countless mountain ranges and the earth should belong to the scope of their witch clan jurisdiction. As for the existence of this 9 Secrets mountain range being called the White Tiger Demon God by this group of beasts from Bai Zhe, he should offer up the 9 Secrets mountain range with both hands. No. Seeing the ancestral witches' words do not send, Ling Tian finally realized that the ancestral witches are a group of reckless generation. Reasoning is not reasonable, seems to need to fist teach them to do which. At this statement, the 3 great ancestral witches looked at each other. Chu Rongfire is in full swing, suddenly stepped forward, angrily, and opened his mouth. Didn't you white-haired beast hear what we ancestral witches said before? We are the Panga clan. When we unify the flooded earth, your white-haired beast's 9 Phantoms mountain range should belong to my witch clan. Now, hand over the 9 Spectres mountain and we, the ancestral witches, will not let you leave this place. If not, you will surely die here. The words had fallen, and Bai Zhe and the others thought to themselves, steady, steady. Provoking the White Tiger Demon God Temple, it was hard not to do something now. And the 9-headed lion's face was merciless, simply because the words of the ancestral witch were clearly exactly the same as when he had hijacked and evicted his own land before. He had resigned himself to the fact that his dojo, he reckoned, had changed in appearance. White-haired beast. I'm a white-haired animal? Ling Tian's face darkened to the extreme, and a gust of anger flooded his eyes. Although it was known that these ancestral witches would call Di Juntai a 3-legged crow in the future, they did not expect that they would dare to call him, Ling Tian, a white-haired beast. He is the white tiger, the holy beast of the West, the god of the West. Even if Hongjun achieved the position of Dao ancestor in the future, he should still address him as Holy Father, and he, Ling Tian, should also address him as Dao ancestor. And now the name of the beast hangs over the hearts of the ancestral witches. Generally speaking, when an ancestral witch opens his mouth to address a race by its external name, he is bound to keep it in mind. Similar to the Emperor Juntai 3 feet of the crow, it is hard to not he Ling Tian. Later on, people in the heart of the complaint, he is a white fur animal not. Thinking about this, Ling Tian's breath broke through the sky in an instant, filling the endless heavens and spacetime and enveloping the entire land. A dense killing aura presented itself from Ling Tian's body, a blood-colored world dyeing the clouds. You dare to show disrespect to this honor, your crime is punishable. Between the words, Ling Tian slightly raised his hand, and a ferocious killing chi, evolving billions of blood-devouring wind scythes, swept towards the 3 great ancestral witches. In a flash, Bai Zhe and the others' faces changed drastically, and they retreated tens of millions of miles backward in a single thought, moving away from this place. However, the three great ancestral witches endured the strong power of this strike and just wanted to dodge away from this bloodshed wind scythe, but the space around them was like a confinement, and they could not enter or retreat. One could only forcefully hold on to the power released by the bloodshed wind scythe, blossoming the strength and physical body of a great Luo golden immortal to collide with it. Chapter 42 The Wind Scythe has been released, Ancestral Witch seriously injured. The remaining 9 ancestral witches who had just finished organizing the 9-headed lion's dominion territory were not slow to follow the pace of the 3 great ancestral witches, and they couldn't help but sigh as they traveled. This flood innate sacred land is really big, innate resources are quite a lot, even the living flesh and blood of those flying birds and beasts are enough for them to consume the witch clan for 1,000 years. But suddenly, the time ancestor witch Candle Joeen among the 12 ancestor witches, his face changed violently. Not good, Zhu Rong and the others have kicked the bucket, we must go over to save them right now, or else Zhu Rong, the 3 of them, will surely fall. Between the words, the rest of the ancestral witches put away their playfulness, in which Di Jiang even asked with a gloomy face. Second brother, really? The laws of time project the future, if we continue to be this leisurely, Zhu Rong and the others will be in great trouble. Candle Joeen nodded slightly and spoke heavily. As the words fell, Di Jiang immediately danced the 4 wings behind him, and the flow of time rose from his body and traveled to the bodies of the rest of the ancestral witches. In an instant, Emperor Jiang sailed forward violently, his figure constantly flickering. Its speed can be called the flood of the speed of the most, only the Kunping rocking up 90,000 miles to match. The rest of the ancestral witches on the side all followed closely behind, rushing to the 9 Spectres mountain range. The group of great wizards under his command, or had they seen such a hurried ancestral wizard, were dumbfounded. However, he quickly reacted and hurriedly used the fastest speed of his life, running non-stop towards the direction where the ancestral witch had left. At the same time, White Zephyr and the others, whose bodies had retreated to tens of millions of miles, finally stopped and looked ahead with heavy eyes. They witnessed the scene where billions of bloodshed wind scythes exploded from beside Ling Tian and swept down the 3 great ancestral witches. For a while, all of them could not help but suck in a breath of cool air. Among them, Bai Zhe even murmured with fear in his heart, "This is the great Luo golden immortal of the 9 Spectres mountain range, that white tiger demon god temple?" Of course, the strength is not something that can be rivaled by an ordinary great Luo golden immortal. I even suspect that his strength has already stepped into the peak of the great Luo golden immortal, or even higher. The 9-headed lion moved forward slightly, his eyes flaring as he spoke assertively. "White tiger demon god, demon god? Why would we call him a demon god? The demon text created by Manhwa Kunpeng applies to all flying birds and beasts, but there is no such thing as a demon race. Indeed, could it be that in the future there exists the race of the demon race, formed by the union of billions of flying birds and beasts, and that the heavenly Tao subconsciously guides us?" Shang Yang Zhuo and the others were immediately talking about why the demon god had exited. By all rights, they should address Ling Tian as the white tiger venerable god. This designation is a well-preserved legacy from ancient times. But now, what is the demon god for? White Zephyr listened to the crowd's discussion, his eyes kept turning as if he was plotting something, but he finally looked towards the center of the great battle. "I am the ancestral witch of fire, Zhu Rong, in charge of all the fires of the flood. Will I be for these weak wind sickles? Nonly bright flame." Looking at the billions of blood fury wind scythe that swept over the surrounding space confinement, unable to tear open the space to escape from this place, Zhu Rong, directly with a stern and furious cry. In a flash, the Phoenix clan's nonly bright flame, a flame with strong destructive power, was also a flame with the power of destruction and regeneration. It kept burning on Zhu Rong's body to help him heal and burn everything. As the words fell, Zhu Rong took the lead, forcing himself against the pressure given by the strong bloodshed wind scythe and swinging out a fist. Seeing the scene, Gong Gong Changliang each used the power of the laws under their control. 3,000 weak waters spread all over his body, and the violet heavenly lightning flickered with light, spreading all over the heavens and earth. Since Zhu Rong had not been afraid, what were the 2 of them afraid of? If they were afraid, they would not be worthy of being called Pangu Jingzong. Why struggle? You and others are but mere Tao lords. How can you resist the will of the mixed world? Looking at the scene of the 3 great ancestral witches insouciance, Ling Tian laughed coldly and spat out the words that the 3 great ancestral witches had once often hung on their lips in disdain. Calling him Ling Tian as a white-haired animal, there has been a crime, when he fell in the flood. He could spare the 3 ancestral witches if they did not die after receiving this move. After all, it was carrying the merits of Pangu's opening of the heavens, and if it was destroyed with his own hands, Ling Tian would inevitably suffer the heavenly punishment of the great Tao. Although the Great Tao has retired from the flood, but for the three Qing who carries the merits of the Great Tao, the 12 ancestral witches are very concerned. The fall of the future ancestral witches is that they have done it to themselves, wearing down the merits of the opening of the sky accumulated by Pangu, and the karma is entangled, so it is difficult not to die. In an instant, when the two collided, it was like a crushing force. The three great ancestral witches, who were originally as powerful as rainbows, with flames all over their bodies, 3,000 weak waters, and surrounded by thunder and light, were blown away by billions of bloodshed windsides in a matter of moments. As they flew backwards, the windsides evolved by the killing chi cut on top of the flesh of the three great ancestral witches. The three ancestral witches were crushed in an instant and fell heavily onto the busy earth, which was torn apart by the pressure of the heavy ancestral witch bodies. The billions of bloodbath windsides didn't stop, and the original ancestral witches that had just been knocked down, the Dao Dao windsides cut and came. Aha! In an instant, the wailing of the three great ancestral witches resounded through the clouds, their voices sounding like flood bells ringing out, shaking the clouds and scattering them, spreading to billions and billions of miles away. The 9 ancestral witches that were rapidly arriving, suddenly their heavy faces became more and more grave, their figures constantly crossing space, even slightly accelerating in time, and constantly rushing towards this place. Bai Zhe and the others who witnessed the miserable scene couldn't help but gulp. In their hearts, they all silently recited, fortunately, they did not start a conflict with this white tiger demon god, otherwise, the ones who are now lying on the ground and wailing would definitely be them. Wailing resounded through the clouds dispersed, the three great ancestral witches' body has long been blood and flesh, breath-weak lying in the earth, so that the original barren earth, into a trace of a river of blood. On his face, was a face of pain. How is this possible? The pupils of the three ancestor witches were all in disbelief, and they used their full power to attack, colliding with the other party for less than a moment before being crushed by them. This, simply, does not make sense. They were ancestral witches that had come out of the world in the form of Pangu's essence blood, and their fleshly bodies were incomparably strong. How could a mere attack cause them to be seriously injured? But the fact proved that they had fallen to the ground with serious injuries and their breath was failing. Chang Liang forcibly propped up his torso and opened his mouth with a scornful gaze in his eyes. Worthy of being the white tiger in charge of war killing, his strength is truly extraordinary. We ancestral witches have lost, but you don't want to feel good either. Between the words, Zhu Ronggangang also stood up, his breath instantly skyrocketing, and his eyes were strewn with deadly intent as he firmly stared at Ling Tian. For a move to crush the ancestral witch's divine ability, Ling Tian had no sadness or joy, after all, he had already reached the mixed world, and a move that could not seriously injure a Delo might as well be crashed to death. But seeing this scene, Ling Tian had a slight guess in his heart that these three ancestral witches wouldn't be trying to pull him to self-destruct, right? His eyes couldn't help but raise a black line. If that was the case, Ling Tian wouldn't dare to take on the karma of his self-destruction so easily. But his own arrogance, Ling Tian is also unwilling to let go, his eyes disdainfully scanning the three great ancestral witches. He just didn't believe that these three ancestral witches really dared to blow themselves up. We, the ancestral witches, today. Without waiting for Zhu Rong and the others' bold words to be exported, the 9 great ancestral witches already had their figures constantly crossing space, gradually approaching the land. Sensing the arrival of their own siblings, the 3 who were originally holding out for a double loss stopped in a hurry. Chapter 43 White Zephyr's Words, Ancestral Witches Gathering. The rest of the ancestral witches, trouble. The remaining light in Ling Tian's eyes moved slightly, sensing the arrival of the remaining 9 ancestral witches, and his brow couldn't help but furrow, but in the end, he hadn't made a move to completely obliterate these 3 ancestral witches. The White Zephyr and the others, who were looking at the end of the battle, had already come back to this place and spoke in a respectful tone. Demon God Temple, truly a god of great power, crushing the ancestral witches with a single move, can be called the first person in the flood wasteland as well. On the side, Yingjua and the others, all of them followed closely behind, congratulating Ling Tian for his divine might and soul dominance over the flood. Upon hearing this, Ling Tian's face was indifferent and did not react in any way. Just slightly opened his mouth and said, "Fong, you have already left, why do you still want to come back? Is it possible that they want to seek death? The ancestral witches have offended this honored one, and if they have not died after taking a move from this honored one forgives them. But for those of you who are scourges, your crimes are no different from the ancestral witches, so why don't you take a move from my father as well, and only then can you be forgiven?" The moment these words came out, Bai Zhe and the others' faces instantly stiffened beyond recognition. It was as if he was listening to whispers from beneath the 9 ghosts, cold and frosty. However, Bai Zhe was ultimately the future head of the 10 great demon saints, and with a slight turn of his eyes, flickering with streams of scheming light, he softly and respectfully arched his hand. Your Highness the Demon God, this sorcerer race is cruel and bloody, slaughtering all the spirits of the flood and hunting hundreds of millions of birds and beasts. I, Baizé, am here to be the first to join your Highness's forces, and at the same time, I implore you, Temple of the Demon God, to lead the 10,000 tribes of the flood, and together we will fight against the ferocious ancestral witches. Flood hundreds of millions of birds and beasts, learned of this news, will come to defect to the Demon God Temple, then gather the power of the flood, will certainly pour down, eliminate the witch tribe. For the billions of flying birds and beasts that defect to the Demon God's temple, they will provide heaven and earth's chi luck, allowing the Demon God's temple's realm to grow by leaps and bounds. Wouldn't that be great? White Zephyr is a flood fae, and its track of probing the situation of heaven and earth is absolutely unrivaled by any other person. He looked at Ling Tian as presenting the fateful destiny of an emperor, while if Baizé had witnessed Emperor Jun Tai, he would have similarly felt that the other party was a hegemon who could command billions of races in the floodplains. If Ling Tian knew what Baizé was thinking in his heart, he would not refute it. It was only because that imperial destiny was the position of the Beast Emperor of the Fierce Beast clan. Instead of dominating the position of overlord of the billions of races in the floodplains, the future of the 4 major demon emperors of the heavenly court, the highest person in charge, the only one who is Emperor Jun Tai. Fuxi and Nuwa are only slightly titled, but their status is equal to that of Emperor Jun Tai, but to the extent that they are commanded to do so, they are bound to obey Emperor Jun Tai, not Nuwa Fuxi. It was only in the face of Baizé's plea that a hint of surprise flowed through Ling Tian's eyes, but he quickly regained his previous bland color. Looking toward Baizé and the others leisurely opened his mouth to politely reject his intentions. Baizé, are you unaware of what happens to the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans? If this ancestor which is the next Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin tribe, and the one who rules over billions of flying birds and beasts is another Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin tribe, the end result is invariably a lose-lose situation with no gain. Look at the 3 tribes that are now fallen to the extreme. Any living being can ride on their heads and claim dominance. This is not what this honored one wishes for. Are you trying to trap this honored one in a dangerous situation? After the words were spoken, Ling Tian did not use a single trace of pressure, but only looked at Baizé as quietly as the bright moon. Only to see Baizé's body trembling, a drop of cold sweat could not help but flow out of his forehead, and then he said in a loud voice, I don't dare, I don't dare. But now that the Demon God Temple has offended the 12 ancestral witches, we are willing to help the Demon God Temple and fight against the ancestral witches together. This will save us from the sin of the scourge, so I hope the Demon God Temple will forgive us. Between the words, Baizé's eyes hinted at the surrounding merchants' sheep and the others, and seeing this scene, they all spat this out just as Baizé did. Alright, cut the crap. You White Zephyr want to unify the existence of all the races of the flood to show up and fight against the brutality of the ancestral witches. This honored one is not an excellent candidate, but it could be an excellent candidate, but this honored one is not willing to do so, so you, Baizé, had better hire someone else. Ling Tian's words did not make any sense. He was an excellent candidate and he could also be a non-excellent candidate. Carrying the aura of the king of ferocious beasts, he could indeed raise a cry and wait for the birds and beasts that had been oppressed by the sorcerer clan to come and join him, and then order all the clans of heaven and earth to attack the sorcerer clan. But so what? Witch and demon in the middle, the 12 ancestral witches set out 12 metropolitan god fury formation, cohesion panga true body, convergence of heaven and earth of the fury, and axe both out. There is the power of the saint, not he Ling Tian can easily block. Without the perpetual star dipper formation, how could one fight against it? The 10,000 tribes of the floodplains, taken up singly, did not have the perimeter star dipper formation evolved by Di Jun's Hichu Luo Shu to fight against them. Undoubtedly, it is not a mantis and it is not self-serving. Upon hearing this, thoughts continued to flow from White Zephyr's intelligent eyes, as if he was pondering the feasible aspects of Ling Tian's words. Thinking of the 2 starry sky gods that came out when he was deducing a ray of hope, it suddenly occurred to him that the other party was not a candidate who could command the flood tribes. Since this is the case, he will no longer think about it, and when he meets, he will know whether he is qualified to let him White Zephyr help. However, nowadays, they were on Ling Tian's side, contributing a part of their efforts to fight against the 12 ancestral witches in front of them together, to atone for the sin of the woe is the East. At the same time, the remaining 9 ancestral witches who had long since arrived at this place surrounded Zhu Rong Gong Gong Changliang, watching their injuries, and one of them couldn't help but open his mouth to taunt. You can't even defeat one person, it's really a disgrace to our ancestral witches. Why don't you guys go crash into a mountain and kill yourselves? The fire is in full swing with the short-tempered Zhu Rong Gong Gong, just wanted to refute the person who exported. But looking at this ancestral which is the 12 ancestral witches, the law of Rain Shanmei, strength ranked in the forefront of the ancestral witches, not they can mess with. As for Chang Liang, after hearing the familiar crisp female voice, he directly fell silent. He knew that Shin-mei was not something he could refute, and it would be disastrous to be beaten up. That's enough, Shin-mei, don't make a snide remark. Jumong, use your laws to help them heal. A soft rebuke from Emperor Jiang caused Shin-mei to skim his head arrogantly. Zhimeng was in control of the laws of wood, and he was number one among the 12 ancestral witches in terms of healing. Immediately afterward, a stream of light that shimmered with a greenish aura was injected on top of the three people's bodies. In an instant, the flesh and blood that had originally been cut by the bloodshed wind scythe was instantly restored to its original state, but even though the exterior was restored to its original state, it was still slightly internally injured. Even if there was no healing from sentenced Mang and no one struck out at the three again, they could still rely on time to heal their injuries. Ancestral witches with strong physical bodies wouldn't be unable to heal just because of a little injury. Until Zhu Rong Gangang Changliang shook his torso, Emperor Jiang was relieved. He had never seen his own brother hurt so heavily. He wanted to blow himself up with his enemy and die with him. Chapter 44, Negotiating Between the Two, Reparations? In front of the Nine Secrets Mountain, Ling Tian was still standing here, quietly looking at Zhimeng treating the injuries of the three severely injured ancestral witches, and did not take any action to stop them. However, White Zephyr and the others on the side stupidly want to move, only because if they kill an ancestor witch here, then fewer ancestor witches, they will be able to relax a little bit in the future. However, seeing that Ling Tian was indifferent, Bai Zhe and the others were not in a good position to take the lead. Perhaps in the underworld, they had already taken Ling Tian as the leader of this battle. Ah! Yes! The healing of the injuries allowed the three ancestral witches to stretch their bodies. Zhu Rong even embraced Jumong and said freely, many thanks, come to my tribe of fire in the future. I didn't expect the healing of the laws of wood to be so powerful. How about, in the future, I, Zhu Rong, will be able to come to brother Jumong for healing when I have a big battle with Gong Gong and suffer some minor injuries. When Jumong heard this, the corners of his eyes jerked, and his tone was light as he politely refused. No need to be polite, my Jumong's wood tribe still has many important things to do, but if you really need my wood laws, this ancestral witch will still be happy to serve. The meaning of these words, the rest of the ancestral witches basically know that Zhimeng is rejecting Zhu Rong's plea, but Zhu Rong, who is a party to the case, is just refreshingly praising, Zhimeng is enough brotherhood. Even Gong Gong, who was the ancestral witch of water, was quick to pat Jumong's shoulder and praise together. Only Zhimeng, the color of speechlessness flooded in his eyes, but as a brother Zhimeng, it was not good to reject the enthusiasm of the two. He could only spit out a good word, and then he stopped meeting his eyes. At the same time, the time ancestor witch Candle Join, who had been eye to eye with Ling Tian, had the light of time flowing through his eyes, trying to see through the other party's future. But no matter how Candle Join used the laws of time, deducing the future scene, the only thing he could listen to was a gust of tiger whistles echoing in his ears. This caused Candle Join to suck in a breath of cool air and whispered in his heart. The other party was worthy of being the unknown powerhouse that he had probed in the time-long trajectory of the Zhu Rong trio, and his strength was not trivial. No wonder he could crush three ancestral witches without changing his face. Facing their 12 ancestral witches straight on with a bland face. Seen enough? Ling Tian stood in the void and spoke in a leisurely tone. In an instant, the light of time in Candle Join's eyes faded, and shock flashed through his pupils. However, he did not open his mouth to communicate with Ling Tian and only looked at him quietly. After the ancestral witches had caught up, Di Zhang slowly came to Candle Join's side and softly asked him about the scene he had deduced. Second brother, how? Candle Join only shook his head slightly and spoke in a regretful tone, elder brother, his future is pitch black, shielded by the heavenly chance in the flood, I can't witness it. However, his original body is known to be the white tiger that made an oath to serve as the holy beast of the West, ruling over killing and war. He is not the Western sacred beast white tiger, or a being of the white tiger clan. But his aura is as if he is extremely calm, like a great Luo, and seemingly not. Overall, this person is extremely strong. In the great Luo golden immortal realm, it is estimated that no one is his opponent, and it is only right that Zhu Rong's three people can't beat him. In the way of the mixed golden immortal realm lost since the long river of history, Hongjun has not yet become a saint, preaching the flood, but quasi-saint realm is also no one knows. Because of this, Candle Join only judged Ling Tian to be in the great Luo golden immortal realm. When Emperor Jiang heard this, his heart was shocked, but he quickly came back to his senses. No one in the great Luo golden immortal realm was his opponent, but so what? With their ancestral witches working together, 12 against 1, they didn't believe that they still couldn't defeat Ling Tian. As for Bai Zhe and the others behind him, they were ignored by the ancestral witches. Eldest brother, should we leave this place first? My little sister sees that this person did not intend to make a move. The smallest of the 12 ancestral witches, Ho-Tu, slightly stepped forward and spoke softly. Hearing this, Di-Jiang only pondered for a moment, and without waiting for him to give Ho-Tu an answer, the several ancestral witches on the side were suddenly furious and blurted out their words. Eldest brother, we are the Pan-Gu Zhan clan, how can we easily retreat? Has eldest brother forgotten that we are going to rule the flooded earth for Father God? How can we retreat because of one person? It's just a white tiger, can't it still turn the world upside down? Numerous rumors and gossips fell into Emperor Zhang's mind, causing him to hesitate. With this in mind, he looked at Candle Join, only to see him faintly smile and not say anything. Ling Tian listened to the many grand words of the ancestral witches and remained bland. The words of the ancestral witches were like clowns making a racket. He is a mixed golden immortal, not a match for the Dao Lords. Even if the other party was a 12 ancestor witch with a strong physical body and was born to rule the laws, he was not his enemy. Unless the 12 ancestral witches set up the 12 heavenly goddesses' great formation right now, otherwise, no matter what, the ancestral witches are not his Ling Tian's enemy in a few moves. After thinking for a long time, Di-Jiang knew that their ancestor witches were Pango proper, so they couldn't back down easily and could only step forward. However, he could not fight with the Ling Tian in front of him. The only way to solve the problem was to communicate and let him retreat. With this in mind, Emperor Jiang spoke sternly with a deep voice. You make amends, and we, the 12 ancestral witches, will not dwell on the matter of you injuring Zhu Rong and the others. They, the ancestral witches, were unwilling to back down, but at the same time they had to fight for an excellent way to win. It is impossible to let them make amends to the ancestral witches, if not, then it will be a battle. At these words, Ling Tian's eyes wrinkled slightly as a color of dissatisfaction was set off within him. He wasn't weak, and he wasn't on the losing side of the battle, so where did the other side get such grandiose words to negotiate with him? Demon God Temple, don't hesitate. I, the nine-headed lion, negotiated with them earlier, and this group of reckless people, without the slightest bit of reasoning, lifted their hands to break my Dala dream with a few punches and claimed my dojo. Now let the Demon God Temple make amends and apologize, and when those 3 ancestral witches recover from their injuries, they will surely besiege the forces of the Demon God Temple. If you don't do it now, when will you wait? The nine-headed lion jumped out violently and angrily opened his mouth to rebuke the ancestral witches for their former crimes. A ray of sadness echoed through his frame as he spoke. His eyes glanced slightly at the nine-headed lion, then Ling Tian spoke in a faint voice. You ancestral witches wanted to invade my power, insulted my father as a white-haired animal, and now you want my father to make amends. Aren't you bullying my father's incompetence? As the words fell, the eyes that were like sharp blades swept across the 12 ancestral witches, and the Godslayer gun in Ling Tian's mustard seed space stirred, as if it was going to reappear in the world, once again presenting the power of Godslayer. Hearing Ling Tian's words, Emperor Jiang fell into deep thought. When did he insult the other party as a white-furred beast? Although it was true that a white tiger could be called a white-furred beast, but one had to look at the strength. But while still pondering, Zhu Ronggangang had spoken angrily, saying that you are a white-furred beast, you are a white-furred beast. What is a beast of prey with dyed white fur if not a white-furred beast, shaved off, or a hairless tiger? As soon as the words came out, the atmosphere in the room instantly froze. Chapter 45 Broken Negotiations, 1 War. Emperor Jiang, who was planning to reluctantly back down a step, echoed Zhu Rongganggang's arrogant and awe-inspiring white hair words in his ears, and his heart sank. His eyes even flared up coldly, scanning Zhu Ronggangang 2 people, seeing that the 2 people still do not know the form, and still want to continue to belittle the white tiger demon god in front of him, he hastened to rebuke. Zhu Ronggangang, shut up. The words fell, slightly injured, already grumpy 2 people, after hearing the voice of their big brother, Emperor Jiang, suddenly deflated, shut up and did not say a word. However, the stubbornness of its eyes could not be concealed. It was mainly because the other siblings had learned that they actually couldn't defeat a flood spirit of the same realm in the flood, which was simply a strange shame. Demon God Temple, as I, White Zephyr, see it, these ancestral witches have no room for negotiation at all. Fang just opened his mouth to discuss letting you make amends, and also said that your highness you are. Noticing the eyes full of killing bloodthirsty aura, Baizhe instantly shriveled up and gulped. Do you want to be like the ancestor witches, Shirasawa? Ling Tian opened his mouth in a cold voice, and a chill immediately lifted from Baizhe's body, causing him to wince. He even refused repeatedly, claiming that he was only thinking for Ling Tian's sake. Humph. After a cold snort, Ling Tian redirected his eyes towards Di Jiang, the head of the 12 ancestral witches, and spoke in a strong and chilly tone. Your 12 ancestral witches, let those 3 ancestral witches make amends to my father. Although your 12 ancestral witches are Pangu essence blood incarnate out of the world, holding the Pangu heaven opening merit protection body enhancement, this ancestor can kill you. But for the offense of disrespecting this honor, it shall be suppressed for 30,000 years. Between the words, the hearts of Bai Zhe and the others behind Ling Tian were free-flowing. This white tiger demon god was going to make a move against the ancestral witches after all, and it didn't make sense that after facing the threats and insults, he would still be able to sit down and negotiate calmly. Ugh. Is that really necessary? There is no room for negotiation, my witch clan retreats one step of its own, I don't want your white tiger's reparation, and this matter ends here. Emperor Jiang sighed with an alas, he really didn't want to get into a fight with the white tiger whose strength he didn't know the depth of. After all, easily crushing the Zhu Rong trio, he, Emperor Jiang, couldn't do that either. Ridiculous, ridiculous. If your ancestral witches had said these conditions just now, this honor might have agreed. Ling Tian laughed up to the sky, and all of a sudden, he gazed ahead, his eyes flat as he opened his mouth. It's just a pity that now you and others have insulted my father as a white-furred beast, a hairless white tiger. With all the events, how can one leave? Between the words, it made it clear to Emperor Jiang that they would not be able to fight this battle without a fight, while at the same time, his eyes glared at Zhu Rong Gonggong. Afterward, he retreated to the side and stood in a line with the rest of the ancestral witches. Eldest brother, do we really have to make a move with it? Candle Join murmured next to Emperor Jiang's ear. He could see that the other party was not simple, and the result of making a move would either be crushed by him or both of them would be injured. Although their ancestral witches were only in the realm of the Great Luo, they were born as the favored ones of the laws and ruled the laws. At the same time, it is also the Pangu authentic clan, holding the bottom card left behind by Pangu. The battle power is not the General Dala Golden Immortal can match, not ordinary people can be easily provoked. But the talk of undercards is not something that can be taken out easily. Humph. Emperor Jiang gave a cold snort without good humor and spoke with a heavy voice. It can't be helped, Zhu Rong Gammon, the reckless and violent nature of these two goods, it's time to change. This white tiger has pursued to the end, it is impossible for us ancestral witches to bow down, the only way is to fight. After the words, Di Jiang let out a roar, we are ancestral witches, for the Pangu authentic, since you are unwilling to shake hands and make peace, the only way is to fight. Brothers and sisters, go! When the words fell, the 4 wings behind Emperor Jiang shook, the breath of the Space Law Ranch, the figure disappeared into the void. When he appeared once more, while Ran broke through the void, space collapsed and trembled inch by inch, and a fist was offered and swung towards Ling Tian's forehead. Seeing this scene, a group of ancestral witches, one after another, using their respective law aptitude, set off a monstrous greatness. One of the slightly injured Zhu Rong Gonggong Chang Liang 3 people, did not swarm, but to face their previous pursuit of the White Zephyr 6 people. If the situation was according to the past, the White Zephyr merchant sheep and the others would have quickly fled. But now that the ancestral witches had been injured, and they were at their full strength, there was no reason for them to continue to flee. At the same time, looking at the fist that slammed into the front of his eyes in the blink of an eye, Ling Tian only slightly raised his hand, slightly blocking the blow of Di Jiang's instantaneous movement using the laws of space. Silks of hybrid killing Dao rhythm appeared from Ling Tian and instantly filled the middle of the sky. This scene caused Emperor Jiang, who was still shocked that Ling Tian was able to react, to violently set off a trace of doubt in his heart. But without waiting for Emperor Jiang to react, Ling Tian flung Emperor Jiang away, and his strong physical strength directly blasted him tens of thousands of miles, and countless mountains were opened up by a huge gash in them. After doing all this, thousands of cold and frosty bone spikes violently emerged from the void on the side, stabbing towards Ling Tian's torso. Not yet finished, the invisible gale in the sky and earth leisurely appeared, forming a large tornado that surrounded Ling Tian's body next to him, sweeping through the sky and earth. The tornado should have belonged to the wind attribute, but at this moment, it was tinted with a rich dark green color. This was the poison tornado. Even between the tornadoes, there was a slight hint of purple arcs of electricity, and the thunder exploded and boomed. Ling Tian, who had long since sensed something strange in the void, had the 12 black lotus of extinction rise up from beneath his feet, blossoming with strands of destructive intent, forming a barrier to block this sudden attack. Icy cold bone spikes, within the huge tornado of attraction, Ling Tian sat still as a bell, not moving at all. Law of rain, law of poison, law of electricity, law of wind. You ancestral witches are really favored by heaven and earth, natural favorites of the laws. Ling Tian, who had his feet on the 12 pieces of world-destroying Black Lotus, looked around himself at a realm of doom and couldn't help but sigh. But sighing is sighing, and getting your hands dirty still needs to be done. The next moment, between a roar. The dragon scroll dispersed, the bone spikes dissipated, and a white tiger covered in an infinite amount of blood fury's radiant divine light leisurely stepped in the vault of the sky, with a trace of the mixed Yuan Dao rhythm permeating its body, and its aura was completely different from that of the great Luo Golden Immortals. This was Ling Tian's current body, the true body of the Beast Emperor White Tiger. Roar! With a roar, the powerful aftermath shook the firmament, transforming into waves that looked like ocean waves, directly shaking back the 4 great ancestral witches that surrounded the outside of the tornado. How is this possible? Regarding the scene of Ling Tian being intact, the pupils of the 4 ancestral witches who had executed this strike all showed shock. There's nothing impossible, a mere Dala Golden Immortal can't be an enemy of a mixed Golden Immortal. The voice carried a gust of a tiger's whistle, like the sound of a bell, sarcastically criticizing the insight of these Pangu Zhengzongs. Roar! After the fight, it's my honor's turn. Sternly roared, at the same time lifted up the sharp and boundless tiger claw, condensed the killing chi from the body, transformed into a boundless bloodshed sharp claw, and swung out with a palm. Chapter 46 Laws of Space and Time, Difficult Law Favorite. At this moment, the 4 great ancestral witches who were facing Ling Tian's strike directly were not the least bit intimidated in their hearts, but the aura that it emitted surprisingly made them feel. If they were to carry this blow, they would definitely be either dead or injured, but being the pride of an ancestral witch, they were unwilling to retreat, and even more so, they would not open their mouths to beg other ancestral witches to step in and carry the attack with themselves and the others. Just as they wanted to use the power of the laws with all their might, 2 angry roars suddenly came from between heaven and earth. The laws of space. The laws of time. Time and space united, time and space reversed. The words fell, originally enough to seriously injure the 4 ancestral witches of the monstrous strike, in an instant fell on the earth, so that the earth trembled. The surrounding countless mountain range living beings are fearful of this time of the Great War. The figure of the ancestral witch, on the other hand, had long since disappeared. The laws of time and the laws of space can actually merge into one? Ling Tian couldn't help but frown. He had seen Timothy and Yang Mei before, but it appeared that he had never seen the 2 of them make a joint move to make time and space unite, utilizing the laws of space and time that had never been seen before. This Emperor Jiang and Candle Join can integrate their own laws, use such space-time aptitude, is not the favor of Pangu's fortune. The reincarnation of the chaotic demon god hadn't even been able to utilize this type of divine ability, and the ancestral witch actually could. At this time, the 4 great ancestral witches time and space reversal, body back to the previous position, 12 ancestral witches side by side standing position. Funny, funny. Between the words, Ling Tian's tiger tail was slightly raised and flung down beside him, instantly sending out a violent sound. Aren't you ancestral witches honorable and upright, but you would actually perform this kind of sneak attack as well? The person who collided with the tiger's tail with each other was Matu, another Western ancestral sorcerer of gold, who ruled over the 5 elements of the laws of gold. Matsuo kept swinging both fists, trying to smash the tiger's tail that was blocking him in front of him. However, Ling Tian's tiger tail wisps of blood-devouring chi surrounded his body as he threw out a tail. A single strike of bloodshed divine light blasted out, hitting the chest of the matron, instantly causing him to wail and crash into the mountain range, out of sight. 12 against 1, do you need a reminder when it comes to the big fight? Zhimeng and Hotu came shattering from the void, their heavy ancestral witch true bodies, heavily overwhelming Ling Tian's white tiger body. In an instant, the thickness of the laws of earth and the resurrection of all things of the laws of wood kept on resisting the bloodshed chi that bloomed out of Ling Tian's formlessness. The heaviness of the earth caused Ling Tian's body to become unsteady in the firmament, and he violently fell into the earth. During the fall, Zhimeng and Hotu coincidentally used their own vast physical body power, and in an instant, thousands of fist shadows heavily smashed into Ling Tian's torso. Seeing this scene, Xianhua murmured under his breath and used the laws of rain to mobilize the dark clouds of the floodlands, descending gusts of icy cold raindrops from the 9 hells. With a single thought from the weather ancestor which Shuebizu, the invisible power of poisonous fury in heaven and earth was injected into the dark clouds, accompanied by raindrops. The ancestor witch of electricity, Trapper, similarly utilized his own laws, and a huge arc of electricity slashed down, blasting towards Ling Tian who had fallen into the earth. If the ancestral witch of electricity, Trap, and the ancestral witch of thunder, Chang Liang, join forces, they might be able to strike the strongest divine thunder in heaven, the purple heavenly thunder. Emperor Jiang and Candle Join jointly struck out, once again utilizing their own laws to fuse, and the vastness of the laws of space and time was once again present. For a moment, Ling Tian, who was still thinking about the infinite bloodbath light, directly paused for a moment. This is the power of the law of space and time, or only Panga's law of force, the first of the 3,000 great Tao laws can match it. Even if the Ling Tian at this moment was a mixed golden immortal, facing so many laws head-on, he would still be caught off guard. As time and space stopped, numerous laws' divine abilities swept in, and the two Hotu Jiumeng saw this and dodged out, withdrawing from the range of the attack. In the next moment, several strong attacks containing the power of the laws instantly landed on top of Ling Tian's body. It made it crash violently into the earth, and the sound of violent collisions resounded through the clouds. We ancestral witches have utilized so much power of the laws, this guy should be seriously injured even if he doesn't die. Emperor Zhang's eyes flashed with a hint of fatigue, and Candle Join on the side did the same. Even the corners of the two men's mouths couldn't help but drip out silk blood. This was the consequence of their forceful use of the laws, stopping the time-space of Ling Tian, a mixed golden immortal, and the extent of the backlash was unimaginable. But in the way of the ancestral witch's strong physical body, this injury was nothing at all. Fast and furious, an animal is an animal, how dare you fight with me, Zhu Rong? Not bad, a mere 6 beasts, 6 defeated men, what's the point of talking about a great battle with the 3 of us? Zhu Rong Gangang Xianliang sighed, presenting the crushing power. Only the moment of exchanging hands, White Zephyr and others were beaten by the 3 ancestral witches to doubt their lives. Hundreds of moves later, they were all beaten to death, miserably collapsing on the ground, fainting to death on the spot. White Zephyr's 6 people, all are blood and flesh, the body of the things worn, have broken in the big battle, presenting a scene of beggars in the latter days. Been beaten into this appearance now, White Z and other people are seriously injured, fainted at the time of death, cannot understand why the 3 ancestral witches are obviously seriously injured, the strength has still crushed them, this is simply not the way of heaven. It was a pity that Zhu Rong and the 3 of them didn't dare them so much, stepping out with a single step, and coming to the side of the remaining ancestral witches at the edge of the sky. At the same time, while Bai Zhe and the others were dying of serious injuries, the 2 great 3-legged golden crows that were still traveling in the floodplains, the future demon emperor of the demon race, the heavenly emperor of the heavenly court, and the Sunstar Lord, Emperor Juntai, were still in the floodplains. All of a sudden, a slight tremor ran through his heart, as if he sensed something. After the 2 men's eyes locked, their bodies transformed into a ray of rainbow light, heading towards the place of their meditative perception. And now, as Ling Tian, who had been struck out of sight by several laws avatars, the dust raised by the earth dispersed, and the white tiger's torso bore a slight trace of injury, but it was harmless. At the last moment, Ling Tian used the 12 pieces of world-destroying Black Lotus to manifest a barrier of strong defense, completely blocking the joint strike of the 9 ancestral witches. As for that wisp of injury, it was something that Zhimeng and Ho Tu had forced out by utilizing the power of their physical bodies. Interesting, the favorites of the laws, the 12 ancestral witches that came out of the Pangdu essence blood, the natural use of the laws, and a strong physical body. If a great Luo golden immortal were here, I'm afraid that he would not be directly killed by you and the others in seconds. Pity, pity. Between the words, Ling Tian's breath surged, strands of killing gas broke through the sky, and then heaven and earth changed color, like a scene of doom. Unfortunately, my father's cultivation far exceeds that of all living beings in the flood. Peering into the future, Candle Join's eyes suddenly crinkled as he asked sternly, what do you mean, there are realms above the Diluo? Of course, this honored one said it just now, it's just that no one of your ancestral witches remembers it. I'll tell you now, my father Ling Tian, whose cultivation has not yet reached the Great Luo, is a mixed golden immortal. When the realm of the 3 ancestors of the dragon, phoenix, and Qilin, you and the 12 ancestral witches, do you really think that you can beat this honored one? This father is but playing with you, the favorite of the natural laws, moving the power of the laws, 12 laws, difficult indeed. It's just a pity that you can't possibly be the enemy of this honored one nowadays, and the 3 ancestral witches who have disrespected this honored one shall be suppressed for 30,000 years. Between the words, Ling Tian directly mobilized the laws of killing that he had penetrated, and all of a sudden, he swung out a huge blood fiend tiger claw. The tiger's claws transformed into a tens of thousands of feet of blood-devouring tigers, stepping out with a single step, between bursts of hissing, causing some of the great Luo golden immortals who had sensed that someone was having a conflict with the ancestral witches to cower in fear. A small portion of the great Luo golden immortals who were watching the battle were also muttering in their hearts that this mixed golden immortal could not be the realm above the great Luo golden immortals. Knowing that the realm above the Dala, the road ahead was already visible, they stopped watching the outcome of this great battle and were striving to become the second mixed golden immortal. This white tiger that was visualized by the blood-devouring gas was exactly the attack that Ling Tian had made at the time for the hour, and nowadays, although the power was not as good as it was back then, it was not a problem to let the 12 ancestral witches be seriously injured at the same time. And now, Ling Tian spoke in a bland tone. Your 12 ancestral witches, if you beg for forgiveness now, this honor will withdraw the strike, and then suppress that ancestral witch who disrespected this honor for 30,000 years. Or else, after carrying this blow hard, my father will leave and spare your little lives. Chapter 47 Duo Tian Shenxian, Ling Tian Panic, Hongjun Fear. Facing such a monstrous and ferocious strike that was enough to threaten their lives, the 12 ancestral witches all swallowed a mouthful of clear air, and then their eyes locked. Eldest brother, in today's situation, we must use our full strength. Since that white-haired beast is unwilling to grant us 12 ancestral witches a chance to live, let's fight to the death, fish to death. Big brother, it's time. Big brother. For a while, the words of the ancestral witches were unanimous, all of them wanting to fight with all their might. As for the words in the other party's mouth to take their blow and retreat, the 12 ancestral witches didn't believe it. After all, they were all seriously injured. If they didn't take advantage of this opportunity to finish them off, they would still allow their ancestral witches to rise again, wouldn't they? Thinking of this, a burst of determination flashed through Emperor Zheng's mind, and he angrily and sternly shouted, "Kill!" The next moment, each of the 12 ancestral witches resided in 4 places, and seeing that the siblings had already arrived at their location, Emperor Zheng once again let out a roar. Set up a formation, set up the 12 capital gods' fury formation. As Emperor Zheng's words fell, Ling Tian, who had previously watched his monstrous and ferocious attack step away, still had a bland look on his face. But here and now. Ling Tian's eyes suddenly glowed with a hint of disbelief. Even appalled, his body suddenly shuddered darkly for a moment. 12 Metropolis God Fury Formation, the first killing formation in the floodplains, gathers the fury of heaven and earth, combines the bloodline of Pangu, and calls out the shadow of Pangu in the open sky, which is enough to have the power to crush the saints' battle power. The first time this formation appeared, it was in the first Witch and Demon War, the 12 ancestral witches' cohesion Panga true body, call the opening of the sky god axe shadow, a few moves, beat the Emperor Juntai was seriously injured, on the verge of falling. As for the hundreds of millions of demon tribes under the command of that Emperor Juntai, they suffered heavy casualties and even went up in smoke, their true spirits dissipating. Right now, Ling Tian had heard something. He had actually heard the 12 Metropolitan Divine Furies grand formation from the mouths of the 12 ancestral witches. What does this mean? They are going to use this formation to suppress him. Thinking about this, Ling Tian could not help but take a step backwards, a hint of fear flaring up in his eyes. After all, he was now a mixed golden immortal, not a saint, and there was no immortality. What's more, Pangu was a ruthless person who axed 3,000 chaos demon gods. Even a trace of shadow was enough to easily pin down today's self. Even the Heavenly Tao feared the first appearance of the Panga shadow. He, Ling Tian, was not even the Heavenly Tao, and did not dare to truly face the existence of the Panga shadow head-on. Between thoughts, he only heard Emperor Zheng as the leader, once again shouting a roar. The 12 capital divine furies formation, enlighten. In a flash, the 12 ancestral witches were positioned at the 4 poles of heaven and earth, and immediately mobilized the monstrous earth devil chi in their bodies, majestic and strong, standing above their heads and forming the true body of the demon god ancestor witch of tens of millions of feet. With that, the eyes of the 12 ancestor witches closed slightly as they once again mobilized the power of Pangu essence blood from within their bodies. The brand of Pangu that existed in heaven and earth floated leisurely in the formation laid down by the 12 ancestral witches. The 12 devil god ancestral witch silhouettes suddenly rose beneath their feet, forming long-lasting formation patterns with their respective devil gods. Witnessing the appearance of the array pattern with his own eyes, Ling Tian was completely flustered. He had never panicked since he crossed over, but now he was a flustered batch. Facing Pangu's shadow directly, who can be fearless even in the flood? Wait, fellow ancestral witches, I still wish to withdraw this formation, and my father is willing to stop there. It would be good for us to shake hands and make peace. There's no need to be like this, fighting to the death. Ling Tian, who was trying to save a ray of life, could not help but open his mouth and call out. But only 12 different voices could be heard, speaking in unison. The formation has been completed. Today is the time of death for you, this white-haired beast. As the words fell, a sound that was born at the beginning of the opening of the heavens suddenly echoed throughout the entire flood. Ja. Its voice shook the flooded earth, and the sun star and the solar star shone down with starlight for its appearance to be presented. The voice rang out like the sound of a bell, transforming into a gust of vaporous sound ripples that resounded through the endless starry sky of the flood and the 33 heavens. The living beings in great aptitudes of the northern underworld, the central continent, the 4 directions of the sea, and other regions all trembled as they listened to this familiar voice. Outside the 33 heavens of the flood, not far from the land of chaos, there was 1,000 worlds, within which there was a palace whose name was Purple Sky, containing 3,000 heavenly laws. In the middle of the palace, on top of the futon, sat an old man with an amiable and vicissitude appearance, clad in a purple robe, with a jade butterfly on his head. His body violently trembled when he heard Ja's voice. In a flash, the eyes opened, and they were all filled with fear. Pangu is resurrected? Impossible, he has already opened the heavens and fallen, his body has transformed into all things in the flood, it's impossible for him to be resurrected. This is absolutely impossible, this flooded heaven and earth is the best proof, it is absolutely impossible for Pangu to be resurrected. All sorts of fearful words came out of the Taoist's mouth. Just then, a message from nowhere entered the Taoist's mind, instantly slowing him down. After half a minute, the Taoist wiped the cold sweat flowing straight from his forehead, a trace of fear lingering in his eyes, but maintaining a bland look, he leisurely opened his mouth in triumph. Pangu is dead, and what appears today is nothing more than Pangu's shadow. Poor Hongjun is the future ruler of the flood. This Taoist man is the victor of the Taoist demon war, the demon god reincarnated in the floodplains, Hongjun. And now, with the help of the heavenly Tao, he had already certified the heavenly Tao saint position, and his strength had reached the saint realm. Although due to the battle of the Tao devil, the devil ancestor Luo Shuhu made a big explosion, so that he undertook immeasurable karma, and could not be certified to the mixed Yuan Dala golden immortal. But the position of a saint in the heavenly Tao is still a breeze. Just now, he just wanted to declare the flood world, he Hongjun has been certified as a saint, will soon be in the chaos of the purple sky palace, the opening of the 3000 great Tao, the destiny of all can come. However, at this moment, the 12 ancestral witches set up the 12 metropolis divine fury formation, which directly reminded him of Pangu's magnificent act of opening the heavens with a single axe and a single demon god. And he, Hongjun, was one of the dead souls under the divine axe of Pangu's opening of heaven in the first place. And he wasn't killed in the front, but the aftermath of the great battle, which shook him to death. Now, knowing that only the 12 ancestral witches of Pangu's direct bloodline set up a formation to call out the true body of Pangu, and there is no Pangu consciousness, he also put 10,000 hearts to prepare for the Purple Heaven Palace sermon. After all, preaching to the flood and ushering in the era of the paramount saints, allowing all the beings of the flood to cultivate the method of cutting 3 corpses to prove the Tao, could just provide a strand of chi power to give to himself. Eventually, he helped him to be certified as the ancestor of the Tao, and to fill in the gap of the entire Tao with his body. As for who the Pangu shadow is dealing with, it has nothing to do with him, Hongjun. After all, let him Hongjun recall the fear of the past, that person is bound to be the second culprit. Or think, he Hongjun appearance should read what poem a little better, after all, he is the first witness to the flood of the holy position of the person, the force must be pulled full, cannot lag behind. Chapter 48, the 3 Qing fears, the supreme treasure emerges, feet on the earth, head above the heavens. Just as Hongjun wanted to appear for poetry, a message suddenly came from the heavenly Tao, which instantly made his face sink and he was speechless. Simply because, the heavenly Tao actually allowed him, Hongjun, to travel to the flooded earth to save that being who was about to face the Pangu void directly. Regarding this request, he Hongjun balked, what level of beings, also worthy of his help? Straight away he opened his mouth and refused Tendo, but Tendo hastily added. Hongjun, the being that confronted Pangu's shadow is the true form of the white tiger, the sacred beast of the land of the extreme west. Once he falls, the foundation of the rules of the flood will be unstable, and your holy position will fall. When these words came out, Hongjun's face stiffened, and then, he sighed long and leisurely. What sins had he, Hongjun, created, when the ferocious beast, the white tiger, awakened its spiritual wisdom, he suffered defeat. When Helping Time grabbed the ferocious beast white tiger cultivation method, it was blocked by the demon ancestor Luo Shua, and then suffered a defeat. Finally, the bleeding heart took out the entire chapter of the method of chopping 3 corpses to prove the way, just to make the ferocious beast white tiger serve as the holy beast of the west. And now, the other party actually made a mess, went to fight with the 12 ancestral witches of Pangu's direct lineage, and made the so-called 12 Du Tianxin Fei great array to condense Pangu's shadow. This move, directly almost scared him Hongjun's soul and heart. That's just it, the poor Taoist steps in to save that guy white tiger. Between a sigh of sorrow, Hongjun's figure dissipated and went to the flooded heavens and earth. At the same time, the 12 ancestral witches set up the 12 gods of the heavens great formation, cohesion out of the Pangu shadow, its body as if Pangu was present in the world. The sound of Aja's opening of the heavens not only scared Hongjun's heart, but also the 3 Qing, who had been cultivating in the Kunlun mountains and emerged from the world in the form of Pangu's Yuanshan. At this very moment, they couldn't help but gulp and look in the direction of the great battle. Father God! This can't be right. The pupils of the 3 Qing instantly flashed with panic, and the proud and awe-inspiring ones in the past were in awe at this time. They pride themselves in the flood as Pangu Masamune, but really let them reunite their Yuanshin and rejoin Pangu. This is something that they definitely do not want. Today, the three pure ones are individuals with spiritual intelligence, not just ignorant Yuanshin. It was simply impossible for them to recreate the Discordian Yuanshin. It was just that the Pangu silhouette condensed out of the 12 heavenly divine fate grand formation was filled with the Pangu's forced Tao rhythm all the time, as a way of announcing the reappearance of the great god Pangu in the world. Big Brother. Jade Qing Yuanshi and Shang Qing Tong Tian both hesitated for a moment, awe flickering in their pupils. Father God has reappeared, and we, the three purities, deserve to be congratulated. It's a pity that Father God opened the heavens and fell, transforming himself into all things in the flood. If he were to reappear in the world, the Sun Star and the Taiyin Star, which were transformed by Father God's eyes, should have returned to the void one step ahead of time. We are the transformations of the Father God's Yuanshin, and we should be the last to return to our origin. And now, the Father God's silhouette has not made a single movement, so it is not possible to say that it is only the Father God's brand remaining in the flood that has manifested the images of yesteryear. We, the three purities, need only close our eyes tightly and sit quietly in the Kunlun mountains until the Yuanshin void dissipates. Two clear old man words, although bland, but in fact has long been panicked, simply do not know what to do, just a sentence to comfort his own brother. He himself was sitting quietly on top of the futon, not paying attention to the outside world at all. If God the Father wanted to be resurrected, he would be destroyed in the flood, a perfect world that is all made of God the Father's flesh. It makes no sense that God the Father, who opened the heavens to mold such a perfect world, would destroy it for the sake of resurrection. Tai Ching Laozi secretly whispered inwardly, and on the side of the Jade Qing Shang Qing saw the scene, and also coincidentally sat on top of the futon, his eyes tightly closed. But in fact, their Yuanshin nowadays had long since drifted into the middle of the battlefield, quietly looking at the demon god's shadow that looked like the sky. The appearance of Pangu's shadow shocked countless great aptitudes. Emperor Juntai, who was rushing to his destination, suddenly stopped in his tracks when he realized that the direction they were heading to the underworld to travel to seemed to be the location of the Pangu shadow. Di Jun even tugged on Taiyi's shoulder and said leisurely, "Second brother, I think it's better to forget about it. This sense of the underworld, not so much, this imaginary shadow of the god of the opening of the heavens is here, and it is not allowed to say that the past will be reduced to ashes." When these words came out, Taiyi did not refute them and even nodded in agreement. After all, the killing intent revealed in the Pangu silhouette was cold as if it was frosty and extremely icy. But the matter of stopping their steps did not prevent them from using their divine sense and focusing on the center of Pangu's shadow. It is just that when Di Jun Taiyi is gazing at the Pangu shadow, he always feels a trace of fear in the dark, as if this is their nemesis of destiny. But soon that thought was rubbed out by them. That was the god of the opening of the heavens and the earth. How could it be their nemesis of destiny? The hit nemesis is a bit of a drop in the bucket for the Discordian god who can take out their brothers with a lift of his hand. At the same time, Ling Tian, who was looking directly at the entire process of the 12 capital heavenly divine furies grand formation and the formation of Pangu's shadow, was already dumbfounded. His party's attack, hitting the 12 capital heavenly goddess's great formation, was like scratching an itch, unbeatable. Even the sound of Pangu Shadow's jaw caused Ling Tian to come back to his senses, transforming into an innate Tao body, with the innate supreme treasure-killing fiend bead on his head, his feet on the 12 pillars of the world-destroying Black Lotus, and holding the innate killing supreme treasure god-slaying lance, just to protect himself. The 12 ancestral witches' strength was too weak nowadays. Even if they exerted their true body of Pangu, they wouldn't be able to fight a few times, and he, Ling Tian, only needed to withstand a few strikes, and then he would be safe and sound. Cha! Another sound of the opening of the sky rang out from the mouth of the virtual shadow, and in an instant, the invisible chi of the earth's fury converged in the heavens and the earth. Pangu's shadow instantly transformed into the blood-surging Pangu's true body, whose height could not be measured. With his feet on the earth and his head in the 33 heavens, his body was in line with the Buzhou mountain that stood in the central continent of the flood, and the reflection created by his height allowed every living being in the flooded heavens and the earth to witness the presence of Pangu with their own eyes. In a blink of an eye, the Furies coalesced and took shape, and their true form appeared. This is the true body of God the Father. Within Pangu's true body, Emperor Jiang couldn't help but murmur to himself. Big brother, finish off this white-haired beast. Not bad, let him offend our ancestral witches. We ancestral witches present the body of the Father God and should rule the flood. Emperor Jiang sniffed and just wanted to condense the heaven-opening divine axe, but otherwise, for some reason, he couldn't touch it again. Until a female voice sounded. Eldest brother, it seems that my little sister can also dominate the Father God's true body. As soon as these words came out, the many ancestral witches saw this and began to try to see if they could manipulate Pangu's true body. After all, this kind of thing was something that every ancestral witch wanted to do, to fight alongside the father god's true body. But after pondering for a long time, only the youngest sister, Ho Tu, and the eldest brother, Di Jiang, can manipulate the real body of Pangu to fight. This made the remaining 10 ancestral witches very dissatisfied, and although the strength of one of them was a little worse, controlling Pangu's true body in a big battle was just a matter of raising their hands. But why, only the youngest sister and the eldest brother could, which made them grumble. Chapter 49, The Axe Comes, the Yuanshan Returns, and the Three Qing Fears. In the flooded heavens and earth, all beings were sighing with admiration for the return of the great god Pangu, as well as the subtleties of the 12 heavenly goddesses' great array. Ling Tian was the only one who was alone to face Pangu's true body, and after some Yuanshan probing, he learned that the Pangu's true body, which knew that the 12 ancestral witches had set up the 12 heavenly divine fury formation to coalesce and take shape, was only at the peak of the mixed golden immortal. Thinking about this, Ling Tian, who had thought that this Pangu true body possessed the strength of a saint, immediately restored his face to a bland expression, no longer as general as just now. The strength of the peak of the mixed golden immortal, although it crushed him Ling Tian, but exchanging a few moves, Ling Tian was still enough to hold on. However, the 12 ancestral witches, with the body of a great Luo forcibly set up the 12 Du Tianshan Fei Great Formation, will certainly be seriously injured. The backlash brought about by forcibly harnessing a formation was not something to laugh at. Meanwhile, after some discussion of the 12 ancestral witches, the eldest brother, Di Jiang, to take charge of the Pangu true body battle, and next time to see if it can be let in the other ancestral witches. In an instant, the strong blood chi of Pangu's true body burned out the heavens and earth, and his eyes suddenly opened and he bellowed angrily. White-haired beast, today is the day you die. We, the 12 ancestor witches, today proclaim the flood, that we, the 12 ancestor witches, are the Pangu essence blood incarnated out of the world, for the Pangu authenticity, and are the direct lineage of the Pangu father god. Under these conditions, we shall rule the flooded earth for father god Pangu. Its voice shook the clouds and echoed between heaven and earth, and some of the patriarchs of the 10,000 clans who were still watching the show suddenly had their faces sunken. This means that these 12 ancestral witches want to expel the earth where they live, and want to dominate the flooded heavens and earth alone, just like the dragon, phoenix and unicorn tribes in the past? Today, take the head of your white-haired beast and offer it as a sacrifice to the father god's return to the world. In Pangu's true body, Emperor Zhang's voice rang out like a flood bell, constantly filling the flooded heavens and earth. In the past, Di Jiang would not be like Zhu Rong Gonggang and other short-tempered ancestral witches who called Ling Tian a white-haired beast. But now that things are offended to death, a precursor to immortality, what's a little name-calling going to do? Humph. Ridiculous to the extreme. If you want my father's head, then come and try. Ling Tian smiled disdainfully when he heard this, while the killing fiend bead standing above his head blossomed with a ferocious aura, which was immediately injected into the god-slaying lance. For a time, the god-slayer gun was as if it had been reanimated for a new life, and its body bloomed with endless killing ons, illuminating the flooded heavens and earth. This scene, let's watch the drama of the many multitudes of beings, fear, and even some of the poor state of mind. Straight after the killing of the light of the mana, the direct Taoist heart is unstable, extraterrestrial heavenly devil possessed, hiding in the flood. The Tao rhythm of the law of killing echoed with the god-slaying gun, and a Tao of demonic light similar to that of the original demon ancestor Luo Shua blossomed. It was like a scene of the devil ancestor Luo Shuhu appearing in the world, making some of the beings who survived in the first place, unable to help but think of something. This white tiger couldn't be the heir of demon ancestor Luo Shuhu, could it? The 12 pieces of world-destroying Black Lotus and the god-slaying lance were all on the white tiger. It's not the heir of the demon ancestor Luo Shu, it doesn't make sense. In the flood, many people couldn't help but flash a horrible thought within their hearts, but they couldn't believe it in the end. After all, the devil ancestor, Luo Shuhu, had already fallen into the hands of the immortal ancestor, Hongjun. In this way, it seems unreasonable that this white tiger would be the heir of the demon ancestor Luo Shuhu, presumably picking up its spiritual treasure. Thinking about this, countless people couldn't help but feel envious and greed arose from this, but thinking that the other party was in existence above the great Luo golden immortals, they suffocated and retreated. At this moment, Emperor Jiang, who felt the vastness and greatness of Pangu's true body, saw that Ling Tian wasn't the least bit afraid and dared to make a big statement, so his anger immediately climbed up. Emperor Jiang let out a roar. Axe come! The voice trembles the void, the clouds tumble, the surrounding space distorts inch by inch, as if Emperor Jiang once again manipulates the true body of Pangu to roar, then the voice can be shattered the void, so that all things are afraid. As the words ended, Hong Jun, who was still wandering in the chaos, suddenly sensed that in the mustard seed space, the Taija de Pangu banner trembled, as if responding to the call of their former master. Hong Jun only frowned slightly, then waved the duster in his hand, the power of a saint infused into it, instantly suppressing the call from Pangu's true body. But soon, the sound of a bell ringing was transmitted into the chaos, causing his face to sink. With a long sigh, he merely mobilized the power of the heavenly Tao to suppress the strange movements emanating from the solar star. Afterwards, it continued to leisurely and slowly rush to the flood world. Saints can land in every corner of the floodplains with a single thought, but Hong Jun was not trying to reach the center of the great battle so quickly. After all, the poem was unthought of and could come out so quickly. Noiselessly, quietly arrived at the battlefield, out to save the white tiger that offended the true body of Pangu. How is this possible? He Hong Jun, as the first saint of the opening of heaven and earth, must let heaven and earth celebrate it, and his appearance cannot be so shabby. Meanwhile, Emperor Jiang, who was presumptuously trying to call upon the heaven-opening divine axe to regather, was suddenly puzzled. Why did Father God's most precious treasure not listen to the order, but soon he just grunted coldly. Then, he mobilized the invisible earthly fury chi between heaven and earth and condensed a fury axe, which was the heavenly axe void. Okay. Ling Tian's eyes flooded with a trace of happiness, when the first witch-demon war was fought, when Pangu's true body called out for the treasure of the opening of the heavens and reunited the heaven-opening divine axe, it appeared that the Taija de Pangu streamer was in Hong Jun's hands and had not responded to the call. However, the Chaos Bell was in the hands of the demon clan's Dong Huang Tai, and it was bound to be integrated into the divine axe, which instantly increased its power. Under just one axe, countless billions of demonic beings fell, and all things were crying out in sorrow here. And as in, now I don't know why the Chaos Bell is still here, but things are good after all. Who would have thought that just after Ling Tian had celebrated, Emperor Jiang suddenly remembered that the Father God's Yuanshan seemed to have split into the three Qing, and once again let out a roar. The Genesis returns. In an instant, the Kunlun Mountains Pango 3 Qing, the Pango brand in the innate inheritance, trembled. For a moment, it made their figures gradually float up, as if they were about to vanish into the void, and for a moment they merged into the true body of Pangu, their fleshly bodies coalesced, their Yuanshan returned, and they reappeared as the god of the opening of the heavens. Big Brother. Second Brother. Sandy. In a flash, the three Qing clasped their hands together and gathered their bodies into a ball, simultaneously sacrificing the great Dao merit to shield the call from Pangu's true body. Seeing the termination of the call of that Pangu brand, they looked at each other with their eyes facing each other, and there was fear in their pupils, the fear of facing death directly. They are born spiritually intelligent and already have consciousness, and if the three pristine ones are reunited, what happens, they don't know and they don't want to know. Father God or whatever, it's better if he falls. It was worth it to fall for such a perfect flooded world. At this moment, the Pango 3 Qing could not help but set off a hint of scheming in their hearts. That is to let these 12 ancestral witches fall one or two. After all, cohesion Panga true body this matter, let them 3 Qing displeased, almost 3 Qing return to 1, the ancestral witches will certainly fall one or two, cannot survive in the flood world. Chapter 50, Ling Tian, hard to carry 2 axes and still not dead, who else can give me up? The divine axe has not yet been gathered, the original spirit has not yet returned, and only the physical body remains forever. Humph. Kunlun 3 Qing, just cowards. Di Zhang snorted coldly, if they can make Pango Father God reappear in the world, these ancestral witches sacrificed their own lives, so what if they return to the form of Pango's blood? It was a pity that the 3 Qing were too fearful to try with their ancestral witches. This is simply to be ashamed of the grace of creation of God the Father Pangu. Even if the heaven-opening divine axe has not been gathered and the Yuanshan has not returned, we ancestral witches will slaughter you as if it were a bag of tricks. Joke. Ling Tian heard Emperor Zhang's words that seemed like big words, but were indeed so, and was also stubbornly hard-mouthed and angry. Then let's give it a try and see if it's as easy as scrying or not. Emperor Zhang droned in a cold voice while Pango's true body swung its divine axe. Chop. In a flash, the axe body was swung out, and there was an axe aura, and the surrounding void collapsed inch by inch, the mountains and rivers were destroyed, and all things cried out in sorrow, as if it was going to destroy the flooded heavens and earth. The beings who were watching the show gulped in their breath as they watched this heaven-opening offensive strike. If they were to face this move directly, they would be afraid that they would not be directly split in half by the axe. Ling Tian couldn't help but have a drop of cold sweat break out on his forehead as he faced this huge heaven-opening might straight on. He had overestimated his own strength after all, but he still didn't change his face because of his face. God Slayer Lance, all things fall, slay the saints and destroy the immortals. Ling Tian mobilized the killing Dao rhythm within his body, spreading it throughout the attack of the Godslayer gun, while employing the power of the Western sacred beast, the White Tiger, the strength of that perfection of the mixed golden immortal, to add to the attack. However, due to the unstable foundation of the sacred beast White Tiger's detachment, the strength that was added to it was only in the mold of the middle stage of the perfection of the mixed golden immortal, and it did not possess peak strength at all. However, Ling Tian still blasted out a strike in anger, and then the killing divine light and the on light from the axe were about to collide with each other. After Ling Tian blasted out a strike, he saw that the aura of Pango's true body had slightly weakened, but it appeared that he was still able to slash out 2 axe awnings. To think that behind him was the Nine Spectres mountain range, the place of his future roots. With this in mind, Ling Tian instantly turned around before waiting for the 2 attacks to collide with each other, and vanished towards the starry sky of the flood. As he had just turned around, the Godslayer lance-killing spear aura that Ling Tian had just blasted out was directly shattered into nothingness by the axe aura that Pango's true body had cleaved out. Ein yet. Ling Tian, who had been paying attention to this strike, the scene of his own attack being crushed caused his flood personality, which had been cultivated for countless years, to be unable to resist spitting out fragrance. But it wasn't over yet. When Emperor Jiang saw Ling Tian's delusional attempt to leave, he immediately moved his thoughts, and the axe main that was supposed to cleave straight through the Nine Spectres mountain turned in a split second, charging straight at Ling Tian's faraway direction. Die! Emperor Jiang let out a roar while the axe seemed to block the void, not allowing Ling Tian to tear open the space to escape. Sensing this, Ling Tian stopped fleeing and mobilized the supreme defense of the 12-pin world-destroying Black Lotus to block this heaven-opening axe that was enough to split the heavens and earth. Bang! With a loud and resounding boom, endless sparks exploded into the sky, causing the entire floodplain to tremble. As the main character of this event, the endless flames dispersed and Ling Tian stood in the void. The 12-pin Black Lotus of extinction under his feet had already been damaged, and strands of petals wanted to fall. Seeing this scene, Ling Tian's heart ached, but there was nothing he could do. After all, the Black Lotus of extinction was not a Godslayer lance, and he was unable to use the killing chi to repair the spiritual treasure, just letting the Black Lotus of extinction recuperate. This Discordian true body is so overmodeled, when should it be chipped? No wonder the 6 saints are all afraid of the 12 ancestral witches' 12 capital divine fury formation and want them to fall. The day the 12 ancestral witches don't fall, the day their 6 saints don't have peace. The power of that circumstantial Star Dipper formation is estimated to be about the same as this 12 capital heavenly divine furies formation, otherwise how could it be on par with it in the midst of the Great Tribulation? Between what he was thinking internally, Ling Tian couldn't help but let a drop of golden blood flow out from the corner of his mouth. He was injured, even with the cultivation boost of the Western sacred beast White Tiger and the defense of the 12 pillars of the world-destroying Black Lotus, he was still so. When the witch and demon first war, Di Jun Tai Yi and other demon emperor demon saint, Bear Pango true body of the opening of the sky and axe, directly seriously injured. Once the second axe came out, that is, Hong Jun showed up to save them, otherwise Di Jun Tai Yi and others would have instantly fallen in the flood. Oh, you white-haired beast actually didn't die. Emperor Jiang had a slight hint of surprise, that heaven opening might, which was enough to reshape heaven and earth, actually failed to obliterate this white tiger, a little bit of ability, but not much. Joke, this father is the 3 tribes after the war, the first birth of the mixed golden immortal, its hidden cards. How can it be that you and other do not cultivate the spirit of Yuan, do not know the sky reckless generation of ancestral witches can understand? Even if he was injured, knowing that the other party could still wield 2 axes, Ling Tian still didn't change his color and even opened his mouth to belittle the ancestral witch. After all, when Pango's true body swung a strike, its aura was slightly weakened. Then according to this, their second axe will definitely be weakened by several times, so what does he, Ling Tian, have to fear? Well. Emperor Jiang couldn't help but sneer as he once again raised his heaven-opening god axe and swung it down. In an instant, the axe that split the heavens and earth appeared once again, slashing straight at Ling Tian who had just stepped into the starry sky. The violet attack blocked the void, leaving Ling Tian unable to retreat and could only face this strike head-on. The axe light appeared at first, and wherever it passed, all the clouds receded, space tore apart, and the chaotic astral wind poured into the flood from the broken space. Nima! Ling Tian, who had thought that it would be weakened by a few times, only realized that it had only weakened a few threads of power when he actually faced the attack head-on. If the last heaven-opening axe mantle was a killing attack at the half-saint level, now it was a strike that had just entered the perfection of the mixed golden immortal. Sensing that the surrounding void was tragically blocked, unable to flash away from moving, Ling Tian can only once again use the defense of the 12 pins of world-destroying Black Lotus to form a barrier standing in front of his body. However, the form of the 12-pin world-destroying Black Lotus had not appeared because Ling Tian was worried that if he blocked this strike, the grate of the Black Lotus would fall. Bang! A terrifying sound spread across the floodplain, and the aftermath of the manic explosion rose from the center, causing the meteorites that had been wandering in the starry sky to instantly turn into nothingness. The voice resounded, and Ling Tian's flew violently backwards for billions and billions of miles, crashing through countless wandering starstones before finally crashing into Venus. This is Tai Bai Jinxing, the planet that rules the war. Put. Ling Tian violently spat out a mouthful of blood, his Yuanshan was heavily damaged, his strength was greatly reduced, and his breath was even weaker than that of an early-stage Deluo Golden Immortal. Panga's true body, which was in between the flooded earth, saw this scene and stepped into the starry sky with a thought, looking at Ling Tian who was lying on top of the great white gold star, his eyes were even more cold. I can't believe I'm still alive, I really underestimated you. Open heaven strike, chop. Emperor Jiang once again raised the heaven-opening god axe, wanting to launch a final strike, but suddenly, Panga's true body weakened in aura and half-kneeled in the void. Within Panga's true body, the 12 ancestral witches were all sweating and their breath was weakening. Chapter 51 Chi Luck Edition, Thoroughly Born Killing Intent, Killing in Anger. What's going on? This situation, is it that we ancestral witches can't withstand Father God's vast physical body? Father God created the flood, the power of his true body is incomparably vast. We from the great Luo Golden Immortals, set up the 12 Metropolis Gods' Fury Formation, summoned the Father God's physical body, and chopped 2 axes has been the ultimate. In Panga's true body, the 12 ancestral witches were panting, and none of their eyes were glowing with a hint of sleepiness. But in the way of Ling Tian is not dead at this time, Di Jiang strongly braced his injuries, shouted sternly, brothers, this white tiger has already with us ancestral witches immortal, must swing out the last axe, destroyed this guy. Once these words were spoken, the many ancestral witches fell into silence, as if they were pondering over their big brother's words. And at this moment, Ling Tian, who had slowed down, stood up, his eyes slightly closed. In a flash, his lips quirked slightly, as if he were calling out to a stream of something unknown. In the next moment, Ling Tian opened his eyes and looked towards the true body of Pangu in front of him with his feet on top of the void, observing that his breath was decaying as if he was about to disintegrate. He instantly woke up to the fact that these 12 ancestral witches were obviously about to reach their limit. After all, the power of manipulating the true body of Pangu and splitting 2 axes was infinitely close to that of a saint. He, Ling Tian, had expended multiple spiritual treasures and suffered serious injuries before he could barely resist. As the saying goes, once more, twice, never again. These 12 ancestral witches could not have cleaved the 3rd axe no matter what. Since this was the case, then don't blame him for taking the lead and trying something to see if he could directly break the true body of Pangu condensed by the 12 ancestral witches. 12 reckless men, you are now afraid that you are not at the end of your strength. In that case, get lost. Ling Tian lifted up the Godslayer gun that had fallen to the side and angrily and sternly shouted. Try it before you know it. In Pangu's true body, Emperor Jiang was still holding on to his temperament, his words domineeringly exited, echoing through the heavens and earth, not in the least like Ling Tian's mouth, which was at the end of its strength. And you, white-haired beast with a decaying breath, a Tai Golden Immortal can finish you off, talk about letting us ancestral witches leave. Talk about what, you'll find out soon enough. Listening to Emperor Jiang spit out the words of the white-haired beast once again, Ling Tian's eyes were flooded with gusts of intense killing intent. He then stepped on the void, mobilized the power of Qi within his body, and spoke angrily. This white tiger, all the luck of the world is added to my body, come. As the words fell, in the flooded heavens and earth, that vast power of Qi from the ferocious beast clan, the power of the Qi of the first white tiger that opened up the heavens and the earth, the power of the Qi of the white tiger, the 4 spiritual sacred beast of the heavens, filled above Ling Tian's body in an instant. A few moments later, Ling Tian, whose breath should have been in decline, had his aura instantly soar to the early stage of the mixed golden immortal, or even the mid-stage of the mixed golden immortal cultivation. This is harnessing the power of Qi, similar to the future human 3 emperors and 5 emperors mobilizing the Qi of the human way, so that the saints are afraid of the saints, and once the saints make a move to injure the human emperors, the saints' position will definitely be unstable. This Ling Tian mobilized 3 Qi powers belonging to himself, as well. Only, his own injuries were still heavy, but his strength was at full strength or even stronger. But when the power of Qi disperses, Ling Tian still needs to mobilize heaven and earth aura to nourish his injuries, and if he needs to be quicker, then he will take the invisible slowly born killing Qi between heaven and earth to repair his injuries. The majestic aura that suppressed the heavens and spacetime, this scene made the 12 ancestral witches feel bad all of a sudden. For a time, they no longer hesitated about what consequences splitting the 3rd axe would cause. Even if their breath was already failing now, they still needed to split this strike, or else they could only watch the other party break the Father God's true body. Go to hell! Ling Tian felt his own vast greatness and spoke angrily. Raising his hand to converge the endless killing law mysteries, the Tao Law's God pattern attached to the Godslayer gun, the killing breath made the heaven and earth change color, and everything was lost in the killing. The Godslayer gun came out of his hand, immediately shaking the space and causing it to collapse, and the sound of the gun's roar resounded through the heavens and earth. Its aura of slaughtering the living creatures made countless innate holy throats watching the great battle gulp, and the greed that had risen in their hearts was instantly wiped out. At this moment, Ling Tian's thoughts were simple: break the true body of Pangu and send a few ancestral witches to fall here. Even if karma haunts him in the future, so what if he sucks in the power of quantum karma and cultivates the way of killing? Big deal, in the future, he, Ling Tian, would become the second demon ancestor and clear all the karma from the quantum revelation of sorcerer and demon. Following the example of the devil ancestor Luo Shua, he set up an infinite killing formation and waited until the two races were both defeated, then he stepped out of the sky. All of these 12 ancestral witches already had the idea of letting him, Ling Tian, fall, and he was the ferocious beast white tiger that slaughtered everything. Under the premise of touching the bottom line of life, it will not take into account whether or not you have a heaven-opening merit protection, and you must be killed off, and then hard to carry the heavenly punishment. Brothers and sisters, you must now axe the third blow. Otherwise, our ancestral witches will surely be in dire straits. Emperor Jiang spoke in a deep voice from within his Pangu true body. As soon as the words fell, the crowd of ancestral witches agreed with Emperor Zhang's words. In a flash, they tacitly mobilized the bloodline power contained within their bodies, ignoring the consequences of swinging the third strike, and gathered the power of the ancestral witches to add on top of Pangu's true body. As soon as the power of the bloodline was in place, Emperor Jiang did not hesitate to raise the shadow of the heaven-opening god axe, and looking at the monstrous killing attack of the Godslayer lance that was coming straight at him, he roared with the same fury. The heaven-opening stance, breaking chaos. As the words fell, Pangu's true body once again chopped out the divine axe, blossoming with a vast and bright axe, carrying a momentum that opened up the sky and the earth, as if it was going to split the stars, charging straight ahead. After doing this, Pangu's true body instantly dissipated and transformed into the 12 ancestral witches. Their breath was extremely weak, their whole body was sweating coldly, and they were half kneeling down in the void, completely lacking the arrogant and domineering flames they had at first. But now, the 12 ancestral witches still raised their eyes to look at the attack that was about to collide between the two. And after throwing out the Godslayer gun, Ling Tian's same mid-mixed golden immortal aura decayed instantly, and could only be much better than the 12 ancestor witches, who simply summoned the 12 world-destroying Black Lotus and sat in silence. This incomparably intense collision was undoubtedly attracting the attention of the great powers of the Flood Wasteland since the Great War of the Three Clans. Fellow Taoists, it looks like we're going to die together. That's not true, the 12 ancestor witches and the demon god White Tiger will never fall easily. What do you mean by that, fellow Taoist? For a while, countless great powers were attracted by their words. Only to see a rather sensible word present itself in the void. The 12 ancestral witches possess the heaven-opening merit enhancement of the great god Pangu. It's the same thing as the three Qing of Pangu. Merit can be an important thing to turn dangers into successes and ward off the danger of life and death, so the 12 ancestral witches will not fall. And the White Tiger demon god is the existence above the great Luo of the flood so far, so it seems that it must have great fortune, plus the land of the extreme west, there is still the holy White Tiger, he will likewise not fall. In that case, do you all understand? After an explanation, the many great powers of the flood wasteland suddenly came to their senses, and then gazed at the monstrous strike that was about to collide. Chapter 52 Great Tao Merit Protecting the Body, Split Body Sheltering. Rumble. Only to see the 12 ancestral witches set up the 12 Metropolis Divine Fury Great Formation, coalescing out of the true body of Pangu, axe slashing the third axe. Its power was not as good as the first two axes, and it was even weakened by several times, and its power was greatly reduced. However, it was still an attack that was sufficient to suppress any living being at the current stage of the flood. The axe blade slashed out, surrounded by the laws of force, and shot straight up into the sky. As for the Godslayer gun that Ling Tian had thrown out, with the power of the three powerful Chi-Lux added to it, as well as his own penetration of the way of killing, it was powerful enough to annihilate all living beings. The power is so strong that under the mixed golden immortals, they will die when touched. And the collision of the two supreme attacks was like a bright star flame, leisurely burning out the starry sky. When they collided, they exploded in an instant, and the aftermath instantly enveloped the endless starry sky. Wherever the aftershocks of the on light reached, countless starstones wandering in the void directly turned into nothingness and vanished into smoke. All of a sudden, the divine might aftershock shook the infinite starry sky, and countless Dala golden immortals who were concentrating on watching the battle and casting their Yuanshan consciousness to this place were directly injured by it. In the flooded heavens and earth, within the countless caves and heavenly blessings, innate great powers, one after another, spit out blood from their mouths, and their Yuanshan was seriously injured and revolted. There were even some beings who had only barely stepped into the great Luo golden immortals who were directly destabilized in their realms after facing this strike directly. Between the flooded heavens and earth, not far from the center of the battle, hundreds of millions of multitudes, hundreds of millions of star god followers, those living beings who had arrived at the golden immortal realm with great difficulty, all of a sudden turned into nothingness. And as the initiator of both attacks, it wasn't easy. Strong monstrous aftershocks swept in the direction of the 12 ancestral witches. Only to see his face instantly change drastically, occupying his body in an instant, strongly supporting his severely injured and weak body, mobilizing the power of the laws, illuminating a barrier, and blocking in front of his body. By all accounts, the 12 ancestral witches, as natural favorites of the laws, should be able to use the laws in a coherent manner. But on the contrary, the 12 ancestral witches all revere the Pango Dao, the law of force. For their own laws, they cannot yet be thoroughly applied. The barrier constructed by its own laws only slightly resisted the strong after effects of the two monstrous strikes, and the rest of the power still swept towards their bodies. All of a sudden, the shock caused them to feel the danger of their lives, but on the contrary, during the period of Pangu's opening of the heavens, the great Tao merit given to the 12 ancestral witches appeared, blocking the danger of their lives for them. However, their breath was already weak, and even their flesh and blood were blurred by the invisible aftershocks, like the pain of thousands of sharp blades cutting through them, presenting themselves. For the scene where the great Tao merit appeared and protected the lives of the 12 ancestral witches. 12 ancestor witches as myself immediately burst into tears, hands together, step by step kowtow, toward the center of the flood continent, that holds up the flood heaven and earth Buzhou mountain worship and go. All the words that came out of his mouth were, God the Father has given us a gift, and so on, in a series of respectful words. They had no intention of mobilizing the great Tao merits, but were able to save them in times of distress. And as Ling Tian, who was hostile to the 12 ancestor witches, looked at the monstrous aftermath of the might that came crashing down on him, his face suddenly changed drastically. He didn't have the great Tao merit to protect his body, and after he swung that strike, his body's mana had long since been depleted, and his injuries were already heavy, so what was there to talk about blocking this strike? As the aftermath swept through, countless unbreakable starstones wandering in the starry sky turned into ashes, a scene that shook Ling Tian's heart. However, when the aftermath swept across, Ling Tian's face was calm, not at a loss for words as before. It was only because his heavenly flower white tiger doppelganger had already descended into the void, but had not appeared in the starry sky. The heavenly flower western white tiger, mobilizing the vast mana within his body, formed an unbreakable, blocking in front of his own main body. As the aftermath dissipated, Ling Tian was intact, but his breath had not changed, he was still weak, and blood was still spilling from the corners of his mouth. His body clothing had long been shattered under the first two axes. Ahem, Insta, are you okay? The white tiger's voice transmission landed in Ling Tian's mind, and his body was permeated with exertion and weakness, as if he had just blocked this strike and used up all of his mana. Hearing this, Ling Tian's face was calm as he said indifferently, this father is fine. However, very soon, Ling Tian realized the abnormality of this white tiger doppelganger of his and hurriedly raised his eyes into the void, scanning the white tiger doppelganger. One could only see that his breath was decaying, his realm was suddenly high and weak, as if he was about to fall to the late stage of the mixed golden immortal in the next moment. Not bad, nowadays, Ling Tian's white tiger doppelganger's realm cultivation was at the perfection of the mixed golden immortal. However, this vast cultivation was all infused by the heavenly Tao, and the foundation was not stable. It takes long years to dwell in the far west to stabilize. Once he stepped out of the extreme west and utilized such a large magic power aptitude, his realm would be unstable. This was also the reason why, in the later stages, none of the four spirits of heaven wanted to step out of their own subdued places. It wasn't just a place they needed to hold down, it was also the last clearing in their clan. After the god sealing measure, the Phoenix clan failed in their investment, or became disheartened and returned to the immortal volcano, or traveled to the land of the extreme south. The Dragon clan and the Qilin clan each had more or less similar means. What the hell? Ling Tian's eyes bubbled up in bewilderment regarding the white tiger split situation. It doesn't make sense, blocking a blow and being weak? Is this mixed golden immortal perfection cultivation a fake? My lord, I will leave first. If I stay here any longer, my cultivation level of perfection of the mixed golden immortal will fall. The cultivation infused by the heavenly Tao is as if it were leisurely and scattered, it is not solid and needs long years to stabilize. Saying this, the white tiger mobilized the power of heaven and, with a thought, instantaneously transported himself into the extreme west and fell into a long slumber. Unless Ling Tian himself suffered another life-threatening situation, he would not ignore the danger of his realm falling and appear again. Indeed, as my honors thought. But it doesn't matter, so what if this cultivation is infused by the heavenly Tao? Just wait for the witch demon quantum revelation to start, killing permeates the flooded heavens and earth, and cultivate the killing breath of the chaotic infinite killing reincarnation sutra, and inject it into the body of the white tiger split. When that time comes, this Dharma split will surely become the fastest to solidify the cultivation level of the great Luo golden immortal of the mixed elements among the four spirits of heaven. With what he thought, Ling Tian instantly mobilized the killing fiend pearl and drew on the monstrous killing chi in the endless starry sky. The killing breath did not require the two to fight against each other, but rather it required a large number of living beings to be annihilated, and the killing was constructed with a roiling blood breath. The death of living beings, the same can be casting ferocious gas, in the end, the killing of the bloodbath is a bit of the same root and the same meaning. However, the two could not be converted into each other, something that caused Ling Tian a great deal of distress. The killing fiend bead leisurely drew in the killing chi that was set off by the flood starry sky, and then the cultivated technique converted the mana and injected it into Ling Tian's body, gradually beginning to heal his injuries. But all of this is just a drop in the bucket. Want to completely heal the injury, at least need to close the door for 3,000 years. It was only under the premise of having no external thoughts and being focused on healing that the speed increased so much. Chapter 53, Ancestral Witches Quarrel, Shake Hands, and Make Peace. In the flood world, due to the collision of Ling Tian and Panga's true body's divine might, countless innate powers, their Yuanshan backfired and suffered injuries. And now, time passes, and dozens of years pass by in a flash. The 12 ancestral witches drew on the earth's fateful chi to repair their injuries, and then stood up. They were at most at the early stage of the great Luo golden immortals at this time. The ancestor witch's eyes were vaguely scornful of Ling Tian, who was sitting on the 12 pieces of world-destroying black lotus in front of him. Ling Tian was utilizing the killing fiend bead to draw on the killing chi and recuperate from his own injuries, and was similarly at the Deluo level. Only, in the way of their own strength is strong, the breath since the middle stage of the great Luo golden immortal bit late slowly hovering, one up and one down. And in the flooded heavens and earth, countless innate powers who had been revolted by their Yuanshan moved to use the innate spirits of the cave heavenly blessed land to nourish themselves and recover from that strand of Yuanshan injuries in a timely manner. Immediately afterward, again, his eyes flooded with interest as he looked towards where the 12 ancestor witches and Ling Tian were. The Yuanshan was injured by the shock, and when they looked at this place again, they were all cautious. As long as the two once again erupted with their previous prowess, they withdrew their Yuanshan instantly without a hint of hesitation. Fellow Taoists, how are the injuries? Alas, let's not talk about it. Who would have ever expected that the collision between these 12 ancestral witches and the demon god White Tiger could actually shock our Yuanshan? This seat has known this for a long time, and is already withdrawn at the time of the collision between the two sides, without a trace of damage to the Yuanshan. Fellow Taoist is brilliant. Of course. Alas, how in the world is this realm of the mixed golden immortal going to break through? Say no more, fellow Taoist. This honored one has been pondering over this realm of the mixed golden immortal ever since the demon god White Tiger spat out this realm from his mouth. Until now, have not had a clue, can only hurriedly come over to watch the Great War. Who would have thought that just as soon as he came over, the Yuanshan was backfired by the Great War? This is simply an unmitigated disaster. In the void, the Yuanshan consciousnesses of countless innate powers exchanged. In the midst of a bustling exchange, countless eyes landed on the 12 ancestral witches and White Tiger Ling Tian. They want to keep watching to see if these two sides will fight again. Some people want the two to collide again. There are also those who hope that this great battle will end. Simply because, many people wanted to take advantage of the end of the Great War to go to the demon god White Tiger's dojo and ask for advice on how to step into his way of the mixed golden immortal. Simply because they have been mulling it over for so long and have yet to learn how to step in. The path is already traveled by those who have gone before them, so why should they bother to insist on penetrating it themselves? Wouldn't it be better to carry heavy treasures yourself and go to visit those who have gone before you to seek the path of the Great Way? Underneath it all, why should they bother themselves? At this moment, the monstrous killing intent that had once been set off by Ling Tian's eyes as he looked towards the 12 ancestral witches had already faded into nothingness. It was only because, when Ling Tian looked at the great Tao merit to save the lives of the 12 ancestral witches, He then understood that the avenue is irreversible, and it is still difficult to change the momentum of heaven, let alone the avenue. When he threatened the life of the ancestral witch, the great Tao Merit would protect his body, and he himself could not break this at all. With this in mind, Ling Tian no longer had any desire to slaughter any of the ancestral witches. If you want to exterminate the 12 ancestral witches, the only way is to wait for the quantitative robbery to appear. The witch tribe slaughtered hundreds of millions of beings, and between the thousands of killings, the merit of the opening of the sky is consumed. It was at that time that the 12 ancestral witches could fall. At the same time, the 12 ancestor witches who had eased their injuries were thinking completely differently from Ling Tian. Most of the ancestral witches were holding the idea of immortality. The power of the aftermath of the party was enough to cause their ancestor witches to fall, but on the contrary, the great Tao Merit left behind by Father God's opening of the heavens sheltered their lives. Since this was the case, why should they be afraid? Under the enhancement of the great Tao's merit and virtue, the many ancestral witches were fearless. Even at the moment when the great Tao's merit was present, if they used its merit to heal their wounds, they could regain their heyday with a single thought. However, learning of the preciousness of the great Tao Merit, some of these ancestral witches hesitated, not wanting to use it easily. After all, this was a heavy treasure given to them by Father God, so they could not use it easily. Ideas, which the ancestral witch eyes to look at a glance, and then did not say, sense of the eyes of the hidden emergence of the killing intent, it has been known. Right at this moment, Ling Tian, who had been pondering for a long time, spoke in a light tone. 12 ancestral witches, this ancestor and you are both defeated and both sides are heavily injured, so how about putting this matter down? Nope. What's more, if my father were to fight with you again, he would either die or be injured. Even if you guys have the great Tao Merit protection, this ancestor has not yet been able to pull a few ancestral witches to the back. As the words fell, the countless innate powers in the void had celebrations, regrets, and ecstasy. The 12 ancestral witches and the white tiger demon god, if they didn't continue to fight, it would be good for most of the great Luo-Jingxian beings. After all, they needed to pay Ling Tian a visit to get a way to step into the mixed golden immortal. However, the 12 ancestral witches listened to Ling Tian's words of being the first to open his mouth and bow his head, and one of them, Zhu Rong, who had once been violently beaten up by Ling Tian, yelled out. This ancestral sorcerer tells you that today either you die or this ancestral sorcerer dies. White-haired beast, you are now seriously injured, while we ancestral witches have the great Tao Merit added to our bodies, so we only need to utilize the merit to heal our wounds, and then we can easily take you down. As soon as these words came out, Ling Tian's originally light and peaceful face instantly stiffened, and wisps of killing chi swirls ignited the void around him. That aura that had recovered to the late stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal stage caused Emperor Jiang, the head of the ancestral witches, to have his eyes darting wildly. That's not true, the great Tao Merit of our ancestral witches is the legacy of Father God, so how can we use it easily? I quite agree with fellow Taoist White Tiger, let's stop here and go back to our respective homes. The ancestor witch of wind, Tian Wu, spoke leisurely. His character is not like Shu Rong Gong Gong, who is easy to anger, but instead, he is leisurely. What, this is impossible, humiliating our ancestral witches, how can we stop so easily? Shu Rong had not spoken, the equally hot-tempered Gong Gong jumped out in a hurry and spoke angrily. It seems that the 12 ancestral witches, you guys don't see eye to eye. Fight or retreat, say. The words that humiliated my father as a white-haired animal, my father will not be blamed, if I really want to fight again, my father will be equally fearless. I still say, don't think you can be protected for the rest of your life with the great Tao Merit, it will run out one day. Witnessing the 12 ancestral witches who were in disagreement, Ling Tian spoke in a despondent tone. For a while, the group of ancestral witches suddenly argued, their faces red. Seeing that the scene could not be controlled, Candle Join sighed languidly from the side, and seeing the scene, Emperor Jiang let out a furious rebuke. That's enough, stop it. This place has the gaze of countless living beings in the flood, for you to argue like this is simply a disgrace to us ancestral witches. As soon as the words came out, the many ancestral witches stopped speaking. Fellow Taoist White Tiger, let's leave this matter at that. Very good, very good. Ling Tian nodded his head slightly, and Di Jiang snorted coldly at the group of unproductive ancestral witches, just about to turn around and leave. Immediately afterward, a wisp of unknown nothingness invisibly lifted up in the heavens and earth, drifting beside the 12 ancestor witches and Ling Tian. This reaction caused them to stop at the same time and look around warily. But they knew that none of the flood powers were good. The 12 ancestral witches had offended the 10,000 tribes of the flood, and many great Luo Golden Immortals hated to let them fall, so it was a good time to take advantage of this opportunity to besiege the 12 ancestral witches. Ling Tian, on the other hand, had experienced the battle between the Tao and the devil, and he was vaguely worried that the second devil ancestor would take this opportunity to come over and steal his home. Chapter 54, Conflict Rises Again? The Hongjun mightily suppresses the flood. It's in the void, a Tao rhythm similar to the true meaning of the mixed element was hurriedly transmitted, causing Ling Tian to fall into a wisp of contemplation. In the flood world, it seemed as if basically no one had arrived at this realm except for him, who was now a mixed golden immortal. Oh no, all of a sudden Ling Tian associates one person with the victor of the once great war between the Tao and the devil, Hongjun. Could it be that, in the way of the 12 ancestral witches condensing the true body of Pangu, thus attracting the Hongjun who used to be the reincarnation of the chaos demon god? Between all the thoughts, Ling Tian looked his eyes into the void in a vain attempt to find a trace of it, but under the strength, he didn't detect a trace of Hongjun either. The 12 ancestral witches, on the other hand, were not aware of this type of hybrid aura, and they had only sensed that this type of aura also existed in Ling Tian's body. It was hard to believe that it was the white tiger demon god who had not kept his word, and had just said that he would stop there, but now there were movements to make a move. All of a sudden, Emperor Zhang's complexion was abnormal, and the light in his eyes that looked at Ling Tian flared with a gloomy color as he leisurely opened his mouth and asked, "Demon god friend, are you going to break your promise? We ancestral witches have already said that we're just going to stop there, and you, Tao friend, have also said that. But now, this mixed aura that permeates the sky and earth, what is the meaning of the Taoist friend? Is it possible that you want to fight again?" For a while, the oppressive atmosphere in the room became dense once again. This honored one has said that this matter is to be left at that, then it is to be left at that. As for the sudden hybrid aura, it doesn't have an ounce of anything to do with my father, whether you 12 ancestral witches believe it or not is all up to you. As for having to fight again, there's no harm in trying. Upon hearing this, Ling Tian raised his eyebrows slightly, his tone indifferent. The words were all about setting aside this matter, but due to his face, he didn't bother to explain to the 12 ancestral witches who this appearance of the mixed Tao rhythm actually belonged to. At this moment, some hot-tempered ancestral witches, when they looked at Ling Tian's fearless appearance, their anger immediately shot up to the sky. "Bold white-haired beast, if you want to fight, let's fight, we ancestral witches are still afraid of you. This sudden mixed aura is obviously yours, White Tiger, and it's only right that you don't want to explain, so if you want to fight, do it." Witnessing his own hot-tempered brother lashing out again, Di Zhang's brain hurt. When would he get these guys to curb some of their irascible nature? Ha! Ling Tian just let out a soft laugh and sat down on top of the 12 pillars of world-destroying Black Lotus, then stopped speaking. This appearance of his fell in the eyes of the ancestral witches like a contemptuous provocation, instantly making some of them furious. Immediately afterward, looking at things getting more and more uncontrollable, Emperor Jiang hurriedly opened his mouth to allow the curbing of his stubborn character. Regarding Di Zhang's persuasion, they didn't want to listen to it at all at this moment, especially Zhu Ronggong Chang Liang. The scene of being killed by Ling Tian in a single move earlier was still fresh in his mind. At this moment, the white tiger demon god was seriously injured, and they had the great Tao merit protection, so why would they cut him down? With a thought, Zhu Ronggong Chang Liang, 3 people, each mobilized a trace of the great Tao merit, healing their own injuries, and then rushed forward. "Fellow Taoist Di Jiang, it seems that your prestige, among the 12 ancestral witches, is not that high." Between a long sigh, his eyes flared with a gust of coldness, and with a thought, the Godslayer gun landed in Ling Tian's hands. "Maybe we shouldn't stop, Kingslayer." When the ancestor witch stepped over half a load and Ling Tian lifted the Godslayer gun, a rush of words of the Tao 3000 filled with the great Tao of the mixed elements came from the invisible world of heaven and earth. Lying high in the 9 clouds, the bushels of the Taoist truth. Outside of heaven and earth, I shall be the head teacher and honored. Pango gave birth to Taiji, and the 2 instruments and 4 elephants followed. One way to pass on the 3 friends, the 2 religions expound and divide. Leader of the Xin Mendu, 1 Qi transforms Hongjun. The words fell, the flooded heavens and earth immediately set off a road of bright divine light, the earth surging golden lotus, dense mixed Yuan Dala golden immortal Tao rhythms intertwined in the dome of the heavens, forming a channel of rich innate spiritual Qi, bless the flooded heavens and earth living beings. The bright divine light was like the wish of all the spirits, and the momentum was so great that no one could reach the place. All sorts of heaven and earth visions came out in an endless stream, the earth surging with golden lotuses, immortal voices, and so on. The heavenly and earthly visions dissipated, and what came along with them was a vast and great aura of hybridization that pressed across the flooded heavens and earth. The many innate sacred ones who were still watching the battle between the 12 ancestor witches and Ling Tian in their own dojo were unable to resist this pressure and directly fell to their knees in worship. Even Panga 3 Ching this kind of great powers, none of them do not tremble, even if the sacrifice of the latter-day merit and virtue treasure, heaven and earth Shinhuan Linglong Pagoda, have not been able to avoid kneeling. Almost everyone was feeling the heaven and earth visions wrapped in the heavenly aura, blessing everyone, when this vast and monstrous pressure, instantly pressed horizontally across the flooded heavens and earth. Flood spirits, unable to hold on to the ritual of kneeling, raised their eyes to look through the endless starry sky, landing on the place where the pressure originated. One could only see an old man slowly stepping out of the void and standing above the starry sky, and his position was actually sandwiched between the 12 ancestral witches and Ling Tian in the center. Because he noticed that the injuries of these two were slightly heavy, the sage pressure emanating from Hongjun purposely bypassed Ling Tian and the 12 ancestral witches. As the saying goes, those who don't know have no fear, due to not really feel the pressure carried by Hongjun, is trying to fight with Ling Tian to the death of the ancestor witches, stops, angry and snappy voice. Who are you, you awful old man? Get out of the way, get out of your grandfather's way. Get out of the way, if not, this ancestral sorcerer will use the power of the laws to make you savor it. Basically, the ancestral witches that wanted to fight with Ling Tian were at least a full 6, in other words, half of the ancestral witches wanted to fight with Ling Tian. Self-same pressure dissipated, Hongjun listened to the many ancestral witches that defiant condescending words, the original amiable face instantly gloomy down. At this moment, the ancestral witch finally felt the strong pressure of the bad old man in front of him, which was far higher than that of Ling Tian back then. Thinking of this, the 6 ancestral witches could not help but back off slightly. Persimmon pinched a hard, also thought that the strength of the bad old man in front of him was soft and weak, did not think that it was more powerful than the white tiger demon god. At the same time, due to the dissipation of the saint's pressure, the multitude of people in the flood wasteland finally stood up, and the flood innate powers, with their divine senses intertwined in the void, wanted to explore the identity of this person. After only a short period of reflection, some of the survivors of the 3 races war have revealed their thoughts and ideas. This purple-robed old man is the Hongjun Taoist who conquered the devil ancestor Luo Shuhu for the righteousness of the flood. And now, view its strong aura of horizontal pressure on the flood, wisps of pressure, the scene of the flood all worship. For a time, the thoughts of many innate powers were even as one, similar to similarly visiting Ling Tian, to visit this Hongjun who had sacrificed his life for the great justice of the flood. After all, they had all shown up for the great justice of the flood, there was no reason not to talk to them about how to break through in the realm above the great Luo Golden Immortals. Chapter 55 The difference between the will and the way of heaven. All 3 parties look at each other in silence. For the information exchanged in the void, countless innate powers of divine consciousness, he, Hongjun, could know it with a single thought. Thinking that they wanted to come and visit him, a heaven's path sage, a gratifying smile came out for a moment. But now, it was time for him to dealing with this western sacred beast, White Tiger Ling Tian, with one of the protagonists of the future witch demon calamity. Since he, Hongjun, became a saint, the heavenly Tao had instilled into his mind the great momentum of the heavenly Tao of the Qing dynasty, and for the future of his move to collect the Pango and the 3 purities, he came up with this poem saying. At the time of stepping into the flood, the heavenly Tao celebrated the birth of Hongjun, the first heavenly saint, thus sending down thousands of heaven and earth visions to bless all the spirits in the flood. At this moment, sensing that the old man who appeared before the eyes was incredibly strong, the 6 ancestral witches tacitly retreated to the side of Emperor Jiang. Second brother, who is he? Emperor Jiang was also puzzled. The heaven and earth phenomenon was like a celebration for this old man. Candle Join's eyes crossed the light of time, faintly scanning Hongjun's body, and finally shaking his head slightly. Big brother, this person's strength is unfathomable, and as for strength, my time laws are unable to peer into his future. One can only say that this person, we must not easily offend, just like the white tiger demon god. The words fell out. Di Jiang looked heavy. The strength of the white tiger demon god has already made their 12 ancestral witches means, and ultimately by the array backfire, also failed to eliminate it. And the strength of the purple-robed old man was far higher than the white tiger demon god, so wouldn't that mean that the other party possessed the capital to fight with the true body of Pangu? All of a sudden, Di Jiang took a hard look at the 6 ancestral witches who had just insulted Hongjun with a look of hatred. He decided that he had to go back and make his brothers feel the love he, from his big brother, felt. Educate them and curb their fiery tempers. Otherwise, if he ran into the flooded world again and offended a great power with unfathomable strength, then he would suffer from the old crime. Meanwhile, Ling Tian, who had witnessed everything, had his party's speculation come true. The only person who presents himself in the eyes is Hongjun. The thousands of heavenly and earthly phenomena that appeared in the flooded heavens and earth, the golden lotus on the ground, and the sound of the immortals are all because of the appearance of Hongjun and the present world. This point also shows that, at this moment Hongjun, through the fierce beast quantitative robbery, through the Dragon Han initial robbery, the final Taoist devil war, finally was certified the position of heavenly saint. Ling Tian could not guess the purpose of his appearance at this time. After all, Hongjun, a treacherous person who has existed since the time of chaos, has a purpose that is even more impossible to know. Although slightly acquaintance with Hongjun, but Ling Tian did not open the mouth straight, just silent, waiting for Hongjun exit. He, Ling Tian, was the four spirits of heaven under the command of the will of the flooded heaven and earth since his status, and was at the same level in status as the heavenly Tao saints under the command of the heavenly Tao. The position of the four spirits of heaven was, to put it nicely, determined by the heavenly Tao, but in reality, it was the decision of the will of the flooded heaven and earth. And as the heavenly Tao among heaven and earth and man, it is but a substitute for the will of the flood to find the four spirits. These were the messages that had been transmitted into his mind by the will of the flooded heaven and earth when he had carried the god of killing and war in the west. Ling Tian on this side was silent, while the 12 ancestral witches on this side were the same. Although they did not have Yuan Shen, most of them belonged to the reckless generation and were unable to deduce heavenly chances. However, individual ancestral witches were clear-headed and not reckless. And now, facing the existence that was stronger than their own strength, their ancestor witches didn't want to speak out and ask. After all, he who exits first is bound to be in a passive position. Didn't see that this white tiger demon god has not yet exported, and what makes their 12 ancestral witches open their mouths to ask about the origins of the old man in front of them. For a moment, Hongjun, who stood in the center of the two, suddenly had a flash of bewilderment in his pupils. He Hongjun, just now bloomed out of the strong pressure, shaped thousands of heaven and earth visions, the body surrounded by 3,000 mixed heavenly Tao breath, has proved that he is a mixed Daluo gold immortal. The 12 ancestral witches don't know this realm is just, after all, those who don't know are not guilty, but there should always be a courtesy to those who are strong and powerful. As for you Ling Tian is excessive, their own share of acquaintance with you, certified the position of the mixed Yuan Dala golden immortal, even silent, and do not come forward to congratulate. This was something that made Hongjun grit his teeth. But the thought of both was not something he could easily ask for offense. The former is a direct lineage of Pangu, the 12 ancestral witches, holding the merits of Pangu's opening of the heavens and the body, is the flood of heaven and earth favored by the people. The latter, although not as noble as the former identity, there is no avenue merit, but the identity is one of the four spirits of the flooded heavens, maintaining the stability of the rules of heaven and earth. At this point, in terms of status, the heavenly Tao was not on the same level as the will of the flood. The two were under different leadership, and he really couldn't mess with Ling Tian. If Ling Tian was a heavenly Tao saint, he, Hongjun, would still be able to hold it after he merged with the Tao. But the four spirits of heaven, is to stabilize the existence of the rules of heaven and earth of the flood boundary, cannot be easily moved, or will be expelled by the will of the flood. There are endless stories about Yang Mei going far away from the flood and going to chaos, but as a chaos demon god, his body is a space willow tree. It is not possible to say that after Yang Mei broke through to the mixed Great Luo Golden Immortal, he awakened part of the lost memories from the chaotic period in latent underlying bearings, which made him hurry away from the flood and go to the chaotic land. As Hongjun gritted his teeth inwardly, the atmosphere in the room became more and more peaceful, but no one opened their mouths to break it. What is Hongjun up to? Ling Tian's eyes were slightly wrinkled, a slight look of impatience in his heart. And the 12 ancestral witches, with their violent temperament, were surprisingly able to be quiet and wait for one side to open their mouths. But among them, the short-tempered ancestral witches were but forcibly controlled by Emperor Jiang as well as Candle Join. What are these 12 ancestral witches up to with Ling Tian? Hongjun crumpled inwardly for a moment, but his face remained bland as he swept a glance at both sides and spoke if anything. Your ancestral witches, the 12 ancestral witches, the white tiger Ling Tian, may not fight again, quickly retreat. When these words came out, a wave of speechlessness violently appeared in the hearts of the 12 ancestor witches and Ling Tian. The reason for the clash just now was all because of Hongjun's protruding mixed Yuan Dao rhythm, which the ancestral witches thought was a precursor to Ling Tian's move, and Ling Tian himself didn't want to explain too much. But now, as Hongjun opened his mouth, he instantly plunged the two parties into speechlessness. Humph. Emperor Jiang snorted coldly and did not give Hongjun an answer, instantly turning around, waving his four wings, wisps of space law streams of light across the sky, disappearing into the void and dissipating in front of everyone. The rest of the ancestral witches saw this and left. The thumping departure of the 12 ancestor witches, without answering Hongjun's words, caused Hongjun to burst into a rage. He was surprisingly ignored, while at least he was a Heaven's Path sage. Don't think that you ancestor witches are the first bloodline of Pangu and have great merits and virtues, so you can regard him as nothing. This was simply a rude person, no wonder the earth's foul chi had eroded the Yuanshan. Humph. After a cold snort, Hong Jun turned his gaze towards Ling Tian. He wanted to see. How dare this acquaintance ignore himself? Chapter 56, The End of the Affair, White Zephyr blocks the way. At this moment, Ling Tian, who was facing Hong Jun's eyes directly, found that he was a bit caught up in the meaning of the devil. But also in the way of him, Ling Tian and Hong Jun have had exchanges, and do not know how to tell. Congratulations, fellow Taoist Hong Jun, on attaining the great Tao of the mixed world and not being destroyed by 10,000 catastrophes. And now if there is nothing else, this honored one will leave first. After saying that, Ling Tian turned around and left. He needed to go back to the 9 sepulchral mountains to retreat, as a way to recuperate from the injuries that he had sustained from the battle with the 12 ancestor witches. But just as Ling Tian turned around, Hong Jun violently spoke. Fellow Taoist White Tiger, the poor Taoist will be opening a sermon in the Purple Sky Palace in a few days to talk about the ways of the great Luo, the Paraclete, and the saints. Can you come here to support us? At these words, Ling Tian stopped all of a sudden, his eyes glowing with confusion. He walked the path of law, not the method of decapitating 3 corpses, which was completely different from Hong Jun's path. What's more, Ling Tian was still plotting on how to give the 3-flower diversion that he had comprehended to the other innates sacred in the flood. This was a matter of plundering chi, and the matter of the sermon in the Purple Heavenly Palace was not big to say the least. For him Ling Tian, but since Hong Jun has already exported the invitation, it is not good for him not to give the face. It just so happens that the little fox at home still needs to make a trip to Taiyin Planet, and it just so happens that the 2 Taiyin fairies of Taiyin Planet will probably also go to listen to Hong Jun Avenue. With this in mind, it appeared that he, Ling Tian, really needed to catch a trip to the Purple Heavenly Palace. It was just as well that he wanted to see how this so-called flood power actually looked like. May. With that, Ling Tian disappeared into the void and headed in the direction of the 9 Pale Mountains. Seeing this scene, Hong Jun nodded his head slightly, and then spoke leisurely without any sadness or joy in his mouth. I am Hong Jun, today certified as a saint. Know that the flood of heaven and earth beings before the road is hazy, the laws of heaven are crippled. In 3,000 years after the age of the flood, outside the chaos of the Purple Heavenly Palace to open the altar sermon, Sermon 3000, those who have a destiny can all come. As the words fell, this voice penetrated through the flood world and reached the countless cavernous blessed lands, landing beside the ears of the flood world great powers. In an instant, Hong Jun's body transformed into nothingness and rejoined the Purple Heavenly Palace. And leave a moment at the time, a strand of horizontal pressure on the flood of the saint's pressure once again in front of the world, confirming the Hong Jun is above the Dala, the saint exists. After a short period of tranquility in the flood, countless living beings were ecstatic, and in the void, the innate powers that had been witnessing the great battle were ecstatic. They had been stuck in the Dala realm for a long time, and they were all unknown to the road ahead. And now, there were actually 2 existences that had already stepped on top of the Tao Lords that had appeared. When the White Tiger Demon God appeared in the world, they thought of paying a visit to get the method to break through the great Luo Golden Immortals and go further. Nowadays, this saint existence that had suppressed the floodplains was even more powerful than the previous White Tiger Demon God, judging by its strength. He also listened to his desire to preach the 3,000 sermons and preach the flood, so that all those who have the destiny can come. The 2 choices made them hesitate, but soon, almost all of them judged exactly which side to rush to. That is the Purple Heavenly Palace of that so-called sage Hong Jun. After all, it's all those who have a destiny can come, and the conditions of the White Tiger Demon God, they do not know. What's more, visiting the White Tiger Demon God required gifts, and some of their poor Tao Lords didn't have this capital. What he thought, the various caves and heavenly blessings in the flood, instantly turned into a wisp of streaming light, and went to the outside of the flood, in the Purple Heavenly Palace in the land of chaos. The Kunlun Mountains, the Sea of Blood, a certain island in the East China Sea, and all the famous mountain ranges in the east had traveled to the land of chaos to find the Purple Heavenly Palace. Although it's 3,000 years later, they can visit the White Tiger Demon God before going forward to the Purple Heavenly Palace to listen to the Tao. But 3,000 years of years, perhaps some of them do not have the destiny to find the Purple Heavenly Palace as a feeling. For such things, the only way to make up for it is to take time. Or the great perseverance to impress that Hong Jun who had already attained sainthood. As the great powers of the flood moved in unison and rushed to the chaos, Ling Tian was rejoining his dojo, the 9 Secrets Mountain. Only when he had just arrived at a short distance outside the 9 Spectres Mountain, his eyes suddenly realized that a ray of the most masculine daylight was reflected in his eyes, which instantly attracted Ling Tian's attention. With that, Yui turned her gaze to the source. White Zephyr, they haven't left yet? And these 2 unknowns, who are they? Between his internal thoughts, Ling Tian's speed did not slow down, and he was still heading towards the main peak of the Zhouyue mountain range. Your Highness, the White Tiger Demon God, please stay. All of a sudden, Ling Tian's pace was interrupted by this familiar calling voice, and he leisurely turned around to look at Bai Zhe and faintly opened his mouth. This honored one has already forgiven you and others for the sin of woe. In that case, you and the others have nothing to do with this honored one anymore, so why call out to this honored one? Ling Tian indeed did not want to get entangled with Bai Zhe and the others, even if in the future perhaps he was going to participate in the quantum revelation, it would just be like New Wafushi, just to hang on to a name. Being in the middle of the war, he can still rest on his own. After all, the ancestral witches are known to him Ling Tian's strength, and its warring ancestral witches do not dare to move easily almost. The end result was nothing less than two entangled parties, keeping their hands off each other and waiting for the end of the Great War. Seeing Ling Tian being called by himself, Bai Zhe spoke respectfully. Under the Demon God Temple, we are in the Great Luo Golden Immortal, and the road ahead of the Great Luo is hazy. We know that the Demon God Temple is a mixed Golden Immortal. Can we give a breakthrough method? His brow furrowed. Ling Tian did have the idea of handing over the method of breaking through the mixed Golden Immortals to the Flood beings, but not now. That's similar to the method of chopping off the three corpses, the three flowers of heaven, earth, and humankind method. He was trying to wait for Hongjun to finish his sermon before passing it on to the beings under his command who were about to break through to the level of the mixed Golden Immortal. Subsequently, he, Ling Tian, hinted at them in a vague manner and passed this method on to the Flood. In that case, even if Hongjun used the Heavenly Tao as the foundation to deduce the origin of this method, he would not be able to think that this method came from him, Ling Tian. After all, his own self, who held the power of the quantum revelation in his hand, could use the revelation chi to shield the matter from the heavens. Under the quantum of solace, all saints will be involved. The God-sealing quantum revelation, the saints all came down, and almost fought to the extent that the Flood was torn apart and the heavens were turned upside down. And the quantitative hijacking of witches and demons can also be, but the two tribes did not have the determination of fish death. They were so compelled by the calamity chi that their reasoning was blurred, and the idea of destroying the Flood and reopening the heavens and earth did not exist. Saints are different, having survived 10,000 robberies and not being tainted by karma, the robberies at most induce saints to fight. Instead of shielding its sanity and allowing it to continue its never-ending killing as it did during the time of the witch demon. It is not until someone close to them falls, the quantum of the calamity falls, and the aura of the calamity recedes, that they wake up. During the God-sealing measurement revelation, the interceptor sect created by Shangqing Tongtian was torn apart, and the chi fortune that he himself was in charge of was also divided among other sects. A thought, all kinds of fall feeling, the two elder brothers united outsiders to oppress him, the third brother, under the isolation, the only way to break the Flood, retraining the earth, fire, wind and water, and recreate the flood of heaven and earth. Chapter 57, the matter of reigning over all beings, giving a spiritual treasure, knowing the way ahead. Between the two eyes staring at each other, Bai Zhe appeared to notice Ling Tian's unspeakable color, and finally sighed deeply and long. Under the demon god's palace, it's a difficult thing to say, it's White Zephyr who has taken the liberty. After the coming day, White Zephyr would like to offer up his innate spiritual treasures as a way to beg for the mixed dharma. Noticing that he had spoken somewhat bluntly, he withdrew it at once. But this couldn't be blamed on Bai Zhe's bluntness. After all, the pursuit of the great Tao was what they, the living beings, longed for the most. But the woe is me thing seems to have embarrassed him, White Zephyr. It is a pity that the White Tiger Demon God is the lord of the billions of living beings in the floodplains, enjoying the heaven and earth fortune. The other party is unwilling to, can only ask from the Sunstar Lord Emperor Juntai to preside over the big picture. Bai Zhe sighed inwardly. He realized that what he had done before seemed to be a bit confusing, and he could only compensate for some heavy gifts given to the Demon God Temple in the future. Between the two of them talking, Emperor Juntai, who was helping Ying Zhuo and the others to heal their wounds, opened his eyes, collected the power of the Supreme Yang, and stood up. Their actions attracted Ling Tian's eyes. Viewing the blazing, pervasive power of the Supreme Yang around his body, and thinking of his own little fox's power of the Taiying Moonflower, Ling Tian had already learned the identities of the two. The future Demon Emperor of Heaven, Emperor Juntai, the mortal enemy of the 12 ancestral witches. As soon as he opened his eyes, he realized that Bai Zhe was talking to a person, and a thought landed on Ling Tian, and he instantly knew who this person was. Emperor Jun even slightly stepped forward, a hint of scheming lurking in his eyes, and leisurely said, "Fellow Demon God, our two brothers are the contemporary Sunstar Lord, Emperor Juntai. The Sunstar was transformed by the eyes of the great god Pangu, and our two brothers travel through the flood, seeing the hundreds of millions of rueful beings in the flood crying out in grief, and seeing the cruelty and unkindness of the witch race. Now I want to use my own vast mana to lead the 10,000 tribes of the flood, to lead the power of all beings in heaven and earth to fight against the atrocities of the witch tribe. I don't know if the demon god Taoist friend, would you like to walk with my brother and I? Under some words, said his noble origin, is the land of the eyes of Pangu incarnate out of the innate divine, and set itself to see the witch tribe brutality, angry, willing to lead the flood of beings, for the flood of all souls to seek a ray of hope, against the witch tribe. With that, his mouth was even more sincere in inviting Ling Tian. Along with it, Di Jun Tai's status after commanding the billions of beings in the flood, was willing to be equal to Ling Tian's. Needless to say, Ling Tian even wondered if these were the same words they used when they pulled Nuwa Fushi in. Let's wait for the two Taoists to pull up the flooded masses before we talk about this matter. My father is now fighting with the 12 ancestral witches, whose possess the 12 metropolitan godfiends' great formation, which can call out the true body of Pangu to fight, and ordinary people are not really their opponents. And now, by pulling me into the fold, are you and the other brothers not trapping this honorable man in a dangerous place? Ling Tian did not get aggressive and just told the facts of the matter. For a while, Di Jun was embarrassed, and it also occurred to him that the 12 ancestral witches appeared to be able to summon the true body of Pangu, and their strength overrode the flood. At this moment, Di Jun kind of wanted to rewind time and politely refuse what Bai Zhe had pleaded for at that time. Their two brothers, who were not even mixed golden immortals, could now defeat the 12 ancestral witches who possessed the true body of Pangu, which was simply a fool's errand. But now in the way of his promise to lead hundreds of millions of birds and beasts, against the witch tribe, when promised, Emperor Juntai instant thoughts reached through, direct 2-2 breakthrough to the late Dala Jinxian, just one step away from the peak of the realm. And now, the two of them had some regrets. After all, the power of Pangu's true body blossomed out, an axe offering could split them. Unfortunately, the arrow was on the string and had to be sent, and what was promised could not be broken. Fellow demon god Taoist, this is a valid point. It is my brothers who have spoken presumptuously. Emperor Jun said with a slight apology, then took out an innate spiritual treasure, on which a divine pattern appeared, evolving a scene of falling stars. This object is a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Starfall Knot. A single swing of the sword can extinguish billions of stars and make the stars fall. After saying that, Di Jun raised his hand and threw it, landing in front of Ling Tian, and faintly said, I also hope that you will accept this item. We brothers have something important to ask for. A top-grade innate spiritual treasure. Ling Tian hesitated for a moment, and then he put away this piece of innate spiritual treasure of the highest quality since he traveled through the flooded heavens and earth, getting the quality in addition to the 12 pieces of world-destroying Black Lotus, the God-slaying lance, and the killing fiend bead. Fade coughed lightly, if at all, and spoke. Fellow Taoist Ti Jun, what is the request? Without touching my father's bottom line, my father is able to promise you, Taoist. Fellow demon god, I want to break through the Dharma above the Great Luo. Although Sage Hongjun of the Purple Heavenly Palace is going to open a lecture on the Great Tao, there are many skills. Hearing this, Emperor Jun was immediately delighted within himself and spoke with a quick and straightforward voice. Ling Tian was surprised to glance at the side of the white zephyr, viewed it as still in a daze, for the things that Di Jun asked for, he softly light said. The Tao Lord will be able to comprehend the power of the laws, and by penetrating them, he will arrive at the realm of the mixed golden immortal. But nowadays, the avenue is hazy, the power of law is difficult to penetrate, and if you need to completely penetrate it, you need a heavy treasure to do so. Fellow Taoist Di Jun may consider listening to the sermon of Sage Hongjun. After all, that guy's strength is above that of my father. After the words were spoken, Di Jun Tai simultaneously fell into deep thought, while Bai Zhe on the side was completely dumbfounded. Its heart is even more sorrowful. Think of his white zephyr wisdom as superb, clever one. I didn't expect that. I didn't expect that. When he asked about the method to break through above the Great Luo, the demon god temple did not answer. And when Emperor Juntai asked, taking out a top-grade innate spiritual treasure as the content of the deal, the demon god Hall of Fame just spilled the beans. He, Bai Zhe, was too stupid. Had he known that he would have taken out his innate spirit treasure in the first place. Demon god fellow Taoist, what is the meaning of this so-called heavy treasure? After some pondering, Tai Yi figured out the meaning of Ling Tian's words and was slightly puzzled. I thought that the other party would know what to do and head to the Purple Heavenly Palace to listen to the sermon, but I didn't think that it would seek further. Adhering to the principle of being a good person to the end and sending the Buddha to the West. After all, they had given the spiritual treasure, and it seemed like an unequal deal if it was half finished. The three great innate treasures, the Taiji diagram has the law of mixed elements penetrable. By the same token, the same is true for the Panga streamer and the Chaos Bell. Another one is the great god Pangu's companion spirit treasure, the jade butterfly of creation, which has 3,000 great Tao laws. In addition to that, chaos-grade spiritual treasures of the quality of an innate supreme treasure or above are likewise possible. Between the fall of the words, Emperor Jun Tai's eyes locked, and it was an ecstatic emotion. They then possessed the innate treasure Chaos Bell and had the capital to step into the mixed golden immortal. Many thanks to demon god fellow Taoist for the answer. Emperor Jun arched his hand slightly, filled with gratitude. No need to thank you, this is just a deal between you and me. What's more, this realm of the mixed golden immortal was not an unspoken secret in years past. Chapter 58 Change of Fate, Tai Steps on the Mixed World. Regarding the secret of the realm of the mixed golden immortals, if it wasn't for the fact that the three tribes had pushed across the flooded heavens and earth, and countless Dala golden immortals and mixed golden immortals had died tragically in the quantum revelation, this mixed golden immortal realm cannot be said to have passed on to the present day witch demon era. Between the sound of the words, Ling Tian turned slightly and stepped towards the Nine Spectres mountain, a step that was like shrinking the ground as he walked further and further away. And as Ling Tian's words fell beside the ears of Emperor Jun Tai and the two of them, they immediately set off a wave that made their hearts ripple. This so-called realm of the mixed golden immortals is not an unspoken secret? Then why had the two of them traveled the flood for many years, discussing the various great powers of the flood, and failed to learn of the existence of the realm of the mixed golden immortal? Thinking about this, the two of them were mildly interested in the long years of the past. In an instant, Di Jun violently opened his mouth to block Ling Tian's path forward. Fellow demon god, are you heading to the Purple Heavenly Palace to listen to the sermon? Ling Tian's body froze slightly, then he turned into a wisp of streaming light and vanished into the Nine Spectres mountain range, leaving behind only a single, innocuous sentence. My father may or may not go, it's all unconfirmed. What's more, why should one care whether or not my father goes to the Purple Heavenly Palace to listen to the sermon? As the words fell, the faintly invisible stream of light completely dissipated in front of them. After half a minute, Emperor Jun Tai pondered for a long time, and the two disagreed. Although Emperor Jun said that now they had learned the way to break through the Great Luo and ascend to the mixed world. But the Great Tao is the same way, and there is no harm in having more Dharma to break through the Great Luo Golden Immortal. What's more, from the information spilled out from the White Tiger Demon God's mouth, this one Hongjun sage appeared to be much stronger than him. All sorts of things came down to the fact that they did seem to need to travel to the Purple Heavenly Palace to listen to the sermon. But Tai, in pursuit of the Great Tao, has now learned the way to break through to the mixed golden immortal, so why would he waste 3,000 years to go to the land of chaos to find the Purple Heavenly Palace to listen to the Tao? This is nothing less than a loss, in case they break through to the mixed golden immortal in 3,000 years of age. Second brother, the realm of the mixed golden immortal, perhaps we will try to break through in 3,000 years of age, but the great cause of unifying the flood wasteland still requires a trip to the Purple Heavenly Palace to hear the Tao. Di Jun leisurely persuaded, while his eyes flashed a hint of ambition to dominate the flooded heavens and earth, which was rising. Why, eldest brother, we only need to break through to the mixed golden immortal, and our strength will be above the many great powers of the flood. After all, eldest brother, you are aware that the demon god Tao Lord can use his own strength to carry the true body of Pangu. And I, Tai, came out of the world with the heaven-opening treasure of the Chaos Bell. The Chaos Bell's defense is unparalleled, and it only needs to allow me to break through to the realm of the mixed golden immortal. Then when the time comes, the mere 12 ancestral witches, I, Tai, will be able to suppress them with the lift of my hand. Tai's eyes were filled with the desire for the realm of the mixed golden immortal, with a slight aura of treating the great powers of the flood as if they were nothing. After all, having traveled the flood for many years, there were basically not many who were his Taichi's opponents. In addition to the Bloodsea Styx River old man kills the unrivaled, the two just talk for a few moments, but vaguely are jealous of both sides, do not dare to move easily. Kunlun Mountain 3 Qing latter-day merits and virtues of the most precious treasure, heaven and earth Shenhuang Linglong Pagoda and the innate treasure Chaos Bell is similar, the two sides only exchanged hands for a few moments, they will learn that they are not comparable. 5 Zhuangguan Jinyuan Zi, with heaven and earth treasures, also known as the Book of the Earth, communicating the power of the earth vein, need to break the earth vein, in order to defeat it, which is also extremely difficult to deal with. As for the other occasional flood powers, none of them were his Taichi's enemy. This was the gold content of having the innate supreme treasure Chaos Bell, plus the top innate demon god qualification. Looking at his own second brother, whose words were all about his desire for the mixed golden immortal and his intention of not wanting to go to the Purple Heavenly Palace to listen to the Tao, he, Di Jun, was distressed. Suddenly, with a flash of light, he looked at Bai Zhe and the others, who were leisurely waiting for them to speak, and asked leisurely. Do you have any opinions on whether to go or not to go to the Purple Heavenly Palace to listen to the sermon? When these words came out, everyone except White Zephyr had both hands spread out, not knowing how to confide in them. Only White Zephyr stepped forward slightly, arching his hand and reciting. The two Star Lords, as the future rulers of the Flood's multitudes, must make friends with the great powers of the Flood's heaven and earth. And the Purple Heaven Palace hearing is a good time to do it. When he said that, Bai Zhe did not say anything, and his meaning was already clear. Seeing this scene, Di Jun slightly glanced at Tai Yi beside him, seeing his hesitation and in turn speeding up his attack. Second brother, a mere 3,000 years of age, why do you need to be obsessed with the realm of the mixed golden immortal? If you want to dominate the Flood, you need to get acquainted with the great powers of the Flood, and pull in the connections, only then can you do it. What's more, you and I, brothers, are only at the late stage of the great Luo golden immortal now, and have yet to reach the realm of perfection, so there's no need for such urgency. As the words fell, Di Jun finally breathed a sigh of relief. They were only in the late Di Luo stage. It didn't make sense to go researching the mixed golden immortal realm so quickly. But without expecting it, Tai Yi's eyes suddenly flashed with a ray of determination and faintly said, "Eldest brother, you and White Zephyr and the others, head to the Purple Heavenly Palace to listen to the sermon. I, Tai, take this time to penetrate the Chaos Bell and see if I can find a hint of the fur of the mixed golden immortal realm. As for getting acquainted with the great powers of the Flood, second brother, I am not good with words." After saying that, the Golden Crow rainbow transformation technique appeared at first, a ray of golden streaming light, heading towards the star in the starry sky, the star that bloomed with endless daylight. That was the place where Di Jun Tai Yi's incarnation took place, the sun star formed by Pango's eyes. Di Jun directly froze. It was the first time that he, who was an elder brother, had seen such an obsessive demeanor for Tai Yi. Alas, White Zephyr, we will now head to the land of chaos and search for the Purple Heavenly Palace. Finally, he let out a long sigh and leisurely looked towards Bai Zhe and the others and commanded. Emperor Jun's worried appearance, Bai Zhe's eyes aura slightly touched, softly said. Perhaps it's because Star Lord Tai Yi thinks that the demon god temple is so strong that he can fight the 12 ancestral witches with his own strength. He also wishes to cross over the Great Luo and ascend to the mixed golden immortal. There is no need for Star Lord Di Jun to be distressed. This is a matter of clinging, when Star Lord Tai Yi clings to it for a long time, or will put it down. After all, it's only the late stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal, 3,000 years of age searching for the Purple Heavenly Palace, and anyone with a destiny can come. These 3,000 years can be found either in 10 years, or in hundreds of years, 1,000 years, 2,000 years, 3,000 years. When the Tai Chi Star Lord comes to his senses in 1,000 years' time, he will surely travel to the land of chaos. Under some words, Di Jun finally eliminated the worries in his heart, praised Bai Zhe for a few words, and then all of them rushed to the Purple Heavenly Palace to listen to the sermon. Unbeknownst to Tai, when he learned that the realm of the golden immortal of the mixed elements needed the help of the Chaos Bell to break through, he finally realized why the Chaos Bell had been attracting him to penetrate the divine patterns of the Tao engraved on the body of the bell, and it turned out to be the reason for this. The sermon at the Purple Heavenly Palace was still given by the 3,000 guests of the Red Dust, but there was one less Sun Star Lord, Tai. The trajectory of destiny changed when Ling Tian revealed the realm of the mixed golden immortal. Chapter 59 The Four Lotus Platforms, White Moon's Heart. In the flood wild heaven and earth, countless great powers of the cave heavenly blessing land hurriedly rushed to the land of chaos. Even some peak Tai golden immortals rushed to the land of chaos, wanting to head to the Purple Heavenly Palace to hear the sermon. At this moment in the flooded heavens and earth, almost, or can be no, anyone of the great Luo golden immortal level of existence. Even the Tai golden immortals don't exist above the flooded earth, they all vanish into the border between the land of chaos and the flooded heaven and earth. At this time of the flood, or the end of the Three Tribes War, during the hazy period, there is no great Luo, a few Tai era. And at this moment, Ling Tian had already rejoined the divine hall of the Nine Spectres mountain range. Sitting on top of the throne, his fingertips tapped on the jade stone on the side, inwardly pondering something about the chance of the flood. Wind and fire banana tree, innate gourd vine, this kind of chance on the table, this honored one can go and grab it. But it seems to be unable to find the location, although it is known that its former is located in the Buzhou mountain, while the latter follows those flood powers. Just what is the use of this honored one needing such a thing? Or is it tasteless to eat and discard? Between his internal thoughts, Ling Tian was torn between the fact that he already had enough spirit treasures. After all, the innate killing supreme treasure, the Godslayer lance, the innate supreme treasure, the killing fury bead, and the extreme innate spiritual treasure, the 12 pieces of world-destroying Black Lotus. Thinking of this, Ling Tian's eyes flashed with a sudden aura. The 12-pin Black Lotus of Extinction, the 12-pin White Lotus of Purity, the 12-pin Golden Lotus of Merit, and the 12-pin Red Lotus of Karmic Fire, these 4 lotus platforms seem like they could be plotted. The 12 Karmic Fire Red Lotus was in the hands of the Blood Sea Sticks, and it was not difficult to plunder it over. The 12 pints of the Golden Lotus of Merit and Virtue were still in the hands of Han Jun, and after the 3 speeches, they were passed on to Jain Junti to take them over. Although its future is a saint, but he has already determined that he will serve as the demon emperor of the demon clan, enjoying the power of the demon clan's chi. The saints do not dare to move it easily. Just wait for the end of the quantitative hijacking of witches and demons. He's certified to the mixed metamorphosis of the great Luo Jingxian, and at that time, Jain Junti can only resign to his fate. As for the last of the 12 White Lotus of the pure world, it was rumored in later times that this treasure was on top of the 3 immortal islands in the East China Sea. At this point, this so-called Panglai Immortal Island was the dojo of the Duke of Dongwang, the head of the 10,000 immortals, whose eventual annihilation by the demon race. However, when dividing its spiritual treasure, it seems that this treasure has not been found, saying that it is not allowed to be on top of the remaining 2 islands. The thought of deciding to collect the 4 great lotus platforms gradually fell into his mind. Offend the river Styx, the guide Quasi, it does not matter, that is the 4 lotus platform, it is not allowed to gather the rest of the chaotic green lotus split spiritual treasure, but also can reproduce the power of the green lotus. The calculations in their hearts had been made, and the 3 people who were still searching for the purple heavenly palace in chaos couldn't help but feel a chill in their bodies, as if there was something strange staring at them. But again, looking around, did not find anything different, and finally just as their own worrying about nothing. And at this moment, White Moon, who was outside the Divine Hall, finally dispersed the many clan leaders and stepped into the Divine Hall with a labored face. Looking towards Ling Tian, who was seated on top of the throne, his eyes gradually lifted up a hint of pink flavor, and then he quietly stood aside. Noticing that Bai Yu had finished dealing with things, Ling Tian leisurely opened his mouth. Bai Yu, this father is going to be in seclusion for 2,000 years, you meditate and cultivate. When my father leaves the gate, you will follow me to the purple heavenly palace. As the words fell, Bai Yu instantly raised her eyes, and there was a look of delight in all of her eyes. With a thought, he jumped into Ling Tian's arms, his tail fluttering excitedly, his snow-white skin touching his body in excitement. Your Highness, the purple heavenly palace to listen to the sermon, can you take my concubine there as well? Feeling the softness of his body, Ling Tian's brow wrinkled slightly with a slight look of dissatisfaction, but ultimately, he did not say anything and threw it out with a palm. Come on, rude fox. Listen to the Tao in the purple heavenly palace, this honored one will take you there. It's really getting more and more licentious, be careful of this father letting you know how powerful you are. As the words fell, Ling Tian's figure dissipated and stepped into the depths of the palace. Demon God Temple, you really don't understand the situation, my concubine has taken such initiative. Looking at the disappearing demon god Ling Tian, White Moon murmured softly as regret flooded her eyes. But the color of regret instantly faded and was replaced by endless excitement, licking his paws. It was only because since she, Shirayuki, could embrace the demon god's temple, and since that was the case, the demon god's temple must have had an idea, but it was just not a good idea to say anything. That would only leave her, Shirayuki, to push the boundaries and try. Since the power of the Taiyin Moonflower became more and more intense, Bai Yu's desire for the power of the Supreme Sun expanded, and simple daylight could no longer satisfy her. She now wanted to have a dual cultivation, where yin and yang intermingled, which was the way to perfection. What's more, after witnessing Ling Tian carrying the Pango true body with his own strength, she became more and more eager to obtain a Dao couple of Ling Tian's caliber. After all, the Fox clan rely on the strong as their nature. If it is not strong enough, then let the lady be strong. Ling Tian was unaware of Bai Yu's bold thoughts, even though her figure was getting closer and closer to that of a top-tier flood fairy after practicing the way of Taiyin. However, Ling Tian just felt that a living being like a fox, turning it into a body and jerking its fur would be just fine. As for forming a Dao couple, Bai Yu could indeed do so, but Ling Tian did not have such thoughts nowadays. If he was the lord of a party, he would indeed need a Dao partner, similar to the future Emperor Juntai, who would need a perfect yin and yang. However, the 9 septic mountains today did not fit, not to mention that Ling Tian had once had the thought of accepting Bai Yu as his disciple. When the time comes, the love of master and disciple is born between the two? This kind of thing, Ling Tian would not do. And now, he still wanted to recuperate from his injuries. After all, the battle with the 12 ancestor witches united in the true body of Pangu was heavy, and he would need 1,000 years at the earliest to recuperate from his injuries. With a thought, the killing fury bead appeared at first glance and landed on top of Ling Tian's head, with a silky, blood-colored killing power that surrounded his body. The injuries were also healed step by step with the help of the killing Fury Pearl. Ling Tian's eyes closed slightly as he fell into a deep slumber. The heavens and the earth are pale, the years are long, and the floods do not count the years. At this moment, almost all of the people with destiny had already searched the land of chaos and landed in front of the great hall of the purple heavenly palace. They sat somewhat still and waited for the 3,000 years to come. Similarly, some acquaintance with many flood mighty fellow travelers, among which Di Jun, with his own high charisma, has reached a collection of achievements. The 10 demon saints of the demon race, the demon emperor Fushi of the demon race, the titular demon emperor Nuwa, and a number of Dala Jinxians of the flying beast race. It was a pity that 2,000 years had passed and Di Jun had not even sensed Taiyi's arrival. The heart has a slight regret, or his own second brother, has already penetrated the Chaos Bell's Tao rhythm divine pattern. At the same time, in the Nine Secrets Mountain, Ling Tian finally woke up, his body healed from his injuries, and he faintly pinched with one hand. In an instant, 2,000 years had passed, and it was time for him to rush to his appointment at the Purple Heavenly Palace. Not only for the so-called promise thing, but also for the reason of Baiyu's Taiyin lunar flower branding that boldly charmed the little fox. Chapter 60, Rushing to the Purple Heaven, Following the Demon God, What Hongjun Wants 4,000. As Ling Tian exited the gate, he looked at the empty appearance of the main hall, and his divine sense slightly swept over the side hall, seeing that it was still silent in cultivation, the corner of his mouth slightly murmured. In the next moment, Ling Tian looked above the dome of the sky to the chaotic land beyond the flood. Eyes constantly flickered with wisps of bland streams of light, watching the flood chaos junction. So many peak Taiyi golden immortals, the strength of the living beings in the floodplains has grown greatly so far since the fall of the three clans But soon it will all be involved in the quantum revenge, turning into endless killing chi and quantum revenge chi. Shouldn't this honored one add a little more fire? While pondering internally, Baiyu had already leisurely arrived in front of Ling Tian and spoke in a delicate voice. Your demon godness, I've heard rumors and gossips coming out of the flood wasteland beings that many great Luo golden immortals have searched for nearly 2,000 years without finding the location of the Purple Heavenly Palace. We still have 1,000 years left, I'm afraid we won't make it in time, right? After saying that, White Moon's tail flicked and her body softly fell back towards Ling Tian. But before she could embrace Ling Tian, a finger was pointed at her brow, making her unable to move. Shiroyuki, you like hugging my father so much? Ling Tian's brows were slightly furrowed. He was a mixed golden immortal while the other party was only in the late Taiyi golden immortal stage, not even a Dao Lord. If the two really become a couple, I am afraid that it will not lead to a flood of jokes. Although the Lord of the Dragon race, Ancestral Dragon, had won the beautiful fairies of other races across two great realms, that was pulling the strings. He, Ling Tian, had no reason to couple with this one little fox, but in the way of Baiyu's recent bold actions, he did slightly set off a hint of an idea. Demon God, my concubine was sacrificed to the divine temple by the elders of the clan back then, just to form a Dao couple with your highness, and even the rest of the white foxes, they can all sacrifice their bodies for your highness. Oh. Shiroyuki glanced at the winks, her tone as if she deserved it, not even blushing. Dang. Ah. Ling Tian's finger tapped on Baiyu's forehead, instantly causing her to yelp in pain. You. Forget it. With that, Ling Tian yanked her into his arms as he did so, and Baiyu had thought that she had succeeded in her offering, but she had not expected that after a burst of streaming light, she transformed back into her original body. A skinny nine-tailed white fox was picked up by Ling Tian by the back of its neck and was then held in his arms. Ha! Shiroyuki was already in a daze. How did she turn into her own body? Alright, Dao couple, you're still young, wait until you achieve the mixed golden immortal, then consider it. Your Highness, we won't be able to find the Purple Heavenly Palace in these 1,000 years, not to mention the fact that so many Dala Golden Immortals have returned without any success. If we had just begun, we might not be able to find it. Now, there are still 1,000 years left to find it at all, so why don't we? Why are you talking so much? Between raising his hand, Ling Tian shielded the nine-tailed white fox's human speech in his arms, and could only emit a primitive fox cry, but it was still very pleasing to the ear. One could only see it looking at Ling Tian aggressively, wanting him to unlock his closure. What's the complaint? I'll untie you again at the Purple Heaven Palace, one day at a time. Ling Tian was slightly calm and did not react at all to Baiyu's condescending and cute behavior. 1,000 years' time, this father will be able to find the Purple Heavenly Palace in 100 years' time. There's no need for you to worry about these superfluous things. After saying that, Ling Tian embraced the nine-tailed white fox in his arms and disappeared into the void, heading towards the junction of the flood world and the land of chaos. Shiroyuki was inwardly aggrieved, but had no words to spit it out. Obviously that's how his own elders taught him to seduce strong men, so why doesn't it work anymore? There was something about turning into her original body. She was a white fox fairy, an existence ready to arrive at the great Luo Golden Immortal. Still 1,000 years, so many Dala Golden Immortals have returned without any success. Shibayu does not believe that her own demon god palace can find the purple heavenly palace in such a short period of time. It would be better to be in the temple and enjoy peace and quiet with her, Shirayuki. Between Bayu's inner mutterings, Ling Tian had already stepped across the starry sky and arrived at the entrance of the Land of Chaos, which was also the exit of the Flood World. Glancing at the large number of peak Tai Golden Immortals that surrounded this place, what followed was the image of some of the great Luo Golden Immortals returning without any success. The moment they returned to the flood, they all lamented and admitted that they had no affinity with the saint's sermons. But all of this had nothing to do with him, Ling Tian, only to see that as soon as he stepped into this place, he instantly transformed into a strand of blood-devouring white mango streaming light and drilled into the chaotic land. This scene caused the many Daolord Tai who thought they were already knowledgeable to disdain it. Another person who thinks he has a destiny. There are still just 1,000 years to go. This honored one can't even find it. This person is also worthy. Not bad. The land of chaos, hazy and unknown, although there are saints sheltered, will not be lost in the chaos, but there is no destiny, will eventually return with regret. We'd better leave quickly. There's no need to get together here. We Tai Golden Immortals without innate spiritual treasures to protect our bodies, how can we talk about stepping into the land of chaos? Ling Tian was unaware of the crowd's self-righteous thoughts. He had now stepped into the chaotic land, his eyes glowing white as he looked at a seemingly distant location and headed in that direction. It only takes a few hundred years, and if you don't suffer, you can go straight to the purple heavenly palace. Ling Tian was not like the other great Luo Golden Immortals. Due to his own karma with Hongjun, he promised Hongjun to observe the sermon in the purple heavenly palace. Hongjun himself naturally wouldn't put any obstacles in Ling Tian's way. After all, he was the one who invited the visitor. As for the chaotic heavenly flames, chaotic Big Dipper winds, and chaotic savage beasts that he encountered along the way, Ling Tian easily blocked them with a slight strike and continued to step towards the direction of the violet heavenly palace. But keep going in one direction and someone would always discover Ling Tian's whereabouts. The two guys dressed in shabby clothes, resembling beggars and regular people, quietly followed behind Ling Tian. Not for anyone else, but only because the two of them realized that this person was actually the demon god White Tiger, the mixed golden immortal powerhouse that had hardened Pango's true body. If it's all unattached to the saint's sermons, then they are even more so. Instead of searching aimlessly on his own, it would be better to tail the White Tiger demon god. During Ling Tian's rush, he was sitting on top of the 12 pinnacle world-destroying Black Lotus, his eyes were slightly closed, and apart from the chaotic anomalies, he basically didn't exist to watch the surrounding prying. This was also the reason why Ling Tian hadn't ever spotted the two. At the same time, in the Purple Heaven Palace, Hongjun, who was watching all of this, also let out a faint long sigh. Fate is such that karma is entangled, the karma that the poor Taos to the west can only be repaid in this way? That's just it, disperse. Said, Hongjun closed his eyes, quietly waiting for the period of 3,000 years. And in the Purple Heavenly Palace, the bushes were almost full, except for a few hundred left. At this moment, the two people trailing Ling Tian were none other than the future two saints of the West, Taoist guiding in paramount. All of a sudden, the two of them had a flash of light in their minds, and strands of opportunity attracted them. Senior Shidoshi. Guiding Junti glanced at each other, the words of which were unspoken. They all sensed the location of the Purple Heavenly Palace, and the destination was exactly where this White Tiger demon god in front of them had been rushing to. At this moment, the eyes of the two men shed hot tears, bitterly seeking more than 2,000 years. Through the chaos of countless tribulations, the body of the Tao robe has been ruptured, and finally found the place of opportunity. The sound of the two crying in their way was too loud, and Shirayuki appeared to wake up from her slumber, skimming her head to look at the two in the back, confused for a moment. However, when she saw that Ling Tian's eyes remained the same, she fell asleep again. During the hundreds of years, Ling Tian and Jianti Jian were heading in one direction. The great Luo Golden Immortals who were still searching for the Purple Heavenly Palace in the Land of Chaos witnessed this scene and immediately scoffed in their hearts. Keep going in one direction and still want to find the Purple Heavenly Palace? It's a fool's errand, a whimsical idea. Ling Tian didn't care about the words of these Tao lords, while guiding Junti had a face comparable to the flooded earth, and didn't want to say anything at all about this kind of matter of chance. They just get it and share it with the others, which is impossible. Hundreds of years rush by. Ling Tian finally arrived at a place that was glittering with the light of 3,000 heavenly Daoans, and this place was the Purple Heavenly Palace. When the world-destroying Black Lotus drilled into the Great Thousand World opened up by Hongjun, Ling Tian slowly opened his eyes, put away the world-destroying Black Lotus, embraced the white moon in his arms, and took a step towards the not-too-distant purple heavenly palace. Just in an instant, the figure flickered and landed in front of the door of the Great Hall, and just when he wanted to push the door to enter, a word of respect came from his ears. "Elder White Tiger, the master invites you over to catch up." Hongjun nodded. Chaotic stubborn stone, the child that was visualized, Hautnyanyachi, stood next to the palace door, did not wait for Ling Tian to step into the palace, then hurriedly opened his mouth and said. The words were followed by a gesture in one direction. Upon hearing this, Ling Tian did not give him any reaction and turned around to walk towards the direction that Hautnyanyachi had pointed out. At the same time, followed closely by the Junti Jain, finally arrived at the purple heavenly palace. The two of them had tears in their hearts, stepped extremely fast, and directly transformed into a first class to go into the purple sky palace. As soon as Guiding Junti came in, he looked around the hall, and was slightly surprised when Taoist Guiding didn't find Ling Tian, the white tiger demon god. However, Junti's focus was not on Ling Tian. Instead, he looked towards the Six Paths futon in the front row. Observe its figure. No, the Three Ching cannot be messed with, Mu Wafushi cannot be messed with, Jin Yuanzi Red Cloud also cannot be offended, the North Sea Kuanping sinister venomous, a time of entanglement sadness flashed through the heart. Eventually Junti instantly slumped to the ground and bawled his eyes out. At this moment, the show officially began at the scene of the large-scale sale in the flooded purple heavenly palace. The venue is presented by Hongjun, and the protagonist, Guiding Junti, officially begins the play. Not caring about the wonderful scene that was playing out in the great hall of the Purple Heaven Palace, Ling Tian came to a peach garden and looked at Hongjun, who was sitting in a flower pavilion, and was slightly surprised for a moment. I didn't expect Hongjun to be so tasteful. The extreme innate spiritual root innate nonpareil peach tree will be divided into 3,600 plants to build the peach garden. It is also right, after all, Hongjun to today's realm, peaches for him, but the sense of mouth blessing. This innate nonpareil peach tree is likewise the treasure of the heavenly court that Hongjun will bestow on Hautnyanyachi in the future. Sage is so elegant. If this extreme innate spiritual root is placed in the flooded heaven and earth, it would be something that would cause great chaos. Looking at Hongjun, who was sitting in the pavilion, he could not help but flirt. Your Holiness is joking. The poor Taoist is just a person who pursues the great Tao. If your Holiness likes it, the poor Taoist is willing to gift this extremely high-grade innate spiritual root to your Holiness. Ahem, the sage is joking. After some business mutual boasting, Ling Tian sat down across from Hongjun and hugged the white moon, stroking it slightly. The saint is a mixed Yuan Dala golden immortal, while I am only at the early stage of the mixed Yuan golden immortal. As for that severed body, the strength is in front of the saint. I'm afraid that it's not something that can be taken at will. Therefore, why would a saint need to call me a holy father? A saint is the future spokesperson of the heavenly Tao, and we, the four great sacred beasts, are aware of that. Hongjun was overwhelmed by Ling Tian's words for a moment, his face smiling bitterly. Taoist friends can come, is the honor of Hongjun. After all, Taoist friends have already found their own avenue, the future of the mixed Yuan Dala golden immortal, for Taoist friends, but between the lifting of the hand. And the poor Tao, in the future, can only be subjugated to this only purple heavenly palace, with no freedom to speak of. Upon hearing this, Ling Tian did not ask Hongjun why he knew that he could steadily step into the mixed Yuan de Luo Jingxian, but just remained silent. Simply because he was also unclear as to what Hongjun had called himself here for. However, due to the other saint's face, Ling Tian leisurely opened his mouth after a moment of silence. What is it that the sages have invited me here for? Z. Baiyu yelped and woke up, looked around and viewed Hongjun's breath as terrifying as it was, and was instantly scared to death. Ah! Demon God Temple. Concubine. Dang! It's rude to interrupt. Be quiet and keep quiet. A finger tapped on it to shut Baiyu up. Ling Tian then waited quietly for Hongjun to speak. Seeing this scene, Hongjun did not say anything more and spoke with a smile on his face. Fellow Taoist Ling Tian, the poor Taoist invited you here today only to tell you a great thing about your certification as a great Luo Golden Immortal of the Mixed Yuan. I wonder if you're interested? But fellow Taoist needs to promise the poor Taoist one thing. When these words came out, Ling Tian was slightly stunned, but for Hongjun to be the future spokesperson of the heavenly Tao, or to be able to see through some unknown future. Since this was the case, Ling Tian's face remained indifferent as he spoke softly. The matter of this honored one's certification as a great Luo Golden Immortal of the mixed element is still unknown, but the matter that you, fellow Taoist, are asking for is something that this honored one is quite interested in. Hearing this, Hongjun let out a long, leisurely sigh. Fellow Taoist, the poor Taoist knows that in the future, you will join Dijun Tai, the two protagonist forces of the witch demon quantum revelation. And the opposite is the 12 ancestral witches who came out in the form of Pangu's essence blood. If you fight with them, can you keep your hands off and not help the demon race to crush the witch race so as not to change the momentum of the heavenly Tao? If fellow Taoist agrees to this matter, the poor Taoist can tell one thing that will happen after the poor Taoist has merged with the Tao with his body. As the words ended, Ling Tian's eyes flashed with a hint of contemplation. What do the words of Hong Jun mean? Inwardly, he leisurely pondered, but he himself had not wanted to be the main force in the witch demon quantum of solace, in the first place. In that case, it was not impossible to agree to Hong Juan's request. After all, regarding the matter in Hong Juan's mouth, what would happen in the flood after merging the Tao with his body, he really didn't know. The request of Tao friend, this honored one agrees, but Tao friend Hong Jun needs to tell this honored one. What will happen to the flood when the Taoist friends merge the heavenly Tao with their bodies? The words, Hong Jun heart worried about the momentum will change the trajectory was immediately stabilized, for their own body with the Tao to change the flood, casually is also spit out. Poor. Chapter 61, The Purple Sky Farce, The Change of the Holy Position, and the Matter of the Mixed World 4000. Inside the Peach Garden. Poor. Did not wait for Hong Jun words to open, chaotic stubborn stone incarnation out of the world of golden children, Hao Enyachi was rushed to this place. Bang! Both of them fell to their knees, their eyes slightly containing tears, the corners of their mouths penetrating red, and their green silk disheveled, completely living up to the instrumentation of a saintly child. The move caused by the two men directly interfered with the matter of Hong Juan's dealings with Ling Tian. Fellow Taoist, how about? Looking at Hong Juan's face gloomy appearance, although Ling Tian did not know how Hao Enyachi could be so. However, he vaguely guessed that it was a strange movement in the Great Hall of the Purple Heavenly Palace. When he came to the outside of the Purple Heaven Palace, with his own strength at the early stage of the mixed golden immortal, he naturally knew about the Junti Jain who was trailing all the way behind him. And think of the Purple Heavenly Palace farce in the flood, if not Hong Jun appeared in time and admired the position of the bushel, I'm afraid that it is not going to fight. He talked to Hong Jun for a long time, and Junti Jain was afraid that he had not already cried out in the Purple Heavenly Palace and snatched the seat of the bushel. Then there is no Hong Juan's appearance, a group of great powers or watch Kuanping and Junti Jain kill each other, causing great confusion, but also did not see Hong Jun out. This led to the fact that numerous great spiritual masters believed that Hong Jun tacitly agreed that the crowd was competing for the position of the bushel. After all, the further one leaned forward the better the effect of listening to the sermon would be. Master, you should go. Hao Enyachi, there's no need for words. Hong Jun sank the anger in his heart. Then his eyes looked towards Ling Tian with a hint of apology. Fellow Taoist needs to wait for Poverty Road for a while, the matter of the Purple Heavenly Palace, Poverty Road will deal with it for him right away. Afterward, I will speak again about the matter of your friend's certification as a great Luo Golden Immortal of the Mixed Realms. Ling Tian nodded slightly and did not say anything to retain Hong Jun. Simply because, his divine sense had already landed in the Great Hall of the Purple Heavenly Palace. Looking at the radiant divine light, the might of thousands of spiritual treasures, the great hall of the Tao innate divine power, a messy color, countless figures collapsed on top of the great hall. He, Ling Tian, was then clear that this Purple Heaven Palace pandemonium was indeed not out of his speculation. Fellow Taoist, wait a moment. After Hong Juan's words, his body dissipated, apparently in a single thought, and he landed on top of the cloud couch in the great hall of the Purple Heavenly Palace, defying these great warring great spiritual masters with vigorous anger. Enough! In an instant, the wobbling holy might enveloped the Purple Heavenly Palace, instantly suppressing the many great powers that were fighting on the ground. Even the Kunlun three pristine ones, Nuwa Fushi, and a host of other famous great powers of later times were subdued to the ground. Witnessing Hong Jun appearing and storming the authority of the saint, the crowd, without exception, stopped. Hong Juan's eyes swept over the culprits of this incident, the two people of Junti Jain, their eyes staring, as if blaming the two people for what they had done. Keenly noticing Hong Juan's attitude, Kuanping burst into tears and went down. Sage, this Junti Jain, robbing me of my bushel seat in the Purple Sky Palace, and still dares to make a move. This is simply not putting the saint, you, in your eyes. The sound of tears resounded through the purple sky, so that Junti Jain's heart tightened, and hastened to follow the miserable crying. Sage, my western land is barren and I have to resort to this. My master and brothers, carrying the hopes of the entire West, only want a seat on a nice bushel. The reason for all of this is that this Kuanping didn't miss my barrenness in the West and spoke sarcastically about my master and brothers, which led to the start of the Great War. After Junti had received the guidance, a group of great spiritual masters began to scream and cry, saying how hard it is to cultivate, saying that you have been groping for years, saying that there exists hope for a race. It's all over the place, and it's all the same. Only the Kunlun 3 Qing, Nuwa Fushi, and Dijun, the 6 of them, were calm and self-contained, and did not react to any crying at all. As for Red Cloud, he had ceded the seat of the bushel, so how could he contend for it? The Kunlun 3 pristine ones were proud of themselves and cried that they had lost Pango's face and must not. Nuwa Fushi and Emperor Jun joined hands and advanced, and the many spiritual treasures protecting the position of a futon were easy. But the condition is to join Dijun's forces and fight against the witch race together for the hundreds of millions of races in the flood. This condition can be said to be dispensable, only because Fushi and Dijun talk very happy, learned of his wish to scene of the matter, he would like to help an arm. What's more, the river map and Luo book that Dijun took out deeply attracted Fushi, so naturally she readily agreed. Nuwa does not have any other intention. If she joins Dijun's power, she can enjoy the fortune therein, and her own brother can find the path to the great Tao, which is a multi-purpose move. Witnessing the scene of almost all the great powers of the Violet Sky Palace screaming and crying, Ling Tian inadvertently froze. I didn't realize that the present-day flood, in this aspect of cheek, could throw down his face so much for a bushel of seeds. All this or a series of accidents occurred because of the previous actions of the paramount receiver. Unfortunately, no amount of fighting can change the great momentum of the heavenly Tao. This so-called heavenly determination of the 6 saints has already been set, and how to change it is all a minor trend. This honored one waits quietly, eh? Ling Tian looked at the rather minor drama and murmured slightly, but without waiting for the words to completely end, he was shocked by what Hong Jun had done. Just see Hong Jun looked at the purple heaven palace, that is full of weeping all the heavenly powers, a cold snort instantly break the noisy scene, into the tranquility. Then spoke faintly. Kunlun Mountain Pango Sanqing, Fingchi Mountain Nuwa, Western Sumeru Mountain Junti, and Northern Underworld Kunping, each of them in turn seated on top of the futon. Once this statement was made, the 3 Qing arched their hands, Nuwa followed closely behind, the Junti guiding was already dumbfounded, and Kunping was ecstatic. Sage, my master and brothers, before, but there are 2 bushels of seeds, how can we remove one of them because of a small incident? Reception questioned unwillingly, he was in the dark, knowing the importance of this futon, unwilling to just let it go to Kunping. Why disqualify him when he obviously sat on it before? Humph. The crime of disturbing the purple heaven palace, is this one enough? In a flash, Jane closed his mouth, and Hong Jun looked at the 6 people who were gradually taking their seats and opened his mouth faintly. From now on, the position of the bushel is set. Each of you take your seat, the period of 3,000 years has not yet arrived. After saying that, Hong Juan's body dissipated, leaving a group of people looking at each other in disbelief. The 3 Qing hearts are happy, the 3 Tao bushels of position on the preservation of 1, did not expect Hong Jun opening, they got back. And the Kunping scowled and smiled in defiance of the Junti guiding. The rest of the Purple Heaven Palace guests, angry, had known that before Zhuanti Jane did not come, they should also cry miserably, so that the Red Cloud this big good man will give the seat to them. At this moment, the farce in the Purple Heavenly Palace came to an end. And this chain of events made Ling Tian completely unable to see through the sermon. Hong Jun distributes the position of the bushel, Junti has obtained the holy position, Jane loses the holy position, and Kunping regains the holy position of the bushel. This means that the 6 saints of the heavens in the future will undergo a subtle change? Red Cloud, the unlucky one who died under Kunping, would also survive? Between all the doubts, Hong Jun had already resettled in front of Ling Tian, slightly lifted the teacup and drank into his stomach. Fellow Daoist, this heavenly definition of the 6 saints, can it be changed? Fellow Daoist is a heavenly Tao sage, the heavenly Tao's great power cannot be changed, that's what you said. Thoughts returning to his mind, Ling Tian's eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at the bland-looking Hong Jun and spoke with a slightly tentative intent. Only to hear Hong Jun just a slight smile, long and leisurely sigh said. The Tao has this wrong, this is a small potential, how can it be a great potential of the heavenly Tao? It's only natural that you, the Taoist friend, will know the quota of the heaven-defined 6 saints of the flood in the future when you become a sacred venerable. Is it the Pango 3 Qing, Nuwa, and Junti guiding, or not? Ling Tian nodded slightly without saying anything. The poor Tao owed the West karma in the past, so I shall grant the Western beings holy positions. But not 2 holy positions, one is not impossible. Look! Hong Jun followed up his words with a smirk, and between his raised hands, a stream of light appeared. Only the complete appearance of the flooded continent appeared in front of him. The three pristine ones reside in the east, Junti in the west, Kuanping in the north, and Nuwa in the south. This land of the four poles complements the four spirits of heaven of the Taoist friend. If there is a shortage of a saint in the four directions, the consequences are not something that Poverty Road can predict. With these words, Ling Tian finally understood Hong Jun's intentions. This west can have two holy places or one. After all, that was the karma that he, Hong Jun, owed to the west, as it should be. But the reason for the two, or because the kunai themselves are too cowardly to fight for it. This ultimately led to the loss of the holy position, which it possessed in its own right, to the hands of the receptionist. After all, under fate, no one knows how the little things are, but the big things are clear. And now, for something like this to happen, it was just what Hong Jun intended. Giving the West a holy position is already the fulfillment of karma. Hong Jun, as a heavenly saint, naturally knew that in the future, this Western sect created by Zhuanti Jian would set up its own sect and would roll away some of the power of Qi. Wouldn't it be nice to have one less saint, his Hong Jun's Shenmen Qi? The great power of heaven is not and is not. This kind of thing, in the mouth of Hong Jun, none of them is just a small potential. He, Hong Jun, is the future spokesman of the heavenly Tao, even if he says that the 12 ancestral witches defeating Emperor Jing Tai and eventually becoming the winner of the Witch Demon Quantum Jump is a minor trend, then it is a minor trend. This is the gold of the heavenly spokesman, under the establishment. With what he thought, Ling Tian no longer pondered on what the future of reception would be like. Maybe it will become a saint. After all, Hong Jun distributed 7 channels of Hongmeng violet gas, one with a line of life. Anyone need to go through the life and death of the robbery, can be certified as a saint. After all the trials and tribulations, he transcended the mortal world in the midst of 9 deaths and overrode all things, and proved to be a saint of the heavenly way. Fellow Daoist has a point, but this honored one doesn't care about the winner of the 6 sacred bushel. Fellow Daoist Hong Jun, this honored one has already promised not to kill the 12 ancestral witches painfully. I would also like to inform you of the words that were not finished before. Ling Tian's face was plain as he leisurely opened his mouth to ask. Hearing this, Hong Jun's expression was slightly grave, and after sizing up Ling Tian for a few moments, he leaned in and spoke. Fellow Taoist Ling Tian, since the path ahead of the great Tao is known, and you can be certified as a great Luo Golden Immortal of the mixed world, then hurry up and be certified as a mixed world. After the poor Taoist merges with his body, the flooded heavens and earth, the power of the laws of heaven will suppress the flooded beings and prevent them from witnessing the way of the mixed world. Wisps of shackles will also follow, if you, Taoist friend, have not yet certified to the mixed realm by that time. Only by using force to prove the Tao, breaking through the suppression of the heavenly Tao and overriding the laws of the heavenly Tao, can one be certified as a mixed great Luo Golden Immortal. There may be other ways, but the poor man does not know them. After the words were spoken, Ling Tian's pupils flashed with shock and slightly murderous intent within his heart, but it eventually receded and returned to plainness. Of course, when the 4 spirits of heaven returned to their positions, the rules of heaven and earth were reinforced and stabilized. And now, after Hong Jun patched up the heavenly Tao with his body, the heavenly Tao would even suppress the living beings of the flood from embarking on the path of the mixed world. This was something that made Ling Tian unavoidably a little chilled. Under the suppression of the heavenly Tao, how could he break the shackles and ascend to the top of the mixed world? To use one's own strength to fight against one of the 3 paths was completely unselfish. In the beginning, Pangu was the one who used his power to prove the Tao, split open the chaos, and opened up the flooded heavens and earth. The 3,000 chaos demon gods are all great Tao laws incarnate out of the world. Pangu forcefully split the 3,000 chaos demon gods. To put it another way, Pangu forcefully split the great Tao with his force and forcefully shaped the flood world. Now, under Hong Jun's words, if you want to break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal of the mixed Yuan, you can only break the shackles of the heavenly Tao in order to certify the way to the mixed Yuan? Looking at his face, unwavering, it seems that Hong Jun did not lie. But with such a short period of time, how could he, Ling Tian, certify to the way of the mixed world? After some contemplation, Ling Tian's eyes flashed with a faint and difficult-to-guess eye light, looking at Hong Jun and inquiring. If in the future, as the spokesman of the heavenly Tao saints under you fall in the flood, what will happen to you, Tao friend? Hong Jun was slightly stunned, which didn't seem to match the content of their conversation, but still returned with a clear voice. Fellow Taoist is joking, all under saints are ants. But if a saint does fall, the poor Taoist will not make a move. Why? Ling Tian proceeded to pursue the question. It is only because the poor Tao was already in the heavenly Tao at that time, and in addition to the invisible killing Qi in heaven and earth, there was a shortage of spiritual Qi, thus shaping the matter of the quantum revenge. It is only once a change occurs that the poor Taoist will step in and pull it back on track. The future, poor Tao has long seen through, which in Demon two tribes are mortal enemies, countless demon tribes died tragically at the hands of the witch tribe, will certainly set off a monstrous killing gas, the quantitative calamity will also follow. When the floodlands and the heavens are torn apart by a great war, the poor Tao will likewise step in to stop it. As for the saints, Hong Jun smiled faintly. The poor Taoist still says that all under saints are ants. Between the words of Dao Dao, Ling Tian had already seen through Hong Jun's confidence surging statement. In short, if you have attained sainthood and cannot even defeat an ant, then you really deserve it. Trying to get him to step in as the voice of heaven, sorry. He would only pull the quantum of the world back on track and wouldn't care if the saints fell at the hands of the griffins. If the Great War caused the flood to break up, he, Hong Jun, would likewise take action. But who can do it in the battle of the shattered flood? There is no doubt who can do it except the saints. After all, saints can retrain earth, fire, wind and water between the lifting of their hands, and recreate the Qianquan. This, indeed, was true in the latter days at the time of the feudal measure. What fellow Taoist Hong Jun has said is already known to this honored one. Regarding the matter of my father's certification to the mixed realm, it will be taken into consideration. Ling Tian's eyes crossed in a strand of meaningful eyes, and then stroked the nine-tailed white fox in his arms, waiting for the period of 3,000 years to come. By the time the sermon at the Purple Heavenly Palace was over, he would also be able to go and look for the two fairies from the Tyene Star. Fang's divine sense landed in the Great Hall of the Purple Heavenly Palace, and he had already found Shiha Chinshi of the Tyene Star. At the same time slightly puzzled, this Sun Star Emperor Jun Tai, why not see Tai Trace, only see Emperor Jun here? Or a small power, it had nothing to do with him Ling Tian, only waiting for the sermon to end so that he could do his job. Seeing this scene, Hong Jun smiled faintly, then closed his eyes, and similarly waited quietly for the period of 3,000 years to come.